A man unexpectedly transmigrates to an ancient, famine-stricken era and becomes bound to a beauty mall system. Beauty mall system successfully bound. Conquering beauties earns you shop coins, which can be used to exchange for food, medicine, modern weapons, and even to infinitely enhance your body. Before them, a delicate figure knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. She was none other than Qin Yuer, the widow of the Qin family. She had a slender waist, a face like a peach blossom, and a pair of bright, watery eyes filled with fear and despair. She came to steal grain and was discovered by Chu Xun. Brother Chu, Yuer shouldn't have stolen your grain. Please don't report it to the authorities. I still have a high fever, and there's not a single grain of rice left in the house. She pleaded, Brother Chu, as long as you lend me grain, I'll do anything. Please, anything. She kowtowed repeatedly, blood seeping from her forehead, her voice broken and hoarse. Chu Xun glanced at the small print on the system panel, a playful smile curving his lips. Qin Yuer is destined to be cursed by the White Tiger, a cursed star that brings misfortune to her family and husband. No one dares to marry her. Chu Xun lowered his voice and said, Borrowing grain is fine. As long as you're willing to come inside with me and sit for a while, I'll give you 2 caddies of grain. Qin Yuer was desperate to save her sister, and Chu Xun had leverage over her theft of grain. If he told her that she could get a few pounds of grain if she came into the house with him, he could persuade her. Qin Yuer's cheeks flushed instantly, and she bit her lower lip tightly. The image of her younger sister, pale and seriously ill, flashed before her eyes. Without food, my little sister probably wouldn't survive this high fever. She was both ashamed and conflicted. Brother, Chu Xun released her shoulder and said calmly, If you don't want to, then forget it. You can leave. With that, he turned around decisively. But the next moment, Qin Yuer hurriedly grabbed his arm. She stammered, Brother Chu, Yuer is an unlucky person. Aren't you afraid? She had caused the deaths of her family members and her fiancé's entire family, leading people to say she was cursed by the White Tiger and a cursed Lone Star. But would Chu Xun be afraid of being cursed by the White Tiger? Afraid? Chu Xun scoffed. I don't believe in anything about being born under a White Tiger sign. As long as you come inside with me, I'll give you 2 caddies of grain right after this is over. Qin Yuer looked into Chu Xun's resolute eyes and felt a momentary daze. Everyone else who saw her wished they could curse her to death. Unexpectedly, her brother Chu seemed completely unconcerned. Her face flushed, her pale neck trembled slightly, and her voice broke into a hoarse whisper. I do. Don't worry, I keep my word. I'll definitely give you a few pounds of grain later. Then, Chu Xun led Qin Yuer into his room. Soon after, loud banging came from outside. Sickly scholar, open the door at once. If you don't pay me back the 10 caddies of grain you owe me, I'll burn your house down. Chu Xun was somewhat puzzled. He had just improved his physical fitness in the system shop, but he didn't expect someone to come looking for a fight so soon. Hearing the banging on the door, Chu Xun frowned slightly. Qin Yuer was also awakened. Her fair face appeared somewhat pale due to dehydration. Chu Xun comforted her, saying, I'll go out and take a look. He then got up, dressed, and opened the door. What he saw was a disheveled, dirty man with an extremely arrogant expression. Chu Xun said coldly, Zhao Ergu, I don't remember owing you 10 caddies of grain. This man was a notorious rogue in the village, a habitual thief, and a swindler who did everything from cheating to deception. Now that he's come to our door, saying the Chu family owes him 10 caddies of grain, he's clearly trying to be a scoundrel. Zhao Ergu flashed a mouthful of yellow teeth. That was grain your second uncle borrowed from my house when you were seriously ill. Of course you wouldn't know. Hurry up and give it back, or I'll burn your house down. Chu Xun sneered. Who in the whole village doesn't know your family is destitute? Why would my second uncle come to you to borrow grain? Chu Xun stood at the door and teased. I can pay back the grain, but you have to pay back the 10 taels of silver your mother owes my family first. Zhao Ergu said anxiously, My mother died last year. How could she owe you money? Chu Xun said coldly, That was when you were seriously ill last year. Your mother came to my house to borrow it. Of course you didn't know. Chu Xun gave a cold laugh. There was no point in reasoning with this kind of scoundrel. You had to be even more shameless. Zhao Ergu instantly flew into a rage. realizing that Chu Xun was treating him like a dog. "I'll beat you to death." He threw a punch, but Chu Xun grabbed his wrist with one hand. Zhao Erge screamed in pain. Chu Xun's physical abilities had just been enhanced twice by the system, but he didn't expect someone to come knocking on his door asking for a beating. Immediately, Chu Xun slapped Zhao Erge across the face. Zhao Erge screamed and threatened. "Chu Xun, you dare hit me? Do you know that my cousin works for the Liu family in town?" In response, Chu Xun delivered a powerful front kick. Zhao Ergu's body flew 7 or 8 feet away instantly, crashing to the ground and howling in pain. Immediately, Zhao Ergu fled in a panic. Before leaving, he threatened, "You're finished. I'm going to tell my uncle right now." Chu Xun didn't care and simply closed the door. Qin Yuer's anxious voice came from inside the house. "Brother Chu, are you all right?" Chu Xun replied with a smile. "I'm fine. I'll go get you 2 jean of grain." Immediately, Chu Xun had a thought, and a virtual shop panel appeared before him. It listed dozens of products, including rice, flour, cooking oil, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and salt. Everything imaginable. There are other sections as well, such as medicine and general merchandise, fresh fruits and vegetables, and even a weapons section. In the grain section, white rice is only 2 mol coins per kilogram. Chu Xun currently has 10 mol coins, enough to buy 5 jean, 2.5 kilograms, of rice. However, in this famine year, given his family's circumstances, suddenly producing 5 jean of white rice is quite frightening. Then he looked at the millet. 5 coins a pound, more expensive than white rice. Chu Xun's eyelids twitched. He never expected that millet, which the ancients didn't eat, would become such a hot commodity in modern times. His gaze then shifted to other areas. The medicine section offered simple cold medicines and vitamins, all priced under 10 store coins. The icons below were all grayed out. What surprised Chu Xun the most was the weapons section. In addition to common weapons such as knives, daggers, axes, and bows and arrows, he even saw 7.62 millimeters bullets. Each shot costs only 1 store coin. And there's more than just this one type of bullet. There are all sorts, and they're all very cheap. If they have bullets, then they should have truth, right? But the icons below were completely black. Clearly, with Chu Xun's current store currency, he didn't even qualify to view those war beasts. This was practically a declaration that he was destined to unify the world. However, it was too early to think about that now. Chu Xun only had 10 mol coins. Without hesitation, he chose to buy 3 caddies of white rice. As for millet, which was more suitable for his current situation, Chu Xun didn't even glance at it. He had finally obtained 10 store coins, so he had to choose something with a better cost-performance ratio no matter what. After purchasing 3 jean of white rice, a warehouse-like interface appeared before him. Chu Xun reached out, and the bag containing the 3 jean of white rice appeared in his hand. He carried the grain into the room. "Qin Yuer, get dressed. I brought the grain I promised you." Qin Yuer peeked out from under the covers. "Thank you, Brother Chu. Yuer will get up now." After she finished dressing and covered her delicate body, Chu Xun smiled and walked forward, handing her 3 caddies of white rice. The weight of the millet and the feel of it. Qin Yuer's watery eyes showed a look of doubt. "Brother Chu, this?" Chu Xun did not explain, but simply reached out and smiled. "Open it and you will know." Qin Yuer hesitated before opening the bag, then froze as if struck by lightning. It contained incredibly precious white rice. Qin Yuer immediately knelt on the ground. She was so moved that she burst into tears. "Thank you so much, Brother Chu. I will definitely repay your kindness today." Chu Xun smiled. 3 caddies of white rice could be exchanged for a stunning beauty. Fortunately, it was a year of famine. Otherwise, even if you beat Chu Xun to death, he wouldn't have believed such a thing. "All right, you should go back and take care of your sister." Qin Yuer nodded gratefully and then quickly went out. But after taking only 2 steps, she collapsed to the ground with a thud, her face contorted in pain. Seeing this, Chu Xun immediately picked Qin Yuer up and carried her on his back, saying, "Let me take you home." Qin Yuer looked shy and hooked her arm around Chu Xun's shoulder. "Yuer has troubled you, brother. In the end, it was me who did it. I forgot that you are delicate and frail," Chu Xun said with a smile. Qin Yuer hugged him even tighter, her face flushed crimson. This intimate gesture reminded her of the kiss she had shared with Chu Xun earlier. Chu Xun carried Qin Yuer step by step to a dilapidated thatch hut at the east end of the village. The place was not only located in a low-lying area, but the courtyard walls were also very broken. Even the thatched roof was uneven. As they approached the hut, a series of rapid coughs reached their ears. The sound was hoarse and violent, as if the cough was trying to cough up its internal organs. Hearing the sound, Qin Yuer hurriedly slid off Chu Xun's back and ran into the house. "Little sister, how are you?" Seeing this, Chu Xun followed her in and took the opportunity to look around the layout of the house.
The room was old and dilapidated, dark and gloomy. Only a tattered quilt lay in the corner, serving as a makeshift bed. Under the thin, yellowish quilt lay a petite girl with a thin face. She was Qin Yuer's twin sister, Qin Xing. She looked exactly like Qin Yuer, with a beautiful face, but she appeared more frail and sickly. Little sister, how are you? I borrowed some food, and I'll cook for you right away. You absolutely can't get hurt. Qin Yuer anxiously reached out and touched Qin Xinger's forehead. With just a light touch, she felt as if she had touched a scorching hot iron. How could it be burned like this? Qin Xinger lay on the ground, her face pale and her lips cracked. She kept her eyes tightly shut, coughing incessantly, unable to utter a single word. Qin Yuer grew even more anxious and hurriedly brought out a small basin of water from the kitchen. She soaked a tattered strip of cloth and placed it on Qin Xinger's forehead. Chu Xun stepped forward to check on Qin Xinger. It was clear that she had a high fever, and the temperature was estimated to be over 38 degrees Celsius. Qin Yuer looked at Chu Xun pitifully and pleaded, Brother Chu, could you please take care of Xinger for me? I'll go to the kitchen and cook some porridge for her. Chu Xun nodded. Go ahead. Then, Qin Yuer hurriedly picked up the rice bag and went to the kitchen to cook porridge. Chu Xun lifted the damp cloth off Qin Xinger's head and found it was already warm to the touch. Her fever is so high. This can't be cured simply by eating some rice porridge and applying damp cloths. If this continues, Qin Xinger's brain might be damaged, and her life might even be in danger. If something were to happen to Qin Xinger, Qin Yuer would likely be devastated. Chu Xun currently relies on her to defy fate, so he absolutely cannot allow anything to happen to her. Immediately, Chu Xun had a thought and opened the shop panel, looking at the medicine section. But he only had 4 shop coins left, which meant he couldn't afford almost any medicine. After changing into a damp cloth, he went into the dilapidated kitchen. Inside, Qin Yuer was stirring a chipped, broken pot of rice porridge. She sobbed intermittently, clearly very worried about Qin Xinger's current situation. Only after hearing Chu Xun's footsteps did she hurriedly wipe away her tears. Chu Xun walked up to Qin Yuer and gently wiped away her tears. Qin Yuer's cheeks flushed instantly, turning red all the way to her ears, but before she could regain her composure. Then Chu Xun sighed and said, Xinger's condition is very serious now. It won't get better just by applying a wet cloth and eating some rice porridge. Qin Yuer froze. The wooden spoon in her hand fell to the ground, and she collapsed weakly to the ground. Her eyes were lifeless, and her voice was trembling with sobs. How could this happen? Why? Her eyes were filled with sorrow, her pupils seemingly reflecting the image of her younger sister's terminal illness, her grief overwhelming. Seeing Qin Yuer like this, Chu Xun grasped her shoulders. He said seriously, Actually, when I was seriously ill a while ago, I also had a persistent high fever. After my family called a doctor to prescribe medicine, I recovered in just a few days. There are still quite a few of those medicines left. Do you want them? Hope instantly ignited in Qin Yuer's eyes, and she hurriedly grabbed Chu Xun's hand. Please, brother, have mercy and save my little sister. I will serve you like a slave from now on, and I will do whatever you ask me to do. Chu Xun coughed, showing a hint of hesitation. Although that medicine is very precious, if Yuer wants it, you don't have to do anything like be a slave. You just need to, you know what I mean? Qin Yuer was stunned for a moment, then instantly realized what was happening. Her beautiful face flushed, and her eyes were filled with gratitude. Brother Chu was truly an exceptionally kind person. Such a precious, life-saving medicine could be obtained so easily. It must be that her brother didn't want her to feel indebted to him, so he suggested this method to ease her psychological burden. Yuer could never repay the kindness of her brother Chu. Qin Yuer gently bit her red lips and slowly moved from the ground to stand in front of Chu Xun. Does Yuer agree? Chu Xun asked with a smile. Qin Yuer then kissed Chu Xun. Inside the main room, Qin Xinger struggled to open her eyes, saw a faint light in the kitchen, and laboriously crawled towards it. Immediately, her scream echoed throughout the entire room. Hearing the scream, Chu Xun quickly hid in the shadows. Qin Yuer hurriedly called out, Xinger, this is Brother Chu. It was my sister who asked him to come and help take care of you. Qin Xinger rubbed her aching head and looked at the figure in a daze. It's Brother Chu. You scare me to death. Qin Yuer fastened her clothes and quickly asked, Little sister, how are you feeling? Does your head still hurt? Qin Xinger coughed heavily twice. Sister, my head is still very dizzy, and my body is very hot. I really want to sleep. Qin Yuer immediately burst into tears and looked at Chu Xun for help. Chu Xun turned out of the shadows. Wait a moment. I'll go home and get the medicine. He then turned and walked towards the door. Sister, what medicine is Brother Chu talking about? Qin Xinger asked, enduring her headache. Qin Yuer quickly recounted what had happened that evening. but concealed the fact that she had made a deal with Chu Xun. She also mentioned that Chu Xun had given them 3 caddies of white rice and was going back to fetch medicine for her illness. Qin Xinger's pale face was full of gratitude. Sister, once I get better, we must repay Brother Chu's kindness. Qin Yuer was taken aback for a moment. Let's talk about it when you get better. Just lie down and rest for now. She slowly laid down on the ground, a blissful smile on her face. After leaving the thatched hut, Chu Xun stopped a short distance away. With a thought, he summoned the in-game store, where the balance showed 24 in-game store coins. He bought a box of ibuprofen capsules for 15 mall coins. The box contained 2 strips of medicine, a total of 24 capsules. The packaging was exactly the same as modern ones, making it obvious at a glance that it was not a contemporary product. Immediately, Chu Xun hurried back home and found some black flour in the kitchen. It was called black flour, but it was actually just bran left over from grinding grains, mixed with aged grains. Soon, Chu Xun pulled out a small bowl of dark, lumpy noodles, soaked them, and shaped them into flat pieces. Then, he took out the powder from 3 ibuprofen capsules, poured it on top, and rolled it into 6 pills. Then, he walked towards the thatched hut where Qin Yuer and her sister lived. Yuer, take these pills. Have your sister take one with her rice porridge twice a day. She should be better in 2 or 3 days, Chu Xun said with a smile. Qin Yuer's eyes reddened, and she said gratefully, Thank you, Brother Sun. We sisters will remember your great kindness. Chu Xun smiled and said, Go and take care of your sister. If you run out of food, you can come back to me. After saying that, he left. Soon, Chu Xun returned to his warm bed and fell asleep shortly after. Early the next morning, shouts from the courtyard woke Chu Xun from his deep sleep. Big brother, are you home? I'm back. That was his second sister's voice. Could it be that his second uncle and the others had returned from town ahead of time? Chu Xun quickly went outside and saw a slender, pretty girl standing at the gate of the courtyard. She was carrying a large bag of luggage, looking exhausted. It was Chu Qing, his second uncle's daughter. Ding, cute girl detected. That's his second sister. This silly system. Your red thread is buried in your veins. Upon seeing Chu Xun emerge, a hint of excited joy flashed in Chu Qing's eyes. Big brother, open the door quickly. We rushed back from the city early this morning, and we're exhausted and thirsty. Chu Xun quickly ignored the system, opened the door, and asked in confusion, Why did you rush back so early in the morning? Where are your second uncle and aunt? He casually took the luggage and welcomed Chu Qing inside. These past few days, too many people have gone to the city to do manual labor. My father was kicked out, and my mother and I were also sent back from the weaving workshop. We didn't earn any money. Staying in the city would cost money, so we came back first. Chu Xun felt a lump in his throat. His second uncle's family had spent all their savings and incurred debts to work as laborers in the city to pay for his medical treatment. They had truly done everything they could for him. In a famine year without food or money, it was no different from waiting to die. Fortunately, Chu Xun now has a system to rely on. Chu Qing sat down on the stool. When Dad came back, he went to the woods to collect firewood, and Mom went to dig for wild vegetables on the way. She'll be back to cook soon. Then, as if realizing something, she asked, Brother, your illness? Chu Xun patted his chest and laughed. I'm cured now. I can carry 4 buckets of water in one go without any problem. Chu Qing smoothed her stray hairs and covered her mouth with a smile, saying, Big brother, you should focus on your studies. How could I let you do something like carrying water? In her opinion, her older brother, being a scholar, was too weak to do any heavy work. She and her father could handle the tasks of fetching water and farming. Only if her eldest brother could pass the imperial examination at the county level, or even the provincial level, would the family's hardships finally come to an end. Seeing how much his second sister cared for him, Chu Xun was about to say something when they heard their second uncle's excited voice coming from the courtyard. Come on, look what I got from the woods. Chapter 5. With a system, why bother going down the long road of studying? Hearing his second uncle's voice, Chu Xun quickly went out of the house. Outside the courtyard gate, a middle-aged couple walked in one after the other. The man was in his 30s with dark skin, not tall, but very strong. He was Chu Xun's second uncle, Chu Matsang. Uncle Chu picked up the cloth bag in his hand and said with a smile, I just happened to see a bird's nest in the tree, so I took a few bird eggs to nourish Xuanzi. Aunt Chu frowned and muttered a few words under her breath, but didn't lash out on the spot. Because of Chu Xun's serious illness, the family's savings were all gone, and much of their land had been mortgaged. Now they hadn't earned any money in the city, and if the creditors came knocking, they didn't know how they would survive. Chu Xun smiled and stepped forward to take the firewood from Uncle Chu's back. Uncle and Aunt, I'm all better now. I don't need any more tonics. Uncle Chu and Aunt Chu were surprised to see Chu Xun's rosy complexion. You've only been recuperating for 5 or 6 days. How come you're better so quickly? Chu Xun explained. Thanks to my second uncle who ran more than 10 miles to fetch a doctor, I'm much better now. Come on in. As he spoke, he took the basket of wild vegetables from his second aunt's hand and easily carried it into the house. Uncle Chu clicked his tongue in amazement. That doctor is really amazing. It wasn't for nothing that we spent so much money on the medicine. Aunt Chu, however, pinched him hard. She lowered her voice and complained. You still know you spent so much money? When the creditors come knocking, let's see how you pay them back. Uncle Chu scratched the back of his head, his face immediately turning bitter. He truly couldn't afford it. He had been barely making ends meet with his mediocre carpentry skills. Now that Chu Xun was ill, the family's balance had been completely shattered. As the sun rose higher, Aunt Chu led Chu Xun into the kitchen to start a fire and cook. Before long, a plate of wild vegetable porridge and a pot of millet porridge were served, with 4 bird eggs boiled in the porridge. Aunt Chu shoveled all the bird eggs into Chu Xun's bowl. Chu Xun secretly glanced at them, swallowed hard, but quickly lowered her head. She knew these were for her older brother to nourish his body. He had just recovered from his illness and needed to study, so he definitely needed them more than she did. Aunt Chu noticed the envious look in her daughter's eyes and felt a pang of sadness. She had actually secretly hidden 2 more, intending to give them to Chu Xun after dinner. Over the years, almost all the good things in the house had been given to Chu Xun. Her daughter had hardly enjoyed any of the good things. Uncle Chu saw that there were only 4 bird eggs on the table and understood what was going on. He could only sigh silently. It wasn't that he didn't love his daughter, but Chu Xun was the only son of the Chu family and a scholar, so he had to prioritize him. The bird eggs smelled delicious as they were cooked in millet porridge, but Chu Xun pushed the bowl to the middle of the table. I'm just recovered and can't eat anything too refined. I'm too weak to handle such rich food. You should eat them, Uncle. Before Uncle Chu could speak, Aunt Chu had already peeled the bird eggs clean, handed 2 to her husband, and 1 to each of the 2 children. Eat 1, at least. You've only just recovered. You still need to take care of your health. Eat them all. Eat them all. After saying that, she glared at Uncle Chu, her meaning clear. Xuanzi was a scholar. The principles he learned from books wouldn't lie. Chu Xun looked at Chu Xun, and seeing him nod with a smile, she began to eat the bird eggs in small bites, as if she had received permission. The aroma of the egg melted in her mouth, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Uncle Chu looked at the 2 bird eggs in front of him, hesitated for a moment, then picked one up and handed it to Aunt Chu, who was bent over picking wild vegetable paste. Aunt Chu was taken aback at first, then her eyes reddened slightly. She glared at him again, but still took the food. The family sat together, drinking wild vegetable porridge and eating bird eggs. Although life was hard, there was a certain joy in their hardship. After finishing his meal, Chu Xun coughed twice, drawing the attention of his family. Then, he said seriously, Second uncle and second aunt, I want to tell you something. Second uncle Chu looked up and asked, Xuanzi, what is it? Chu Xun said in a deep voice, I'm not going to continue my studies. I've decided to stay home and help with the chores. Upon hearing this, everyone at the table was stunned. Uncle Chu even slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Xuanzi, do you know what you're saying? You're the only scholar in the village who has passed the imperial examination. What future do you have if you don't study hard to become a scholar and stay at home doing farm work? He became more and more agitated as he spoke. Before your father passed away, he told me that I must support your education so that you could leave the village and make something of yourself. Now you're saying you don't want to study anymore. How am I supposed to explain this to your father? Compared to Uncle Chu's anger, Aunt Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Chu Xun didn't study, the family wouldn't have to pay the expensive tuition, and there would be one more person to work. Now, if it was a famine year, if they continued to support his studies, the whole family would probably starve to death. But she still felt a little guilty and advised, Xuanzi, think about it again. You've studied for so many years and are about to make a name for yourself. It would be such a pity to give up now. Chu Xun also tried to persuade him for a long time. They all shared the same idea. They would take care of the housework, and Chu Xun could just focus on his studies. But Chu Xun knew very well that now that he had a system to rely on, why would he take the detour of studying? As long as Qin Yuer was there, he could guarantee his family wouldn't starve. And if other women came along, life might even get better. Besides, the family was currently penniless and in debt. How could he possibly continue spending his second uncle's money? Chu Xun remained resolute, stating that he lacked the talent, and that rather than wasting his life studying and achieving nothing, he would rather stay and help his family through the famine. Uncle Chu tried to persuade him further, but Aunt Chu kicked him twice under the table. She frowned as she looked at her husband, her meaning clear. Did he really expect her and Chu Qing, 2 women, to work themselves to the bone for the rest of their lives? Uncle Chu looked at his wife's hands, marked with red weaving marks, and then at his daughter's slightly rough little hands. The words that were on the tip of his tongue remained unspoken. He sat silently on the small stool, his face ashen. After a long while, he finally got up and went inside. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the whole family, Uncle Chu emerged carrying a small cloth bag wrapped very tightly. Aunt Chu glanced at it, and her face instantly changed. She was so heartbroken, she almost burst into tears. Xuanzi, this is the deed to 3 mu of land left by your father. Since you've decided not to study anymore, these 3 mu of land are yours. Chapter 6. Robbing us at our doorstep, you called Laoba, right? Go wait in the outhouse. The cloth bag clearly contained the family's land deeds. Chu Xun was shocked. He hadn't expected his second uncle to want to give him a share of the land. For farmers, land is their lifeline. His second uncle's family had raised him for over a decade, and now they were handing over their entire fortune to him. Uncle Chu carefully presented several land deeds and said, there are 7 mu of land here in total. 3 mu were left by your father. We'll go to the village headman later and allocate the land to you. To pay for Chu Xun's medical treatment, Chu's second uncle mortgaged 4 mu of his own land to borrow money, but the 3 mu of land left by Chu Xun's father remained untouched. Although his second aunt felt sorry for him, she just pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She could chatter about household chores, but when it came to the man making decisions, she never interrupted. Uncle Chu placed 3 land deeds in front of Chu Xun. Take these. After dinner, we'll go to the village head's house. Chu Xun shook his head. Second uncle, you don't need to give me this land. Although I'm not going to school anymore, I don't want to be a farmer. With such a severe famine and drought these days, we can't make a living by farming. He knew very well that with the system around, food wasn't the biggest problem. The real priority was making money. Without money, even if you can exchange mall coins for grain, you can't explain the source of the grain. Besides, using mall coins to buy grain is too wasteful. As long as you make money, you can justify saying you went to the city to buy grain. In any era, money is the most important thing. Upon hearing that Chu Xun didn't want the land, his second aunt, who had been somewhat reluctant, immediately perked up. Xuanzi is a scholar after all. How can he toil in the fields like us? I think he should go to the city and become a calligrapher, writing letters for people. It's not tiring, and it's respectable. Chu Xun smiled slightly after hearing this. Although his second aunt was concerned about the family's expenses, she was truly sincere towards him. From childhood to adulthood, he was always given priority when it came to the best things in the family. At most, she would grumble a few words, but she never really complained. Uncle Chu was about to persuade him again when a shout suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Chu Song, when are you going to pay back the money you owe my master? It's in 7 or 8 days. Uncle Chu's face instantly turned ugly, and he quickly stood up and said, it's the Liu family's people who have arrived. Auntie was so startled that her hand trembled, and she almost dropped the bowl. Didn't you say you'd pay back the money in the spring? Why are you here to collect the debt now? Chu Qing also stood up nervously. Dad, we didn't earn any money this time we went to the city. How are we going to pay it back? The family had hardly any money, not even a few copper coins. Uncle Chu frowned, forcing himself to remain calm as he walked out, saying, don't come out, I'll go talk to them. Chu Xun frowned slightly. Master Liu was a wealthy man in the county town who had traded grain and money for a considerable amount of land from the people of Shilling Village. Sending someone to the door, so suddenly must be up to no good. So Chu Xun followed his second uncle out, and Chu Qing, seeing this, quickly followed as well. As soon as Chu's second uncle entered the courtyard, the dilapidated wooden door was kicked open. Immediately afterward, a thin man with a mustache swaggered in, followed by Zhao Ergu and 2 burly men. The moment Zhao Ergu saw Chu Xun, he grinned arrogantly. Having just been beaten yesterday, he was using his uncle's job at Master Liu's house as an excuse to come and settle scores. The man with the mustache grinned slyly. Chu Song, shouldn't you pay back the 5 strings of cash you owe my master? Uncle Chu replied with a fawning smile. 8th master, didn't we agree to pay it back after the spring? Please give us a little more time. Grace period my ass. 8th master spat on the ground. This year is another year of great disaster. Your family may not even be able to pay the taxes. Are you waiting for spring? Hurry up and pay back the money. Second Uncle Chu still wanted to plead for leniency, saying that he could go to sell grain or work in the city and he would definitely pay back the money in spring. 8th master stroked his beard and sneered. Who's waiting for you in the spring? If you can't come up with the money now, hand over the land deed and stop dawdling. With that, he waved his hand, and Zhao Ergu and 2 burly men barged into the house with menacing grins. Aunt Chu was so frightened that she quickly grabbed the land deed and hid in the inner room, blocking the door with all her might. Uncle Chu stepped forward to stop him, but was shoved aside by the burly man, knocking over a pile of farm tools. You're not allowed to touch my father. Chu Qing was anxious and tried to rush over, but Chu Xun raised his hand to stop her. She cried out with red eyes, Big brother? Chu Xun's voice was icy. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Before retiring in his previous life, Chu Xun was among the top 100 in the entire army's martial arts competition, possessing extremely strong fighting awareness. Coupled with the system's enhancement of his stamina by 2 times, dealing with these rough men who only knew farming was no problem at all. Eighth Master sneered at his arrogant tone. "You ignorant brat. Ergo, go teach him a lesson." Zhao Ergo rushed forward with a sneer, raising his foot to kick Chu Xun in the chest. But Chu Xun simply dodged to the side, then swiftly caught his leg and slammed his right knee into Chu Xun's chest. With a muffled thud, Zhao Ergu, like a curled-up shrimp, knelt on the ground, clutching his kidneys and screamed, "Ah, my uncle is here, and you still dare to hit me." Seeing this, the other 2 burly men rushed up as well. Chu Xun sneered, stepped forward and grabbed one of the men's arms. With a crack, the burly man's arm dislocated and he collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. The other burly man fared no better. Chu Xun kicked him in the chin, and he lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. In the blink of an eye, all 3 men were knocked to the ground by Chu Xun. Chu Xun withdrew his fist and looked coldly at the man with the mustache. "Who did you just say you were going to teach them a lesson?" Eighth Master was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never expected that the 3 men he brought would be stunned by Chu Xun alone. As he backed away, he stubbornly insisted, "Paying back debts is a matter of course. How dare you hit someone?" Uncle Chu quickly grabbed Chu Xun's arm. "Don't fight while searching for your son. It'll get to the authorities, and your second uncle will be fine." Eighth Master was trembling with fear, mentally cursing Zhao Ergu to the core. This guy wasn't a scholar. He was practically a martial arts master, capable of taking on 3 men at once. Chapter 7. Using a bow to hunt, Eighth Master swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and took a few steps forward. He stared at Chu Xun and said, "Chu Xun, your second uncle borrowed money from my master to treat your illness. Now you're not paying it back, and you've even injured my men. How do you plan to settle this score?" Uncle Chu hurriedly tried to step forward to explain, but Chu Xun stopped him first. Chu Xun said coldly, "The IOU says it will be repaid in the spring, so it should be done according to the rules. You've already gone through 9 periods of debt collection and 13 periods of repayment, and now you're coming to our door early to demand repayment. Do you really think there's no one left in Shilling Village?" The commotion had already alerted the neighbors. Before long, a crowd of villagers had gathered outside the courtyard gate. Some whispered among themselves that Chu Monsong had indeed borrowed several strings of cash from landlord Liu a few days ago to pay for Chu Xun's medical treatment, and had even used his land as collateral. Some people cursed. "It's those skinflints again. They've taken away a lot of land in the village, and now they're bullying us." Others glared at Zhao Ergu, saying, "That dog is inhuman. He actually colluded with outsiders to bully our Shilling village." The villagers grew increasingly angry, some even picking up stones and sticks from the ground. Although Shilling village often had its share of neighborly disputes, when an outsider bullied the village, everyone would unite against them. When Uncle Ba saw so many people surrounding him, he suddenly felt a pang of panic. He knew that collecting the debt ahead of schedule was already unreasonable, and if things escalated, it would only damage Master Lu's reputation. He originally thought that Chu Monsong was honest and easy to bully, and that he could get the land deed by bluffing him a few times. He never expected that Chu Xun, such a tough nut to crack, would appear out of nowhere. Eighth Master looked at the imposing Chu Xun and said with a fierce but weak tone, "We told the Master before we came. If you really drag this out until spring, and your family starves to death, who will we collect our debts from? If you're not satisfied, go to the county government and confront each other, and see who wins the argument." Chu Xun crossed his arms and said calmly, "No need for you to worry. It's just 5 strings of cash. You can come and collect it yourselves at the beginning of next month." With the online store at his disposal, earning this money wouldn't be difficult as long as Qin Yuer was willing to help, so he wasn't flustered at all. Eighth Master was about to continue being stubborn when suddenly a furious shout came from outside the crowd. "I want to see who dares to cause trouble in our village." Everyone turned around and saw an old man in his 50s walking towards them with cane. His hair was gray, but his eyes were very fierce. He glared coldly at Eighth Master Lu. "Old Eighth Lu, you dare to bully even the people in our village? Are you looking for a beating?" The man who came was the old village head of Shilling Village, who was in charge of the affairs between the village and the government on weekdays. He was also responsible for conveying taxes and regulations, and he was very prestigious in the village. Moreover, this old village head was a hunter in his youth, and he always had a fiery temper. It was only after a wild boar broke his leg that he gradually calmed down. When Lu Laoba saw the old village head, he wasn't too afraid. Instead, he pointed to the several strong men on the ground. "Old village head, did you see clearly? I didn't bully anyone. The people I brought are still lying on the ground." The old village head leaned closer and saw that several people were indeed groaning on the ground, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Looking at Chu Xun standing straight in the courtyard, he didn't look like the one who had been bullied at all. He turned to Uncle Chu and asked, "Monsong, is what he said true? Are you all right?" Uncle Chu quickly replied, "Uncle Bai, I'm fine." The old village head then looked at Chu Xun and said, "Chu Xun, with me here today, you don't need to be afraid. Nobody will dare to cause trouble here." Chu Xun smiled and nodded, then looked at Lu Laoba. "You heard what I just said, so give me a straight answer." Lu Laoba still wanted to argue, but the old village magistrate slammed his cane down heavily, and the surrounding villagers also took a few steps forward. Lu Laoba's face changed, and he could only grit his teeth and say, "Fine, then I'll give the village head some face. I'll come to collect the 5 strings of cash at the beginning of next month. If there's not a single coin missing, don't blame my master for being heartless." After saying that, he flicked his sleeve and slunk away. Zhao Ergu and the 2 burly men didn't dare linger and scrambled away after them. Seeing that things had calmed down, the old village head waved to the villagers, "Go home and rest." After everyone had gone far away, the old village head looked at Uncle Chu and said with concern, "Monsong, this year is another year of famine. The harvest is bad, and there are few jobs in the city. Can you really pay back the 5 strings of cash next month?" Uncle Chu looked embarrassed and scratched the back of his head, saying, "Uncle Bai, I didn't make any money this time I went to the city. If not, I could sell a few more acres of land or borrow some more money. I can always pay it back." The old village head sighed and looked at Chu Xun and Chu Qing. Chu Xun brought him a low stool and smiled. "Village head, don't worry, I have a way to pay back the money." The old village head waved his hand. "I know you're educated and have more experience than the villagers, but money isn't something that's easy to earn." Chu Xun knew very well that money was indeed hard to earn, but he had a system. However, the conversion rate of shop coins was slow, and he needed a more visible way to make money. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that the old village head had been a hunter in his youth, and his family must still have bows and arrows. If he borrowed a bow and arrows to hunt in the mountains, and then secretly used the in-game store to make some money, both his income and food supply would be explained. Chu Xun's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Village head, I'd like to borrow your bow and arrows to hunt in the mountains and exchange them for money. Is that all right?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Chu's expression immediately changed. "No, Xuanzi, you don't know how dangerous the mountains are. You could lose your life." Chu Qing also hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Brother, you can't go into the mountains. You mustn't take the risk." But Chu Xun's attitude was firm, and he still looked at the old village head. "I read a lot of hunting biographies when I was in school, and I learned some techniques. I won't do anything reckless. Besides, this is the only way for our family to pay back the money right now." The old village head leaned on his cane, thinking of the Chu family's current difficulties. Finally, with a long sigh, he said, "All right, I'll get you the bow and arrows and the map of the mountains." Seeing this, Uncle Chu lowered his head helplessly, knowing that he couldn't persuade him anymore. At the courtyard gate, Chu Xun helped the old village headman, and the 2 slowly walked out of the courtyard gate and headed towards the center of the village. Chapter 8. The antique recurved bow of the old village head's house was considered quite good in the village. Compared to the mud houses made of yellow mud and wheat straw that others used, his house had some stones and broken bricks mixed in with the walls, making it look much sturdier. After entering the house, the old village head dragged an old box out from the corner. Upon opening it, Chu Xun found a homemade clay bow, polished smooth and shiny from years of handling. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand, discovering that the bow was very light and lacked flexibility. It could only be used to shoot rabbits and small birds at most. A rough bowstring lay beside it. A hint of reminiscence appeared in the old village head's eyes as he picked up the bowstring and said, "This is a bow I had made more than 10 years ago when I was a hunter. Later, my leg broke and I never took it out again." He strung the bowstring and then pulled out a linen map from the bottom of the box and handed it to Chu Xun. "Here's a map of the old forest. You can take a look, but there are many jackals and wild boars in the mountains, so don't go too deep. Come down the mountain as soon as it gets dark." Chu Xun slung the bow over his shoulder, took a few arrowheads and the map, and thanked him solemnly. "Village head, once I hunt some game and earn some money, I will definitely repay you properly." The old village head waved his hand and sighed. "That's all I can do to help." Chu Xun smiled but didn't say anything more. If the original owner hadn't fallen seriously ill, he wouldn't have been able to come to this world. After saying goodbye to the old village head, Chu Xun went home first and hid in his room to carefully study the map. Seeing that his mind was made up, Uncle Chu and the others couldn't persuade him any further. They could only go about their own business, fetching water to irrigate the fields and digging for wild vegetables in the mountains. Uncle Chu had actually already decided that he would secretly go into the mountains in a few days to try it out. Under no circumstances could they let Chu Xun take such a risk. But he never expected that Chu Xun would act so much faster. Chu Xun opened the shop, browsed the weapon page for a moment, and quickly found a suitable weapon. An antique recurve bow. Not expensive, only 40 shop coins. In his previous life in the army, Chu Xun participated in a lot of wilderness survival training, so hunting in the mountains wasn't difficult for him. The real problem was the old, worn-out bow in his hand. The bow wasn't very flexible, and even when fully drawn, it might not be able to kill a rabbit. It might even break on the spot. To catch prey, he first needed a suitable bow. After packing his things, Chu Xun went straight out the door. Qin Yuer had just returned from drawing half a bucket of water from the village's only well and was preparing to cook when she suddenly heard someone calling her from outside the yard. She went out, and her eyes immediately lit up with surprise. "Brother Sun, what brings you here?" Chu Xun waved and walked into the courtyard, smiling. "I've come to see your sister. Is she feeling better?" Qin Yuer lowered her head, a hint of shyness on her face. "After taking the pills you gave me last night, my little sister feels much better and is sleeping in her room now." Chu Xun note that ibuprofen is indeed quite effective. It should take only a few days for Qin Shinger to recover. Seeing that he remained silent, Qin Yuer seemed to recall something embarrassing, and her legs unconsciously closed together. She asked softly, "Brother Chu, did you come to see Yuer for something?" Seeing her slightly flushed face, Chu Xun knew she was still shy in front of him, so he strode forward and stood directly in front of her. Qin Yuer panicked immediately. Her legs went weak, and she could only timidly ask, "Brother Sun, why are you suddenly so close? What are you doing?" Chu Xun wanted to tease her a bit, but he still asked gently, "I just wanted to ask if we need anything at home. Is there enough food?" Qin Yuer thought he was going to give her food again, so she quickly shook her head and said, "We have enough. Brother Chu, you have already done enough for Yuer. Yuer can't take anything more from you." But Chu Xun was in a hurry to go hunting, so how could he let her refuse? He reached out and put his arm around Qin Yuer's slender waist. Qin Yuer gasped and buried her face in his chest. The man's hot breath hit her face, making her cheeks burn, and her voice became flustered. "Brother Chu, I?" Chu Xun lifted her chin, looked into her eyes, and asked, "You don't want to see me?" Qin Yuer hurriedly explained, "No, Brother Chu. Yuer was already yours last night. How could I not want to see you?" Chu Xun leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Then why didn't you even invite me in?" Qin Yuer's ears turned bright red, and her body went limp, barely able to stand. She could only say shyly, "I was afraid of ruining my brother's reputation. You are a scholar, while I am just a widow." Before she could finish speaking, Chu Xun scooped her up in his arms. Qin Yuer gasped softly in fright, quickly covering her mouth and glancing nervously into the room, afraid of waking her younger sister. Chu Xun held her close and chuckled softly. "I'm not studying anymore. I'm just an ordinary person now. Besides, I missed you." Qin Yuer's body went limp, and she no longer had the strength to refuse. Ever since Chu Xun gave her 3 caddies of rice last night and saved Qin Shinger with medicine, she had long considered Chu Xun her man. However, she felt that she was cursed by the White Tiger, was a widow, and had a sickly younger sister by her side. She was simply not worthy of Chu Xun, a scholar. But she never expected that her brother from the Chu family would actually come to find her and even tell her personally that he missed her. Qin Yuer blushed and obediently nestled in Chu Xun's arms. The two of them tiptoed around Qin Shinger, who appeared to be fast asleep on the ground. Qin Shinger's eyes were closed, but tears silently streamed down her face, her pale little face filled with heartache. It turned out that the family's food and her own medicine were all obtained by her sister, enduring beatings. "Sister, I'm sorry, I've dragged you down." She fought back tears, a resolute look gradually appearing in her eyes. "Sister, once I recover, let me suffer in your place. As long as Chu Xun stops beating you, even if he bullies me to death, I'll do it willingly." Chapter 9. The Moon's Small Mouth, the recurved bow in hand. Qin Yuer opened her eyes groggily, feeling only a blur in her mind. "Have I fainted?" She rubbed her aching forehead. "Where is Brother Sun? Has he already left?" Qin Yuer bit her lip, blaming herself for being too weak. Brother Sun must have been very disappointed in himself when he left. She sat up shakily. He was immediately pulled into Chu Xun's arms. "Awake? Brother Sun, I thought you had left. I'm so sorry. It's all Yuer's fault for being too weak." Qin Yuer first let out a delighted cry, then lowered her head apologetically. Chu Xun leaned close to her ear, and the hot breath he exhaled made her earlobe turn bright red. "I was originally planning to leave after you woke up, but I just thought of an interesting game and wanted to ask if you'd like to." He then whispered a few words in Qin Yuer's ear. Whoosh! Qin Yuer's face looked as if it had been painted with a layer of red paint, and her eyes were filled with tears. She covered her rosy lips tightly. "Brother Sun is so mean, no one is like that." But this is Brother Sun's request, and I can't refuse him. Qin immediately released her grip, her red lips glistening, and her body went limp in Chu Xun's arms, not daring to look him in the eye. She turned her face away shyly and said, Brother Sun, too am willing. As long as it's you, I'll do anything you ask. Chu Xun was overjoyed, and his eyes were immediately filled with deep affection. Once I've hunted and obtained food, I must take good care of you and treat her 100 times better. 2 hours later, Chu Xun got up, tidied his clothes, and went out. After saying goodbye to Qin, who was washing up by the basin, he walked straight towards the old forest. Before long, he reached the halfway point of the mountain. Just walk a few miles along the mountainside, and you'll reach an old forest teeming with wild animals, including jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Chu Xun looked around to make sure no one was there, then summoned the system shop. He then spent 40 in-game currency to buy the antique recurve bow. The bow is dark red, with slender and strong arms that look powerful. Moreover, the store thoughtfully included 5 arrows and a quiver as a gift. The arrowheads were made of sharp wrought iron, and their quality was many times better than the arrowheads that the old village chief had given him, whose iron tips were almost polished. After weighing the recurve bow in his hand, Chu Xun nodded in satisfaction. The bow is a good bow, but I can't bring it home myself, and I can't explain its origin. It seems that after we finish using it, we'll have to find a place to bury it. Only after I've earned money from hunting can I bring the bow home. As he was stroking the bow with regret, a virtual panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Items purchased from the store can be stored in the warehouse and retrieved at the host's discretion. This function is available. Chu Xun's eyes lit up with joy, and he immediately opened the warehouse and selected to store the items. With a whoosh, the recurve bow and 5 arrows vanished from his hand. Immediately afterwards, a warehouse appeared on the virtual panel in front of them, displaying the recurve bow that had just been stored away. Not bad. Now that's what you call a system. Chu Xun's lips curled up, and he reached out to take it out. But then I suddenly saw a sell button in the upper left corner of the panel. Can I resell the items I bought? Chu Xun clicked on the sell button out of curiosity, and then a pop-up window appeared. Used recurve bow valued at 12 in-game currency for sale. I'm gonna get you playing jungle. I just bought a recurve bow, and before I even shot it, the price has dropped by more than half. You think this is buying a house? Chu Xun was so angry his teeth hurt. I'm not selling. Keep it for emergencies. He then took out his recurve bow, glanced around briefly, and buried the bow that the old village head had given him under a tree. After burying the burial goods, he took his recurve bow and quiver and headed into the old forest. His goal today is to hunt a few wild rabbits and pheasants, eat some meat, and make some soup to replenish your depleted body. Chapter 10 Deer Antler. The old forest area is extremely large, stretching across several mountains and covering several villages. It was famous because tigers used to roam the area. Later, neighboring villages formed tiger hunting teams and killed the tiger. Without the suppression of wild beasts, the wild boars and ferocious packs of jackals and wolves gradually overrun the area, causing widespread damage. It has become much more dangerous than before, and few people dare to come in to hunt anymore. As Chu Xun hurried into the forest, he practiced his archery skills. Draw the bow and knock the arrow. Aim at a sparrow perched on a treetop not far away. Call out. The arrow pierced the air and flew precisely past the sparrow. After a feather was knocked off, the sparrow spread its wings in fright and flew into another tree canopy. This bow is really hard to hit. Chu Xun tugged at the recurve bow in his hand, somewhat disappointed. It's a pity I didn't have a gun, otherwise, with my skill level, hitting the bullseye every time wouldn't have been difficult. The most frequently used bows I've used are modern compound bows. It has powerful firepower and high accuracy. It can basically hit any target it aims for. Antique-style bows and arrows are used less frequently, but they are not considered weak. After testing the arrows a few times, he had roughly figured out the accuracy of his recurve bow. There should be a next time, and it shouldn't be a disappointment. He glanced at the bow and arrow, which had already disappeared into the dense bushes. With a thought, Chu Xun instantly vanished from his hand, along with the recurve bow and quiver. He picked up the 5 arrows that the old village head had given him from the ground. Then he took the recurve bow out of the warehouse again. The quiver was full of 5 feathered arrows, gleaming with a dark luster. Convenient. Now we don't even have to pick up the arrows. After slinging the quiver over his shoulder, Chu Xun looked at the sky. It should be just past noon now, with about 3 hours left until dark. Plus, it will take half an hour to get back. That means I have 2.5 hours to hunt, which is enough. We ventured deeper into the forest for about half an hour. The forest was steep and covered with dense shrubs. Chu Xun remained vigilant at all times. The rustling of leaves in the wind sounded crisp and clear in the quiet mountain forest. With a whoosh, there was a slight tremor in a bush to the right. It instantly caught Chu Xun's attention. The arrow shot out instantly, its sharp sound piercing the air. It pierced through the bushes in a flash. Immediately afterwards, a gray hare leaped out from among them and fled into the distance with incredible speed. But Chu Xun was faster, knocking another arrow onto the bowstring. With a whoosh, it shot straight toward the gray-furred hare's body. The hare moved erratically, but its speed was ultimately no match for the arrow. With a soft thud, his abdomen was pierced, and he was pinned to the ground. The rabbit's 2 legs were still kicking with all its might, as if it wanted to escape. Having succeeded, Chu Xun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I was pretty lucky. I caught a rabbit not long after I came in. Chu Xun pulled out the arrow, weighed the plump rabbit in his hand, and estimated it to be about 5 or 6 pounds. That's enough for the whole family to have a delicious meal. But rabbit meat is different from other wild animals. It contains almost no fat and is all protein. There have been rumors that eating only rabbit meat would lead to starvation, and these rumors are not entirely unfounded. It's because of its high protein content. This results in the need for more energy to digest rabbit meat than the energy produced by the rabbit meat itself. If you eat this for a long time, you will not only get thinner and thinner, but the unbalanced nutrition will also cause an imbalance in your body. We need to hunt some other prey. Chu Xun pulled out some prepared strips of cloth from his pocket, tied the rabbit's wounds with them, and then hung it upside down around his waist. We need to be even more careful when hunting from now on. The scent of blood emanating from the rabbit might attract other predators. If there are packs of jackals or wolves, then things will get a bit complicated. After searching the woods for a while, the air inside gradually became damp. We've gone deeper into the area. Chu Xun remained patient and walked another 500 steps. If he found nothing, he would leave immediately. He hadn't gone far when a coo-coo-coo sound reached his ears. He immediately stopped, bent down, and slowly moved to his left. Soon, Chu Xun spotted several pheasants with colorful feathers near a tree not far ahead. They were leisurely pecking at grass seeds on the ground, completely unaware of the danger approaching. And one of them was the lead rooster. It stood tall and proud, striding around and surveying the many hens beneath it. What a fat flock of pheasants. A glint appeared in Chu Xun's eyes. Back when he was in the army, he and his comrades often spotted pheasants in the deep forest. Unfortunately, the animal was already a protected species at the time, so he didn't dare to do anything to it. But now, slaughter them and make soup. I never expected that these pheasants would dare to come down from the tree so openly to peck at the food. Aren't you afraid of being caught red-handed by a pack of jackals? Chu Xun shook his head. Whatever, he was determined to kill these pheasants anyway. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow, aiming first at the lead rooster, the largest in size, with long tail feathers and the most meat. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xun slowly drew back the bowstring. Pheasants are extremely alert. Once an arrow misses its mark, they will surely scatter and escape into the dense canopy, making them much harder to kill. Chu Xun stared intently at the rooster's movements, his fingers gripping the bowstring tightly. Just as the rooster turned to the edge of the grassy slope at its feet, preparing to turn around. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot out and instantly pierced through the rooster's chest and abdomen. Cluck! The rooster let out a pitiful cry and collapsed to the ground, flapping its wings wildly. The remaining hens immediately scattered, flapping their wings and fleeing in all directions. But Chu Xun had been preparing for this for so long. How could he let them all escape? Another arrow shot out, killing an old hen that had flown up a tree and thought it was safe. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xun stepped forward, drew his bow, and nocked an arrow, prepared to shoot the nearest hen again. But upon seeing where the hen had escaped, Chu Xun laughed and put away his bow and arrows. That hen is really silly. It doesn't fly higher. It actually thrashed about into the low-lying thicket of thorns. As a result, his wings and feathers got caught on the spikes, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get free. Stupid chicken. Eating it would probably affect its intelligence, so it's better to capture it alive and keep it at home to lay eggs and eat. Whenever I feel like eating eggs, I reach into the hen house and pretend to take an egg. Then, with a whoosh, he bought an egg from the store. This way, the family will have a legitimate source of eggs. Chu Xun stepped forward and grabbed the chicken by the neck. Then, used strips of cloth to tightly bind its wings and thighs and hang it together with a hair. Then the 2 dead pheasants were also tied up. Having reaped a bountiful harvest, Chu Xun looked at the full load of spoils at his waist, and a smile appeared on his face. 1 rabbit, 3 pheasants, and one of them is alive. This record would leave even the most experienced hunters speechless. Having a deep forest has its advantages. There's prey everywhere. I just don't know why we didn't encounter any predators along the way. It was getting dark, and Chu Xun packed up to leave. But after walking only a few dozen steps, a strong, putrid smell of blood, mixed with the smell of rust, reached their noses. Chu Xun quietly turned around and looked at a depression in the distance. Only dried blood has this foul smell. It seems some animal has died there. Slowly moving his feet, Chu Xun cautiously probed towards the depression. After parting the weeds in front of me, what came into view was the rotting carcass of a baby cicada. The head was almost completely ripped open. The horrific wound was chilling, and there wasn't a single piece of intact flesh on the entire body. Flies swarmed around the corpse, emitting a foul odor. Chu Xun thought to himself that it was a pity. The venison had already gone bad and the blood had dried up, so it was no longer edible. Just as he was feeling disappointed, his gaze suddenly swept over the deer's head and fixed on it. Above the deer's head grew a pair of antlers covered with layers of downy fur. Chapter 11: The Shocked Villagers. Deer antler. Chu Xun licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with desire. This is a real treasure, especially the antlers from the head of this fawn, which are a valuable medicinal ingredient. If you sell in the county town, you can get at least 3 strings of cash. I never expected today's harvest to be so considerable. Not only did they hunt a lot of wild animals, but they also got a pair of deer antlers for free. Chu Xun pushed aside the weeds and came to the deer carcass. He drew an arrow from his quiver and used the sharp arrowhead to carefully peel the antlers off the deer. The quality of the deer antlers is not very good. Perhaps it was because the deer's carcass had been missing for too long and had lost blood. But it's not a big deal, and it won't make you look too cheap. After carefully putting away the deer antlers, Chu Xun looked at the wounds on the deer carcass. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. The wound was simply too deep and too large. A wolf couldn't possibly inflict such an outrageous wound, not even a leopard. In the forest, only tigers and bears can do this. This means that the reason he didn't encounter any jackals or wolves along the way was because of this. It's very likely that a larger predator appeared in the forest and drove them away. Chu Xun carefully got up and looked around. Whether you're right or wrong, it's not a good place to stay. After checking that all the wild animals on my body were securely tied up, he held the only pheasant still alive by the neck and slowly retreated out of the forest. More than half an hour later, they finally retreated to the outside of the woods. In the distance, one can even faintly see wisps of smoke rising from the village chimneys. He looked at the deep, quiet old forest again, shook his head, and decided that it was best not to enter this area for the time being. Next time, we should try a different approach. Ideally, you should see some small carnivores inside. That would actually make it safer. After digging out the buried bow and arrows, Chu Xun put the recurved bow back into the warehouse. Then they headed towards Chu family village. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, many villagers sat, all of them pale and thin, sighing and complaining. An old man leaned against a tree root, his head drooping. This year is another severe drought. When will God send some rain? We won't even be able to harvest 50 caddies of millet this year. Who says otherwise? I went to town to buy grain the other day, and millet has gone up to 10 coins a pound, and beans and wheat bran are almost 5 coins a pound. What? Isn't this going to kill someone? The group of people started complaining again. A sharp-eyed ant squinted and looked towards the village entrance. He asked in surprise, "Isn't that Monsong's eldest nephew? Why is he coming back from the village entrance? And what's that thing on his waist? Let me see. Wasn't he being pressured by Lou the landlord's family to pay off his debts this morning? Could he have gone out to find a way to pay back the money?" Whispers arose. Everyone present focused their attention on the figure in front of them. I want to know what's on Chu Xun's waist. Finally, as Chu Xun approached, the stench of blood in the air grew stronger. It's a pheasant. I saw the pheasant's long feathers. A sharp-eyed boy exclaimed in surprise. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wow, those are really pheasants. 3 of them in total, and such a fat rabbit too. Where did he get them? Are you blind? Can't you see the bow in Chu's eldest son's hand? He must have grabbed it from a forest. Amidst everyone's blatant envy, Chu Xun slowly walked forward, letting them see the pheasants and rabbits around his waist. "Young Master Chu, where did you get this from?" An old man with a cane asked in a trembling voice. Chu Xun stopped and laughed. "I went up into the old forest and spent a whole day getting it. I was just lucky. If you're lucky, you might be able to catch 3 pheasants and a big fat rabbit." Everyone present swallowed hard. That's an old forest, with jackals everywhere and wolves in large numbers. It's no ordinary danger. Many courageous young men in the village wanted to go hunting in the mountains, but the number of those that were bitten to the point of being reduced to skeletons was quite large. I never expected that Chu Xun, a scholar, would have such great abilities. The villagers looked at Chu Xun with a mixture of envy, jealousy, and other complex emotions. In those years of great famine, there wasn't even enough to eat for everyone, not even beans. Anyone who can get their hands on this much meat must be incredibly capable. It seems that the Chu Monsong family is about to be blessed. There were also many women present who had daughters at home, and they were secretly hoping that they could marry Chu Xun. Wouldn't life be easier for the family then? Amidst the intense gazes of a crowd, Chu Xun departed with a bounty of spoils. Of course, he could avoid the villagers' sight and return from Qin Yuer's house at the east end of the village. But now he needs to show the villagers how he has changed. Gradually change the original impression that he only knows how to study and has no other skills in the village. If you're surprised a little bit every day, then when you achieve even greater success later on, the villagers won't be surprised anymore. Soon, Chu Xun arrived at the thatched cottage of Qin Yuer's family. She knocked on the creaking door. "Moon, it's me." The wooden door creaked open and quickly opened. Qin Yuer's thin face revealed surprise and delight. "Brother Sun, you're here. Come in quickly. I'll cook for you." After meeting with Brother Sun at noon, even now, Qin Yuer still feels a warm feeling in her stomach as she hasn't finished digesting the food he gave her. Unfortunately, she was a widow with a tarnished reputation. They are not worthy of someone as kind and outstanding as Chu Xun. All I can do is wash myself clean and make him a bowl of hot porridge when he comes. Chu Xun smiled when he saw Qin Yuer. He raised the pheasant he was carrying in his left hand and said with a smile, "I won't eat. I just went into the mountains and hunted some wild animals. I brought one to you. You two sisters need to nourish yourselves." It was only then that Qin Yuer noticed that Chu Xun had many wild animals hanging from his waist. 1 rabbit and 3 pheasants. These are all extremely rare wild animals. But Brother Sun actually wanted to use this precious pheasant to nourish his body. Qin Yuer was deeply moved and waved her hands repeatedly in refusal. "No, Brother Sun, you've already helped me enough. I can't accept any more. If you take this pheasant to the city to sell, it could fetch at least several hundred coins. How could I possibly accept such a valuable wild animal?" But Chu Xun's attitude was extremely firm. He grabbed Qin Yuer's hand and stuffed the pheasant into her palm. "Your sister is still sick and needs to take some nourishing food. You've just lost your virginity, and you've worked so hard to serve me today. If you don't accept this pheasant, I'll never see you again." "No!" Qin Yuer exclaimed in surprise. "If Sun Good disappears, I might as well be dead." She quickly took the pheasant and placed it on the ground. Looking at Chu Xun with gratitude, her voice trembled. "Brother Sun, Wer owes you so much, there's really no way to repay you." Chu Xun glanced into the room and saw that Qin Xinger was fast asleep with her eyes closed. So he smiled and stepped forward, embracing Yuer's soft waist. Qin Yuer shyly pursed her full lips. Chapter 12. The bow and arrows borrowed in the morning and the pheasants and rabbits brought back in the afternoon. Current balance: 19 mall coins. Chu Xun went into the kitchen and began to process the pheasant, boiling water and plucking its feathers. Qin Yuer, who was outside, washed her face and came in to help him process the pheasant. Chu Xun smiled and gently rubbed her cheek, saying with concern, "Why are you working so hard?" Qin Yu held onto Chu Xun's arm, blushing shyly. "As long as you like it, brother." "Wow, she's such a captivating beauty." Chu Xun quickly composed himself and focused on preparing the chicken. "Just throw the chicken into the pot later and cook it for a while. After I enter the city, I will use the mall coins to buy a bag of salt to cook and make soup for Yuer." Qin Yuer responded softly, then asked, "Brother Sun, are you really not staying for dinner?" Chu Xun turned around and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who had a hopeful expression on her face. He laughed and said, "I won't stay any longer. If you stay any longer, you'll gain another half an ounce. After all, this body is still quite powerful." Qin Yuer blushed instantly. "Brother Sun, you're just teasing me." Chu Xun teased her for a while longer before packing up and leaving. "My second uncle and the others should be back soon. I need to hurry back and show them today's results." "Father, didn't my eldest brother come back with you?" Chu Qing took the carrying pole from Uncle Chu's hands, looked behind him again, and couldn't help but ask, "Looking for a son?" Uncle Chu looked surprised. "He didn't go with me to fetch water and gather firewood today? Didn't you see him at home?" Upon hearing that even her father didn't know where her older brother had gone, Chu Qing immediately became anxious. "When I came back from picking wild vegetables with my mother, I didn't see my older brother at home. I thought he went out with Dad. It's so late. Has something happened to my brother?" Aunt Chu, who was busy in the kitchen, also came out. He asked worriedly, "Could it be that Dalong was taken away by that group of people this morning?" Uncle Chu's heart sank suddenly. This morning, when Lu Laoba and his gang came to collect the debt, although he was driven away by the village head, he clearly wouldn't let it go. Could it be that they really kidnapped him while he was home alone? "No, I have to go out and look for it." Immediately, Uncle Chu picked up the carrying pole and was about to run outside. But after taking only 2 steps, he stopped in astonishment. A familiar figure suddenly came into view ahead. Who else could it be but Chu Xun? Chu Xun held a bow in one hand and a lively pheasant in the other. A plump gray rabbit and a brightly colored rooster were also tied around his waist. As he walked, he called out, "Second uncle, where are you going so late?" "Searching for my son." Uncle Chu rushed forward in one stride, without even looking at any precious wild animals. Instead, he eagerly looked Chu Xun up and down. They breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that he was all right. Aunt Chu, who followed behind, stared wide-eyed and pointed tremblingly at the pheasant in his hand. He stammered, "Sunk Sunzi, where did you get this chicken? And what about that rabbit? And what's with the bow in your hand?" Her question brought Uncle Chu back to his senses. Looking down, I was immediately struck by a tremendous shock. Speechless, he let out a loud woof. "Good heavens! Xuanzi, where did you find all these wild animals?" Chu Xun's ears went numb from his second uncle's loud shout. He raised the bow and arrow in his hand and laughed. "I said I was going hunting, so the village head lent me a bow and some arrows. That afternoon, I went hunting in the old forest. These are the animals I killed." He even gestured towards the hen that was still struggling, saying, "Keep it alive. We'll keep it to lay eggs for us later." Uncle Chu was already speechless with shock. Pheasants, rabbits, and even hens that lay eggs. This is all a bit too surreal. Xuanzi said in the morning that he wanted to go hunting. As a result, they borrowed a bow and arrows in the morning and ventured into the dangerous old forest in the afternoon. When I came back at night, I would have wild rabbits, pheasants, and an old hen that lays eggs tucked into my belt. Am I dreaming? Aunt Chu was even more incredulous. I rubbed my eyes hard, wondering if my eyesight was failing me. I even wanted to pinch myself to see if it was really true. That tall and handsome nephew who knows nothing but studying. It's incredible that he could go hunting alone in the deep mountains and forests and bring back so many prey. My God, the beautiful Chu Xun, upon seeing the wild animals. Although extremely shocked, his gaze did not linger on his prey. Instead, he walked straight to Chu Xun's side. I circled around him and carefully touched him all over. With tears streaming down her face, she sobbed, "Brother, it's too dangerous for you to go into the old forest alone. Even if it's to pay back the money, you don't have to risk your life, do you?" Seeing his younger sister's tearful concern, Chu Xun felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out and put his arm around Chu Qing's shoulder, patting her back. She gently comforted him. "I'm fine. I learned a lot about hunting from the book. It's not dangerous at all. You don't need to worry about me." Chu Qing nestled in Chu Xun's arms, sobbing and shedding tears. "Big brother, you worried us to death." Her oval face was streaked with tears, making her look pitiful and delicate. Ding ding ding. The system is issuing alarms like crazy. Ding your damn. Chu Xun cursed inwardly. He smiled at Uncle Chu and said, "Uncle, let's go inside first. I'm a little hungry after walking all this way." Uncle Chu suddenly realized what was happening and quickly took the pheasant and rabbit. Pulling Chu Xun's arm, she said, "Come on, let's go inside. Honey, hurry up and boil some water. We need to pluck the feathers and make soup." Aunt Chu also stepped forward, looking at Chu Xun with heartache. "This silly child. Even if the family can't pay back the debt, we could just give away the land. If anything happens to you, then all the years I've raised you will have been for nothing." After wiping away her tears, her second aunt hurriedly went into the house. "Why are you rushing me? Hurry up and chop firewood. There's not enough firewood in the kitchen to make soup." Chapter 13. If I'm married Chu Xun, will I be able to eat meat every meal? Inside the kitchen, the fire flickered and wisps of smoke rose. This rooster weighs almost 10 pounds. After plucking its feathers and bleeding it, there are still 7 or 8 pounds of meat left. Although Aunt Chu hadn't eaten chicken for many years, her cooking skills hadn't diminished at all. With a sharp chop, the chicken was split in two, then sliced into small pieces. I added some mushrooms and wild vegetables and put them in the iron pot to stew. Chu Qing happily added firewood to the bottom of the pot, making the fire burn brightly. She also collected the pheasant's beautiful tail feathers, intending to make a shuttlecock. Soon, the aroma of chicken filled the entire room. Uncle Chu, who was silently swallowing his saliva, suddenly slapped his thigh. They hurriedly locked the courtyard gate and the house doors, and even closed the windows tightly. Seeing his anxious look, Chu Xun was puzzled. He asked, "Second uncle, why did you lock the door? It must be so stuffy inside." Uncle Chu snorted smugly. "Our stewed chicken smells so good, the aroma has probably spread all over the neighborhood. What if they have the nerve to come into the room while we're eating, just stand there and stare at us? What then?" "So that's how it is," Chu Xun suddenly realized. He gave his second uncle a thumbs up. "Second uncle, you're really clever. Otherwise, we would have had to give away a few pieces of meat." Uncle Chu said smugly, "Otherwise, how can we say that the older generation has experience?" Looking at his family members in the room, who were enjoying a harmonious atmosphere, a warm feeling flashed across Chu Xun's face. He went into the kitchen and said with a smile, "Second aunt, is the chicken ready?" I'll take half of it to the village head later. If the village head hadn't given me a bow and arrows and a map today, I wouldn't have been able to hunt anything. When Chu Xun came in, his second aunt beamed and said, "It's ready. I'll just scoop out half of it and you can take it to him." When she went to the city to do hard labor, she actually harbored some resentment toward her nephew. Out of nowhere, a serious illness struck, and all the money the family had saved over the years was wasted, and the land had been mortgaged. But upon returning, Chu Xun first said that he would no longer study those expensive books and wanted to go hunting in the mountains. My second aunt was initially disappointed, but then quickly became happy. If they don't go to school, the family won't have to pay so much money anymore, and they'll have another person to do the work. It's a win-win situation. If things continue like this, with everyone in the family busy, we'll definitely be able to get through the famine. As for hunting, she didn't think she could learn any hunting skills from books and didn't take Chu Xun's words seriously at all. But when Chu Xun returned with a wild rabbit and 2 pheasants, the way Aunt Chu looked at Chu Xun changed. It was a completely new kind of gaze, a mixture of indescribable shock, ecstasy, and relief. My dear nephew is truly capable. I didn't read this book for nothing. I actually learned something. She vowed that she would never again grumble about how much money Chu Xun had spent on the family over the years, nor would she ever nag about her beloved nephew again. As soon as the lid was lifted, a rich, golden broth, along with its enticing aroma, overflowed from the pot. They lured Uncle Chu and his son, who were outside the kitchen, inside. "It smells so good." Aunt Chu took a ceramic basin and scooped out half a chicken without hesitation. 3 more spoonfuls of fragrant broth were poured over it, filling the bowl to the brim, with a large layer of oil floating on the surface. She handed it to Chu Xun and said readily, "Take this to the village head quickly. He did us a great favor, so we should thank him properly." Chu Xun looked at his second aunt in surprise, as if he didn't recognize her. My second aunt is good in every way, except that she's a bit calculating and stingy. She was especially frugal with herself, reluctant to eat or dress well. They gave it all to his second uncle and his 2 younger brothers. Today was a lucky day, and I was unusually generous, changing my usual ways. But his wistful gaze vanished immediately, replaced by a moment of silence. Second aunt laughed and said, "He ate the chicken you sent, so he was too embarrassed to ask for the bow back. From now on, you take this every day. If he dares to ask for it back, just use this bowl of meat from today as an excuse." "It's not you, second aunt," Chu Xun said, covering her face. The village head had no intention of taking it back in the first place. Moreover, I had originally planned to send some meat over anyway. Taking the steaming ceramic basin, Chu Xun carried it towards the old village head's house. At the old villager's house, there were only him, his wife, and their 14-year-old granddaughter by Jiao Jiao. The son became a minor constable in the city government office, while the daughter married into the neighboring village. With the position of village head, the family's life wasn't too restrictive. But at most, the millet porridge was a little thicker than other people's, and they could occasionally eat some noodles. They were eating around a small table at that moment. Bai Jiao Jiao, with her keenest sense of smell, was the first to raise her head and exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa, I think I can smell the aroma of meat. It smells so good." She has a sweet and well-behaved appearance and a cheerful and lively personality. If it weren't for the famine, they probably would have gotten married much earlier. Oldly glared at her and tapped his chopsticks. "If you want to eat meat, don't order it from this lame old man. Just have your father come back and get some meat when the autumn harvest comes." The village head's wife also laughed and said, "Jiao Jiao is so hungry for meat. When will you find a husband and get married, so you can eat meat every day?" Bai Jiao Jiao stood up and stomped her foot, saying, "I'm not looking for a husband's family. I really do have a fleshy smell. If you don't believe me, smell it carefully." Seeing that his granddaughter didn't seem to be talking nonsense, the old village head wrinkled his nose and sniffed carefully. "It really does smell like meat. Who struck it rich?" he exclaimed in surprise. Just then, Chu Xun's voice rang out. "Village head, I've come to deliver something to you." Old Li, leaning on his cane, slowly walked out of the house, looking in surprise at the steaming ceramic basin in Chu Xun's hand. "Looking for my son, what are you doing?" Bai Jiao Jiao, who was following behind, swallowed hard, staring intently at the basin in Chu Xun's hand. Her intuition and sense of smell told her that there must be a whole basin of meat inside. "It smells so good, I really want to eat it." Chu Xun smiled and handed the earthenware basin to the old village head. "This is the pheasant I hunted on the mountain today. I'm bringing it to you to enjoy its flavor." As he spoke, he lifted the wooden lid, and immediately a rich aroma of meat filled the air around the old village head. "This?" The old villager stared at the pot of chicken in disbelief, his old eyes wide with disbelief. "Didn't I just give you a bow and arrows today? You went hunting in the mountains this afternoon?" And you even caught a pheasant. Chu Xun smiled faintly. It was just luck. I have to thank you, village head, for the bow and arrows and the map. You can take this pot of meat. I'm in a hurry to get back, so I'll be going now. Before the village head could ask any more questions, Chu Xun turned and left. As soon as he left, Bai Jiao, who had been drooling for a long time, immediately stepped forward. Grabbing the old village head's arm, he said, "Grandpa, Sun Ge gave us all this meat. Hurry up and put it inside. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Old Li was just coming to his senses when he saw Chu Xun's blurry figure in the distance. He muttered to himself, "Xuanzi has really become capable. He's educated and knows how to hunt. That's rare indeed." Seeing that her grandfather was ignoring her, Bai Jiao took advantage of his inattention. He stealthily reached out and grabbed a piece of chicken, ignoring the heat, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. I ate it with relish, feeling the aroma permeate my very bones. She couldn't resist sticking out her pink and fragrant tongue and licking the soup off her fingers. If Chu Xun saw this, he would definitely praise her for her extraordinary talent for licking things. What is Grandpa mumbling about? Brother Chu Xun is a scholar. Isn't it normal for him to be capable? But Chu Xun is getting more and more handsome now. He can read books, hunt, and even bring me chicken. I'm starting to think about marrying him. Bai Jiao then took the chicken from the old village head and quickly carried it into the house. "Girl, don't drink it. The chicken soup is too hot." "Is it so hot? My tongue's cooked." Wah! Chapter 14. The second ant was stunned when she saw the deer antler. After returning home, Chu Xun thought his family had already started eating, but to his surprise, no one had touched their chopsticks. A large bowl of chicken was placed in the center of the table, its aroma filling the air. A bowl of thick millet rice was placed on an empty seat prepared for him. It's the kind of soup where there's not a drop of broth left, and there are 2 peeled bird eggs on top. Uncle Chu waved and said with a smile, "You're back. Come and eat. You worked the hardest hunting today, so take the first bite." He was overjoyed today. His nephew had finally made something of himself. Aunt Chu took an empty bowl, picked up a large piece of chicken breast and a plump chicken leg, and handed them to Chu Xun. She said gently, "Xuanzi, come here quickly. Why don't you try your second aunt's cooking?" Chu Qing, sitting upright to the side, was playing with a beautiful shuttlecock in her hand, clearly enjoying it. She washed her face and combed her hair, revealing her red lips and white teeth, graceful figure, and a gentle, feminine air. "I help with the cooking too. Big brother, why don't you try it and see if it's good?" Seeing the heartwarming scene of his family treating him, Chu Xun felt a warm glow in his heart. Taking the bowl and chopstick from her second aunt, she said, "Then I won't be polite." The chicken is coated with a layer of golden oil, while the meat underneath is white, tender, and fragrant. Once it's in your mouth, the firm yet smooth texture explodes instantly. The rich juice slid down the esophagus into the stomach, then exploded and spread throughout the body, a sensation that was incredibly pleasurable. Chu Xun couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, "Delicious. It smells so good." Actually, chicken doesn't have much flavor. There wasn't even the simplest coarse salt at home. The flavor came entirely from the yellow broth made by stewing pheasant and mushrooms. But for this body that hadn't eaten meat in a long time, this bite of chicken was a real luxury. Since Xuanzi has already eaten, let's start eating too. Uncle Chu had barely finished speaking. Aunt Chu then picked up her chopsticks and first placed a piece of tender meat with alternating layers of fat and lean meat on Uncle Chu's plate, and then placed a piece of boneless pure meat on Chu Qing's plate. Then he picked up a chicken rib for himself, biting the skin and sucking the broth from the bone. The meal was enjoyed immensely, leaving a lingering fragrance in the mouth. Even the broth at the bottom of the bowl was cleaned up by Uncle Chu with wild vegetables, which he then ate. After a hearty meal and drinks, Chu Xun stopped his second uncle, who was about to go to the fields to water the plants. "Second uncle, I want to go to the city tomorrow." Uncle Chu was taken aback. He sat down on the bench and asked in confusion, "What are you going to the city for?" Chu Xun remained silent, simply walking into his room and emerging with a small cloth bag. Under the questioning gazes of his family, Chu Xun slowly opened the package. "I want to sell this thing. This is deer antler." After Uncle Chu saw what was inside the cloth bag, he held his breath in shock. Inside the cloth bag, a pair of small deer antlers, still stained with blood, lay quietly. Chu Xun's lips curled up as he said, "That's right. When I went into the mountains, I found a deer carcass and just cut off its antlers." He wasn't very familiar with the county town. The place he frequented most was a dilapidated schoolhouse outside the town. To get a good price for the deer antlers, I need my second uncle to act as my guide. Uncle Chu leaned closer to the deer antler and swallowed hard. "This stuff is incredibly valuable. A hunter from the next village once risked being discovered by a pack of wolves. They went deep into the forest and brought out a pair of deer antlers, which they sold for a full 7 strings of cash." Chu Qing's eyes lit up, and she said happily, "Doesn't that mean that after we sell it, we can pay off the money we owe landlord Liu? In that case, the family's land wouldn't need to be given away. Second brother no longer needs to risk going hunting in the old forest. Instead, they can stay at home and farm with peace of mind." But Uncle Chu shook his head. Their deer antlers are bigger, of better quality, and they've caught a good market. Therefore, it will be more expensive. The pair of items for searching for a child are considerably smaller and somewhat dry, so there will probably be far fewer available. Upon hearing this, the whole family couldn't help but feel sorry. Only Chu Xun said nonchalantly, "It's all right, this money is enough. I can go back into the old forest to hunt." No. Uncle Chu and Chu Qing spoke at the same time, stopping Chu Xun from entering the old forest again. Chu Qing stepped forward, her face full of worry. "Father said there are packs of jackals and wolves in the old forest. Brother, you must not risk going in again. What if something happens to my older brother?" Uncle Chu also earnestly advised, "Xuanzi, I know you're in a hurry to repay the 5 strings of cash you owe landlord Liu, but you can't risk your life. Do you know how many hunters die in the old forest every year? My second aunt also tried to dissuade me. They said they still had land at home and didn't care about those 3 acres of meager fields. But no matter how much they tried to persuade them," Chu Xun said firmly, "Second uncle, don't try to persuade me anymore. You see my hunting skills today. Nothing will happen." With the system shop available, his bow and arrow were several times better than those of ordinary hunters. Moreover, his military career in his previous life gave Chu Xun enough confidence to retreat safely in the old forest. For him right now, the most important method is hunting, to effectively monetize the items in your online store. Seeing that they couldn't persuade Chu Xun, the family was also quite helpless. When Uncle Chu said he was going hunting, he went in with him. But Chu Xun argued that having too many people would only disturb the wild animals and make things more dangerous. In the end, the family had no choice but to give up and let them in, probably because it would only be a burden to Chu Xun. That evening, Uncle Chu told everyone to get some rest. They will set off for the city early tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Annie had cooked a thick millet porridge early in the morning and steamed 2 large bowls of beans for Chu Xun and Uncle to take as provisions. Chu Xun looked at the dark, mixed beans in the cloth bag. His lips twitched. He really didn't want to eat them. He insisted on bringing rice and flour home with him when he came back today. If he were to eat those moldy mixed beans and dark flour again, he would definitely throw up. He lifted the hair and carefully tucked the deer antlers into his bosom. Chu Xun then went out with his second uncle. The county town was nearly 20 miles away from Chu family village. The mountain path is complicated, and it will take at least an hour to walk there. Chapter 15. The frenzied grain purchase shocked Uncle. The mountain roads are rugged, and even the official roads are very difficult to travel. Chu Xun and his second uncle walked until they were covered in sweat before they finally caught a glimpse of a corner of the county town. It's called a county town, but all that's outside is a city wall about 10 feet high. Outside the gate, a large number of homeless beggars had gathered, all with disheveled hair and lifeless eyes. Some were even selling women on the street. This made the 2 of them feel somewhat sad, even though their own family wasn't doing very well either. But it's still much better than those displaced refugees. Once inside the county town, it became a bit more lively. There are food vendors, rice and noodle vendors, and restaurants all along the street. Second uncle first took Chu Xun to a place that sells mountain products. Many villagers gathered here, each finding an open space and displaying herbs, fruits, and even firewood for sale. After the rabbit was placed on the ground, people came to inquire about the price and buy it shortly afterward. Wild animals are rarely seen in the city. Moreover, the wild rabbit that Chu Xun caught was fat and big, clearly from deep within the forest. It was quickly bought for 150 coins. Uncle Chu looked at the 10 large coins and 50 copper coins in his hand and couldn't stop smiling. With this money, we could buy more millet and dark flour when we get back. If we're careful with our spending, it will be enough to feed our family for half a month. Then Chu Xun said, "Second uncle, we should go and take care of serious business." Selling wild rabbits was secondary this time when I went to the city. The most important thing is to sell the pair of deer antlers in his arms. Those are the most valuable items. Second uncle nodded and walked toward the street. "Come with me. There's a herbal medicine shop on this street. I used to sell mugwort here. The prices were fair." After entering the pharmacy, Uncle Chu knocked on the table. "Shopkeeper, here comes the medicine. Here it is. What kind of medicinal herbs are they? Show them to me so I can check the price." The pharmacy owner was a small, old man with half-white hair and beard, hunched over, but his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He could tell from Chu Xun and Uncle Chu's clothes that they were from the surrounding villages. A shrewd smile immediately appeared on his face. The villagers are kind. Living among the mountains and forests, they have a much higher chance of finding good medicinal herbs. People like them are often the ones who are the most likely to be affected. Whenever someone comes to the pharmacy, they can usually find some good stuff. Chu Xun took out a tightly wrapped cloth bag from his pocket, carefully unwrapped it, and revealed a pair of small deer antlers inside. It's actually deer antler. The pharmacy owner exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes lit up, as if they wanted to hold it in their hands and examine it closely. Deer antler is a good thing. It tonifies kidney yang and benefits essence and blood. If it happens to be sold to a wealthy family, it can usually fetch a high price. Chu Xun pulled his hand back and laughed. Shopkeeper, tell me first, how much can this sell for? If the price is right, I'll let you hold it in your hands and look at it. The shopkeeper was a man of experience. He glanced at it from afar. He stroked his beard, shook his head, and said, Your deer antler is too young and of poor quality. Its medicinal effect will be greatly reduced. I'll give you at most 2 strings of cash. Then I won't sell it. Chu Xun turned around directly. The price of 2 strings of cash is not low. But based on his understanding of businessmen, he knew the price could definitely be higher. The shopkeeper was completely dumbfounded. It's not that you won't negotiate the price at all. If you're not satisfied, you could try to negotiate with me. How can you sell things like this? He hurriedly stepped out from behind the counter and stopped the uncle and nephew. He said in a friendly tone, The price is negotiable. If you think 2 strings of cash isn't enough, then adding another 200 coins is no problem. Chu Xun's gaze remained calm as he smiled faintly. 2,500 coins. You name your price, and I'll give you the medicine. How about it? 2,500 coins. The shopkeeper looked again at the deer antler in Chu Xun's hand. His eyes hesitated for a moment, then he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, 2,500 coins. It's not a loss to buy them. As long as they're soaked in pig's blood for a while, their quality will improve even more. Seeing that the shopkeeper had agreed, Chu Xun finally smiled. The two exchanged money and goods, completing the transaction quickly. Even as he was leaving, Uncle Chu was still somewhat dazed. In his entire life, except when he lent money to Chu Xun for medical treatment, he had never held so much money in his hands. Xuanzi, pinch your second uncle. I feel like I'm dreaming. Chu Xun looked at his second uncle with a speechless expression. That's only 2.5 strings of cash. If I bring silver and gold to the family in the future, how happy will my second uncle be? All right, second uncle, you're not dreaming. Aren't we still going to buy some food? Let's go. He pulled his second uncle to the grain shop, where a large crowd had gathered, all there to buy grain. The sign at the very top read, White flour, 25 coins per caddy. Refined rice, 21 per jean. Old rice, 15 won per caddy. Millet, 10 coins per caddy. In addition, on the right side of the shop, there are grains such as soybeans and wheat bran. It only costs 5 coins per pound, and it's the most popular item. When my second uncle saw the price, he couldn't help but gasp. This price is too expensive. Even city dwellers can't afford such expensive white rice and white flour, right? Clearly, he didn't know whether it was a famine year or not, and that it wouldn't affect those wealthy people at all. Whether or not one can afford to eat is a concern only for those at the bottom of society. My second uncle originally wanted to buy 5 caddies of millet, as well as some dark wheat bran and other grains. However, considering that Chu Xun had just recovered from serious illness and needed to nourish his body, it was a good time to do so. In addition, he had 2 strings of cash in his hand. Having gained some confidence, he decided to splurge. First, buy 10 caddies of millet. Then, really push your luck. Buy 2 pounds of old rice to cook a delicious white meal for Xuanzi, and then buy some other grains. Just as Uncle Chu was clutching the money pouch tightly, swallowing hard, and preparing to speak, Chu Xun, who was behind him, stepped forward and squeezed to the very front of the shop. His voice wasn't loud, but the words he spoke were like a large stone thrown into a calm lake. I want 20 caddies of wheat flour, 20 caddies of polished rice, and 20 caddies of millet. In an instant, the noisy grain shop fell completely silent. All the lamentations and cries of anguish vanished. A group of people stared at Chu Xun with wide, round eyes, shocked. Did I hear that right? He wants 20 caddies of all of it white flour, refined rice, and millet. Wow, how much would that cost? That's at least a string of cash, isn't it? Which village is this person from? Doesn't he have any concept of grain prices? It's obvious he's been in the village too long and is starving. Poor child. He has no idea what his situation is like now. Even the grain seller shook his head in disbelief. He stammered. Are you sure you want to buy so much grain? That'll cost a lot of money. He saw that Chu Xun was dressed in coarse linen clothes. Although he had an extraordinary air about him, he looked like a poor villager no matter how you looked at him. How do we possibly afford so much grain? Even the second uncle turned pale and grabbed Chu Xun's arm. He whispered, Xuanzi, you can't spend so much. Our family still owes 5 strings of cash. But Chu Xun pressed down his second uncle's hand, his expression calm. I'm sure I need this much grain, and you'll be well paid for it. Just kidding. He only went to the city this time to buy grain. When we got home, the food was the same. I just bought it directly from the online store. Why would anyone need to spend such an expensive price on grain? As long as Yuera works hard with him, Chu Xun guarantees that. We bought half a vat of rice, ate it for a year, and when we opened it, there was still half a vat left. The waiter looked at Chu Xun's second uncle with a bit of confusion. It's as if they want to ask, is this your son? Did he hurt his head? Uncle looked at Chu Xun's determined expression, then smacked his lips and said, that's all you want. Hurry up and pack it up. This is the money he earned from searching for his son. He can buy whatever he wants. Since it's already ingested, there's no need to worry about losing out. But before Chu Xun could finish speaking, he continued, take another pound of fine salt and a pound of brown sugar. How much will it cost in total? We'll weigh them and give them to you together. Boom! The crowd erupted in cheers. It was like pouring boiling hot oil into ice water. It immediately exploded. Fine salt, brown sugar. My goodness. I've never eaten anything this good in my entire life. Chapter 16. Fine salt, brown sugar. The people are in an uproar. Outside the grain shop, discussions and questions rose and fell incessantly. Who the hell is this young master dressed in tattered clothes? My goodness. Fine salt, brown sugar. I've lived half my life and I've never seen these things before. Is this kid delusional, thinking his family can come up with that much money? If he has the ability to buy so much stuff, I'll go home and eat the stone mill in my house. Countless doubts and mocking voices arose. No one believed that Chu Xun could come up with so much money. The shop assistant was no longer able to make decisions on his own. He staggered into the back room and called out a manager. The person in charge immediately invited Chu Xun and his second uncle into the house to sit down. He immediately sent someone to fetch the food. On the seats in the inner hall, Uncle Chu nervously drank 2 bowls of water, his eyes darting around as he surveyed the room. I never imagined that I would one day be respected so much by the manager of the grain store. Compared to his second uncle, Chu Xun was much calmer. When he talks, since I paid money to buy his grain, then it's only right that he serves me like this. Soon, several men carrying large and small cloth bags enter the house. The steward, carrying 2 sealed jars, slowly walked towards Chu Xun. Guest, here is your order of grains, fine salt, and brown sugar. Would you like to take your order? He then got up, opened the bag, and looked at the grain. 20 caddies of wheat flour, 20 caddies of white rice, and 20 caddies of millet, not a single one missing. There were also 2 earthenware pots that the steward was holding. Seeing Chu Xun turn his gaze to him, the steward quickly opened a small crack in each of the earthenware pots. A jar containing faintly visible fragments of snow-white liquid. One jar was completely black, like a pool of solidified sand. It was exactly the fine salt and brown sugar that Chu Xun wanted. The manager smiled warmly and said, Guest, you see, everything has been prepared for you. Is this the payment? Don't be fooled by his seemingly gentle demeanor. But the men carrying the grain around them weren't just sitting idly by. If Chu Xun was playing a trick on him, they would at least get a severe beating and then be thrown out in front of everyone. Seeing this, Chu Xun smiled slightly and looked at his second uncle. Second uncle, take the money. Uncle Chu was rather reluctant to take the cloth bag out of his arms. He looked at the manager and asked, how much is it in total? The steward smiled and said, white rice, white flour, and millet together cost 1,100 coins. Fine salt costs 170 coins per pound, and brown sugar costs 100 coins per pound, totaling 1,270 coins. You can pay 1,200 coins. 1,200 coins. Uncle Chu's face twitched slightly. Half of them had already left. This grain is really expensive. But there was nothing I could do, no matter how heartbroken I was. I had already bought the missing child's belongings. If they don't pay, their legs will probably be broken. Then Uncle Chu took out a string of coins from a bag, counted out 200 small coins, and handed them to the steward. Only after seeing the money did the manager's smile become more genuine. He continued, thank you both for your patronage. Our shop can deliver the grain to the city gate for you. What would be a convenient time for you? Chu Xun was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the shopkeeper to provide such attentive service. He said with a smile, could the manager arrange a donkey cart to take us back to the village? The cost is negotiable. Carrying so much grain back would be exhausting. It would be better to just hire a donkey cart and take a leisurely ride back. Upon hearing that Chu Xun wanted a carriage, the manager cupped his hands and smiled. Guest, you've come to the right place. Our shop does indeed sell donkey carts. The toll is 50 coins, and the insurance is 50 coins. We can deliver to more than a dozen nearby villages. The toll was not expensive, and the insurance premium was covered by the shop providing a strong cook to drive the carriage. A small flag from a grain shop was displayed on the cart as a warning to the displaced people. Chu Xun waved his hand dismissively. All right, then I'll trouble the steward to make the arrangements. He then looked at Uncle Chu and blinked his big, dark eyes. Uncle Chu, pay up. 3 more, even darker lines appeared on my second uncle's already dark face. They're spending way too much money searching for their child. My second uncle couldn't take it anymore. But this time he readily took out the money. There was no other way but to carry so much food with me when I went out. When I passed by that group of refugees, even he was a little worried that his stock might be snatched up by the crowds. The manager took the money and said with a beaming smile, All right, please wait a moment. I'll go prepare the car right away. As the manager left, the workers also took all the grain with them. Uncle Chu slumped into the chair, clutching his money pouch tightly in his hand. He doesn't want to spend any more money now. But then he heard Chu Xun's whisper, Second uncle, give me some more money. I need to buy some things. What? It costs money too. Uncle Chu's mouth was agape, completely bewildered as to why Chu Xun still wanted to buy something. He handed the money pouch directly to Chu Xun, out of sight, out of mind. He lounged like Guyu, saying, Take it all. If I, your second uncle, have to spend money on it, I'm afraid it will really break my heart. Chu Xun touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. It seems I'll have to use more money to provoke my second uncle in the future. He then turned and walked out, where the same group of people were still guarding the shop. They were waiting for Chu Xun and his companion to be kicked out by the manager, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. Look, he's out. He didn't bring anything with him. I knew they didn't have the money to buy that much food. Exactly. Young people speak without thinking. Don't they know their own family's financial situation? As soon as Chu Xun stepped out, he heard the group of poor men talking. I was both amused and exasperated. It was truly ingrained in my natural love of watching the spectacle. The shop assistant who had been seeing them off also came out. Amidst the expectant gazes of a group of people who anticipated that he would drive Chu Xun out, he smiled obsequiously and said, Please take care, guest. Your grain and cart will be ready soon. The cloth shop is just over there on the street. Please take care. Boom! The crowd of onlookers erupted in an uproar, as if struck by a thunderbolt. The shop assistant valued Chu Xun so highly. Doesn't that mean he really has that much money to buy grain? And he even prepared a cart? Suddenly, everyone felt as if they had been slapped hard across the face. There was complete silence. Their eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Chu Xun's figure disappeared down the street, heading towards the fabric shop. The shop assistant who gave him directions turned his head away. He arrogantly addressed the group of poor people, saying, Those who want to buy wheat bran and mixed beans, hurry up. If you don't buy now, only more expensive millet and dark flour will be left, and then you won't be able to afford them. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd that had been mocking Chu Xun rushed forward. I want 10 caddies of wheat bran. I want 20 caddies of mixed beans. You son of a bitch, don't push me. I'm going to buy a pound of dark flour. From the street, Chu Xun also heard the farce behind him. After shaking his head, he went into a fabric shop. Boss, I'd like to buy 3 bolts of cotton cloth. 1 for men, something that's easy to clean, and 2 for women in brighter colors. Chapter 17, Returning to the Village by Donkey Cart. Rural nuclear weapon. Of the 4 basic necessities of life, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, clothing is of great importance to people. Although Chu Xun had worn this coarse linen garment for a long time, it was now very comfortable against his skin. However, the rough texture made him feel somewhat uncomfortable wearing it. Moreover, the clothes worn by my aunt and second sister were not even as good as mine. Working all day long and damaging your skin is never good. Since we're going into town today, I'll buy some more comfortable cotton fabric for him to wear. 1 bolt of cloth can make 3 men's garments. However, if it were used to make women's clothing, only 2 pieces could be made. So he bought a total of 3 bolts of cloth, 1 for himself and 1 for his second uncle. The second aunt gave 1 set to the younger sister and also sent another set to Chinyuer and her sister. The shopkeeper selling fabrics' eyes lit up when he saw someone coming, and he went to greet them. Do you prefer coarse or fine cotton fabric? My shop has all kinds of general-purpose fabrics. Please take a look. He was trying to solicit customers, but Chu Xun's purpose was clear, and he said indifferently, I just want coarse cotton cloth. The shopkeeper looked slightly disappointed and turned around to take out 3 bolts of cotton cloth that looked to be of decent quality. Smiling, he introduced the 3 bolts of cloth to Chu Xun, saying, Guest, what do you think of these 3 bolts of cloth? They were all newly woven this year. The fabric is navy blue, both pleasing to the eye and resistant to dirt. The other 2 pieces of cloth were indigo blue and felt soft and comfortable to the touch. Chu Xun was very satisfied and asked directly, I'll take all 3 bolts of cloth. How much? The shopkeeper chuckled and said, In previous years, we sold it for a higher price, but now the economy is bad and there aren't many people buying fabric. How about I give you a price of 400 coins per bolt? A bolt of cotton cloth costs 400 coins, which is a very reasonable price. Chu Xun took out his money pouch, which contained 1,300 coins. After spending all the money, I had exactly 100 coins left. Adding the money from selling a rabbit, I only had 250 coins left. Fortunately, my second uncle didn't come with me. Otherwise, if he saw that there was only so little left of the 2 strings of cash, he would definitely faint on the spot. After paying, Chu Xun carried the 3 bolts of cloth and headed toward the grain shop. When I arrived, the donkey cart I wanted was just in time. My second uncle sat smugly in the driver's seat, holding a whip in his hand, as if he were the one driving the donkey cart. "You're back from finding your son? Why are you buying cloth? Don't you already have clothes on?" Uncle looked at the bolts of cloth that Chu Xun was holding and felt quite distressed. The value of cloth is very high, almost equivalent to money. These 3 bolts of cloth probably cost several hundred coins. The cost of searching for a child is truly terrifying. Chu Xun smiled slightly and casually said that it was just buying some new clothes and he wasn't short of money. "I'll tell my second uncle how much the fabric cost when I get back. Otherwise, I'm afraid his heart won't be able to take it." Soon, the shop assistant arranged by the grain store got into the front of the cart and whipped it to drive it out of the city. Along the way, Uncle Chu looked around excitedly from the donkey cart. He had a smug look on his face. "It's as if I've already become a car owner." When we arrived at the city gate, the grain shop clerk raised his small flag to indicate that it was a donkey cart belonging to his business. They strolled slowly toward the edge of the city. The large and small bags piled up on the vehicle attracted the attention of many homeless people and beggars. Some emaciated children, dressed in tattered clothes, followed behind the vehicle begging, carrying tattered cloth bags. Their pitiful appearance evoked pity in people. Uncle Chu sighed. His own family was also struggling, so where would they get any food to feed them? Chu Xun, after all, had received a good education under the red flag. He was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see people suffer, especially these children who were starving and emaciated. So he simply closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. These children were sent here at the behest of their migrant parents. As long as I give them a handful of food, instantly, countless refugees would rush forward to ask for food, and some would even rob the food. In times of famine, one should never overestimate the wickedness of human nature. With a donkey cart for transportation, they soon arrived at the entrance of Chu family village. It's still under the old locust tree at the village entrance. The old Annie's young wives, old men, and idle men gathered together, commenting on the people coming and going. "Hey, what's that all about a donkey cart coming to our village? It looks like Chu Sung and his nephew Chu Xun, riding in a grain merchant's carriage. Good heavens, look what he's holding in his hand. Isn't it cotton cloth? 3 bolts, that's worth a string of cash. It's true, could that bag in the car be filled with corn? They're really rich." Last time, when Master Lu from the city came to collect a debt, he pretended he had no money to pay, and everyone even spoke up for him. Turns out he had the money, but refused to pay. Spend it all. Let's see what Master Lu will come back to collect the debt with. Isn't the eldest son of the Chu family good at hunting? He even brought back a rabbit and 2 pheasants a couple of days ago. Who knows what kind of luck he might have had. The forest is so dangerous. How could he go in there every day? The crowd was filled with gossip and all sorts of rumors, fueled by jealousy. But as the donkey cart gradually approached, everyone beamed with warm smiles. "Hey, you're back. Your eldest son is really promising. He must have made a lot of money selling wild animals in the city, right?" Uncle said honestly, "I didn't sell many. I bought all the black soybeans. I'm going home now." Chu Xun just chuckled twice. He had heard quite a bit of their cricket chirping earlier. They rode back to the village in a noble donkey cart. This effect is the same as a nuclear bomb in a rural area. Tonight, who knows how many people will be gossiping about their own sons for being disappointing. When they arrived at the door, Chu Xing, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came to greet them. I watched as my father and older brother got off a donkey cart. Her little face was full of surprise, her eyes widened, and she wished she could sit on it and enjoy the glory too. Chu Xun smiled and said, "Next time I take you into the city, I'll let you sit down when we get back." Soon, the grain and cloth were unloaded, and the donkey cart returned. Chu Xing struggled to lift the grain sack in her hand, somewhat puzzled. "Brother, what kind of grain did you buy? It's so heavy." Chu Xun did not answer, but simply smiled and opened the sack of flour. It revealed the fine, white flour inside. Thump! The grain bag in Chu Xing's hand fell directly to the ground. Her eyes were glazed over, and her small, red lips opened and closed, but she couldn't utter a single word. It was as if I was nailed to the spot. White flour. Chapter 18 White Flour Buns. Annie died of fright. Chu Xing opened her pure eyes wide. She could hardly believe it. It was in that unassuming bag placed right in front of her. It actually contained precious white flour. Her brain completely shut down, and she rubbed her eyes hard. I didn't read that wrong. It's wheat flour. The kind of wheat flour that can be used to make steamed buns. The last time my family ate flour was a few years ago on a Chinese New Year evening. My father took the wheat to the city to have it ground into 2 gin of flour, which was of poor quality yellow flour. But Chu Xun still ate with great relish, remembering the taste for several days. But now, there was a large bag in front of her. A full 20 pounds of white flour. Uncle Chu was shocked to see his daughter acting so ignorant. I couldn't resist going over and ruffling her hair. Guess what's in those bags? He spoke with a boastful tone, completely forgetting the shock he had felt when he first saw the grain. Chu Xun then came to her senses and quickly picked up the grain sack from the ground. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Father, is there also flour in this?" My second uncle crossed his arms and said smugly, "Why don't you open it and see what it is?" Chu Xun swallowed hard. Chu Xun smiled and said, "Open it and take a look. You can have whatever you want to eat tonight." "I'll eat anything." Chu Xun's eyes flickered, and with trembling hands, she reached out and tore open the grain sack. "Wait until you can see what's inside." Her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. White rice. It's white rice. The sheer impact of combining white rice and white flour completely stunned her. My God, how much silver did Dad and my eldest brother actually spend? Chu Xun chuckled as he stuffed all the cloth into the room, then pulled the dazed Chu Xun into the kitchen. He pulled 2 jars from his pocket and said with a smile, "Take a look at this one. What is it?" The lid was opened, revealing the snow-white fine salt and thick brown sugar inside. Chu Xun was already scorched by the electric shock. I thought I had enough mental fortitude, but when I saw that it contained fine salt and brown sugar, he still shamelessly plopped down on the ground. His eyes were glazed over, and he muttered, "Big brother, you and Dad really spend money like crazy." White rice and white flour are already quite luxurious, but I never expected there would be fine salt and brown sugar as well. She'd hardly ever seen either of those things in her entire life. Chu Xun closed the lid and patted his little sister on the shoulder. "Don't worry, from now on we can have as much of these things as we want, and eat whatever we want." Big brother. Chu Xun felt a lump in her throat, and took the opportunity to rush into her elder brother's arms. Feel his unique warmth. Will we really be able to eat white flour buns and rice every day in the future? She didn't know, but she felt in her heart that Chu Xun wouldn't lie to her. My older brother is different from before. It's already afternoon, and my second aunt has returned from digging for wild vegetables. There are fewer and fewer wild vegetables in that area. I only dug up less than 2 pounds today. Even after cooking, it won't be enough for my family to eat in one meal. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. Autumn was almost over. If we can't find any wild vegetables by then, what will we do in winter? Not to mention that the family still owed the landlord Lou 5 strings of cash, which they had to pay back in a month. Annie's face showed despair as she numbly walked to her doorstep. Suddenly, I caught a faint, lingering fragrance. It's like the tempting aroma of freshly baked, white steamed buns. Am I starving? Why do I smell the aroma of steamed buns? My aunt sniffed again, her Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. You're not mistaken. It smells like steamed buns. Moreover, the source of the fragrance. She looked towards her family's kitchen, where wisps of smoke were rising, clearly indicating that something was being cooked. Could it really be the scent from my own home? Auntie, carrying a basket of wild vegetables, hurriedly ran into the house and lifted the curtain of the kitchen to take a look. They were stunned on the spot. Beside the cutting board, my second uncle was kneading a soft, white dough. He would also occasionally grab a handful of flour from the bowl next to him and sprinkle it on top, which was incredibly extravagant. Chu Xun was adding firewood to the stove, working very hard, and the fire was blazing. Hearing the noise, Chu Xun turned to his second aunt and smiled. "Second aunt, you've come back just in time. The first batch of steamed buns is just out of the oven." As he spoke, he lifted the lid off the pot. A dozen or so white, steamed buns appeared in the family's sight. White flour steamed buns. My aunt's expression at that moment was incredibly complex, a mixture of shock, excitement, and confusion. But the biggest surprises were still the most exciting ones. I haven't seen white steamed buns in so long. Only when I went to the city to work for my master's family could I catch a glimpse of them from a distance. But she couldn't imagine it. One day, white flour steamed buns unexpectedly appeared in my own home. Chu Xun took 2 chopsticks, used them to pierce the best-looking and softest steamed bun, and handed it to his second aunt. These noodles were bought by my second uncle and me. "Second aunt, please try our cooking." After a brief period of dizziness, the aunt's dazed eyes gradually regained their focus. Her hands trembled as she took the steamed bun. This is really a white flour steamed bun? I haven't seen one in so long." She took a trembling bite, as if it were a precious treasure. Instantly, an extremely strong wheat aroma exploded in my mouth, passed through my nasal cavity and exploded on the top of my head. The sweet taste in my mouth stimulated every inch of my skin. Delicious. White flour steamed buns are so delicious. Chu Xun, who was standing to the side, was also given a steamed bun by Chu Xun. She ate with even greater relish, her little face beaming with a happy smile. This was made by my older brother. It was my older brother who personally handed me the steamed buns. Hee, I'm so happy. Suddenly, she covered her mouth as if she had been burned by something. What is this? It's so sweet and hot. Chu Xun looked at the pool of reddish-brown sweet juice inside the steamed bun with a puzzled expression. She couldn't help but stick out her pink and fragrant tongue and lick it. So sweet. Her eyes shone brightly. Chu Xun swore she had never eaten anything so sweet before. Chu Xun, who was standing to the side, smiled and picked up the jar containing brown sugar. I put brown sugar in there and made a few sugar packets. You just happen to get to eat some. Isn't it sweet? Brown sugar. Chu Xun stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. The older brother actually wrapped such precious brown sugar inside a steamed bun and ate it himself. I can't believe I'm actually eating such high-class food. In an instant, Chu Xun's eyes blurred with tears as she looked at Chu Xun, sobbing, "Big brother too." Ding ding ding. The system kept sending notifications, but Chu Xun ignored them. He took out all the grain from the kitchen, which shocked his second aunt 100 times over. This is 20 caddies of white rice, 20 caddies of millet, and 15 caddies of flour, a jar of fine salt, and a jar of brown sugar. Now our family won't have to worry about food and drink for half a month. Auntie stared blankly at the bags of grain piled high on the ground. They were completely speechless. How much money must have been spent on so much grain? But these are just appetizers. Then Chu Xun went out of the kitchen, lifted the curtain, and took out a bolt of indigo cotton cloth from the room. Second aunt, little sister, this is cotton fabric I bought for you. It's just enough to make 2 sets of clothes. Please take it. Cotton fabric. New clothes. Chu Xun was completely mesmerized. The eldest brother even bought himself some cloth to make new clothes. Hello, brother. Thump. My aunt suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Mother. Young married woman. Second aunt. Why did you faint? Chapter 19. Dragon's Battle in the Wilderness, earning 30 mall coins. During lunch in the afternoon, Auntie and Chu Xun, who were overjoyed with the cotton cloth, paid no attention to the thick rice porridge and fragrant steamed buns on the table. They kept discussing how to make the new clothes look good. No matter how much Uncle Chu tried to persuade him, they wouldn't listen and kept circling around the fine cotton cloth. My second aunt was overjoyed when she found out that the pair of deer antlers had sold for more than 2 strings of cash. I don't understand why they didn't save the grain to pay off their debt to landlord Liu, but instead bought so much expensive grain. But all these misunderstandings vanished upon seeing that shimmering piece of cotton cloth. Instead, all that was said was praise for Chu Xun, his good nephew. They showered him with compliments, practically praising him to the skies. After dinner that evening, there are still 19 mall coins in the mall. Chu Xun spent 2 mall coins to buy a bag of salt. I spent another 8 mall coins to buy 4 kilograms of flour, which I then repackaged in a cloth bag. He picked up another bolt of cotton cloth and headed towards Qin Yuer's house. Inside the dilapidated, thatched hut, Qin Yuer was holding a bowl of thick rice porridge and feeding Qin Shinger spoonful by spoonful. You have a few more doses of medicine left. After you finish them, you'll be almost fully recovered. She then picked up a pill and held it to Qin Shinger's lips, gesturing for her to drink it along with the rice porridge. Looking at her sister who cared so much about her, Qin Shinger felt a pang of heartache cross her slightly pale face. These rice porridges and the medicine I used to treat my illness. All of this was obtained by my sister, enduring beatings and screams in exchange for Chu Xun. She can still vividly recall the crackling sounds coming from the kitchen that day. This made Qin Shinger feel extremely guilty. If it weren't for my high fever, my sister won't be beaten so badly that she can't even walk straight. Thinking of this, Qin Shinger couldn't help but look up and say, "Sister, once I get better, I will definitely help you with the household chores and won't let you shoulder them all by yourself anymore." Qin Yuer was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "What could possibly happen at home? Just focus on getting better and don't worry about anything else." He stuffed the pill into Qin Shinger's mouth. She quickly fed Qin Shinger a few more mouthfuls of hot porridge. After finishing the bowl of porridge, just as Qin Shinger was about to tell her sister about Chu Xun, a perfectly timed knock sounded, followed by Chu Xun's voice. "Moon, are you home? It's Brother Sun." Qin Yuer jumped up, her eyes filled with joy, her body trembling slightly with excitement. But in Qin Shinger's view, the older sister was clearly so frightened by Chu Xun's words that she stood up and trembled with fear. She was so angry that her small chest was shaking. "Why is Chu Xun hitting my sister again? Yesterday, he beat my sister so badly she couldn't even walk, and he's going to beat her again today. Chu Xun immediately wanted to get up and share the pain with her sister, but his body felt limp, and he couldn't muster any strength. Little sister, stay at home for a while. I'll be right back. Chu Xun pursed her lips, quickly put the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen, and straightened her clothes. After confirming that he was dressed appropriately and that his clothes were loose and about to fall down, he went out. Chu Xun was both sad and heartbroken, and could only watch helplessly as her sister was bullied by Chu Xun. Once I recover, I'll immediately go find Chu Xun and have him beat me up. We absolutely cannot let him hurt my sister again. As soon as Chu Xun stepped out of the courtyard, she saw Chu Xun. Overjoyed, she rushed into his arms. Chu Xun lowered his head and smiled faintly. You miss me that much? Chu Xun held Chu Xun's waist tightly, her face full of sweetness. She raised her little face and said, I was thinking about you while I was cooking dinner tonight. In fact, she had been thinking about Chu Xun all day. In severe cases, I had to drink 2 bowls of cold water to suppress the burning sensation in my heart. Women who have just tasted the sweetness of life often yearn for harmony between yin and yang more than men. At this moment, he was simply holding Chu Xun, inhaling his unique masculine scent. Chu Xun's legs were trembling so badly she could barely stand. Chu Xun took out a cloth bag from the ground and handed it to Chu Xun with a smile. Look what I brought you. Chu Xun was about to refuse, saying that she could no longer accept anything from Chu Xun. But Chu Xun simply shoved it into her arms and said sternly, If you don't want it, then I won't come to see you again. One sentence completely frightened Chu Xun. She could only tuck the cloth bag in her arms, her eyes reddening. Chu Xun then laughed and waved his hand, saying, Go back, your sister is waiting for you to take care of her. But as soon as he turned around, Chu Xun grabbed his clothes. Chu Xun turned to look at her in confusion. Was there anything else? Chu Xun turned her head away, her cheeks burning as she tugged at the collar of her clothes, revealing a glimpse of her dazzling white skin. She said, somewhat shyly in a low voice, Brother Xun, my little sister is much better now. She doesn't need me to take care of her anymore. Her voice grew softer and softer, but her face grew redder and redder. Her eyes blinked, and she bit her lips seductively. It's as if they're expecting something. Chu Xun couldn't help but swallow hard. After waking up, Chu Xun left, and Chu Xun only slowly returned to her room after he was out of sight. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Chu Xun sit up, her big eyes staring straight at me. Sis, are you alright? My sister has been out with him for so long. She's probably been bullied again. But Chu Xun couldn't speak right now, so she could only smile and nod. She then put the cloth bag on the ground and hurried into the kitchen to drink water. But in Chu Xun's opinion, it must be that Chu Xun beat her sister until her voice was hoarse. Poor sister, she must have suffered a lot. Her small chest heaved with anger, creating a rather dramatic curve. Her delicate, pale face was filled with determination. I must get better quickly so that I can take away his inhumane torture for my sister. Chapter 20. Half an hour, for rabbits, 3 pheasants. Chu Xun slept until the morning of the next day. After all, he suffered a significant loss last night. He was all alone at home again. Chu Qing went to dig for wild vegetables with her second aunt. Uncle Chu went to a neighboring village to help build a house, earning 15 coins a day. After eating a few steamed buns, he picked up his bow and arrows again and headed towards the mountains. Not far from the foot of the mountain, Chu Xun paused slightly, gazing at the deep, quiet forest. The deer carcass discovered the day before yesterday was definitely not a coincidence. There must be some ferocious beasts lurking deep in the old forest, so it's best not to go too far. As he walked not far from the edge of the woods, he saw a group of women digging for wild vegetables nearby. Chu Qing and her second aunt were among them. Chu Xun even saw Bai Jiao, the granddaughter of the old village head, among them. However, she couldn't distinguish between wild vegetables and weeds at all, and filled a whole basket with them. A sharp-eyed woman spotted Chu Xun from afar. There's no way around it. His 1.8-meter height, handsome appearance, and heroic posture with a bow and arrow on his back are indeed quite attractive. Hey, Aunt Chu, isn't it your eldest son? Going hunting in the mountains again. When second aunt and Chu Qing heard it was Chu Xun, they immediately understood. He quickly looked up and, sure enough, saw the figure in the distance. The two of them quickly went over. Chu Qing asked with concern, Big brother, are you going hunting again? My second aunt was also a little worried. After all, in recent years, too many villagers have encountered danger when going into the mountains. He advised, Xuanzi, why don't you not go? Go with your second uncle to the next village to build a house. You can earn some money that way. Chu Xun shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, I won't go to any dangerous places. I'll just hunt some wild rabbits and pheasants and come back. Seeing his resolute attitude, his second aunt and Chu Qing sighed. He gave all the steamed buns he had with him to Chu Xun, telling him to be careful when he went into the mountains. Chu Xun nodded, saying he wouldn't venture too deep into the forest. Upon seeing the white steamed buns, the eyes of several women in the neighborhood widened in astonishment. He joked from his side, "Chu family's eldest son, you're not married yet, are you? Do you want your aunt to introduce you to someone? You're good at hunting, there must be plenty of girls willing to help you. Go away, you must be talking about your daughter. She's so dark-skinned, who would like her? Look at my Ernie instead, she's fair-skinned and hard-working. Look at my daughter." The incessant chatter of a group of women gave Chu Xun a headache. Chu Qing blushed and said loudly, "My older brother will never get married. If he's going to find someone, he'll only find a woman who is both beautiful and capable." Bai Jiao, who was next to Chu Qing, was her playmate and quickly came closer. He chuckled and said, "Why don't you consider me becoming your sister-in-law? The way we can live together and play together every day." Ever since Chu Xun brought her and her grandparents chicken last time, Bai Jiao felt that Chu Xun was the best person in the village. He's handsome and even feeds himself meat. After marrying him, I'll definitely be able to eat my fill every day. When her best friend spoke up, Chu Qing blushed even more. "Go away. Why are you getting involved? You can't even cook." While rushing to catch up with her best friend, she secretly glanced at Chu Xun. Seeing that he didn't seem interested in finding out which girl was better, she felt relieved. Chu Xun dodged the attack from the women and walked straight into the woods. He believed that if he dared to stop, she'll definitely be dragged to each of these Annie's homes to see her daughter. He walked about 2 miles into the woods. Suddenly, it made 2 cooing sounds, which caught his attention. A brightly colored pheasant is strolling leisurely on a tree branch. This chicken is incredibly bold, daring to come to such the outer edge of the woods. Chu Xun immediately summoned his recurved bow, aimed, and knocked an arrow. With a whoosh, the pheasant was struck directly in the chest and abdomen by an arrow and fell straight down from the tree. He skillfully tied his legs together and fastened them around his waist. Chu Xun continued to explore the surrounding area horizontally. He won't go deep into the forest. He'll just wander around the perimeter and collect what he needs. But he never expected his luck to be so good today. They only circled for about half an hour. Chu Xun then hunted 4 more rabbits and 2 pheasants. But there was no joy on his face. Instead, he frowned and carefully looked around the woods. Something's not right. This isn't a legendary game, so the drop rate is way too high. Last time he went deep into the forest for so long, and he only got about the same amount of results as he has now. Generally speaking, wild rabbits and pheasants do not linger at the edge of the forest. But the numbers of both today are quite unusual. It was as if they deliberately ran out of the forest. This situation usually occurs either due to a natural disaster, such as an earthquake or a flash flood. Or perhaps there are large, ferocious beasts patrolling the forest, scaring them into fleeing to the outskirts. Fierce beasts that patrol their territory. Could it be a tiger? Thinking of this, Chu Xun took a deep breath and slowly backed away. Tigers don't easily leave the dense forest. However, the wolves and jackals that it sees as a threat will be violently driven away and are likely to come to the edge of the forest. With so much prey here, it seems rather unsafe. After retreating to the edge of the woods where we had just entered, he picked up the old bow and arrows he had hidden and quickly headed down the mountain. Before long, Chu Xun saw women busy digging for wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. A sharp-eyed Annie spotted Chu Xun coming down the mountain from afar and exclaimed, "Look, why is he coming down the mountain so quickly?" The women, who had been working diligently, all looked up and chattered in front of them. A plump, overweight woman in the crowd pursed her lips and said, "Could it be that he didn't catch any prey, which is why he came down the mountain so quickly? I knew it. Last time he was able to find so much prey, it was just good luck. He wasn't so lucky this time." The other women echoed their sentiments, and that's how the villagers gossiped. "I envy your abilities and how well you live, and I'd like to ask for your help." They're also afraid that you're living too well and that it will make them very jealous. But as Chu Xun's figure gradually drew closer, the spoils of war hanging on his body were clearly visible to the women. "How did you manage to hunt so many wild animals? 3 pheasants and 4 rabbits. Oh my, the mountain god has sent a gift. So many wild animals have appeared in the old forest." He was only inside for less than an hour, yet he brought back so much wild game. "I need to get my husband to go hunting in the old forest too." That's right. If Chu Xun can catch his prey, there's no reason why our men can't. The women were all extremely envious and started gossiping about it. Previously, they only envied Chu Xun for his ability to hunt prey and exchange it for money. Now they are filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. "We dug for wild vegetables here, and we were exhausted, but we still couldn't get enough to eat. As a result, you took your bow and wandered around the mountains for an hour. How could you get so much meat? Are you trying to kill us? Almost as soon as Chu Xun reached the flat road, he was surrounded by a group of women. They all chimed in. Chu Xun, did you hunt all of these in the old forest? Chu Xun, your aunt has watched you grow up. You have to tell your aunt which area you hunted in. I'll send all the wild vegetables I dug up today to your family. My husband also wants to go hunting in the woods. Can you give me some advice? A crowd instantly overwhelmed Chu Xun, surrounding him completely. Chu Xun finally managed to walk out of the crowd. Looking around, he couldn't see Chu Qing or his second aunt. Logically speaking, Qing Mei and her second aunt would never have gone home without filling their baskets with wild vegetables. Could it be that? Chapter 21 Encounter with Wild Boar, Chu Qing. I haven't even had a chance to confess my feelings to my elder brother yet. Chu Xun quickly looked at Bai Jiao Jiao on the outskirts of the crowd. He ran up to her and asked, Jiao Jiao, where are my sister and aunt? Have you seen them? Bai Jiao Jiao stared at the pheasants and rabbits on his body, her mouth watering uncontrollably. She took a slurp and pointed towards the western part of the woods. Annie went home to cook. Chu Qing said she was going to see if she could pick some wild fruit in that area. She should have been there for about half an hour. Did you go to the woods to pick wild fruit? Upon hearing Bai Jiao Jiao's words, Chu Xun hurriedly looked up in the direction she was pointing. Many people often venture there to pick wild vegetables and fruits. Moreover, it's on the edge of the forest, so there's generally little risk. But something was off today, and he was worried about Chu Qing going into the woods alone. Then Chu Xun threw all the pheasants and rabbits hanging on his body to Bai Jiao Jiao. Take these prey home for me, and I'll share some with you later. I'm going to find my little sister in the woods. After saying that, he took his bow and arrows and hurried towards the woods. This hurried and flustered scene drew bewildered glances and whispers among the group of elderly women around them. Could it be that he didn't want to tell us where we could catch so much prey, and that's why he made an excuse to run away? I think it's very likely. Anyway, we still need to dig for wild vegetables, so let's just wait here. Let's ask Chu Xun after he comes out. We can't let the Chu family eat all the prey in this old forest. That's right. Let's wait for him to come out here. Immediately, a group of elderly women sat down on the ground, as if they wouldn't leave until Chu Xun came out. Bai Jiao Jiao, who was standing to the side, followed his instructions and walked towards the Chu family. From the edge of the forest, a harsh, terrifying roar of a wild beast rang out. Qing Yuer's left foot was bleeding profusely as she clung to a thick tree trunk, struggling to climb upwards. Under the tree, a wild boar weighing nearly 300 pounds stood with its sharp tusks. He rushed toward her. Given Qing Yuer's height, this blow would definitely shatter her leg. Chatter! The wild boar's hooves stomped wildly on the ground, and it looked like they were about to hit her leg. Qing Yuer's face turned deathly pale instantly, and she froze in fright. Just then, a hand reached down from above and grabbed her arm. Chu Qing was the first to climb to the top of the tree. She reached out and pulled Qing Yuer sharply. Sister Yuer, come on up quickly. I can't pull you up. Qing Yuer suddenly came to her senses, clamped her legs around the tree trunk, and started climbing, her body climbing up about a foot. Thud! The wild boar's enormous body crashed straight into the tree trunk. The entire tree trembled violently several times, almost throwing Chu Qing and Qing Yuer off. Fortunately, the tree is sturdy enough. Qing Yuer climbed up the tree safely and clung tightly to a branch. Fortunately, I had practiced monkey hugging a tree with Brother Sun before. Otherwise, I might not have been able to climb up in time. Chu Qing glanced at the wild boar frantically climbing the tree trunk below, still feeling a lingering fear, and couldn't help but swallow hard. She had gone into the outer edge of the forest to pick some wild fruits to take back to her family. During this time, they met Qing Yuer. Both of them were young women and were somewhat familiar with each other, so they traveled together. But unexpectedly, it only took a short while. A maddened wild boar suddenly burst out of the woods and charged straight at the two of them. If it weren't for Sister Yuer's quick reflexes, she would have pushed me away. I'm afraid I'm already dead. Chu Qing then looked at Qing Yuer's injured ankle with heartache. With teary eyes, Sister Yuer, are you alright? It's all my fault for scaring you so much that you got hurt and almost couldn't climb up. Qing Yuer shook her head with a wry smile. No, it's all my fault. I should have just not gone with you. I am a jinx destined to bring disaster, and I am cursed by the white tiger. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered this situation at all. It's all my fault. I had to go into the mountains today to pick wild fruit to thank Brother Sun. Now look what happened. Not only did they fail to pick any fruit, they almost hurt Sun Ji's sister as well. If something happens to her because of me, how can I face Brother Sun? Chu Qing pursed her lips, tears welling in her eyes, deeply grateful. I've only exchanged a few words with Sister Yuer on ordinary days. She was actually willing to risk her life to save him. If she can get out this time, she will definitely go to Yuer's house to properly thank her for her kindness. She was about to speak when she suddenly heard Qin Yuer exclaim in surprise. "Oh no, that wild boar is rooting up the soil onto the tree." "What?" Chu Qin quickly looked down and was instantly filled with fear. The wild boar lowered its head and dug furiously at the base of the tree trunk with its snout. In a short while, a large pit was dug out, and tree roots were vaguely visible. Both of them turned pale with fright, fearing that the wild boar would continue digging like that. The tree couldn't possibly support the weight of the two of them, let alone a wild boar ready to pounce at any moment. Qin Yuer's heart pounded. But now she doesn't feel much fear. Instead, she feels mostly guilt. If I die, how will Xing'er survive on her own? And then there's Sun Ge, he's been so good to me. But I can't repay him at all, sob sob sob. Chu Qing, clinging tightly to the tree branch, was filled with immense fear, even imagining what would happen after her death. This tree is so tall, if I fall from it, won't I die a horrible death? Will my parents and older brother recognize me? No, they probably wouldn't recognize him. I'm sure that big wild boar down there will eat me up, leaving only my clothes and bones. Father, mother, your daughter can no longer be by your side. Brother, I still have something I haven't told you yet. Thud. Another loud noise came from the tree trunk. It swayed precariously, as if it couldn't withstand the digging and pounding of the wild boar. Just when the two women were about to resign themselves to their fate, suddenly, the wild boar's painful roar echoed throughout the entire jungle. The tree trunk stopped shaking, and Qin Yuer and Chu Qing looked down in surprise. Suddenly, a sharp arrow appeared on the back of the crazed, thick-skinned wild boar. It was inserted straight into its body, causing it to jump around in pain. Who shot the arrow? The two women raised this question at the same time. But a familiar figure flashed through their minds simultaneously. He looked into the distance in disbelief, until he could see the figure clearly. Both women's eyes were filled with excitement, love, and other complex emotions. Looking for brother. Big brother. Chapter 22, Shooting a Wild Boar. Chu Qing gets jealous. On a small hill not far away, Chu Xun held a bow in one hand and knocked an arrow in the other, his eyes sharp. His tall and imposing figure appeared incredibly tall and profound in the eyes of the two women, leaving a deep impression on them. Swoosh! Another sharp arrow burst forth, shooting straight at the raging wild boar. The wild boar was not afraid at all, and as soon as it saw the location it was looking for, it then rubbed its hooves and charged towards him. Uft! The arrow struck the wild boar in the shoulder. But for a 300-pound wild boar, it obviously didn't cause much damage. It continued to roar as it charged towards Chu Xun. That speed combined with that terrifying size, it's estimated that it could send Chu Xun flying 2 miles away in an instant. Damn, the recurve bow is still not powerful enough. I definitely need to save up my in-game currency to buy a compound bow someday. Shoot it straight through with one arrow. Chu Xun cursed under his breath. He then found a tall tree nearby and quickly climbed up it. He originally planned to shoot the wild boar as soon as it reached him. However, the recurve bow is not powerful enough. In addition, the wild boar had thick skin, so even 2 arrows couldn't kill it. Just after Chu Xun climbed the tree, the wild boar charged over and plunged headfirst into a tree. The impact caused the entire tree trunk to shake several times. Lu hum. The wild boar angrily circled the tree trunk, seemingly trying to figure out how to uproot and knock the tree down as well. But Chu, who was in the tree, found a sturdy branch to climb on. He drew another arrow. I stretched my aching shoulders a little, then slowly aimed at the wild boar. I just fired 2 arrows in quick succession. The need to both aim and inflict damage has left Chu Xun's shoulder aching. Qin Yuer and Chu Qing, who were not far away, stared intently at Chu Xun's figure as he drew his bow and knocked an arrow. At that moment, he seemed like a god descending to earth, incredibly heroic. After a quick aim, Chu Xun fired another arrow. A piercing scream rang out. Blood streamed from the wild boar's eyes as it frantically kicked its legs on the ground, howling incessantly. The arrow actually pierced one of the wild boar's eyes. The arrow pierced through about half a foot and blood gushed out. But the more seriously injured the wild boar became, the more ferocious it became. It clung tightly to the tree, as if determined to climb up and bite Chu Xun to death. Chu Xun was puzzled by its behavior of not running away despite being seriously injured. Was it delivering meat to his door? Then he fired several more arrows in quick succession, until the wild boar's body fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Chu Xun retrieved the arrows from the warehouse and then summoned them again. 5 more arrows were fired at the wild boar, piercing it to the core. After confirming that the wild boar was dead, Chu Xun jumped down from the tree and walked towards the 2 women in the distance. He shouted, "Moon, little sister, I've shot the wild boar dead. Come down here quickly." Upon hearing Chu Xun's voice, Qin Yuer and Chu Qing, who were in the tree, simultaneously revealed joyful smiles, as if they had survived a calamity. Looking down, I saw a handsome figure carrying a bow and arrows under the tree. Qin Yuer couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. She almost never saw Sun Gu again. He saved her life once more. Chu Qing, standing to the side, had stars in her eyes. Although I already knew from the last time that my older brother was an exceptional archer. But this is the first time I've seen such a breathtaking scene. His older brother risked his life to fight a wild boar in order to save him. He eventually killed it and saved himself. That's great. Chu Xun looked at the two people in the tree and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Can you come down?" Upon hearing this, Chu Qing said anxiously, "Big brother, Sister Yuer twisted her ankle while saving me. Please help her down first." "Is Yuer injured?" Chu Xun was startled, then looked at Qin Yuer's bleeding ankle and felt a pang of heartache. He spread his arms out in the tree and said, "Moon, come down slowly, I'll catch you down here." Qin Yuer blushed, making her already stunningly beautiful face even more radiant. Brother Sun was surprisingly concerned about his sister in front of her. This made her very shy, and she gave a soft Then, with Chu Qing's help, Qin Yuer slowly slid down the tree trunk. Chu Xun quickly grabbed her waist and carefully helped Qin Yuer down. "Thank you, Brother Sun." Qin Yuer's ankle hurt so much that tears streamed down her face, but her eyes were full of affection. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Qing was still there, she would have even wanted to kiss Chu Xun's lips directly. Chu Xun smiled and said, "It's nothing. I should thank you for saving my sister." Then he looked up at Chu Qing in the tree and said, "Little sister, come down too. I'll catch you." Chu Qing felt secretly pleased. She could actually go down by herself. But as soon as she heard that Chu Xun was going to catch her, she immediately felt weak. With a hint of worry in her voice, she said, "Big brother, I'm a little scared my legs are weak." Chu Xun leaned against the tree, stretched out his arm and laughed. "Don't be afraid. I'll catch you." Chu Qing then nodded in relief, slowly stretching out a leg, stepping onto a tree branch, and leisurely moving towards the foot of the tree. After Chu Xun climbed down from the tree, holding Chu Qing by the waist. Chu Qing, her ears slightly red, was about to ask her older brother how he knew she was in danger when she hooked her finger. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Chu Xun walk directly to Qin Yuer's side. He pulled up her trouser leg and openly stared at Sister Yuer's ankle. Buzz! Chu Qing felt a jolt in her head. How can a man touch or look at a girl's feet? Aren't you afraid that Sister Yuer will get angry, big brother? She was about to step forward and explain, but suddenly, he was stunned by the scene before him. She saw her beloved older brother holding Yuer's ankle. The concern in his eyes was impossible to hide, as if Yuer were his wife. In a way, Sister Yu looked at her older brother. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were brimming with embarrassment, showing no trace of the shame or anger one might expect from a woman who has been offended. The way they looked at each other, their posture, something just didn't seem right. Something's wrong. They must be up to something. Chu Qing felt a pang of sadness in her heart, almost to the point of bursting with sourness. But from her perspective, she couldn't say anything and could only stand there. "You sprained your ankle, but it's not serious. You just scrape your skin a little. I'll get you some medicine to apply when we get back, and it'll be fine." After carefully examining the area, Chu Xun was relieved. I wouldn't use the medicine from the store if it weren't in front of the two of them. Chu Xun almost wanted to just pull out a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. Finally, he tore off a few strips of cloth from his body and wrapped them around the wound to stop the bleeding. Qin Yuer smiled sweetly, her eyebrows curving into crescent moons. Looking down at Chu Xun's earnest and resolute face, she was deeply moved. She really felt like she was going to die here and never see Chu Xun again. Fortunately, Chu Xun arrived at the crucial moment and saved her and Chu Qing. The two of them were all lovey-dovey here, exuding a cloying, saccharine atmosphere. This made Chu Qing, who was standing to the side, feel wronged and extremely jealous. My brother is clearly my brother. How could Sister Yuer so blatantly steal him away? She clenched her fists and cried out. In Chapter 23, he went into the woods to find someone and kill a big wild boar. "Brother, let's hurry up and leave. If this pig dies, who knows what other wild animals it might attract." Chu Qing looked at the two people whose heads were almost touching and said. Qin Yuer then realized that she had been engrossed in watching. She quickly turned her head away, afraid that Chu Qing would see through her. His reputation isn't very good. She would really feel bad if she dragged Sun Gu into this mess. It's enough to just stay by his side quietly. Chu Xun, however, didn't think that far ahead. He patted his shoulder, stood up, and said, "We can leave, but we have to take this wild boar with us. If we were to sell this meat, it would be worth at least 80 coins a pound." This is the price of meat that Chu Xun saw when he went to the county last time. Although pork has a strong, unpleasant smell, That's the price during famine years. It's good enough to have meat to eat. Why complain about others being promiscuous? I can't believe rice is selling for 30 coins now. Pork costs 80 coins per catty. The terrifying price left Xin Yuer and Chu Xun speechless, staring in disbelief at the wild boar on the ground in the distance. This wild boar looks to weigh at least 300 pounds. If we were to sell them, how many copper coins would we make? While the two were still in a daze, Chu Xun opened the online store. I spent 15 mall coins to buy a boning knife, about a foot long, with a broad back and thick blade, and it was extremely sharp. I spent another 3 mall coins to buy a roll of rope. He then instructed the two men. You guys take a break first. I'll cut some branches and lay them under the wild boar. We'll use a rope to pull the wild boar out later. Xin Yuer and Chu Xun responded and sat down in place. Chu Xun was still a little curious about where her older brother had taken a rope from. But Xin Yuer had already looked away and was no longer surprised, because she was aware of Chu Xun's ability to hide things. When I was with myself before, he quietly pulled out such a large one from under his smooth robe. I almost scared myself to death. Soon, Chu Xun made a simple raft out of tree branches and ropes, and after testing it, it was found to be quite sturdy. Then he asked the two women to help hold the raft. He used all his strength to drag the wild boar's large body onto the raft, until they turned over the wild boar. Chu Xun then noticed that the wild boar's rump and hind legs were covered with bite wounds and bloodstains. No wonder it went so crazy and attacked people on its own initiative. It turns out he was already injured, which is why he was so ferocious. For a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds to be so badly injured, it seems we can no longer stay in the forest. Next, Chu Xun carried the rope on his back, and Chu Xun helped Xin Yuer as the group headed out of the forest. The rafts laden with dense foliage moved with ease down the slope through the woods. Before long, the group emerged from the woods. The women at the foot of the mountain were still waiting for Chu Xun. They were afraid they wouldn't be able to find out the reason why they were able to hunt so many prey today. Soon, they spotted Chu Xun and the others in the distance. Hey, they're out. Chu Xun and the others are out. Go and ask him quickly. We can't let him leave. A group of aunties hurriedly crowded together to walk forward. But when they got closer, they were all dumbfounded, frozen in place, mouths agape, too surprised to utter a single word. Chu Xun was seen carrying a rope on his back, with a fierce black wild boar pulling behind him. Several arrows were stuck in the wild boar's back and belly, and it was bleeding profusely. This scene was like a bomb, directly hitting the faces of many aunties. The voices were raised to their absolute peak. My goodness, that's a wild boar. It's so big. How long will it take to eat it? What are you eating? If you were to sell this, you could get at least several dozen strings of cash. The eldest son of the Chu family is really something. He seems to have all the good things in the world. Within an hour of entering the mountains, he caught several pheasants and rabbits. They went into the woods to look for someone and ended up bringing back this huge wild boar. What incredible luck. That's skill. If your son had encountered a wild boar that big, he would probably have been gored to death long ago. The crowd was chattering, saying all sorts of things. Some were envious, some were jealous. Some even shamelessly approached Chu Xun and asked for some pig's blood and pig skin. Chu Xun loosened the rope, frowned, and shook his aching arm. This wild boar is really heavy. Even going downhill exhausted all my strength. He has no strength left to pull it back. Chu Xun looked at Chu Xing and said, Little sister, go home and call your second aunt. Ask her to borrow a cart from the village head so we can take the wild boar back. Xin Yuer, on the other hand, wisely sat down to rest by a tree. When we came out of the woods, she released Chu Qing's arm and kept a distance that was neither too close nor too far from Chu Xun. After all, in the eyes of the villagers, she was still that ominous star who was cursed by the white tiger. Xin Yuer didn't want the villagers to think that she was getting close to Sun Ge. Chu Qing nodded, then quickly ran home. This is a whole wild boar. With it, not only can you pay off your debts, but you can even have a wonderful new year at home. After Chu Qing left, the group of women, who could no longer contain themselves, crowded around Chu Xun and bombarded him with questions. Chu Xun, you should really talk to your aunt about which areas are safe to hunt wild animals, right? Yes, we're all from the same village. You have to help us out. My family is out of food lately, and we're starving. If you can tell me where we hunted wild animals, my husband can give you half of what he caught. Okay. Faced with questions from many aunties, Chu Xun pointed to the outer edge of the old forest he had visited that afternoon. I encountered the wild animals in that area. Recently, there may be ferocious beasts like tigers and brown bears in the old forest, so the wild animals have all moved to the outer areas. You better not go hunting in the mountains so easily. What? Can you get so many wild animals just by going into the outermost part of the forest? The women all looked on in disbelief. If wild animals were that easy to hunt, Then who would bother working hard to come here and dig for wild vegetables? There was also Chu Xun's talk about tigers, brown bears, and dangers in the mountains. They were even less likely to believe it. Your aunt was thinking of introducing you to a wife. How come you won't even tell your aunt the truth? How could you catch that wild animal so easily? Exactly. Not only did they not tell us where the wild animals gathered, but they also lied to us and said there were tigers up there. There haven't been any tigers in the mountains for years. If you don't want the villagers to hunt and steal your game, just say so. Don't try to fool us old women. Immediately, the group, each harboring resentment towards Chu Xun, went off to dig for wild vegetables on their own. Honestly, I've been waiting here for nothing. That eldest son of the Chu family is a stingy fellow, always playing dirty tricks. When we get back, I'll have a man in my family make bows and arrows. Let's go into the woods in groups and see what happens. Listening to the gossip of the group of women, Chu Xun shook his head with a cold laugh, completely unconcerned. If they don't believe it, they don't believe it. Anyway, I was telling the truth. If anything happens to the men and their family while they're up in the mountains, it has nothing to do with them. Kind words are useless to those who deserve to die. Compassion is useless to those who cut themselves off. Chu Xun then came to Qin Yuer's side and gently massaged her ankle. Warm, large hands moved back and forth on her fair ankles, making Qin Yuer blush slightly. Brother Sun, my injury is nothing. Don't rub it for me. It's not good if others see it. Chu Xun laughed nonchalantly. What's there to be afraid of? We're not doing anything shameful. Besides, if your ankle doesn't heal, how will you write? Looking for brother. Qin Yuer couldn't stand this blatant teasing and blushed deeply. She could only lower her head, cover her face, and shrink herself into a shy female quail. She looked so lovely. Chu Xun laughed heartily, about to say a few more words. Suddenly, the rumble of cars came from afar. And then there was Uncle's booming voice. Looking for my son. Uncle's here. Where's the pig? Is the pig still there? Chapter 24, A Life-Saving Grace Should Be Repaid with Boundless Gratitude. Uncle Chu was in high spirits today and couldn't be happier. He was originally going to the next village to help build a house. But the host family didn't want to pay for dinner that evening. So they were sent back early, and their wages were reduced by 2 coins. Just as Uncle Chu was inside the house wondering whether he should go fetch some water, then I saw Bai Jiao Jiao, the village head's granddaughter, carrying several pheasants and rabbits on her back, rushing in through the courtyard gate. He called out, Uncle Montsong, this is the game that Chu Xun hunted in the mountains. He asked me to bring it to you. What? Have you caught another prey? Uncle Chu stared in shock at the pheasants and rabbits on the ground, as if they were gleaming copper coins. If it weren't for your ability to find your son, wouldn't it make your second uncle seem useless? He remembered that he had worked hard all day, but the master had only given him 18 copper coins, and he couldn't help but feel a toothache. My second uncle gets up before dawn to work. I've been working myself to the bone all day. The result is not even a fraction of what you earned in a single afternoon in the mountains. How could my second uncle possibly save face? When the second aunt came out of the kitchen, she couldn't stop smiling as she looked at the wild animals on the ground. If I can hunt just as many wild animals after I find my son, then you won't have to worry about paying off debts or getting married. Given his personality, he might even give Chu Qing some dowry money in the future. Just as the two were happily processing the pheasants and rabbits, Chu Qing finally made it home after jogging all the way. He came in panting and shouted, Father, Mother, my eldest brother killed a big wild boar. You need to go to the village head's house quickly and borrow a cart to take the pig away. What? Searching for his son, he hunted down a large wild boar. Uncle Chu's eyes widened like lanterns, and he stood up abruptly. Even the second aunt, who was busy in the kitchen, was so shocked that she dropped her spoon and ran outside. I'm just a humble hunter who's been hunting in the mountains for 2 or 3 days. How did I manage to catch a big wild boar? That's a being that even experienced veteran hunters wouldn't dare to provoke. Oh my God, the Chu family is about to prosper. Uncle Chu hurriedly told Aunt Chu to prepare the pheasants and rabbits, while he went with Chu Qing to the village head's house to borrow a cart. He then rushed over to Chu Sun's side in a great hurry. Before long, he saw Chu Xun in front of him and a huge, fat wild boar lying down beside him. What a huge wild boar. Xuanzi, you're really something. Uncle Chu was overjoyed and kept touching the wild boar. His eyes were gleaming. He probably hadn't been this excited even when he was touching his second aunt. Second uncle, come and lend a hand. Let's lift the pig onto the cart together. Chu Xun stood up, went to the wild boar, and removed the arrows from its body. Working together, the two quickly loaded the large wild boar onto the vehicle. This scene made the women who were still working hard in the fields not far away extremely envious. We no longer dig for wild vegetables. Go home now and have the men make bows and arrows, then go hunting in the mountains. Chu Qing quickly walked to Qin Yuer's side. She asked with concern. Sister Yuer, how's your foot? Qin Yuer shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She chatted and laughed with Chu Qing, deliberately avoiding looking at Chu Xun. Because Chu Xun's second uncle, an elder, is here. If you were to discover that he, the Lone Star of the White Tiger, is acquainted with Chu Xun, he would likely incur Chu Xun's disgust. Uncle Chu, who was supporting the car, also looked over here with a gratified expression. He heard about it from Chu Qing on the way here. When encountering wild boars, if Qin Yuer hadn't pushed her daughter, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even if Chu Xun ultimately shot and killed the wild boar, the Chu family would still owe Qin Yuer a favor. He wanted to say something to thank Qin Yuer, but he didn't know how to say it. Seeing that his second uncle seemed to want to speak, but didn't know how to start, Chu Xun smiled. He smiled at Qin Yuer and said, Yuer, your foot is injured and it's inconvenient for you to walk. Let me take you back in a car. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three people present all changed. Uncle Chu looked surprised. Moon? Calling it searching for a son is a bit too audacious, isn't it? Chu Qing's eyes darkened slightly, but then brightened again. He silently looked at Qin Yuer, displaying a spirit of not giving up. So what if it's Sister Yuer? When I grow up, I'll be just as cool and bouncy as her. Qin Yuer, however, reacted much more strongly. He waved his hand and refused, saying, No, my foot doesn't hurt. I can walk back by myself. If it weren't for Brother Chu saving me this time, I probably would be dead already. How'd I let you take me back? But Chu Xun didn't give her a chance to refute. He strode forward, amidst Qin Yuer's exclamation. They simply placed her in front of the cart. All right, just sit here. When I get home, I'll bring some gifts to thank you properly for saving my little sister's life. He emphasized the words, life-saving grace. Qin Yuer's ears turned as red as if they were dripping blood, and she lowered her head, unable to say a word. She knew perfectly well what kind of method Brother Sun meant by paying his thanks in person. Uncle Chu watched as his nephew carried Qin Yuer onto the cart. His expression was absolutely priceless. She's a pretty young woman, and you just picked her up like that? But Qin Yuer didn't seem angry at all. Instead, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she didn't dare to look at Chu Xun. Good heavens, could Xuanzi have fallen for her? Although Uncle Chu did not have any dislike for Qin Yuer. But the name of being born under the White Tiger sign, a cursed Lone Star, is a bit chilling. Chu Qing's small hands gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her face still bearing a warm smile. But I couldn't suppress the envy in my heart. If I were the one who got hurt, maybe my older brother would have carried me up. Of course, she might also receive love and care from her elderly father. The four of them, one car and one wild boar, drove back to the village along the dirt road. It attracted the attention of countless people along the way. Everyone stared at the group with extreme envy, and discussions continued. Some people were saying that Chu Xun was lucky, while others were pointing and whispering about Qin Yuer. Look, Monsang's nephew hunted such a big wild boar. My goodness, how much can this sell for? Isn't he a scholar? How come he's more skilled than the most famous hunters in the surrounding area? A woman who had just dug up wild vegetables pinched her husband's ear in the crowd. He scolded, Are you stupid? He's a scholar, and he's so weak, yet he managed to hunt so many wild animals. Why don't you pack your gear and go hunting in the mountains? The man argued, It must be luck. So many skilled fighters have gone into the old forest in recent years, and they've all disappeared. How could I dare to go in? Why don't you all go in as a group? What are you grown men afraid of? Hey, and what about Bei Huxing? How did he get mixed up with Chu Jiadalong? TSK. I guess the eldest son of the Chu family has also taken a liking to her. Who can blame him for being so beautiful? I wonder if he'll be cursed to death. Whispers and whispers began to circulate. This made Qin Yuer feel even more inferior, so she lowered her head and didn't even dare to look at Chu Xun in front of her. They're right. I'm cursed with a white tiger in my destiny, and I'm simply not good enough for Brother Sun. But we still have Xinger at home, don't we? Among the crowd, many people stepped forward to ask Chu Xun where he got the wild animals. So Chu Xun explained what he had said before, but of course, not many people believed him. Soon, Chu Xun drove the car to Qin Yuer's thatched hut. In the courtyard, a girl who looked almost exactly like Qin Yuer, except that her bust and hips were slightly smaller, was busy. The rumbling of the car caught Qin Xinger's attention. She looked up and was instantly stunned by what she saw. Chapter 25 Xinger, how about I let you marry Brother Sun? At the entrance of the courtyard, on a handcart, my sister was sitting on the hood of the car, with a large, dark wild boar lying behind her. The one pulling the cart in front is Chu Xun, who often bullies his older sister. She was accompanied by an older man and a girl who looked to be about the same age as her. The scene looked incredibly bizarre. This left Qin Xinga, who was just recovering from a serious illness, somewhat bewildered and unable to understand what was going on. Finally, Qin Yuer spoke first, waving to her younger sister. Xinger, I twisted my ankle. Come and help your sister. Did you sprain your ankle? Qin Shinger immediately looked at Chu Xun, thinking that he must have hit her sister again. He hit my sister several times a couple of days ago because of this. My sister walked unsteadily all day. After taking 2 steps, my legs gave way and I sat down on the ground, trembling all over. It must be because of him again today. Chu Xun was completely bewildered by Qin Shinger's angry glare. Could it be that Yuer has already told her what happened between the two of them? Otherwise, why would she look at me so strangely? Then Qin Shinger stepped forward and helped Qin Yuer slowly get off the cart. After the two returned to their house, Chu Xun and the others also took the cart back. As soon as I entered the house, I saw my second aunt's solicitous figure. With a beaming smile, she brought over water and steamed buns. They gave it all to Chu Xun, and even Chu's second uncle, who was thirsty, had to wait his turn to drink. And he smiled broadly and said, "Xuanzi, you've really made our family proud this time. Now the whole village knows you're an excellent hunter, and they're all vying to introduce you to potential wives. Talk to your second aunt and see if there's a girl you like. We'll arrange for you to meet in a couple of days." Chu Xun and the others returned slowly, pulling the cart. Many people have already spread the news of his shooting the wild boar to the village. Some people thought of imitating Chu Xun and venturing into the forest to hunt wild animals. Some people even thought of marrying their daughters to Chu Xun as his wife. There were even quite a few suitors who came to Chu Qing's door to propose marriage. Who would want a hunter brother-in-law like that? People came and went, and everyone was very attentive, which made Annie very happy. If their nephew is successful, then they can also benefit from it. The marriage of the missing son needs to be arranged quickly. There are many good girls in the village, and if we wait any longer, they might be sold to another family. There was also Kinjaito, whom the villagers used to say was thin and weak and couldn't do any work. No man wanted her before, but now, lots of men want to marry her. Hey, dream on. I wouldn't even look at you guys. I heard my second aunt mention introducing me to a wife. Chu Xun said with a strange expression, "No need, second aunt. I know what I'm doing with the wedding. Let's deal with these wild animals first." The second aunt wanted to say a few more words of advice. With your good reputation now, how can you not hurry up and get a wife? If we wait until everyone in the village goes to the mountains to hunt wild animals, then we won't be as popular anymore. But my second uncle quickly grabbed my second aunt's arm and pulled her aside. He whispered, "Xuanzi knows what he's doing, so let's not worry about it. Let's go to the kitchen and cook. We'll have a good meal after we finish preparing the wild game." Today, he noticed that the atmosphere between Chu Xun and Qin Yuer was off. There was a glimmer of hope, coupled with what Chu Xun had just said. He knew perfectly well what his nephew meant. He clearly had his eye on that young and beautiful widow. However, Qin Yuer has a bad reputation. If she really marries into the Chu family, who can guarantee that there aren't any supernatural or mystical elements involved? Uncle Chu had a sudden inspiration. Didn't Qin Yuer have a younger sister? The two look exactly alike. If Xuanzi marries her sister, wouldn't that be the same thing? Hey, what a coincidence. In the kitchen, Uncle Chu and Aunt Chu were tending to the pheasants and rabbits. Chu Xun went to the courtyard, sprinkled water on the sharp boning knife at his waist, and prepared to bleed the wild boar. This is a large male pig, so it naturally has a strong odor. Because of its breed and the fact that it has not been castrated, it has a strong fishy and pungent smell. If you don't bleed the meat first, the resulting meat will be really hard to swallow. Just as Chu Xun was dealing with the wild boar, Chu Qing, who was helping out, put down the hot water in the basin. He clutched the hem of his clothes, his eyes fixed on the clods of dirt on the ground. Biting her lip, she asked, "Big brother, you and sister Yo fallen for her, haven't you?" Chu Xun, who was scraping pig bristles, stopped what he was doing and looked up at the extremely shy Chu Qing. He laughed, somewhat surprised. Was I that obvious? In fact, it's more than just obvious. It's estimated that everyone along the way knows that Chu Xun has a close relationship with that pretty widow who is cursed with a white tiger. If it were anyone else, who would dare let that scoundrel sit on the cart? Did they pull her back all the way? Chu Qing was taken aback at first, then blurted out, "Big brother, you really have taken a liking to Sister Yuer? But that? What should I do?" She almost blurted out those words. Chu Xun smiled and shook his hands in the water. Then he ruffled Chu Qing's hair and said, "Don't worry. Even if I get married, you will still be my most beloved second sister. But I don't want to just be yours." Chu Qing felt a sour taste in her mouth, but she still sighed and continued to help Chu Xun with his work. As darkness fell, the aura of blood in the courtyard grew even stronger. Chu Xun used a boning knife to cut off about 5 catties of pork, and then took a prepared wild rabbit to the village head's house as a gift. The old village head and his wife stared wide-eyed. They quickly invited Chu Xun inside and told by Jiao Jiao to serve him some rice. But Chu Xun refused, saying that he had come to thank the village head for the cart he had borrowed and the bow and arrows from last time. Of course, the The most important thing is to maintain a good relationship with the village head. After all, he was the head of the village, managing the entire village. Then Chu Xun said that he still needed to borrow the cart and the steelyard for the next couple of days. He wanted to go into the county town to sell the pork. The village head naturally agreed without hesitation. If you still want him to go to the county town, he can ask his son Bai Dashin for help. Bai Dashin works as a street patrol constable in the county government office in the city, and he could be of some use. Chu Xun smiled and nodded. This network of connections was opened up so easily. After leaving the village head's house, Chu Xun went home and cut off a whole pig's leg and carried a plump pheasant. I also bought some white rice and white flour from the mall. I even spent 10 mall coins to buy Yunnan Baiyao plasters. Second uncle and second aunt, I'm going out for a bit. You two go ahead and eat. Don't wait for me. He then carried these things toward Qin Yuer's house. Inside the thatched hut, Qin Shinger was bandaging her sister's wounds. She first applied wood ash to the wound, then mashed wild purslane and applied it to the wound. Suddenly, Qin Shinger heard her sister say something out of the blue, and her body instantly stiffened. Shinger, what do you think about marrying Brother Chu? Chapter 26, if he hits you with a stick again, I'll stand in front of you and let him hit me first. Shinger, what do you think about marrying Brother Chu? Li Sinsen suddenly started Qin Shinger. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, her face filled with stunned disbelief. She asked in disbelief, what did you say? You going to marry me off? Sister, don't you want me anymore? She anxiously lay on Qin Yuer's lap, pleading that it wouldn't work. A complex emotion flashed in Qin Yuer's eyes as she took her sister's hand. She said with great effort, it's not that I don't want you, it's just that after this experience, I've realized some things. I'm unlucky, and if you stay with me, you'll only bring trouble to me sooner or later. Brother Chu is kind-hearted and a good person. When you were sick some time ago, he brought you food and a miraculous medicine to cure you. If you marry him, you will definitely have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Qin Yuer genuinely felt that she had a bad life. Even their encounter with Chu Qing in the forest attracted wild boars, nearly costing them their lives. If it weren't for Sun Ji's timely rescue, she probably would never have come back. In addition, when I returned, I was merely sitting on Brother Sun's cart. There were a lot of people gossiping, saying that he had attracted a beast. If she follows Chu Xun in the future, she will surely bring him to his death as well. All these factors combined led Qin Yuer to have this idea. Shinger looks exactly like me, although her chest and hips are slightly smaller, which must be due to insufficient nutrition. If she were to marry Sun Ge, given his abilities, I'm sure I can raise Shinger to have big breasts and round hips, so she can have a litter of sons in the future. As for herself, Qin Yuer sighed helplessly. Being able to secretly meet with Brother Sun a few times is enough. I dare not hope for more. When Qin Shinger heard her sister sigh, she thought she had some unavoidable hardship. She hurriedly raised her head and asked, Sister, did Chu Xun hit you again and threaten you to marry me off to him? We'll go find him. Even if I owe him 2 favors, I'll do everything in my power to repay them later. Qin Yuer was taken aback at first, then laughed and cried at the same time. Who told you that Brother Sun hit me? He never threatened me. I just thought that way myself. What on earth is that silly girl thinking? With tears welling up in her eyes, Qin Shinger rubbed her eyes and cried, Don't lie to me anymore, sister. I'm all grown up now, not a little kid anymore. I saw it all that day. She actually saw it all. Qin Yuer's face flushed, and she was at a loss for what to do. How can I face anyone now? I'm so embarrassed. But then she looked completely stunned. Qin Shinger raised her small face and said seriously, Although you said that Chu Xun came to help at home, ever since you came out, I have seen you walking unsteadily and hissing in pain. You even talk in your sleep, making all sorts of noises. You must be terrified of him. Forehead. Qin Yuer was so embarrassed that she scratched the ground with her toes. Qin Shinger then revealed more evidence. And the day before yesterday, he came to your house looking for you, and then you went out with him. It was quite a long time before you came back. She looked at her sister's lips with heartache, suppressing her sobs as she said, Your lips are all swollen, sis. I really don't want to see you being bullied because of me anymore. Puff. What is all this nonsense? Qin Yuer was so embarrassed, she almost fainted. I am clearly, oh dear. How am I supposed to explain this? Just as she was about to explain the ins and outs of relationships between men and women to Qin Shinger, suddenly, Chu Xun's voice came from the courtyard. Yuer, I've come to bring you something. Qin Shinger stood up first and said with dissatisfaction, He must have come to bully you again, sister. I'm going to go out and talk to him. From now on, let me take the beatings instead of you. But Qin Yuer's eyes lit up. Sun Ge had come at just the right time. I took this opportunity to make Shinger understand the things she was bound to experience sooner or later. Also, let's clear Brother Sun's name. She immediately grabbed her sister's hand. Shinger, wait a moment. Qin Shinger was very puzzled and turned to look at her sister, Sister, are you going to let him beat you up again? I'd rather lose my life and give it back to him than see you lying there on the verge of death again. Silly girl, you're talking nonsense again. Despite the pain in her ankle, Qin Yueker stood in front of Qin Shinger. He said solemnly, Brother Sun has never hit me. You've misunderstood. Go into bed first and pretend to be asleep. No matter what happens, don't let Brother Sun find out that you're not asleep. After saying that, she turned around, opened the door a crack, and slipped out. Qin Shinger asked anxiously in a low voice from behind, Sister, what are you trying to do? You'll understand the relationship between me and Brother Sun in a moment. Seeing that her sister had already left, she could only suppress her doubts and cover her head with a blanket. In the courtyard, Qin Yuer staggered forward to open the door. Brother Sun, why did you bring so much food again? I already owe you so much. Chu Xun was holding a processed pig leg in his arms. He was carrying a plucked pheasant and 2 bags of white rice and flour, a truly generous gift for his visit. He looked at Qin Yuer's ankle with concern and said, I'm worried about your injury, so I'll come over tonight to take a look. These foods are all for you. Putting aside our relationship, just the fact that you saved my sister today means that if I didn't bring you something, my second uncle and aunt would scold me. Qin Yuer was even more moved after hearing this. Some even couldn't wait to hug Chu Xun and pour out their hearts. She grabbed his arm and said with a smile, Brother Sun, come inside and sit for a while. It's chilly outside. Chu Xun asked in confusion, Go inside and do it? Your sister should still be home, right? Last time, Qin Shinger almost discovered him, which gave him quite a fright. Fortunately, she was somewhat naive and didn't understand what she was doing behind Yuer's back. Qin Yuer turned her face away shyly and lied. She's already asleep. We can just go to the kitchen like last time. The beautiful woman before him was stunningly gorgeous. Chu Xun took a deep breath and followed her into the house. He then pulled out a Yunnan Baiyao plaster he had bought from the mall. Come inside and stick this on, then I'll massage your ankle. That will help it heal faster. Qin Yuer gave a soft and then pushed open the door. Chapter 27, The incompetent younger sister, watching her older sister being beaten, felt a strange mix of emotions. Upon entering the house, it was still empty. Only Qin Shinger, sleeping on a mat spread on the ground, could be faintly heard breathing rhythmically. Chu Xun looked around and then looked up at the thatched roof that was faintly illuminated by starlight. It seems I need to find some time to renovate Yuer's house. It's already getting a bit chilly in the autumn now. I expect this winter to be particularly cold, and it will be very difficult to endure if the house is not warm enough. Soon the two of them quietly entered the kitchen. Chu Xun had just placed the items on the counter. A warm, soft body rushed into his arms. Qin Yuer was unusually proactive today. She leaned close to Chu Xun's ear, stood on tiptoe, and bit his earlobe. Her breath was as sweet as orchids as she said, Brother Sun, Yuer misses you so much today. Even though Chu Xun had read countless love poems in his previous life, none of them could compare to the pounding of his heart at this moment. If a stunningly beautiful woman hugs you and tells you to offer her services, could you resist? Chu Xun gently rubbed her cheek. Yuer, I'll talk to my second uncle about our relationship in a while. You wait for me to come and propose marriage. A marriage proposal? Qin Yuer's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of melancholy. She really wanted to marry Chu Xun, but unfortunately, she was unlucky and a widow, so she absolutely couldn't be a burden to him. The best option is to let Shinger marry him. The air inside the room gradually warmed up, and the atmosphere became even more enchanting. Qin Shinger was pretending to be asleep in the main room. Then they heard Chu Xun and his sister come in. But she still didn't understand what her sister meant by, you'll understand in a little while. What exactly is their relationship? She huddled under the covers, pondering it over and over. But I just can't understand what my sister said. No matter what, don't let Sun Ji find out that you're not asleep. Qin Shinger looked very conflicted and slowly got up. Chu Xun stood up. Qin Yuer, who was standing to the side, also struggled to get up, took Chu Xun's clothes, and carefully put them on for him, smoothing out the wrinkles. Chu Xun laughed and said, I was a bit too much. You should stew the pheasant properly later and make some soup. Qin Yuer blushed slightly and tidied her messy hair. It's okay, as long as you're happy, Brother Sun. The two quickly cleaned up the mess. Qin Yuer also opened the wooden window of the kitchen to let in some fresh air. Chu Xun slowly opened the kitchen door and saw that Qin Shinger was still sleeping in bed. Only then did he take a step and quietly leave. Qin Yuer stood in the kitchen doorway for a while. She remained silent and went straight to Qin Shinger's bed. She said softly, Shinger, are you still pretending to be asleep? The person in the blankets showed no reaction, as if they were truly asleep. Qin Yuer revealed a hint of sarcasm. He laughed and said, stop pretending. If you don't come out soon, I'll pull off your blanket. These words were spoken. A small head with disheveled hair and watery eyes peeked out. Qin Shinger let out a trembling meow. Sister too. Seeing her younger sister's blushing face, Qin Yuer covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Chu Xun got up and went with his second uncle to the village head's house to borrow a cart. The remaining pork was wrapped tightly in mats and straw until it was impossible to tell what it was. The two of them then pulled the cart and headed toward the county town. Soon, they approached the county town. Chapter 28 Wild boar meat is 79 coins a pound? What's the difference between that and giving it away for free? The 20-mile journey to the county town was a rough and uneven road. In addition, the cart was heavy and cumbersome. So Chu Xun and his companion didn't see the county town until the sun was high in the sky. A group of refugees and beggars were still waiting outside. Seeing the cart that Chu Xun was pulling, which was wrapped tightly in straw, everyone looked on with curiosity. But Chu Xun merely snorted and shook the bow, and arrows slung over his shoulder. In addition, his tall stature instantly silenced the emaciated refugees, causing them to lower their heads in quiet contemplation. Soon, the two pushed the cart into the city. Although the streets weren't very bustling, they were much more lively now. Those selling steam buns and noodles all came out to participate in the early morning market. Chu Xun bought 10 large steamed buns and shared them with his second uncle. Pulling the cart all the way here had exhausted the two of them. Even Uncle Chu, who is usually frugal, ate with gusto this time, not caring about the cost at all. After all, once their pork is sold today, it will be worth countless coins. After finishing their meal, the two pushed their cart to the West Street Market. Chu Xun had just lifted the straw to reveal the cut-up wild boar meat. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone stared at them in shock. In the past, many hunters would sell their goods here. But at most, you'll find pheasants and rabbits. If you happen to see a roe deer, that's considered quite a feat. Who else sees a big wild boar so early in the morning like today? That's a wild boar, isn't it? Look at those big tusks, it's huge. Which village's hunter is this? It's been so many years since I've seen wild boar meat for sale here. It's a bit pungent, but I really want to buy a pound to try. It's much rarer than chicken, duck, fish, or rabbit. Come on, the butcher Zheng next door sells domestic pork for 90 coins these days, let alone this firmer wild boar meat. It must cost 100 coins. The whispers of those around him reached Chu Xun's ears. He had inquired about pork prices in the city last time, and they were indeed almost the same as what they had said. But today he has to sell all the pork within a day. He wouldn't accept even if it were the same price, let alone a higher price. Immediately, Chu Xun took out a piece of charcoal that had been burned the night before from the carriage frame and began to write on the ground. He has excellent handwriting. In the blink of an eye, a line of large characters appeared on the ground. Wild boar meat, slaughtered yesterday, 79 coins per catty. Wild boar meat, 79 coins a pound. Those who witnessed this scene were stunned, their mouths agape. In this famine year, even white rice could sell for 30 coins per pound. Wild boar meat killed yesterday was only 70-odd coins per catty. After rounding, what's the difference between this and giving it away for free? As a result, many passers-by crowded over, clamoring to buy meat. And then there are those fools who actually try to take advantage of the crowd and fish in troubled waters. But he had only stretched out one hand. There was a loud crack, and it exploded. A boning knife made a clang sound. With a swift sound, the knife severed a large pig's trotter in front of the thief. The short, skinny thief was speechless with shock, completely stunned and frozen in place. If that knife had hit my hand, my wrist would probably be broken. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xun grabbed his hand. He flashed a warm smile and said, "Brother, buy a pig's trotter. Stew it until it's very tender, and it'll help control your fidgety hands." The skinny, short thief was hunched over, his legs trembling with nervousness. Looking up again, she saw Chu Xun with a kind face and a smile. He was holding a sharp knife, as if he would stab him to death if he dared to say he wouldn't buy. A group of people around him were watching him make a fool of himself. They mocked the skinny, short man for daring to mess with a hunter carrying a bow. The skinny, short man swallowed hard. He said in a trembling voice, "Bye-bye, huh? Actually, I just came by pig trotters. I'll take these." Chu Xun then revealed a satisfied smile and tossed the pig's trotter to his second uncle to weigh. My second uncle grunted, then weighed it, deliberately adding a little extra weight. He called out, 2 catties and 3 ounces at your convenience." The short, thin man was momentarily stunned. "How much? It's not just a pig's trotter weighing 2 or 3 ounces. Do you think I'm a fool?" He was about to retort. Then I saw Chu Xun kindly pick up the sharp knife again. It stabbed into the wild boar's belly in one go, and with a snap, cut off a piece of meat. He said with a kind face, "What's wrong? The meat's already been cut, and you don't want to buy it anymore." The skinny, short thief was immediately startled and cried out in fear, Buy. I'll take out the money right now. 180 coins, pay up." The skinny, short man reluctantly took out 18 large coins from his purse, sighed, and took a share of the pig's trotter. Before leaving, he gave Chu Xun's stall a resentful look. You won't let me steal meat. I won't let you get away with this either. Those who dare to sell pork on East Street are not afraid of trouble from Butcher Zheng on the west side of town. I'll go tell him right now and let him deal with you. A crowd of people were jostling to buy wild boar meat in front of Chu Xun's stall. Business couldn't be better. The price is cheap and the meat is fresh. It would be strange not to buy it. Even the pig's hindquarters were bought by a man with sunken eyes and unsteady steps, who said that the pig's hindquarters could be used to treat the pig's hindquarters. Uncle Chu, who was in charge of collecting the money, was almost numb with exhaustion. Copper coins kept being stuffed into his hands. He even managed to grab a few pieces of silver. Oh my god, I Chuman-san have made it big. Soon, Chu Xun sold about 100 jin of pork, earning more than 10 guan in profit. The boxes used to store the copper coins were almost full. Uncle Chu even sat directly on it, fearing that someone might be tempted by the money and steal it. Chu Xun, who was in charge of cutting the meat, looked back at today's earnings and was very satisfied. A 300-pound wild boar, after bleeding and removing its offal, actually only weighs a little over 200 pounds of meat. This is because they sell both fat and lean meat, as well as spare ribs mixed in. As for the pig offal, we can sell it off cheaply later. Just as Chu Xun and his second uncle were continuing to prepare for doing business. Suddenly, the crowd became noisy and scattered. Immediately afterwards, several thugs with a roguish air swaggered over. The leader was a fat man with a thick beard and a fierce face. Arrogant and overbearing, he walked straight to the stall, crossed his arms, and stared at Chu Xun and his companion. Several thugs behind him also surrounded the stall. They looked rather shady. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. Isn't that Butcher Zheng from the west side of town? What's he doing here? You don't know. All the pork sellers on West Street are his men. He has 7 or 8 apprentices who manage several shops. Selling pork on his turf is like defying the king of hell. These two are finished. They might not even make any money and will have to go to the clinic to treat their injuries. Listening to the discussions of the people around me, the fat man grew even more smug, a mocking look appearing on his face. Chu Xun's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he looked at the fat man with great interest. West of the town street, they sell pork, haha. His lower body is unstable, so he seems to be just bloated. He looks fierce, but he's actually a pushover. On the contrary, my second uncle was not so calm. His body trembled slightly as he stepped forward and shielded Chu Xun behind him. He said with a forced smile, "Gentlemen, you come to buy meat, right? I'll cut it for you. It'll be cheap. I'll even give it away for free. Give it to me." The fat man spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. "Huh, you dare to sell pork on West Street without even asking around about the reputation of West Street in my town. You think you can sell pork without paying? Dream on. Hand over 5 taels of silver right now, or I'll smash your stall to pieces." A few thugs also joined in the commotion, shouting and threatening people. This uncle was completely at a loss. "This, sir, we're new here and don't know the rules at all. Besides, isn't 5 taels a bit too much?" Butcher Zheng's eyes widened, and a 3 appeared on his forehead. 5 taels is too much. If it weren't for the fact that this is your first time here, I would have charged you 10 taels. 10 taels. Uncle's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Chu Xun reached out from behind and helped him up. "Second uncle, please sit in the back. I'll reason with these thugs." His eyes were sharp, his voice was calm, and he stepped forward slowly. His tall stature carried an indescribable sense of oppression. In addition, there was the bow and arrows that Chu Xun carried on his back. The gleaming silver knife in his hand sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 29 Lu Laoba. Why don't you dare to fight Chu Xun? On West Street, the crowd watched the fight unfold. They all had a low opinion of the uncle and nephew who sold meat, thinking they couldn't beat Zheng the Butcher and his group. Zheng the Butcher and the few thugs behind him saw Chu Xun step forward. He then looked at the sharp knife in his hand. I calmed down considerably immediately and involuntarily took 2 steps back. In particular, Butcher Zheng directly shielded his apprentices in front of him. Then he felt more confident. With 5 or 6 people around him, surely he can handle a mere kid? He flashed a mouthful of yellow teeth and sneered. Reasonable? I, Zheng too, have been selling pork on this West Street for so many years, and I've always believed in one principle. If you want to sell pork, you have to pay me your share. Several thugs, hands on their hips, egged them on, saying, "That's right, hand over the money now, or we'll break your legs." A clown. Chu Xun picked up a pig meatball, weighed it in his hand, and tossed it around. "I don't have any money, but I see you're unsteady on your feet and have a weak lower body. I can sell you a pig's ball to help you strengthen yourself." The people around immediately burst into laughter. How dare he curse the town's west side Butcher Zheng is a coward. We need to give him some pork balls to make up for it. You! Butcher Zheng's face turned a deep shade of liver. They actually dared to insult him so openly. He roared, "Smash his stall for me. Beat them all up splat." A pig meatball was precisely smashed into his mouth. It almost choked Zhang the butcher to death. Wait until he vomits up the pig meatball. There was another loud bang. Chu Xun clenched his fist and punched a green-skinned man directly in the jawbone. The force was immense. With a scream, the hunchback was flung onto Zhang the butcher. The two collided and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "You bastard! I'm going to cripple you today." Butcher Zhang pulled the person off him and shouted angrily. But then his eyes widened, and he froze in place, terrified. Suddenly, 4 or 5 thugs surrounded Chu Xun, trying to subdue him. They'd frequented this street a lot, and they were certain Chu Xun wouldn't dare actually use a knife. But who exactly is Chu Xun? In his previous life, he was a formidable figure who ranked among the top 100 in the entire army's martial arts competition. As long as you maintain the distance, you won't need your knife to fight them. With just a simple maneuver and a punch, he accurately struck the weak points of these bruises. A punch can cripple someone. Ear, cartilage, jawline, side ribs, bridge of the nose, kidneys, every punch lands squarely. In just a few breaths, all the thugs present were lying on the ground asleep. This scene left the people present speechless. How is this young man so formidable? These are all known for their bravery and fighting on West Street. Are all the hunters from the village this good? No wonder they can hunt wild boars. They're really skilled. Glug! Butcher Zhang unconsciously swallowed, pointing at Chu Xun with a trembling hand. He stammered, You committed violence with a knife in the street. Aren't you afraid of being arrested and taken to the authorities?" He never imagined that one day he would have to use the government to intimidate people. "If this gets out, where'll I put my face? Where did this amazing guy come from?" Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps rang out. Chu Xun walked towards Butcher Zhang step by step, the sharp knife in his hand, still showing traces of blood left from cutting meat. Some people found it amusing and said, "I didn't stab them to death with a knife, so how can it be considered as committing a crime with a knife?" He then twirled the knife in his hand, his face all friendly. "You don't want me to accidentally stab you to death and frame me for going to jail, do you? Would I risk my life to frame you? Is this even human language?" Zhang the butcher was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly until he hit the street wall. He stammered, No, I didn't mean that. It's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding." Seeing his cowardly expression, those present burst into laughter, mocking the local thug for meeting a true hero. Chu Xun looked down at his trembling legs and sneered, "What about my stall fee?" "No, I won't buy any more. You can sell it however you want. I won't buy anything," Butcher Zhang hurriedly said, fearing that Chu Xun might attack him at any moment. "That's right. Things will be peaceful once things are discussed." Chu Xun smiled and held up the demon orb in his hand. "Then what brings you to my stall?" Butcher Zhang glanced at the demon orb and cautiously probed, "To him here to buy pork, right?" His tone of deliberately confirming seemed ridiculously comical, making people both laugh and cry. Chu Xun nodded, looking like a promising young man. "Buy it. These pork balls are good for your health and well-being. Is it too much to ask for 100 coins per caddy?" Butcher Zhang nodded repeatedly. It's not excessive at all. Selling it for 150 coins is not excessive. What a joke. You dare say no? Have you ever seen the boning knife in that guy's hand? Without even weighing it, Chu Xun directly stuffed the demon orb into Zhang the butcher's hand and said with a smile, 200 coins for you. Puffed. You're charging me 2 pounds for one magic pill? Butcher Zhang's face turned green, but the situation was beyond his control. He could only say, frustrated, "I'll buy it. I'll pay right now." He then walked up to a thug lying on the ground howling and cursed. "You worthless piece of trash. Hand over your money." Green Skin clutched his crotch, on the verge of tears, and pulled a money pouch from his pocket. Butcher Zhang took it and picked out a piece of silver worth about 200 coins. He walked up to Uncle Chu, gritted his teeth, and handed it to him. Uncle Chu was already stunned by Chu Xun's heroic demeanor just now, his scalp tingling. How come my nephew is so good fighting? Seeing the fierce-looking Butcher Zhang hand over the silver, the second uncle was momentarily stunned. "Dude, hurry up and answer that. Didn't you see that guy behind me almost stab me in the face with a knife?" Zhang the butcher hurriedly stuffed the loose silver into Uncle Chu's hand, then turned around and bowed and scraped to Chu Xun. "Young man, look, I've already bought the meat and paid. My sow is about to give birth, so what do you think?" Chu Xun strode forward and, with a thud, plunged the sharp knife straight into the cutting board. Zhang the butcher was so frightened that his legs trembled again, and cold sweat poured down his face. They saw that they had already intimidated the scoundrel. Chu Xun waved his hand and said, "The money and goods are settled. You can leave now." Just as Butcher Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, Chu Xun suddenly changed the subject, threateningly saying, "If you dare to cause trouble again, my bow doesn't have eyes." Be careful that one night you're walking around and people mistake you for a wild animal. The voice was firm and resounding. Even passers-by who were nearby heard it and broke out in a cold sweat. Arrogant. Utter arrogance. Villain. He's more like a villain than the villain himself. They are openly threatening their superiors. For a moment, it was unclear who was actually causing trouble. Butcher Zheng looked miserable, wishing he could slap himself. He now deeply regrets listening to a pickpocket and provoking such a wicked person. Such threatening words are only spoken by local bullies like myself. Today, I'm the one being threatened by others. Having spent over a decade navigating the streets, he naturally knows how to distinguish between genuine skill and true ruthlessness. Judging from the murderous intent hidden in Chu Xun's words and the other person's skills, that means he really has the ability to kill himself. The butcher Zheng wanted to slap himself twice whenever he thought about how he had offended such a nasty person. He quickly shrank his neck and said, No, I'll definitely avoid you from now on. Seeing that the fat man, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, was terrified of him, Chu Xun smiled and nodded. Go ahead. All right, I'm off now, Butcher Zheng called out. The thugs on the ground also got up sheepishly, picked up the thug who might have had Ding Tok removed, and scurried away from the crowd. Suddenly, a questioning voice rang out from outside. Zheng-san, why aren't you selling meat in the shop? What are you doing here? Chu Xun recognized the voice and looked toward the crowd. The crowd parted to let in 3 people. The leader was a thin man with a mustache, who was none other than Lu Laoba, who had come to the house to collect debts that day. As soon as Lu Laoba entered, he saw Chu Xun standing tall and straight in front of the stall. He stopped stroking his beard, his eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, It was you. Chapter 30. 7 soldiers against 1. The advantage is on my side. Chu Xun calmly looked at Lu Laoba in front of him, slashing the sharp knife in his hand across the cutting board. I never expected to run into these people just by going to the city to sell meat. When Lu Laoba saw that it was Chu Xun, his eyes immediately lit up with wild joy. What a small world. I never expected to run into him again just a few days later. He still remembers the lesson he learned last time. Thinking of this, Lu Laoba felt even more resentful towards Chu Xun, but his gaze was immediately drawn to the pork stall in front of Chu Xun and his second uncle. This is pork. Where do they get so much pork? And judging from the way it's being sold, it's already being sold on the street. How many have been sold? You must have made a lot of money by now, right? Damn it. If they really pay back the money, how are we going to get the land? Butcher Zheng, who was standing nearby, waved his hand in front of his face and asked, 8th Master, do you know them? Lu Laoba snapped back to his senses and pushed Zheng the butcher's hand away. He said sinisterly, Of course I know them. Those 2 still owe my master 5 strings of cash. Chu Song, Chu Xun, you're unlucky to have met me. Either pay me back the money today or hand over the land. The county town is our home turf. Let's see how arrogant Chu Xun can be now. Last time, we didn't have enough men, and he beat us all to a pulp. But this time he brought 6 or 7 people with him, along with Butcher Zheng and his apprentices. How could you possibly control a mere Chu Xun? With a wave of his hand, several servants and guards behind him stepped forward, clenching their fists, and surrounded Chu Xun. Uncle Chu was a little worried when he saw so many people. He picked up the cart-pressing stick and stood in front of Chu Xun. Somewhat nervously, she said, What do you mean? We didn't say we wouldn't pay back the money. It's not even the beginning of next month yet, is it? Lu Laoba snorted coldly. I don't care if you pay back the money or not. Just hurry up and return the money, or hand over the land. When Butcher Zheng saw Lu Laoba about to attack Chu Xun without saying a word, he was so shocked that his eyes widened. Just because I call you 8th Master doesn't mean you really think you're a master. Don't you know how much it weighs? This guy just single-handedly took down 4 or 5 of his best men. With just your few servants and guards? Going up there would be suicide. He hurriedly tried to persuade Lu Laoba. 8th Master, listen to me, this man. Lu Laoba interrupted him directly, saying, Don't bother me. Today I'm going to break his legs. Having been turned away, Butcher Zheng ignored him completely. If you don't appreciate kindness, you deserve to get beaten up later. He then stood quietly to the side with his men. Chu Xun remained calm and stood motionless, seemingly unconcerned. He stared directly at Lu Laoba across from him and said, Are you here to collect a debt? Or are you going to fight me? Lu Laoba saw that the current lineup was 1 against 7, and the advantage was in his hands. He then stroked his mustache and grinned wickedly. Of course it's to collect debts, but for poor folks like you who can't afford to pay them back. Of course, we'll have to teach them a lesson if necessary. If I don't pay back the money today, humph. His words were full of threat. Chu Xun simply nodded and smiled, then walked to the stall and opened a box containing copper coins. We originally agreed to repay the money to your family's Lu family in the spring of next year, but you demanded repayment in less than a month, insisting that my family bring the land deed to repay it. We then agreed to repay it at the beginning of next month, but I didn't expect you to change your mind again and demand the money today. He grabbed a handful of copper coins, letting the coins flow from his palm into the box. He laughed and said, "Then I'll pay back the 5 strings of cash I owe you, so you won't keep coming after me all the time." The surrounding people were in an uproar upon hearing this. I never expected that Master Lu would collect debts ahead of schedule. What kind of logic is this? Exactly, their company is notorious for its high interest rates, yet they still resort to collecting debts early. Aren't they afraid of ruining their reputation? It's better to go to a pawn shop. Even if you borrow a small amount, it's better than being robbed. Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Laoba couldn't help but get angry and said, "Kid, don't spout nonsense here. You're clearly trying to run away because you can't pay your debts, and you even dare to ruin my master's reputation. Beat them up." The 7 guards eagerly stepped forward. Seeing this, Chu Xun raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, you don't want the money anymore." Lu Laoba sneered, "Ha, you think you can pay back 5 strings of cash? That pork must have been stolen from your domestic pigs. I dare not accept the money from selling it. Is this guy an idiot?" Sizzle. A crisp sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Chu Xun's boning knife pierced precisely into the enormous pig's head. Pointing to the protruding fangs and averted lips, he sneered, "If you don't believe me, come with me in the mountains and see how I shoot it dead." Looking at the sharp boning knife, Lu Laoba couldn't help but swallow. He then turned to Zheng the butcher and threatened him. "Zheng-san, take a good look. Is this a wild boar or a domestic pig? Look closely. If there's even the slightest mistake, you'll be sorry." Hearing his veiled threat, Butcher Zheng gave a bitter smile. This Lu Laoba is clearly using his butcher status to distort the truth, and he even went so far as to threaten me to my face. He has the backing of Master Lu, and I can't afford to offend him. But that person, Butcher Zheng, gave Chu Xun a quick wink. Chu Xun didn't speak, but simply drew his boning knife and twirled it a few times in his hand. The cold blade made a light, slicing motion in front. It looked as if someone's throat was being slashed. It was quite gruesome. Zheng the butcher was instantly terrified, his whole body trembling and cold sweat pouring down his face. I was just about to say it wasn't a domestic pig. Then Lu Quan, who was standing next to me, grinned maliciously and said, "You don't want your beef reselling business to be exposed, do you?" "Oh no, I can't afford to offend either of them." But then Butcher Zheng came up with a good idea. He raised his hand, panting heavily, and stammered, This is... Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud thud. Zheng the butcher's eyes rolled back. He spat out a mouthful of bitter water, and his body fell straight to the ground. His hands and feet were twitching uncontrollably, and saliva was dripping from his mouth. He looked like he had epilepsy. Chu Xun couldn't help but laugh. This guy's a real talent. Lu Quan angrily cursed. Useless. He could tell at a glance that Zheng San was faking it. He simply ordered the servants. Beat them. Whoever beats them, the hardest will get 5 qian of silver. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant servants instantly became energized and rushed forward. Chapter 31. Lu Quan, feeling wronged, was beaten and convicted of robbery in the street. A servant opened his arms and was about to rush forward. But with a loud thud, a wooden stick struck his face. The servant cried out in pain as he retreated, clutching his bruised and purple face. Uncle Chu stood in front of Chu Xun, holding a wooden stick. His eyes widened. Lu Laoba, you're bullying us? We've already paid you back, and you still want to bully us? Are you even being reasonable? Lu Laoba is simply going too far. They actually accused them of stealing the pork. This completely enraged the honest Chu Monsong, who immediately grabbed his stick and stood protectively in front of Chu Xun. My nephew has protected me several times. People who don't know better would think I'm not capable at all. Seeing his men humiliated, Lu Quan became even more enraged and shouted repeatedly, Attack! All of you attack! I'll take responsibility if you cripple them. It doesn't matter if you kill them. Several servants rushed forward, baring their teeth and brandishing their claws. Uncle Chu wanted to step forward, but Chu Xun blocked him from behind. Second uncle, you keep an eye on the stall. I'll take care of these scoundrels. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xun took a step forward. He grabbed the hair of the servant closest to him. The servant cried out in pain as Chu Xun pulled him, then punched him in the eye socket. Suddenly, his eye socket turned purplish black. The servant screamed in pain as Chu Xun kicked him away. Several servants tried to grab Chu Xun and used their numbers to throw him to the ground. Chu Xun took a step back, taking advantage of his height and build. 3 punches landed on the noses of the 3 servants. They were beaten until their noses were shattered. Their eyes saw stars. and blood kept seeping out. There were 3 clueless servants left who seemed oblivious to their fate. One of them picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Chu Xun. 2 others rushed toward the stall, their target clearly Uncle Chu. Bang! A fierce front kick. The servant holding the stone was sent flying backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Immediately, Chu Xun drew his bow and nocked an arrow, shooting it out almost without even looking. With a clang, an arrow flew between the 2 servants and struck the cart in front of them. The hearts of these 2 servants pounded wildly, like the dangling fletching on an arrow. 2 soft plop sounds. The 2 of them fell to the ground with a thud, their faces filled with terror. The arrow almost hit them. Lu Laoba, who was watching from the sidelines, was startled to see that Chu Xun actually dared to draw his bow. He cried out in fear, "You dare to shoot an arrow and kill someone in the street. Chu Xun, you're finished. You've broken the law. You." The sound stopped abruptly, because Chu Xun had already turned around, drawn his bow, and knocked an arrow, aiming it directly at Lu Laoba's forehead. You. Lu Laoba was so frightened that he lost his courage, and his legs trembled. "You can't kill me. Murder is illegal." Chu Xun stepped forward with a bow and arrow, poking Lu Laoba's face with the sharp arrowhead. With a mocking smile, he said, "What? You just said it would be fine if I killed you? I only pointed an arrow at you. Is that illegal?" The dark arrowheads looked like the ghosts of death. Lu Laoba was so frightened that he couldn't say a word, his legs were trembling, and he almost peed himself. Chu Xun chuckled and put away his bow and arrows. Then he raised his hand. Clap, clap, clap. 3 resounding slaps landed on Lu Laoba's face. He was beaten until his face was swollen and red, blood seeping from his mouth, and his knees buckled and he collapsed to the ground. Chu Xun looked down at him with icy eyes. "Take the money I'm giving you and get the hell out of here. If I ever see you again, I'll shoot your black heart to pieces with an arrow. Do you hear me?" Lu Laoba was so frightened that his body trembled. He responded in a panic, "I heard you. I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again. Go count the money in the box now. If you dare take even 1 extra copper coin, I'll personally stuff it into your mouth and watch you eat it. Go now." Chu Xun kicked him again, leaving a shoe print on his face. Lu Quan covered his face, getting up as if he were about to cry, but had no tears left. They had only taken a couple of steps. Then Chu Xun shouted, "Where's the IOU?" Lu Laoba quickly pulled out a stack of papers from his pocket. Among the many IOUs, they found the one that Uncle Chu had signed when he came to visit. Once his second uncle confirmed that everything was correct, Chu Xun nodded. "Take your bunch of useless men and go count the money. Once you've taken 5 strings of cash, get the hell out of here." Yes, I have this little bit of money." Lu Laoba was so frightened that he hurriedly told his few wailing henchmen to go to the box and count the money. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. "I can't believe someone actually fought 7 people and won." Everyone cheered for Chu Xun. Lu Laoba's face burned with shame. He wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He encountered Chu Xun twice, and both times he ended up in a bad situation. The first time was all right. He was only threatened by a group of villagers and left before he could take the beating. This time I'm done for. 3 big slaps landed on my face, making me see stars. And the greatest shame was losing face in front of so many onlookers. How can I save face like this? Chu Xun watched coldly as the group counted money in the box. One of the servants, wanting to slack off, picked up a 2 chien, approximately 6.75 grams, piece of silver and took it outside. He was slapped across the face by Chu Xun. Only copper coins are allowed. The servant was on the verge of tears and could only continue counting the various copper coins. Lu Laoba secretly cheered, thankful that he hadn't gone to take the silver, otherwise he would have been embarrassed again. But then slap, slap, slap. Chu Xun slapped him 3 more times. He can't even control a dog. He deserves a beating. I've been wronged. Lu Laoba almost burst into tears. Just then, a menacing voice rang out from the crowd. "Lu Laoba, in broad daylight, you dare to rob ordinary people in the street. I think you're looking for a lawsuit." Lu Laoba, I? Stealing Chu Xun's money? I'm more wrong than Do-e. Chapter 32, Constable by Dashin, and his second uncle who wanted to ride the donkey hard. Lu Laoba, you dare to rob ordinary people in broad daylight. I think you want to get sued. The noisy crowd slowly dispersed. A square-faced man dressed in a constable's uniform, with a knife at his waist, walked out and cursed as he approached the stall. His gaze fell directly on Lu Laoba and his gang of men. The square-faced man shouted, "Lu Laoba, you've been caught red-handed. What else do you have to say?" As he spoke, he was about to step forward and take down Lu Laoba. But Lu Laoba refused to admit it. Was he the one who robbed the money? They're clearly forcing me to give them money. By Dashin, can you see clearly? Don't wrong me. Lu Laoba burst into tears, pointing behind him and lamenting, "This is money someone owes me, and they want me to take it myself. Look carefully, oh dear, I'm so wronged." As the servants around him made room, Chu Xun and his second uncle also came into view. "Monsong, it's you?" Bai Dashin asked in surprise. Uncle Chu quickly stepped forward and explained, "Dashin, this is what happened. After a long rambling, Bai Dashin's expression changed from doubt to surprise, and then to deep shock as he stared blankly at Chu Xun. How did Chu Xun, who only knew how to study, suddenly become so different? After figuring out the whole story, Bai Dashin cleared his throat. He said, "Since that's the case, then you should quickly count the copper coins and leave as soon as possible. The rest of you should disperse and not block the street." When the onlookers realized there was no more excitement to be had, they all left. Meanwhile, Butcher Zheng quietly gestured to his apprentices to move him away after he had fainted. Soon, only Chu Xun and his group remained on the land. Chu Xun stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Dashin, it's been years since I've seen you." Bai Dashin sighed and said, "Yes, it's only been a few years, but you've changed so much. I didn't even recognize you just now." His eyes narrowed instantly, and he pointed at the bow, an arrow on Chu Xun's back. "This bow is—" Chu Xun smiled faintly, took down the bow, and handed it to Bai Dashin. "This was lent to me by the village head a while ago for hunting. Thanks to it, I was able to shoot this wild boar and pay off my debt." "Bai Dashin, you think this broken bow could kill such a big wild boar behind you? Even if you shoot at Pig Ball, you won't kill him, right?" He weighed the bow in his hand and handed it to Chu Xun, saying, "Keep using it. Giving this bow to the right person is a good thing." Chu Xun took the bow and smiled. "I was just about to return it to the village head. When I went to the city last time, I had a blacksmith make another bow, and I just happened to pick it up this time." Uncle Chu and Bai Dashin, who were standing nearby, chatted with each other about things in the village and the city. Lu Laoba and his companions quickly took the copper coins and went to Chu Xun. "We've already counted the money. Can we leave now?" Chu Xun glanced at the large and small bags in the hands of the group, his gaze sweeping across their faces. He squinted slightly and said, "We didn't take more than you wanted, did you?" Lu Laoba's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. No, how can we take more? It's a full 5 strings of cash, not a single coin more or less. Take what you've got and get out of here. Remember what I said, and don't let me see you again." Chu Xun waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. Upon hearing this, Lu Laoba immediately nodded and bowed. Yes, I understand. After saying that, the group immediately slunk away, feeling utterly ashamed and utterly humiliated. After walking a distance, Lu Laoba cursed fiercely at the sky. "Chu Xun, you wait, this isn't over." "Eighth Master, that person is behind you. You're going the wrong way," a servant kindly reminded him. "Go to hell, I wouldn't dare face him." The pork sold out quickly. Even the large pig's head was bought by a small restaurant, which paid a full 5 qian of silver. This greatly surprised Uncle Chu. He exclaimed, "These city folks really don't value money. They'll spend 5 qian of silver to buy a pig's head just for a little bit of pig's snout and pig's face. That's real money. I've hardly ever seen it myself. In the blink of an eye, I've been rubbing my hands together all day." Chu Xun took a rag and wiped the cutting board clean. "If people are willing to buy, we can make a profit. Second Uncle Dashin has been waiting for you at the tea stall for a long time. Go ahead, I'll go find a blacksmith to get the bow." Uncle Chu rubbed his head, puzzled, and asked, "You had a blacksmith make a bow for you last time? How come I didn't know?" Chu Xun smiled and said, "I ordered this when I bought the fabric last time. You don't need to worry about me. I'll take the cart and buy some other things while I'm at it." The uncle and nephew then parted ways. Uncle Chu took a handful of copper coins and went to the tea stall to find Bai Dashin. He was really generous today, and he immediately presented 3 copper coins. They ordered a plate of fennel beans and a pot of tea, and the two chatted while drinking. You have no idea how good Xuanzi is at saving money. On the other side, Chu Xun arrived at a livestock market. There are chickens, ducks, donkeys, and sheep for sale everywhere here. Chu Xun pulled the cart, looking around several times. Finally, their gaze fell upon a donkey. He simply couldn't stand having to walk 20 miles of mountain road every time he went into town, especially this morning. He and Uncle Chu pulled the stiff, creaking cart. There was still over 100 pounds of pork on top, and he was panting heavily from exhaustion. He came to the livestock market specifically to buy a donkey for transportation. During famine years, prices soared, and even millet could sell for 10 coins per pound. Not to mention donkeys, which are ridiculously expensive. Chu Xun looked around for a while and finally settled on this one. Its fur was shiny and its build was above average. Moreover, they eat beans incredibly fast, not even sparing the weeds nearby. It's not picky about food at all. It's clearly a purebred nuclear-powered donkey. Finally, after some haggling, he started nitpicking. Under the seller's resentful gaze, he bought the donkey for 6 strings of cash, and also asked for a long whip and a large bag of mixed beans. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xun bought 6 pairs of cloth shoes, which were durable and long-lasting, for himself and his second uncle. There are also 8 pairs of shoes the size of a woman's foot. It is much more refined, with even simple embroidery on the fabric. Then he bought some timber and various household items. The pork brought into the city weighed a total of over 180 jin, approximately 90 kilograms. They earned more than 14 strings of cash, plus more than 1 tael of silver. After deducting the 5 strings of cash used to pay off the debt, the copper coins were quickly spent. Then he summoned his recurved bow and quiver from the store's warehouse, thus completing his journey. When Chu Xun arrived at the tea stall slowly, driving his fully loaded donkey cart, it instantly attracted envious glances from many people. After all, these days, people can barely afford to feed themselves, let alone donkeys. Uncle Chu was no exception. He looked at the donkey cart and sighed, "If only I had a donkey cart someday, I could make enough money to support my family just by picking up passengers at the city gate." But he didn't notice that Bai Dashin, sitting opposite him, had already widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Bai Dashin slapped the table, his voice filled with surprise. "Monsong, is that Chu Xun driving the car? My eyes seem to be damaged. Can you take a look?" Uncle Chu waved his hand. "You must be mistaken. Xuanzi was pulling your family's cart. How did it turn into a donkey cart after going out for a while? Besides, where would we get the money to buy a donkey?" His voice suddenly stopped. "Money? Donkey cart? Searching for my son." Startled, Uncle Chu stood up abruptly. It seemed that his family could no longer afford a donkey cart. On his way to find his son, he mentioned that pulling the cart was tiring, could it be? Then Uncle Chu slowly moved his stiff body, and his gaze turned away. Chu Xun was seen leaning against the fully loaded donkey cart, feeding the donkey a handful of mixed beans. Then he looked up at Uncle Chu and smiled. "Uncle, I bought everything. Let's go back to the village." Uncle Chu felt as if his heart was bleeding. Money, money, all those hard-earned coins. Just like that, they were spent so easily. But then again, that donkey cart is really impressive. I really want to go up there and get a good ride. Chapter 33 Rural Nuclear Weapon. Bombing the entire village. On the way back to Shilling Village, a donkey cart moved slowly along. The medium-sized donkey was pulling a fully loaded cart, moving slowly forward. They walked slowly, even stopping occasionally to rest and eat some fresh grass by the roadside. Even though it is so lazy, Uncle Chu, who was driving the car, couldn't bear to whip it even twice. Instead, he grabbed a handful of mixed beans from the bag, smiled, and fed them to the donkey, his eyes full of affection. Chu Xun, lying on top of the goods on the cart, twitched at the corner of his mouth. He said helplessly, "Second uncle, you don't have to be so good to it, do you? You're spoiling this donkey rotten." He's even starting to regret buying the donkey. An hour ago at the tea stall, Uncle Chu was still distressed about the money that had been spent. He wanted to return the donkey. He said he could pull the cart and carry all that goods home by himself. But Chu Xun simply let him get in the car and drive it himself, so he could experience the prestige of the Rolls-Royce. After that, Uncle Air never mentioned buying the donkey again, but instead kept praising Chu Xun for making a good purchase. "It's your money. You can do whatever you want to buy, and your second uncle will drive you around." So on the way back, my second uncle was as happy as a child, his eyes never leaving the donkey for a second. Sitting on the front side of the donkey cart, Bai Dashin, who was taking the ride home to visit relatives, also laughed. Monsong is happy. These days, it's considered good if a family can raise a chicken. You bought him a donkey. I would cherish it even more than he does. Bai Dashin watched the donkey crunching away on its beans and clicked his tongue in envy. Although he worked as a constable in the county town, his salary was really low, only 500 coins a month. Moreover, due to 3 consecutive years of famine, the county magistrate was dismissed, and the entire government office had not paid monthly wages for a long time. Although he had saved some money in the past, he sent most of it home to support his parents and his daughter, Bai Jiao. The remaining amount is barely enough to feed ourselves in the city. After Uncle Chu finished feeding the donkey the mixed beans, the donkey knew it was time to put in some effort, so it quickened its pace. There were few pedestrians along the way, with only a few villagers in tattered clothes carrying their belongings passing by occasionally. He stretched out his hand, begging Chu Xun and the others for food. They seemed to be treated as wealthy people. Seeing this view, Bai Dashin couldn't help but sigh. This month, quite a few more people have become refugees. If this continues, something terrible will happen sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Chu Xun, who was lying on the donkey cart, rolled over. He asked, "Uncle Dashin, why are those people who just passed by willing to become refugees?" He was a little unsure about this, so he thought he would ask Bai Dashin, who worked in the city. Bai Dashin sat up straight and explained they were starving because their crops had completely withered and died. They had no choice but to sell their land. In the end, they had no food and no land, so they had to become refugees. Our Shilling village is alright. There's a small river not far away. If we fetch water diligently, the crops won't all die, and we can still pay the grain tax. What? They're still collecting grain tax this year? Uncle Chu, who was driving, was startled. Didn't they say last year during the disaster that there would be tax exemption this year? Tax-free. Bai Dashan shook his head with a chuckle. Our great Jing dynasty not only doesn't allocate fund for disaster relief, but also requires taxes to be paid as in previous years. 10 caddies of grain are required for each mu of land. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many refugees? Good heavens, 10 caddies of grain. Uncle Chu muttered a few words, but he didn't say anything, probably because he was complaining about what was going on above. Upon hearing this, Chu Xun couldn't help but frown. The grains grown in the fields now are mostly millet, and the yield is extremely low. Even in years of good harvest, a mu unit of land area yields only a little over 1 sure unit of dry measure, or a little over 120 gene unit of weight. This year's drought has been severe, and the harvest in the fields has almost plummeted. Even if they desperately carry water to irrigate the land, they can't even harvest 50 caddies per mu. The grain tax levied was a whopping 10 caddies. That's a bit too harsh. Bai Dashan continued. The former magistrate originally wanted to gather the people, open up river channels to divert water, and dig wells to obtain water. But before the matter could be accomplished, he was dismissed by his superiors, and to this day, our county has no one truly in charge. It's chaotic. Local gentry and powerful families seized land on a large scale, and the number of displaced people continued to grow. These are all major problems, but the imperial court simply refuses to send anyone to resolve them. Chu Xun thought about it for a while and then stopped thinking about it. No matter how difficult the circumstances, none of that concerns me. Taking care of my family is enough. With their own system in place, they have no worries about not being able to afford food or pay their grain taxes. The donkey cart moved slowly. Soon they arrived at the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. The same familiar people still live below the village. A gossipy woman, an old woman in her twilight years, a lazy bum, and a noisy child. But no matter what they were doing, everyone's attention was completely drawn to the slowly approaching donkey cart. A series of orderly swallowing sounds rang out. Immediately, the crowd erupted in chaos. Could it be that the driver, Monsong, is renting a car like last time? Are you stupid? Would a rented vehicle not have a small flag? He must have bought it. This morning when my husband went out, he saw Monsong and Chu Xun pulling a cart. They were probably going to the city to sell pork. Aren't you a widow? Where did this man come from? Your father. Damn it. Come on. I'm your stepmother now. Come on. This donkey cart is like a nuclear weapon in the countryside. Wherever they went, a commotion erupted, and everyone was amazed by Uncle Chu's donkey cart. If he drives it back to the village, those in the village who don't get along with him will probably already be scolding his son. Those without sons scold their daughters. Those with neither son nor daughter hang themselves, thinking they might as well be dead. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Uncle Chu drove his donkey cart slowly and proudly, his face beaming with undisguised joy. He proudly addressed the villagers under the big locust tree. They're all here. The donkey cart is brand new, super fast. Oh dear, it's definitely expensive. It'll cost quite a bit of money anyway. If anyone goes to town in the future, just let me know and I'll give you a ride. Uncle Chu was not exactly a nobody in a village. Some carpenters have a lot of work to do and can find plenty of jobs. But in the early years, in order to support Chu Xun's studies, they hadn't saved up any of their belongings. Today, his nephew, Chu Xun, bought a donkey. He even made me drive back. This made Uncle Chu realize for the first time that his nephew had grown up, become capable, and would definitely be more competent than him in the future. Soon, the donkey cart slowly drove away amidst the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of many villagers. When they reached the center of the village, Bai Dashan jumped off the car and silently threw down 10 copper coins. Then he ran towards his home, his steps so fast that Uncle Chu didn't even see his back. Never mind, I'll just send some more food to Uncle Dashan's house when I return the cart later, Chu Xun said with a smile. Before long, they could see their house in the distance. But the courtyard was very lively. A large crowd had gathered, and every now and then, heart-wrenching cries could be heard. What's going on? Why are they all gathered at our house? Uncle Chu hurriedly got out of the car and ran toward his house. Is something bad going to happen? Chu Xun frowned, immediately jumped off the carriage, and ran into the courtyard with his bow and arrows on his back. As soon as they entered, the people in the courtyard looked at them with great surprise. Look, Chu Xun is back. Great, they're saved. In the middle of the courtyard, several women knelt on the ground, crying and kowtowing to their second aunt and Chu Qing, and they couldn't be pulled up no matter what they did. The one who cried the most was Aunt Pang, with snot and tears streaming down her face, desperately kowtowing to her second aunt. She was also the one who said Chu Xun was stingy the most before. Upon hearing the shouts of the crowd, the women hurriedly knelt down and turned around. The instant he saw Chu Xun, the plump aunt rushed forward, crying loudly, "Chu Xun, please, please say my hi, please." Upon seeing this, Chu Xun's face turned ashen. He asked, "What exactly happened?" Chu Qing, who was in the courtyard, saw her older brother return. His expression changed drastically. She hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Chu Xun's arm, and explained. Chapter 34, Terrifying Upright Apes. Add torches, add knives, add numbers, and you're invincible in the forest. Chu Qing looked anxious, as if she really didn't want Chu Xun to come back. She quickly explained what had happened. After hearing the reason for the matter, a cold smile crept across Chu Xun's face. It turns out that I hunted many wild animals in the mountains yesterday. The women who were watching were extremely envious. They completely ignored their own warnings that there might be wild beasts in the mountains, and that even the outskirts of the forest were not safe. They all thought that Chu Xun didn't want others to go hunting in the mountains and had simply stolen his wild game. So these clever women, after returning home, urged their husbands or sons to go hunting in the mountains together. The men were initially reluctant. After all, Old Lin has a great reputation, and many skilled fighters have perished there. Moreover, they did not have any bows and arrows that they had borrowed from the village head. Even if we go into the mountains, we might not necessarily find anything. But their hesitation was abruptly halted when they saw Chu Xun pulling a cart loaded with a huge, dead wild boar. It vanished without a trace in an instant. Soon, a dozen or so people gathered together. They cut down trees overnight to make bows and cut branches into arrows, producing a bunch of shoddy bows and arrows to pass off as something else. The group then took some dry food and water and went into the old forest. However, due to the infamous reputation of the old forest, the group only wandered around the edge, although we did encounter some pheasants and rabbits. However, wild animals are alert and wary, and the group is too conspicuous. Often, as soon as the animals are spotted, they flee. Even if they are lucky enough to escape the wild animals, they may still be able to escape. But with the crude, homemade bows and arrows these people had, they didn't even know their accuracy or power. Add to that his terrible shooting skills. So much so that they worked for almost a whole day, but got nothing. Before they went up the mountain, they were all boasting and bragging. Chu Xun, a mere scholar, managed to gain so much from his journey into the mountains. What about these strong and robust men? Then someone came up with a good idea. That means taking advantage of the large number of people to venture deep into the old forest. There are already so many wild animals around the forest. In that old forest, pheasants and rabbits can be seen everywhere, right? As long as you don't go too deep and just walk around the perimeter, what danger could there be? Then, taking advantage of their numbers, they swarmed in. As a result, there were quite a few wild animals. But their hunting skills were really poor, and they caught nothing. They also encountered a pack of ferocious wolves. Everyone fled back as fast as they could, not daring to look back. They finally escaped, only to find that 3 people were missing from the group. After they came out, everyone was so frightened that they dared not go back into the mountains. But the families of the 3 men cried and pleaded, demanding to see them alive or dead. There was really no other way. They then realized that Chu Xun was able to hunt so many prey in the old forest, so perhaps he had a way. That's why we've all gathered here today. Second aunt told Chu Qing that Chu Xun and second uncle were not home. But the women bowed their heads and knelt, weeping and pleading desperately. My second aunt was determined. They were afraid that Chu Xun would be in danger if he agreed. They insisted that Chu Xun and his companion had entered the city and probably wouldn't be returning today. But what a coincidence! Uncle Chu and Chu Xun unexpectedly returned at this time. This worried Auntie greatly, and Chu Qing hurriedly stepped forward to try and dissuade her brother from agreeing. It was getting dark, and there was no telling how dangerous the forest was. What if we encounter a pack of wolves? Chu Xun ignored the pitiful women kneeling on the ground. Instead, he looked at the dozen or so strong young men standing in the courtyard. They were covered in grass clippings and bowed their heads in shame. He suddenly laughed, a soft laugh, but full of sarcasm. So, you mean a group of you went into the mountains together, encountered a pack of wolves, and ran away in fear, not even daring to go back to look for your companions? Instead, you all gathered here, waiting for me to come back and go into the mountains to die for you. The sound wasn't loud, but it was deafening. It made their faces burn, as if they were being whipped. Carrying a few broken bows and arrows, rusty knives and bamboo sticks, they dared to venture into the old forest. Chu Xun grew increasingly angry as he spoke, practically pointing his finger at them and cursing. And what happened? As soon as they encountered a pack of wolves, they scattered like birds and beasts, abandoning their companions. How dare you come to me for help? His words were like resounding slaps to the faces of these men. Make them blush with shame and feel utterly embarrassed. One of the tallest men, a burly man in his 20s, was so badly scolded that he cried. With red eyes, he said, Chu Xun, I know it's all our fault. I, Zhang Dabiao, just want you to help us. Zhao Sen was the only son in his family. Dahai's mother was seriously ill and bedridden, waiting for him to come home. And then there was Shi too. His mother had cried herself unconscious. As long as you're willing to help, I'll do whatever you call me Zhang Dabiao from now on. We'll go into the mountains with you. If there's danger, just leave us behind. Whether we live or die, we'll accept it. The other men also mustered their courage and spoke up one after another. Chu Xun, we'll listen to you. Please help us. Yes, we'll do anything you're willing to help. The women kneeling on the ground approached Chu Xun with their knees on the ground. Auntie Pang, in particular, was clinging to Chu Xun's trouser leg. She kowtowed repeatedly, pleading in a hoarse voice, Xuanzi, I'm begging you, please help my poor child. Xuanzi, I'm begging you. I'll give you all the food in the house. The pleas continued, and the cries were heart-wrenching. Chu Xun's second uncle and aunt walked up to him and quietly patted his arm, signaling him not to take any risks. Chu Qing hugged him tightly, her soft, rounded breasts locking onto Chu Xun's arm. She sobbed, Brother, please don't agree. It's too dangerous in the old forest. Chu Xun glanced around and then looked at the sky. It's not too late yet. There's still about an hour until it gets dark. Those 3 people may be dead, or they may be alive. Chu Xun didn't care much about them. Everyone has their own destiny, and they are responsible for their own life and death. He didn't want to risk his life for those few people. But the fact that those dozen or so men had said they would listen to him from now on piqued Chu Xun's interest. Store up grain, build high walls, and delay declaring yourself king. In the small society of the village, a group of men said they would listen to him, and the whole village knew about it. This is a great opportunity to build reputation and prestige. Although he is living a well-organized life now, he is still somewhat uneasy without some people under his command during times of famine and chaos. Moreover, Chu Xun looked deeply at this group of men who were filled with indignation. There were more than a dozen strong young men. If you're holding a torch, a kitchen knife, or a stick, let alone a pack of wolves, even if they encounter a tiger, they would probably keep their distance. The terrifying upright apes, plus torches, knives, and sheer numbers, are practically invincible in the forest. Besides, even if we encounter any danger, with a bow and arrows in hand, Chu Xun certainly didn't think he was the slowest to escape. Okay, I'll go with you to rescue people, but if I ever need you to do something in the future, you'd better remember what we said today. Chapter 35, Huge Windfall, tens of thousands of kilograms of chestnuts. Go home now and make torches. Each of you prepare several, then take your machetes and sticks. We'll meet at the village entrance and go up the mountain to rescue people. The dozen or so men were incredibly excited when they saw that Chu Xun had actually agreed. Even the aunties kneeling on the ground were deeply moved. Aunt Pang, in particular, slapped herself more than a dozen times. I kept cursing myself for being so foul-mouthed. My mouth was even bleeding from being pulled out of my mouth. Soon, a group of people rushed home to make torches and grab kitchen knives and forks. The women who were crying on the ground were also helped into the house by second aunt and Chu Qing. Uncle Chu's eyes were complicated. He picked up the carrying pole and said, Xuanzi, your uncle will go into the mountains with you. But Chu Xun shook his head. Second uncle, you can stay home. Just unload the things on the cart. I won't be in any danger. Uncle said anxiously, but I'm worried about you being alone. Chu Xun laughed nonchalantly. Don't worry, second uncle, if I encounter any danger, I'll definitely sneak up and shoot one of them first, then slip away on my own. As he spoke, he brandished the recurved bow in his hand and showed off the boning knife at his waist. Uncle Chu had no choice but to tell him to do his best, take a quick walk around the outside of the forest, and come back, and not to overexert himself. The sun was setting, and the sky was gradually darkening. Chu Xun first made 2 torches in the courtyard using hemp rope and wooden sticks. Then he tucked the dagger into his waistband and checked it over. He put on another layer of clothing to make sure he was properly protected before slowly walking towards the village entrance. Dozens of people gathered at the village entrance. Not only were there those who had gone in the forest to hunt, but several young men also volunteered to go in and search for people. Upon seeing Chu Xun's figure, the noisy crowd finally quieted down. Chu Xun approached from the roadside, carrying a bow on his back, and first looked at their equipment. Torches, machetes, sharpened wooden sticks, and the shovels and pitchforks from home. The tools were passable, but the most important thing was actually the torch. Wild animals fear fire, Seeing intense light in the pitch-black night would absolutely terrify them. When humans learned to use tools and torches, the threat posed by wild animals had vanished. Chu Xun slowly stopped in front of everyone and looked them over with a serious expression. Those who were seen by him inexplicably straightened their backs, as if Chu Xun were their superior. Chu Xun nodded, picked up the torch, and waved his hand. Let's go into the mountains. Soon, a dozen or so people lit torches and headed towards the old forest. Chu Xun walked in the middle of the crowd, surrounded by more than a dozen people protecting his safety. The old forest was now empty and silent, exuding a chill, and the howling wind sent shivers down one's spine. As soon as these people entered the old forest, their faces unconsciously showed tension and worry. But with the help of torches, machetes, and sticks in their hands, and with Chu Xun sitting in the middle, they didn't feel particularly afraid. Soon, the group gradually approached the outer edge of the old forest. Chu Xun was highly focused, his eyes occasionally scanning his surroundings. De Biao, when you last saw Zhao San and the others, which direction were they running in? Zhang Da Biao, who was following behind him, scratched his big head and said, I remember we ran toward the edge of the woods, and they seemed to run to our right, but I'm not sure if that's right. Then let's head that way. If we still can't find it after the torches have burned halfway, we'll retreat back to the village. No one is allowed to stay any longer, Chu Xun instructed calmly. No one disagreed with what he said. I just hope that I can find the stone, the sea, and Zhao San before the torch burns out. After traveling for a while longer, we ventured deeper into the outer edge of the old forest. Suddenly, a noise arose from the bushes on the far left, and a pair of dark green eyes flashed past, reflecting the light. Chu Xun immediately sensed something was wrong. He reached out to stop everyone. Stop! Raise the torches. Everyone immediately stopped and raised their torches. Illuminated by the firelight, everyone was finally able to see the scene ahead. Even Chu Xun couldn't help but gasp. A group of dark figures with glowing green eyes slowly emerged from the bushes. They are small in size, but there are a great many of them. They bar their teeth and are quite creepy. It's a jackal, someone exclaimed in alarm. How can there be so many? There are way too many jackals. The crowd stirred, huddling tightly together, not daring to move an inch. How could this jackal pack be so large? Chu Xun's expression also darkened, knowing that a typical pack of jackals usually consists of fewer than 10 individuals. The pack of jackals in front of us has more than a dozen members that are visible. Moreover, at least 20 more were still emerging from the bushes behind them. They had clearly stumbled upon a large pack of jackals. Although small in size, jackals are more ferocious and cunning, specializing in attacking their prey from behind. If so many jackals surround us, it will be quite a problem. Don't panic. Jackals bully the weak and fear the strong. The more afraid you are, the more ferocious they will become. Chu Xun shouted, Everyone stand back to back and wave your torches. Although the men's hearts were pounding with fear, they still forced themselves to raise the torches high and wave them. The blazing firelight devoured the surrounding darkness, billowing thick smoke. Wild animals' fear of fire is an instinct. Even the fiercest beasts, like jackals, could only anxiously jump around and growl from outside the crowd. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Chu Xun turned around and said, Retreat slowly, remember the direction we are going, and go around the jackals. The entire circle slowly retreated. The jackals hesitated to advance, their low growls continuing. But in the end, he couldn't overcome his instinct to fear fire and could only watch Chu Xun and the others leave. They withdrew far from the jackal's territory. Chu Xun finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as I took a step, I felt as if I had stepped on some sharp thorn. He bent down, picked it up, and saw that it was a round, yellowish-green spiky ball with a smooth black surface at the opening. Isn't this a chestnut? Chu Xun was taken aback. There were such rare things in the old forest. He looked up, and his eyes widened immediately. All I could see overhead was a dense mass of spiky balls, and the same was true all around. There's actually a small chestnut grove here. Chu Xun was utterly shocked. Chestnuts are a high-calorie food, rich in carbohydrates, and very filling. It is also easy to store, simple to prepare, and rich in nutrients. In this famine year, it was practically one of the top grain reserves. I never expected to discover such a wonderful thing. Seeing that the men around him seemed not to have noticed the chestnuts at all, he then tied the chestnut to his waist and picked up a few more from the ground. After the group left the chestnut forest, he then used a torch to burn a few patches of dry grass on the ground, stomped them out, and made a mark with the black ash. The people in the group didn't know what Chu Xun was doing. They only thought he was marking the location of the jackal pack. Extinguish some torches. Let's go around and speed up. We don't have much time left, Chu Xun ordered in a deep voice. The group immediately sped up, not daring to delay at all. The flickering firelight danced joyfully in the forest. and about 3 miles away from them, under a thick, sturdy tree, about a dozen gray wolves lay lazily. They appear to be dozing, but in reality, they're glancing at the treetops from time to time. He sneezed a few times, patiently waiting for something. On a nearby earthen slope, several larger wolves were gnawing on a corpse, their mouths covered in blood. The disfigured corpse was one of the villagers who went hunting in the mountains that day. At the same time, Chapter 36, 3 wolf pelts harvested. Second uncle. These spiky chestnuts are actually edible. Meanwhile, on the tree canopy about 5 meters above the ground, 2 terrified young men huddled in a tree, staring in horror at the pack of wolves on the ground. Lu Dahai, bleeding from his leg, clung to a tree branch in fear. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Zhao San, we're not going to die here too, are we? My mother is waiting for me to bring the meat back home. On the other side, Zhao San wiped away his tears and looked at the wolves that were gnawing on the corpse. He said in despair, we overestimated ourselves. If only we hadn't gone into the mountains, Shurtu wouldn't have been bitten to death by wolves. At this moment, they were filled with remorse. Why were you so bewitched that you insisted on going into the mountains to your death with them? Are those wild animals so easy to catch? Just because Chu Xun is powerful doesn't mean we have that ability. It was autumn, and the forest was unusually cold at night. Lu Dahai's teeth chattered from the cold as he cautiously looked into the distance. In a daze, he felt as if he was about to die. To their astonishment, they saw a ghost messenger carrying a lantern floating towards them. Wait, aren't there only 2 ghost messengers? Why are you carrying more than a dozen lanterns? His eyes widened suddenly. Upon closer inspection, the light in the distance was not a lantern at all. Instead, they were dazzling torches. Overjoyed, he cried out, Zhao San, fire, fire. The villagers have come to rescue us. Zhao San was shocked and hurriedly climbed to a higher place, where he indeed saw a bright line of fire. Oh my God, the villagers still remember us. We're saved. Hey, we're here. Come quick, save us. Here, here. The 2 of them shouted frantically at the flames, as if they had seen a savior. The sea shook the branches frantically, trying to attract the attention of the firelight not far away. Finally, the firelight seemed to have spotted them. They slowly walked towards them from the hillside. At the same time, the wolves under the tree were also instantly startled by the commotion. More than 20 hungry wolves slowly rose up, baring their blood-red mouths, and howled into the distance. It seemed to be a warning to them not to come closer. The Wolf King is devouring a corpse. It got up, shook its body, and let out a loud wolf howl. In an instant, 2 gray wolves darted out of the pack and ran off into the distance, like scouts going to investigate the enemy situation. But the Wolf King waited in the same spot for a long time, but his scout wolf did not return to report the news. Just as I was wondering, suddenly, a blazing flame was reflected in the wolf's oily green eyes, gradually enlarging. Swoosh! A rocket flew in from the horizon and struck the open ground next to the Wolf King. Whoosh! The open space was covered with withered yellow leaves. The air was dry. It burst into flames in an instant, and the intense heat spread rapidly. The high temperature forced the Wolf King and his companions to flee while howling. Immediately, a dozen or so men waving torches rushed out of the woods. He brandished his machete and clubs and charged towards the wolf pack. Leading the group was Chu Xun, who immediately spotted Zhao San and Lu Dahai, who were excitedly perched in a tree. And of course, there's a disfigured corpse on the earthen slope. Charge forward, drive away the wolves, and then retreat. He then drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and, without caring whether it hit or not, quickly shot out several arrows. Then, taking advantage of the fact that all the other men had rushed out, a thought struck him. The arrows that were shot were recalled back to the warehouse, and then summoned out again. Refresh the cooldown, knock an arrow again, and fire. The wolf pack was startled by the large group of people, especially by the flickering firelight. It instilled in them a deep-seated fear. The Wolf King's eyes flashed with resentment. Just as I was about to howl, an arrow whizzed past my ear. He shot and killed a female wolf next to him. What the hell is that? It's even more powerful than its wolf mother tiger. It was instantly terrified, tucked its tail between its legs, whimpered twice, and ran away. Once the Wolf King left, the remaining wolves also fled, not daring to stay any longer. Chu Xun stepped forward, kicked away the fallen leaves around the fire, and stomped out the flames. When we turn around, Zhao San and Lu Dahai have been rescued by Zhang Dabiao. Zhang Dabiao grabbed their shoulders and asked anxiously, "Where's Shurtu? Where did Shurtu go?" Zhao San lowered his head and remained silent. Lu Dahai sobbed and slapped himself several times. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Zhang Dabiao swayed and staggered to his feet, sitting down on the ground. The other men around him also pursed their lips, their faces filled with grief. They knew that death was inevitable under such circumstances, but they still couldn't help but feel sad. If they hadn't insisted on going into the mountains together, Stone wouldn't have died. The stone is here. Carry him back, and we'll go down the mountain right away. Chu Xun glanced at the disfigured corpse and then looked away. He then silently tied up the mother wolf's carcass and threw it together with the two wolves he had shot earlier. His arm is now completely stiff. This is a side effect of drawing the bow several times in a row. Moreover, he shot so quickly that his arm will need at least 2 days to heal. At the village entrance, Old Li was standing there with a group of people, anxiously waiting for Chu Xun and the others to return. Uncle Chu, Aunt Chu, Chu Qing, Bai Dashan, Bai Jiao Jiao, and others were all present. Not far away, there were 2 delicate figures, the sisters Qin Yuer and Qin Shinger. Look, torches! They're back! Someone shouted excitedly, pointing to the distant flames. Everyone immediately ran out excitedly to greet Chu Xun and the others. Soon, they saw a group of people with sorrowful faces and dejected expressions. The villagers seemed to have thought of something bad, and looked at the 3 households in the crowd. Chu Xun carried his bow, walked up to his worried family, and nodded to them. Uncle Air breathed a sigh of relief, and Aunt Air covered her mouth and wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes. Chu Qing threw herself directly into Chu Xun's arms. Sobbing through tears, she cried, "Big brother, you're finally back, sob sob sob. I'm fine, I'm sorry to have worried you." Chu Xun patted Chu Qing on the back. Then he waved to Qin Yuer and the other woman not far away, indicating that he had returned. At this moment, Stone Mother, who was in the crowd, burst into tears and threw herself onto her son's body, embracing him and weeping bitterly. The group of men who had gone into the mountains together stood silently in place, with 3 wolf carcasses in front of them. The village elder sighed and took 2 steps forward. From now on, you dozen or so people will support Shirtu's family together until his second son grows up. If anyone fails to support them, don't blame the village rules for punishment. The group immediately kowtowed and admitted their mistake and recognized Stone Mother as their second mother, agreeing to take care of her family together from then on. After everyone had left and the matter was settled, Chu Xun then returned home with his second uncle and the others, carrying the 3 wolf skins that had been skinned. As soon as he entered the door, his second uncle saw the chestnuts tied around Chu Xun's waist. He asked in confusion, "Xuanzi, why are you picking up this spiky ball? Throw it away quickly. Come back for dinner. It's so prickly." Chu Xun was taken aback, then picked up the chestnuts through the cloth bag. He asked, "Second uncle, don't you know what this is?" Uncle rolled his eyes. "It's just a spiky ball. It looks like a hedgehog. Why would I know it? Don't the villagers know that chestnuts are edible?" Chu Xun chuckled and tossed the chestnut, still in its shell, onto the ground. "This is really good stuff. It tastes amazing. I'll bake some in a bit. You guys can try it." "What?" Second uncle opened his eyes wide and stared at the hard ball covered in spikes on the ground. Just looking at it made his hands ache. "Xuanzi, you actually told me this thing is edible? Do you think your second uncle has been farming all these years for nothing? If only this spiky ball were edible." I immediately jumped down from the ridge and landed headfirst into our field. I ate clods of dirt from 2 acres of land. Chapter 37, Second Uncle. I'll pull the cart myself and earn money to raise the donkey. Chu Xun, is that what people say? At night, Second Aunt and Chu Qing were cooking in the kitchen. Chu Xun then used a sharp knife to cut open the shells of those chestnuts. The chestnuts inside were plump and full, about 10 in total. He started a fire outside and roasted the 3 wolf pelts that Zhang Dabiao and the others had skinned. Wolf pelts are not expensive in the mountain goods shops in the city. It usually costs about 2 taels of silver per piece. The wolf pelt dried quickly, but since it wasn't properly prepared, it still had a fishy smell, but as long as it could be sold, that was fine. The chestnuts are almost done roasting. Plump, crispy, and fragrant, steaming hot. Dinner's ready. I cooked meat for you all today. Come on over. Annie's cheerful voice rang out. Chu Xun kicked out the fire and went into the room. My second uncle dumped all the fodder for the donkey on the ground and happily went into the house. Chu Qing was wearing newly made clothes. Her waist was slender and her smile was captivating. He was diligently moving low stools and distributing chopsticks, seemingly trying his best to attract Chu Xun's attention. My second aunt brought a steaming pot of pork to the table, along with a plate of stir-fried wild vegetables, the aroma of which was irresistible. Today, she lavishly added a lot of salt to the dish, just to reward Chu Xun for his adventure in the mountains. 4 bowls of thick rice soup, the rice cooked until very soft, with a layer of rice oil floating on top. Several large white steamed buns, which were soft and fluffy to eat. With meat and vegetables, their family's lifestyle can be considered top-tier luxury in the village. In other households, they probably count the grains of millet when cooking a bowl of millet porridge, for fear of eating too much. After finishing the meal, Chu Xun then placed the roasted chestnuts he had prepared on the table. Peel it open and try it. These are the fruits I picked in the mountains tonight. Could this dark thing be a fruit? Chu Xun chuckled, and then, to the astonishment of the three men, peeled back the chestnut shell to reveal the bright, yellow chestnut kernel inside. The aroma is so enticing that it whets the appetite. Just peel it open and eat it. Don't be fooled by its small size. Eating a few is equivalent to eating a whole steamed bun. He then popped a chestnut kernel into his mouth and chewed it with relish. Seeing that Chu Xun was eating so heartily, his second uncle and the others also peeled one open and tried it. They were immediately stunned by the peculiar taste. The texture is delicate, soft, and sweet. This tastes so delicious. Uncle picked up the chestnut peel and asked suspiciously, Xuanzi, did you buy this from the city? Although he was the one who unloaded the donkey cart today. But Chu Xun bought too many things, and he didn't know what was inside them. Chu Xun peeled another chestnut. He handed it to Chu Qing, who was enjoying her meal, with a doting smile on his face. Then he laughed and said, Second uncle, you forgot about the spiky ball you saw on my trouser leg earlier? This is what you peeled out from inside. What? My second uncle was shocked. You mean this delicious stuff comes from inside that spiky ball? That thing looks like a hedgehog, but it tastes so good. Seeing his second uncle's surprised expression, Chu Xun was not surprised at all. After all, look at the appearance of a chestnut shell. It's really hard to imagine that it's edible. After all, they've evolved such hard spikes to protect themselves. But surprisingly, humans still manage to figure out how to eat it. Second uncle, I found this when I went into the mountains to rescue people. I call it chestnut. There's a huge chestnut grove there, probably weighing over 10,000 kilograms. Once we build a cart with that timber, we'll go into the mountains to pick chestnuts. Tens of thousands of kilograms. Auntie's mouth was agape as she stared blankly at the half-eaten, sweet chestnut in her hand. This stuff feels like it's as big as a steam bun. If there were tens of thousands of kilograms. Mother, they're not afraid of any famine years then. Wow, at least we'll make it through this year. That evening, after Chu Xun went inside, he opened the online store. He still had 31 mall coins in his hand. Since we're planning to make a handcar tomorrow, let's make a really high-end one. He then searched through the online store. I finally found 2 large bearings that met my expectations, which cost me 20 store coins. With these 2 things, the donkey I bought can pull at least a few hundred more pounds of stuff. They're using a donkey like a mule. The next morning, Chu Xun took some timber and went out to Qin Yuer's house. He cut the wood into planks and removed the original thatched roof, replacing it with a wooden roof. He also patched up all the drafty spots around the house. Qin Yuer and Qin Shinger served tea and water to the side. It took a whole morning to repair the drafty house. He also made a sturdy wooden bed for each of the 2 girls. Especially the bed that was made for Qin Yuer. It was big, wide, and incredibly sturdy. Even if they fought all day up there, they probably wouldn't budge an inch. Qin Yuer shyly tugged at Chu Xun's sleeve. Brother Sun, it's just a bed. Why waste so much wood? Chu Xun covered his mouth and whispered, Isn't that to make it easier for you to show off your skills? Whoosh. Qin Yuer's face immediately turned crimson. He recalled how, under Chu Xun's instigation, he had both worshipped Guanyin and acted like a Buddha. After doing all this, Chu Xun returned home. In the courtyard, there was a complete cart frame. That was the result of Uncle Chu's busy morning. All that was left was to insert the axle so the cart could be pulled around everywhere. But Chu Xun asked his second uncle to wait a moment. He then installed the 2 bearings he had bought onto the axle. With a flick of the wrist, the bearings spun around dozens of times. My second uncle's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he jumped up in a flash. What kind of gang is this? Why is it spinning so many times? He has made at least 8 or 10 handcarts. I've never seen a chariot spun so fast before. That chariot must be so fast and effortless. Chu Xun chuckled and said, This is a carriage lintel I bought from the city at a high price. It's much better than the ones we make ourselves. I'll go and bring the donkey over so we can test how this carriage is. But Uncle Chu waved his hand and said, Don't tire the donkey out. Let me try pulling the cart. Chu Xun, don't tire the donkey out. Uncle, are you speaking human language? Then my second uncle came to the handlebars and reached out to grasp them. Based on his experience, starting the cart is the most difficult part, requiring a lot of strength. But he had only just exerted his strength. The huge flatbed cart behind them was making a rustling sound as its wheels rolled forward. My second uncle was completely dumbfounded. Why would you need a donkey when you can pull this cart? It can be pulled around by itself. If I could pull this cart to deliver goods in the county town, you can earn at least 40 or 50 coins a day. This money is just enough to feed that delicate donkey. Then, the second uncle excitedly told Chu Xun about his idea. Chu Xun, not second uncle. Do you hear this spoken by a human? Chapter 38 Qin Yuer, I've had my period. Chu Xun, you can have sex too. Chu Xun rejected his second uncle's outlandish idea of pulling a cart and raising donkeys with a blank expression. I really don't know how my second uncle came up with the idea of pulling a cart himself to earn money to raise donkeys. This cart is well made. Isn't it designed for donkeys to pull? Uncle, on the other hand, you're the one pulling the strings so hard. Chu Xun then led the donkey out and put on the cart. After testing its speed, he nodded in satisfaction. It was at least twice as fast as the village head's cart. Then he tidied up the old cart and the badly worn bow and arrows, took 2 caddies of pork, and went to the old village head's house. When the old village head and his family saw the 2 caddies of pork that Chu Xun had brought, his face was filled with immense shock, especially by Dashin, whose eyelids kept twitching even after Chu Xun left. He returned home last night. Then he heard his father tell him a lot about Chu Xun. First, they borrowed the bow. Then they brought a large bowl of chicken to my house. Then, when I borrowed the cart, they delivered 5 caddies of pork and a wild rabbit. They've come to return the cart and brought over 2 gene of pork. This return gift seems far too lavish no matter how you look at it. This one by Dashin was completely baffled. Bai Jiao, who was drooling over the pork, caught his attention. Could it be? Bai Dashin's expression changed drastically. Could it be? Could it be that Chu Xun has taken a fancy to my darling? If that's the case, it's no wonder Chu Xun went to such lengths to give gifts. The old village chief, sitting to one side, saw his son's eyes widen and gave soft hum. Say understand? Bai Dashin rubbed his head and said with a wry smile, I understand now, so that's how it is. However, Chu Xun is a good person. He is capable, intelligent, has a good personality, and is generous. Moreover, the 2 families know each other well, so he would feel at ease if Jiao really married into the family. Although her daughter is well-behaved and adorable, she lacks all the skills a woman should have. Bai Dashin immediately decided that he could no longer spoil her like this. Bai Jiao stared longingly at the 2 pounds of pork. All I could think about was how to eat them. Suddenly, Bai Dashin's voice rang in her ears. Jiao, you're cooking tonight. As a young lady, you need to be clear about these basic responsibilities, understand? Huh, me? Bai Jiao pointed to her nose in surprise. I'll go cook. Aren't you afraid of wasting all this good meat? Also, I'll check your embroidery skills later. If you still can't even hold the needle the right way, I'm never buying you snacks again. Bai Jiao, I. After returning home, Chu Xun looked at the sky. It was almost dusk. He shook his slightly sore arms. Last night, I did it more than 10 times in a short period of time, and I still managed to injure my muscles. I won't be hunting for the next couple of days. I'll take a break and check out the chestnut forest when I have some free time. If you pick some chestnuts, you can make roasted chestnuts. Once transported to the city and sold, there would be enough money to build a house and have a good winter. After dinner, Chu Xun carved a jar out of wood, bought a bag of salt from the mall, and poured it in, then casually said he was going out for a stroll. Then he walked toward the thatched hut of Qin Yuer and her sister. Second uncle and second aunt already knew that Chu Xun had feelings for Qin Yuer. My nephew has his own ideas, and they can't say too much. Go ahead and marry her if you want. No matter how powerful the white tiger is, Xuanzi can definitely subdue her. But Chu Qing, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, pouted in dissatisfaction when she saw this. My older brother went to see Sister Yuer again and didn't have time to talk to me. In the past, my older brother would stay inside and read aloud in a soft voice. I can still hear my older brother reading aloud, which gives me more energy to do chores. Now, my eldest brother has been snatched away by Sister Yuer. He didn't even glance at his new clothes that he wore today. Why do I also have a surname Chu? Uncle Chu. I become a clown? Inside the thatched hut, Chu Xun had only come to check on Yuer's ankle. He had no intention of visiting her at all. But unfortunately, Yuer was exceptionally beautiful and voluptuous today, with a slender waist and a broad mind. Every gesture she makes exudes the unique charm of a young married woman. This made Chu Xun feel an irresistible urge to offer himself up as a sacrifice. Chu Xun came to visit them at home. Qin Yuer insisted on having him stay for dinner, and even whispered in Chu Xun's ear that they could go for a walk in the woods together later. Chu Xun readily agreed, not for any other reason than to take care of Yuer in the woods. Beside her, Qin Shinger walked out of the kitchen carrying a freshly made stewed chicken with wild vegetables, looking rather embarrassed. The moment her gaze fell upon Chu Xun, the image of her sister and him in the kitchen flashed through her mind, and her face instantly turned as red as an apple. Brother Sun, try this. Shinger made it especially for you. Qin Yuer picked up a large piece of chicken and gently offered it to Chu Xun's mouth. On the other side, Qin Shinger nervously pressed her hands on her legs, looking expectantly at Chu Xun, who was savoring the food. After chewing for a couple of bites, Chu Xun praised, Shinger's cooking is really good, much better than what the chefs in the city make. Really, Qin Shinger was overjoyed, then lowered her head shyly. She had already learned about her sister's relationship with Chu Xun a couple of days ago. I misunderstood him. He wasn't hitting my sister, but Jin Yuer. But her sister was afraid that her constitution would harm Chu Xun. So she wanted to marry Chu Xun. She quietly stayed by their side. But this is so unfair to the older sister. So Qin Shinger made a decision that went against her sister's wishes. She wants to marry Chu Xun along with her sister. The older sister is the eldest, and I'm the youngest. My sister isn't some kind of person cursed by the white tiger or a jinx. Otherwise, why didn't she bring about her own demise? I absolutely cannot sacrifice my sister's happiness. Chu Xun is an upright person with exceptional courage and gentle manners. If he's willing to be intimate with his sister, then he certainly doesn't care about her reputation and is willing to accept her. As long as my sister and I work together, we will surely find happiness. Qin Shinger secretly cheered herself up, determined to make Chu Xun realize her charm tonight and make him lose control. The whole pot of stewed chicken was quickly devoured. Chu Xun only tasted a little, while Qin Yuer and Qin Shinger, who were physically weak, ate most of it. Their bodies are really too weak. They definitely need to be properly nourished. After the meal, Chu Xun and the others sat at the low table, looking at each other in bewilderment. The atmosphere inside the room gradually became enchanting. Qin Yuer wanted to bring Chu Xun and Shinger together. Chu Xun, however, wanted to spend some time with Yuer. In the end, Qin Shinger was the first to escape from the table, blushing as she stood up, leaving only one sentence. I'm going to wash the dishes. You guys go ahead with your work. Seeing her younger sister run away, Qin Yuer was filled with disappointment and frustration. Chu Xun, of course, had no idea what the two of them were thinking. Smiling, he took Yuer's hand and walked out the door. Chapter 39, Second Uncle. Why are you so lecherous? After arriving home, Chu Xun was so exhausted that he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep immediately. I slept until the next morning. After getting up, he felt soreness in his back, legs, and arms. He was experiencing weakness in all 4 limbs. My arms are sore and weak because I strained my muscles from working hard all day yesterday. I need a rest for 2 days to recover. And my legs and lower back are sore. Anyway, it wasn't because of Yuer. He plans to postpone his hunting and chestnut picking trip into the mountains and rest for the day. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw his second uncle going out to fetch water. Then he and his second uncle drove a donkey cart to the river 5 miles away to fetch water. During years of severe drought, water resources become even more important. In the past, Uncle Chu could only carry water by himself to provide enough for his family's food and drink. It's too far to even carry a little extra water to irrigate the crops. A single round trip can exhaust a person's strength. There's not enough for myself to drink, let alone to water the crops. But today was different. The 2 men drove a donkey cart to fetch water, with a dozen or so large water buckets loaded on it. When fetching water and loading it onto the truck, it was the envy of everyone. They wished that donkey were their own. Look at how smug Monsong is after he just bought the donkey, as if I've never seen a donkey cart before. That's right, it's just a donkey cart. I'm not envious at all, hiss. Those buckets are so big, they filled more than 10 of them, and 2 people were sitting in them. Aren't they afraid of exhausting the donkey to death? Just wait, I bet a pound of millet, and that donkey will be exhausted and collapse after walking for a short while. But the final result was completely unexpected. The donkey sneezed loudly and brayed a few times, seemingly indifferent. Uncle Chu understood immediately and quickly handed it a handful of mixed beans. Seeing this, Chu Xun immediately held his forehead and thought, "Second uncle, your uncle spoils it." The donkey chewed on the mixed beans and suddenly felt energized. They don't even need a whip. They just start pulling the cart on their own. With a loud bang, the cart moved forward slowly, so smoothly that it seemed to move without any obstruction. Holy crap, a little donkey pulling a big cart. Damn, what kind of donkey is this? It can pull such a big cart so easily. This must be a ghost. Hearing the shocked roars of the group of men behind him, Uncle Chu snorted disdainfully. I'm not even going to bother explaining this to people who don't have donkey carts anymore. He drove his donkey cart directly to his family's few acres of land, intending to water the crops. Chu Xun lay on the car and said helplessly, "Second uncle, the millet is so dry now. Why bother watering it? Water it more, and maybe we'll grow a few more pounds, don't you think? Water it. This little bit of water isn't even enough to quench the thirst of a small plot of land, let alone 7 acres. Let my second uncle see for himself what it means for ordinary people to depend on the weather for their livelihood. If it doesn't rain, you can't save the crops by just watering them yourself." Soon the 2 drove to the field. The millet in the field was sparse, and there were almost no grains of wheat on the ears. The land was barren and cracked. Chu Xun originally expected that one mu of land could yield 60 or 70 gene of millet. But now it seems that if this acre can produce 50 caddies, then it's considered to have cleaned up completely. Anyway, I still have 39 mall coins, so I'm not worried for now. Uncle Chu poured all of the dozen or so buckets of water into the field in front of him. However, it only left a shallow mark on the ground, and in a short while, even the mark was no longer visible. Uncle Chu fell silent instantly. He sighed. Never mind, it seems like watering it more won't make any difference. You finally understand. Chu Xun felt greatly comforted. That's how the older people in the family are. They insist on doing useless things. Even if this land yields 100 caddies of grain, it wouldn't earn as much as hunting wild animals in the mountains. Why bother with that? But just as Chu Xun was about to leave, his gaze was drawn to the yellow-green shadow on a grain stalk. Is that a grasshopper? During famine years, this thing could be considered a source of meat. When he passed by the village entrance, he could still see many children skewering grasshoppers and roasting them. However, isn't this grasshopper a bit too big? And its color is also a bit off? Under the sunlight, the grasshopper's body had an ominous, withered yellow hue, and its wings were covered with dark brown spots. Could this grasshopper have already transformed into a locust? This terrifying thought instantly flashed through Chu Xun's mind. He quickly grabbed a grasshopper and examined it closely. With its yellow body, black stripes, heavy wings, and muffled sound, it is undoubtedly a locust. Chu Xun couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He hadn't expected that the drought would cause the emergence of locusts, and that their numbers would be so dense. The harvest hasn't even started yet, but there are already signs of a locust plague. Based on the color changes of the locust in your hand, it's estimated that it won't be long before a massive army of locusts, darkening the sky, is formed. In addition to the drought, there was also a locust plague. How are ordinary people supposed to live? After casually crushing the locusts, Chu Xun followed his second uncle to fetch water again. He did not intend to talk about the locust plague. If I were to tell anyone, I would only be asking for trouble. They might be labeled as spreading heresies and misleading the public. Anyway, with me around, my family can live a very comfortable life. After his second uncle filled another cart with water, Chu Xun unloaded 4 buckets of water from the cart when he passed by Qin Yuer's house. Qin Yuer went out to pick wild vegetables, leaving only Qin Xing'er at home. She was deeply moved, and her eyes shone with admiration as she looked at Chu Xun. No wonder my sister insisted on marrying Brother Chu. He's such a gentle person. Her eyes were so shy, they were almost brimming with tears. After saying goodbye to Qin Xing'er, Chu Xun returned home and rubbed the wolf pelt in the yard. He plans to go into town tomorrow to sell the 3 wolf pelts. We'll exchange all the money we earn for food and save some in-game currency just in case. When the locust plague strikes, hundreds of people will starve to death, and grain prices will definitely skyrocket again. The number of disaster victims is far greater than during the drought, and there's always the possibility of major chaos. It's better to buy more food and store it at home. Uncle Chu came out of the house, moved a stool over, and watched Chu Xun busy at work. After waiting for a long time, he rubbed his head and said, Xuanzi, what do you think of Qin Xing'er? If you like her, your second uncle will help you find a match. Chu Xun was stunned for a moment, then looked at his second uncle in disbelief, feeling extremely astonished. Not second uncle. Chapter 40. Picking chestnuts on a mountain, you found more than 20 jackal skins? Second uncle, let's just forget about this. Yuer and I are in love, and we want to get married before the new year. Chu Xun smiled and shook his head, then explained his thoughts. Yuer is beautiful, gentle, humble, and has a broad mind. How could I not like her? Moreover, if it weren't for Yuer's tireless efforts and her working day and night, we probably wouldn't even have a chance to get enough to eat right now. Fine, whatever. Un soju sai deeply. Qin Yuer was, after all, born under the influence of the white tiger, and her reputation as a cursed lone star was well-deserved. He was genuinely worried that something might happen while he was searching for his son. Today he saw a girl named Qin Xing'er who looked exactly like her sister. That's why I came up with this idea to persuade my nephew to choose Qin Xing'er. They all look the same, big and small anyway. But to my surprise, Chu Xun was so determined to marry Qin Yuer. Forget it. Let them go find their son. As an elder, I shouldn't say too much. Seeing the change in his second uncle's attitude, Chu Xun then helped his second uncle into the house. All right, second uncle, go back to your room and rest. I know what I'm doing. Just wait for my wedding this year, and we'll build a few new rooms for our family. Building a new house? You need money to afford that. But when I think of the skills Chu Xun has displayed during this period, Uncle Chu realized he had been overthinking things, so he put his hands behind his back and strolled into the house. Forget it. I should worry more about my daughter's marriage. They're both getting on in years. At least we should settle Qing'er's marriage first. Chu Qing, Sigma, Co. The next day at noon, Chu Xun baked the wolf skin again. After confirming that the condition was acceptable, he slowly nodded. We can go into town tomorrow and sell the hides for a decent price. Chu Xun's arm had almost recovered, and he practiced drawing the bow a couple of times, feeling all right. He then slung a bow and arrows over his shoulder and fastened a rope and a dagger to his waist. He put on the new clothes that Chu Xun had personally sewn for him, as well as the new shoes that he had bought a couple of days ago. After taking some steamed buns and water, they nimbly entered the old forest. He was going into the old forest this time, partly to hunt some wild animals and then sell them in the city for some money. Secondly, it is necessary to find the exact location of that chestnut forest. That night, we simply marked the area outside the chestnut grove. Finding the grove itself would require some searching. The old forest was overgrown with trees and wild grasses and shrubs everywhere. Even at midday, the visibility was somewhat dim and unclear. Chu Xun compared the map with the one the old village head had given him. I would occasionally look up at the hillside. The map wasn't very detailed, only showing the general direction. This required Chu Xun to figure things out quite a bit. Finally, along the way, he casually killed a pheasant and 2 rabbits. Finally, on the edge of a hillside, I saw the black and gray mark I had left behind. Follow the signs and walk about 2 miles to the left, and you'll reach the chestnut forest. Chu Xun put away the map, secretly relieved. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he rested there for a while. Then I opened the system store. Current balance, 39 mall coins. He spent 20 mall coins to buy a military-grade version of an old-fashioned monocular telescope. Although it's cheap, to be honest, the quality is decent. It can be seen clearly within a radius of 6 or 7 miles. Even from a distance of 10 miles or so, one can barely make out the general outline. Chu Xun then climbed a large tree and used binoculars to observe the movements in the distance. He hadn't forgotten that a pack of jackals roamed a few miles from this chestnut grove. If they discover it, it will undoubtedly be a very troublesome matter. Although the chestnut forest I was going to was full of hard, thorny shells, and there were hardly any small animals. But just in case, it's best to observe further. 15 minutes later, it was confirmed that there was no danger. Chu Xun then headed towards the chestnut forest. The chestnut forest is vast, and its growth over the years has made it seem to stretch as far as the eye can see. The branches are lush and the leaves are abundant, bearing a bountiful harvest. Chu Xun estimated that if all the chestnuts from these trees were picked, there would be over 10,000 caddies. Just peeling chestnuts would exhaust him and his second uncle. Fortunately, the villagers didn't know that chestnuts were edible, otherwise they wouldn't have benefited from them. After walking around the chestnut grove a few times, Chu Xun began marking the route on the map, so he wouldn't get lost next time he came. He marked the map with more than a dozen marks before preparing to descend the mountain. With this map, I can come in with my second uncle next time and pick all the chestnuts. Keep some at home as snacks, and make the rest into roasted chestnuts. If you transport them to the county town to sell, you can definitely make a lot of money. Before descending the mountain, he climbed to a higher point and carefully observed his surroundings with binoculars. But this time, some issues were discovered. Chu Xun actually saw the corpse of a jackal in the lens. And there was more than one. A large number of dead jackals lay scattered around it. At a glance, there are at least 20 of them. Several vultures were pecking at the rotting, decaying flesh. Chu Xun then realized why he hadn't noticed a single jackal before. It turns out they had already been mostly disposed of long ago. I don't know what kind of wild beast went berserk and wiped out such a large pack of jackals. But this actually benefits me. Although a jackal's skin is rotten, it's still skin, after all. Furthermore, the fact that vultures dare to descend to the ground to scavenge proves that there are no ferocious beasts around. Immediately, Chu Xun rushed towards the direction of the jackal pack. After chasing away the vultures, Chu Xun finally saw the mangled corpse on the ground. With a smile on its face, the vulture stretched its neck and burrowed into the jackal's belly to eat. The meat inside was hollowed out, but the skin was barely damaged. They actually did me a huge favor. I should thank them. 2 arrows whistled past. Chu Xun shot and killed 2 vultures that were oblivious to their own mortality and dared to peck at carrion right in front of him. He then began collecting jackal pelts. The jackal was eaten until it was almost nothing but a skeleton, truly skin and bones. Chu Xun almost reached out and pulled, and with a shake, a whole piece of skin was torn out. Jackal skin is tough and not very warm, but that doesn't stop it from being a type of fur. Right now, I can peel at least 20 skins, which should fetch at least 4 or 5 strings of cash. TSK, he really manages to get all the benefits. As dusk approached, Chu Xun carried a large stack of neatly bound jackal skins back home. As soon as he entered the door, he startled Uncle Chu, who was chopping wood in the yard. He pointed tremblingly to the large stack of leather on Chu Xun's body. He stammered, "Xuanzi, where did you get this hide? Why does Xuanzi always come back after going out? How could they deliver one blow after another to his heart? The time before last, it was pheasant, rabbit, and deer antler. Last time it was pheasants, rabbits, and wild boars. They brought back so many hides again. If you keep acting like this, how am I, your second uncle, supposed to be the pillar of this family? Chapter 41. Chu Xun is jealous. One day I'll be older than Sister Wearer. During dinner in the evening, Chu Xun told his family that he would go to the county town again tomorrow. They sold the wolf pelts and the jackal pelts they had just acquired. Uncle Air took a bite of his steamed bun and nodded, saying, "All right, Dashin is going back to the county town anyway. Why don't you take him with you tomorrow?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xun, who was diligently eating rice, quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks. "Dad, you stay home and rest. Let me go to the city with my older brother. I want to go to the city for a look around too." Her second aunt picked up a piece of chicken for her and said irritably, "Why are you wandering around? We're in the city on business, not for fun. We're looking for our son. You stay at home and learn embroidery properly. In a year or two, your mother will find you a good husband. Other families' daughters are already 16 and still haven't left home." "Husband's family? I don't want to. I want to stay by my older brother's side." Chu Xun quickly got up, went to Chu Xun's side, and shook his arm. Her pretty face was full of coquettishness. "Big brother, please take me to the city for a look around, please." Chu Xun smiled, touched her forehead with his finger, and drew a circle as he pressed, saying, "Want to go?" "I want to go." Chu Xun closed her eyes, enjoying the gentle touch on her forehead. "If you want to go, come with me. We can buy some things you like, so you don't have to save me money." During the more than 10 years I was studying, my younger sister did all the chores. Such a pretty young girl. Now she's exhausted like a mother. Now that I have money, of course I want to give her a good life. Real. Chu Xun was overjoyed and, without realizing it, threw herself into Chu Xun's arms. He rubbed his cheek against hers and said, "Thank you, big brother. You're so kind to me." Ding ding ding. Damn it. Chu Xun mentalizante. Seeing her daughter's happy expression, the second aunt said helplessly, "When you go, stay close to her and don't let her run around on her own. Xuanzi, keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't get lost. My daughter has suffered a lot in recent years. I've been to the city several times, but I've always been doing hard labor by my side. I've never seen the prosperity of the county town. It would be good to let Xuanzi take her out for some fun this time." After dinner, Chu Xun began to plan what to buy for tomorrow. First, you need to buy a lot of grain and also some refined meats like mutton. Eating pork, chicken, and rabbit all the time could get a bit boring. Although I have store coins, it's not really worth it to use them solely to buy food. Then we continued to buy more timber. Before winter, we must build 2 warm new houses. The next morning, Chu Xun then pulled the donkey cart and led Chu Xun out the door. As soon as we arrived at the village entrance, we saw Bai Dashin leaning against a tree, clearly having been waiting for a while. Beside him was another lively young girl. Bai Jiao smiled and waved to them. "Brother Chu, Ching, I'd like to go into the city with you guys, okay?" "A novice?" Upon hearing this address, Chu Xun felt his face twitch. Bai Dashin, standing to the side, smiled helplessly and said, "I originally planned to go back by myself, but Jiao insisted on coming to the city with me." "Chu Xun, do you think this place is convenient?" Chu Xun drove the donkey cart forward and patted the cart side. "Of course it's convenient. Anyway, the car is big. I feel it would be a waste if it didn't carry more people." Bai Jiao then got into the car happily, chatting and laughing with Chu Xun. The donkey cart started slowly, smoothly, and steadily. After walking for a short while, Bai Dashin noticed that the donkey cart was different from other carts. Not only did the speed increase significantly, but even the donkey pulling the cart looked much more relaxed. He exclaimed in surprise, "Chu Xun, you and Mansong drove this car quite well." Chu Xun brandished his whip and laughed nonchalantly. "I just smoothed out the wheel chock a bit and applied a little more oil." "Apply oil?" Hearing such extravagant words, Bai Dashin was filled with envy. Look at how casually they flaunt their wealth. These days, people can't even afford oil, yet Chu Xun is still willing to smear it on the carriage lamp. The difference between people is truly astounding. The donkey cart traveled almost without stopping and arrived in the county town in less than an hour. Bai Dashin jumped out of the car first. "I need to go back to the county government to cancel my leave. Jiao, stay close to Chu Xun and don't get lost." Bai Jiao looked at the various novel things around her and nodded excitedly. "I understand, Dad. Go ahead, but bring me more food next time you come home. You greedy little girl." Bai Dashin chuckled twice, then bid farewell to Chu Xun and the others. Chu Xun first drove the donkey cart to the leather shop. When the leather shopkeeper saw Chu Xun carrying a bow and arrows, he assumed he was some kind of seasoned expert from the forest. The price offered was also very reasonable. The wolf pelts are thick and have beautiful fur. Each pelt is worth 2 strings of cash, and there are 3 pelts in total, which is 6 strings of cash. Jackal skin is cheaper, of inferior quality, with meat and blood on it, and is also smaller. The last one sold for 200 coins, and the total came to 4,600 coins. The shopkeeper's servants carried the 10 strings and 600 coins onto Chu Xun's donkey cart. Chu Qing and Bai Jiao were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped when they saw that the leather had sold for so much money. Only Chu Xun looked at the 10 strings of cash and sighed inwardly. In this famine year, grain prices have skyrocketed, but surprisingly, the price of hides hasn't increased much. I thought these hides would sell for 15 strings of cash since winter was approaching, but it seems I overestimated them. The group then went to the place where timber was sold. I spent 150 yuan to buy half a truckload of good timber. Then I bought another 100 jin of white rice and 100 jin of white flour, which cost me 4.5 guan. This extravagant move left Chu Qing and Bai Jiao, who were witnessing such a grand scene for the first time, speechless with astonishment. Half of the 10 strings of cash I just earned were spent in the blink of an eye. If the villagers saw this, they would probably think that Chu Xun was really too wasteful. But the next moment, their surprise was completely replaced by delight, because Chu Xun directly bought out all the candied hawthorn vendors. He bought all the candy hawthorns, which cost 5 coins each. There were more than 60 strings in total, and I gave the vendor 300 coins. The vendor was so excited that he threw away the straw target he was holding and gave it all to Chu Xun. The glistening, sweet candied hawthorns completely captivated by Jiao. While eating, she laughed and said, "Brother Chu, if I marry you in the future, I will definitely eat candied hawthorn every day." She could only eat a skewer occasionally when her father came home. Where else can we find an opportunity like this? There's so much of it, we can't possibly eat it all. What are you saying? Upon hearing that her best friend harbored feelings for her older brother, Chu Qing immediately pinched her cheek indignantly. "My older brother would never marry you. You can't even cook. All you know how to do is eat. I considered you my best friend, and you actually tried to steal me away." Even with her face being pinched, Bai Jiao still managed to stuff the candied hawthorn into her mouth and lick it. "I was just saying, everyone knows he likes Sister Yue now." Upon hearing the name, Sister Yue, Chu Qing's arms suddenly went limp, and she slumped down. "Damn it, I can't even refute it. Sister Yue is several times more capable than me, isn't she? Why does my older brother like her so much? It's all because I'm a little too young and haven't fully grown up yet." Chapter 42 by Jiao, a nail on the ground. Will eating this really make me smarter? It was noon on the mountain road home. Chu Xun drove a donkey cart, which was loaded with timber and grain. There were also 10 pounds of mutton and dozens of bright red candied hawthorn skewers. Lamb is expensive and is considered a refined meat. It cost 200 coins per pound, which cost Chu Xun a full 2 strings of cash. He had 2 strings of cash left, which he planned to take back to his second aunt to keep as a coin, so she could count the money and have some fun. To Chu Xun's left sat Chu Qing, whose figure was beginning to show signs of becoming slender. She was admiring a plain hairpin. She would steal glances at Chu Xun's profile every now and then, her pretty face burning. Every time she stole a glance at Chu Xun, her face would turn a shade redder. "My older brother insists on buying me a hairpin. What does that mean? Could it be that he?" Chu Qing was lost in her fantasies. Bai Jiao on the right, on the other hand, looks much more simple-minded. A pair of big eyes stared intently at the dozens of candied hawthorn skewers stuck to the side. With so many strings hanging up, Brother Chu was driving. "I'll sneak one. He probably won't notice." Bai Jiao swallowed hard and glanced at Chu Xun, who was focused on driving. Then he turned his head to the side and casually reached out to grab the candied hawthorn. But what met them was a powerful, large hand. Chu Xun smacked her on the head. "You've already had 5 skewers, and you can still eat them? Is this person a reincarnation of a foodie?" Bai Jiao, with her hair in 2 ponytails, tugged at Chu Xun's arm and pleaded, "Just one more skewer, please, Brother Chu, okay?" "Stay." He hit Bai Jiao again. It made her already slow-witted brain even dumber. Chu Xun said coldly, "No. I've said it so many times. Either call him Chu Xun or Brother Sun. What do you mean by calling me Chu Gu, a term of endearment for a novice? You'd think you'd never experienced such a thing before." Chu Qing, standing to the side, covered her mouth and chuckled, then glanced at Chu Xun's well-defined jawline. "Wow, Big Brother is so handsome." As the group approached the village entrance, suddenly a skinny horse darted out of the village, kicking up a cloud of dust. The person sitting above was an official dressed in gray clothes and carrying a small flag. Why would government officials come to the village? Could it be that the county government has issued some order that has already reached the village? Chu Xun looked at the village entrance with some confusion. Orders from the village were usually relayed to the village head by an official messenger. Then the village headman relayed the message to all the villagers. It seems something big is about to happen today. Sure enough, when the group was almost at the village entrance. From afar, you could see a large group of people standing under the old locust tree. There were dozens of households, totaling over 100 people, including my second uncle and aunt. Under the tree, Old Lee stood still, his brows furrowed. The villagers below all looked very anxious. They kept asking the old village head if the imperial court was going to distribute disaster relief grain. After all, there have been 3 consecutive years of famine. If the imperial court doesn't take any action, people will surely starve to death. Seeing this, Chu Xun also stopped the donkey cart at the village entrance and walked into the crowd with Chu Qing and Bai Jiao Jiao. As soon as my second uncle saw the group, he waved to them. The group quickly went over and talked for a while. Soon, the old village head under the big locust tree tapped the gong in his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, as he had something to announce. More than 100 people in the audience were either squatting or standing. Everyone tilted their heads back and pricked up their ears, as if afraid of missing anything. The old village chief looked at everyone and first let out a long sigh. He then said in a low voice, "The county government official just came to the village and told me something. He said that the grain tax still needs to be paid this year, and 10 caddies of grain should still be paid per mu of land. Even in years of famine, grain taxes still had to be paid." Whoosh! The entire village erupted in an uproar. The women cursed the county yamen runners with venomous words. In just a few seconds, he cursed the official's entire family for 18 generations. The men, their faces contorted with rage, angrily pounded the ground and punched the walls. Zhang Dabiao, sitting in the very front row, asked directly, "Village head, this is the 3rd consecutive year of famine, and this year, there hasn't been a single drop of water. My family's land can't even yield 50 caddies per mu. Why we still have to pay grain tax? Yes, this is too much. How can ordinary people like us survive? If we only pay 10 caddies of grain per mu, we won't survive this winter. Let's just starve to death." The scene was filled with complaints and resentment. Previously, an acre of land could yield more than 100 caddies of grain, and only 10 caddies were required to be delivered. Now, an acre can only yield 40 to 50 caddies, and you still want 10 caddies of grain? But what the old man said next made them even more devastated. The messenger also said that the grain must be transported to the county granary by the end of this month at the latest, without any delay. If the grain is not delivered in time, the difference will be made up at 15 won per gene. After he finished speaking, even the seasoned village head felt that he had gone a bit too far. In years of severe drought, it's one thing to not be exempt from taxes. They even want to harvest the grain ahead of schedule. The villagers were furious. He even considered escaping into the mountains and becoming a refugee. If you're short 1 pound of grain, you have to pay 15 coins? Why don't you just rob someone? It's due at the end of the month? Are you kidding me? That means there are only 2 weeks left, right? This year was already plagued by severe drought, and the millet was planted late, resulting in poor crop growth and most of the crops not being ripe yet. Everyone is waiting for a heavy rain to alleviate the drought-stricken crops. As a result, the county government directly ordered the millet to be harvested ahead of schedule. That would be a huge loss of grain. The scene immediately erupted into a huge uproar. Some people wanted to go to other villages to see if they had received the instructions. Some people even suggested simply harvesting enough grain to pay taxes and letting the rest grow in the fields. It was noisy and bustling, with everyone enthusiastically greeting the officials' parents and ancestors for 18 generations. Only Chu Xun stood still, nodding silently. It seems there are knowledgeable people in the county government who understand agriculture, and they must have guessed that a locust plague would occur. In order to avoid causing panic among the people, the grain was harvested ahead of schedule, to prevent a locust plague from causing complete crop failure in the fields. It seems I need to go with my second uncle to harvest that chestnut grove as soon as possible. We need to make more money to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. I'll save up more money before winter to go to the city and sell meat. Otherwise, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, it would be even more difficult to get in and out of the city. Chapter 43, Locust Plague Approaching. The final decision reached at the conference was, harvest only a portion of the grain, enough to pay the grain tax. The crops must continue to grow in the ground, whether it's carrying water or waiting for rain. At the very least, it has to grow in the ground, just in case it rains. A single heavy rain can alter the growth of crops, and nobody wants to harvest them prematurely at this crucial moment. After the crowd dispersed, Qin Yuer and her sister also said goodbye to Chu Xun. After watching them leave, Chu Xun drove the donkey cart back home. As soon as I entered, he saw his second uncle and aunt holding sickles, while Chu Qing carried a bamboo basket on his back, and the group was about to leave. "Xuanzi, you stay home and watch the door. We'll go and harvest some millet first today." Uncle called out and beckoned Aunt and Chu Qing to go out. Seeing this, Chu Xun quickly stopped them. Why are you in such a hurry? Even if we don't pay that much grain, we still have enough money to pay taxes. Chu Xun then urged his second uncle and his group to go back to their room to rest. But my second uncle earnestly advised, Xuanzi, I know you're capable now, but money shouldn't be spent like this. We should pay the grain tax if we can. We don't have much money to begin with, so let's sabotage strings of cash. My second uncle's voice abruptly stopped. The sickle in my aunt's hand clattered to the ground. Even Chu Xun looked at his elder brother in disbelief, his eyes filled with surprise. All three of them stared intently at the 2 strings of coins that Chu Xun took out of his bag. Especially the second uncle, who said directly, Xuanzi, have you changed your ways? How come you left behind so much money? He remembered that his nephew had always been someone who couldn't hold on to money. He would spend as much as he earned. Especially timber. They would buy half a truckload at a time. I made so much money selling pork in the city last time. When I finally came back, I'd spent all my money. But Chu Xun earned all of this himself, and he could spend it as he pleased. They have no say in it, nor will they care. But to everyone's surprise, Chu Xun returned with 2 strings of cash left, which was quite unusual. Chu Xun was a little embarrassed and said awkwardly, Second uncle, I know how precious money is. How could I possibly spend it all every time? Let's go inside first. I have something to discuss with you. Phew, at least I saved some money this time. Otherwise, you really couldn't persuade them. Seeing that Chu Xun had so much money, Uncle and Annie were no longer flustered and followed him into the main room. Once inside, the group sat around the table at the 4 corners. Then all 3 pairs of eyes focused on Chu Xun, wanting to see what he had to say. Chu Xun placed the 2 strings of coins on the table, his gaze solemn. He said slowly, This time, I think our family, and even the entire Shilling village, should stop paying grain taxes and pay cash instead. What? My second uncle stared wide-eyed in surprise, almost thinking he had misheard. Why pay more money instead of paying for cheaper grain? 1 gene of millet, also known as foxtail millet. Now it only sells for 10 coins in the city. If you don't pay grain but pay money instead, then 1 pound costs 15 coins. According to the calculation based on the fact that the Chu family owns 7 mu of land, they are required to pay 70 gene of grain. That's a whole string of cash. Good heavens, it breaks my heart to hear that. My second aunt was also very worried, but unlike my second uncle, she was only concerned about the money. She asked cautiously, Xuanzi, did you hear some news when you went into the city? If it weren't for some rumors, she believed her nephew wouldn't have made such a statement without reason. Chu Qing, standing to the side, looked at him with concern, wondering why. Chu Xun sat up straight and took a deep breath. Based on my guess, there may be a locust plague before this winter. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt exploding. The whole family felt their heads were buzzing. Locust plague, where locusts swarm, not a blade of grass grows. This is a terrifying truth that everyone knows. If a locust plague really occurs, based on current grain prices, they will definitely rise 4 or 5 times more. Drought coupled with locust plague. Is this the end of the world? Chu Xun's news was truly explosive. Uncle jumped up immediately, sweating profusely. Xuanzi, where did you hear this from? Is it true? Chu Xun pursed his lips and nodded. Originally, I only saw a few locusts in the field and was not sure if it would turn into a large-scale locust plague. But when the village headman came back today, he said the county government wanted to collect grain taxes ahead of schedule, which means the locust plague is really coming. The locust plague is really coming. Tap, tap, tap. Uncle took several steps back. His face turned pale and then red, clearly finding it very difficult to accept the reality of first a drought and then a locust plague. He then looked at Chu Xun and said, Xuanzi, then we'll do as you say. Our family won't pay the grain tax. We'll pay the money. Food is the foundation of survival. The most important thing is to have food in our own hands. The family unanimously agreed to pay money instead of grain. Then Uncle Air said worriedly, Xuanzi, do you think we should tell the villagers about this? If the locust plague really comes, we can't just watch them starve to death. Nowadays, some people are digging for wild vegetables and gnawing on tree bark. When the locust plague strikes, who knows how many people will starve to death? Second aunt also looked anxiously at Chu Xun. Several families in the village are her relatives, which makes her particularly worried. Chu Xun also lowered his head and pondered. Originally, he only intended to stockpile some food so that his family could get through this year of disaster in peace. But after observing for the past few days, he realized that he had been overthinking things. In a year of disaster, who can remain unscathed? If everyone in the village is starving, but their family has food and drink, will my family be able to live peacefully and peacefully by then? Years of famine and famine will breed a large number of refugees, and a large number of refugees will inevitably cause unrest. With the locust plague and harsh winter looming ahead, things could really get out of hand. At the very least, we must ensure the stability of the village. If our own home falls into chaos, that would definitely not be a good thing. But how can we convince the villagers of a locust plague? This is the real problem that Chu Xun is worried about. Moreover, he didn't really want to show off. Let's not even talk about whether doing this is absolutely beneficial to others, but not to oneself. Just in case a locust plague really occurs. Chu Xun might even be sacrificed as an offering by the ignorant villagers. After thinking for a long time, Chu Xun finally came up with a method that he could try. He then said firmly, "Second uncle, don't tell anyone yet. I'll think of a way to let the village head know about this and have him persuade the villagers." The family nodded solemnly. The next morning, Chu Xun went out with a sickle in his hand. He was a student who had passed the imperial examinations and was the only scholar in the village who had achieved some success. But since he was completely ignorant about farming, few people would believe him if he said there was a locust plague. Even if we guess correctly, a locust plague will occur. The villagers might turn around and accuse themselves of being the jinx that brought the locust plague. Doing good deeds is truly difficult. It often comes at the expense of oneself and the benefit of others. Therefore, Chu Xun decided to have the most respected elder in the village discover the locust plague. It just so happens that the old village head's land is due for harvest, and the elderly couple doesn't have much strength left. Chu Xun looked at the sickle in his hand, a slight smile on his face. Therefore, the solution is Chapter 44 by Jiao Jiao. So I'm always sleepy because I was poisoned by eating locusts? In the fields of the old village head, the millet stalks were sparse and scattered, mostly withered and dead from drought. I didn't see much millet, but I saw quite a lot of grasshoppers. Xuanzi, take a break and have some water. You've been working for so long. Old Li, leaning on his cane, chuckled as he brought Chu Xun a bowl of water while he was working. You've really had to trouble yourself this time. Deshawn hasn't come back yet. And with just my old bones and Jiao Jiao, even if we work for half a month, we might not be able to finish harvesting all this grain. He is now so satisfied with Chu Xun that he considers him family. They delivered meat and grain to their own family, and also took their granddaughter to the city to buy a lot of delicious food. Upon hearing that the harvest was to be carried out ahead of schedule, they even came to our door today to offer their help with the work. He is down-to-earth and capable, literate, talented, and good-looking, and from the same village, so they know each other well. It's hard for a granddaughter not to acknowledge this son-in-law. Chu Xun put down his sickle and wiped the sweat from his brow. It's about time to get down to business. I can't really do a full day of work. We need to conserve our energy for Jinyue tonight. Okay, let's take a rest first. Chu Xun then put down his sickle, took the water, and drank it. The old village head also smiled and called Bai Jiao Jiao, who was harvesting rice on the other side, to come and rest. Bai Jiao Jiao skipped and hopped over. She was also carrying a small cage made of straw, which was stuffed with a dozen or so lively locusts. Chu Xun thought to himself, this little foodie actually caught some locusts on his own initiative. Isn't that perfect? The two drank some water and then sat down to rest, while the old village head continued working with his sickle. After resting for a while, Chu Xun pretended that he had just discovered the small cage. He turned to Bai Jiao Jiao and asked, "Why are you catching so many locusts?" Upon hearing this, Bai Jiao Jiao picked up the cage, as if showing off. He raised his hand high and said, "What are locusts? These are grasshoppers. I'll take them home and roast them over a fire. They'll taste really good. I'll catch more and roast them. Then I'll share half with you. Let me tell you, after eating these grasshoppers, you can sleep incredibly soundly, and you won't wake up all night." Chu Xun's lips twitched slightly. You're sleeping so soundly. You've been knocked unconscious by the trace amounts of toxins in the locusts. These locusts, whose body color changes due to large-scale aggregation, are somewhat poisonous. Eating too much can cause fainting and vomiting in mild cases, and even endanger one's life in severe cases. I never expected that Bai Jiao Jiao, this foodie, would dare to eat so much. Chu Xun frowned and pretended to examine it for a while. Then he coughed lightly twice and said confidently, "A grasshopper is a grasshopper, and a locust is a locust. The book says that when insects gather in large numbers, their body color changes, turning reddish yellow and black spotted. This creature should be called a locust." Bai Jiao Jiao rubbed her chin, suddenly realizing what was going on. So grasshoppers are called locusts. I don't care what they're called, as long as they taste good. Then she called out to the old village head who was working in the field. "Grandpa, you don't need to cook dinner tonight. I'll roast locusts for you." Chu Xun, then you really are a very filial granddaughter. Locust. The old villager working in the field suddenly changed his expression, as if he had heard the most terrifying thing. What? What did you just say about locust? The old village chief's voice was sharp and shrill as he hurriedly ran to the two men. He said anxiously, "Where are the locusts? You can't just say that." Chu Xun handed him the cage and said with a smile, "These are the ones Jiao Jiao caught earlier. They're called locusts in the book. Oldly took the cage, his cloudy old eyes fixed on the locusts inside. What does the book say? Chu Xun paused, then read aloud. When the insects gather in large numbers, their body colors become. Oldly interrupted anxiously. Say something I can understand. That means when there are a lot of grasshoppers, their size and color will change. Yellow shells with black stripes become locusts, Chu Xun said quickly. Yellow shell, black gangster. The old man was talking nonsense, like he was possessed. He grabbed the cage and said to Bai Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, go and call your Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Li, and the other elders to come to the house, quick. Bai Jiaoju noticed that her grandfather's expression was unpleasant. Thinking something serious had happened, they hurriedly got up and ran over. Chu Xun, who was standing nearby, asked at just the right moment, Village head, has something happened? The old village chief said in despair. Chu Xun, you've studied well. Luckily you reminded me, otherwise things might have gone really bad. Chu Xun looked anxious and kept asking what had happened. But the old village head kept sighing. I hope I'm wrong, otherwise our village is doomed. Chu Xun, if I hadn't already known the answer, I would have given you a few words of advice. Riddlers explode. The old man was at home. A group of elderly men and women sat in a circle. They looked even older than the old village head. They all gathered around the cage that Bai Jiao Jiao had woven to look at the grasshoppers. There were green ones, brown ones, and yellowish black ones. It was circulated 2 or 3 times. Finally, an old woman with a deeply lined face and sunken eyes nodded. His voice was hoarse as he said, there are 2 locusts inside. Back when the locust plague was at its worst, these things ate up all the grain in the surrounding counties. That year, people were practically eating each other. These words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. The old village head looked extremely anxious. No wonder the county government was in such a hurry to collect grain taxes. The reason was that they were afraid that if a locust plague broke out, the people would have no harvest and thus insufficient tax revenue. That's why this whole thing happened. No, I have to tell the villagers right away that all the grain must be harvested, the sooner the better, or we'll all be doomed. Chu Xun, who was standing nearby, casually asked, Village head, do we still have to pay grain tax after the harvest? Oldly was stunned. That's right, we still have to pay grain tax. 10 caddies of grain must be paid for every mu of land. If a caddy is less, a fine of 15 will be imposed. You either pay grain or you pay money. With the locust plague upon us, food supplies are absolutely essential. However, most villagers cannot afford to pay that much money. Seeing that the old man was stunned, Chu Xun quietly sat down in the corner. I've done all I could. As for how to deal with it next, that's up to the old village head. After a moment of thought, the old village head's previously hesitant expression instantly hardened. Pay taxes. It's just a mix of grain and money. Grain is scarce, but money is plentiful, so it should not be taken lightly. If a locust plague really breaks out, even if the villagers spend all their savings on their funerals, they probably still won't be able to buy much grain. Everyone will starve to death. Soon, the village headman beat drums and gongs, summoning all the villagers to a large meeting in the threshing ground. Chapter 45 Breaking News. Locust Plague Strikes. Soon, the village headman summoned a large group of people to a meeting in the threshing ground. All those who came were men who could take charge of their respective households. There's no other reason than that this matter is extremely important. If we told the whole village all at once, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause. In the threshing ground, a large group of people were wondering what Li Zheng was going to do this time. A big meeting was held yesterday, and another big meeting is being held today. Surely it's not that the grain tax is going to increase, is it? This almost gave them a fright, especially if the grain tax were to increase again. Then they might as well just go into the mountains and become refugees instead of living. But clearly, these people were overthinking it. What the old village head said next was even more terrifying than the increase in grain tax. Oldly was standing on the high platform, looking down at the men from each family below. He then slowly said, Fellow villagers, according to my and the older generation's guesses, the locust plague may break out before winter this year. Everyone must harvest the millet as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the locust plague starts, not a single grain of millet will be left in the fields. These words left all the men in the room speechless and in complete silence. Then came a suppressed, unbelievable commotion. Did I hear that right? A locust plague? How was that possible? The weather's already getting cold. How could there be a locust plague? We haven't had a locust plague in decades. How could it suddenly appear? That's what the village head told the elders. Would he lie to us? Some people doubt it, while others believe it. But what they had in common was that their faces were shrouded in a suffocating stillness. When a locust plague strikes, food is scarce for thousands of miles. These are words etched in everyone's mind. Anyone who hears the words locust plague will shudder. The old village head on the platform tapped the gong in his hand and then said, "When you went to the fields to harvest rice, you must have seen a lot of grasshoppers, right?" Someone in the crowd replied, "There are quite a few grasshoppers. I caught a whole basketful and plan to roast them for dinner tonight." "So what if there are more grasshoppers? What does it have to do with locusts?" "Exactly. What does it prove if there are a lot of grasshoppers?" Seeing that no one believed him, the old village chief said with great distress, "Don't you even look at what color that grasshopper is? Is it the common green we see? What you see in the field are locusts. When there are many grasshoppers, their color and size change. They become yellow with black stripes. I've seen them with the elders in each household, and those are locusts." This was knowledge he had learned from Chu Xun. But the village head dared not say that the locust plague was Chu Xun's guess. What if we make a mistake? Wouldn't that make Chu Xun take the blame? So he chose to explain to the villagers himself. Upon hearing that the village head had discussed the matter with the elders of each household, the men present realized the seriousness of the situation. Locusts? Could there really be a locust plague this year? A man covered his head tightly, his body trembling. Some people even burst into tears on the spot. First came the drought, then the locust plague. How are people supposed to live like this? "Don't panic, it's just a locust plague. What's there to be afraid of?" the old village head shouted. His shout instantly drew the attention of everyone present. The elders in each household have said that this kind of locust plague before winter comes fiercely and goes fiercely as well. You are the heads of your respective households, so you all need to be on your guard. The locust plague must never be mentioned to anyone. Anyone who leaks a single word will be punished according to village regulations. All the men present nodded. This was a huge deal. If word gets out, it will cause a huge uproar. That's spreading rumors and misleading the public a capital offense. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, the old village head then explained how to deal with the situation. Every household must harvest all their grain in the next few days. As for taxes, half will be paid from grain and half from fines. Anyone who is unwilling to pay will have to wait for grain prices to double and starve to death. Half of the grain was to be handed over to the county government, and the other half was the fine to save their lives. The old village head's words were deafening, making everyone's heads buzz. Pay half the fine? Wouldn't that drain the family savings? But they were helpless about it. Dying poor was better than starving. When the locust plague strikes, even if you have money, you won't be able to buy food. So everyone agreed to pay half the grain and half the fine. Even those who used to complain about being poor didn't dare say a word this time. Between being broke and starving to death, everyone knows which is more important and which is less urgent. Soon, all the villagers dispersed in their anxiety. Everyone, along with their entire families, rushed to the fields to frantically harvest the crops. The women watched as their husbands frantically harvested the grain, and no matter how much they pressed them for answers, they couldn't get any information out of them. They could only bend over and work hard, and even the children in the family had to help in the fields. After returning from the old village head's house, Chu Xun did not rest, but quickly went home. He then asked his second uncle to pull the donkey cart and go into the mountains with him. He wanted to harvest that large chestnut grove to stockpile enough grain for his family. The chestnut forest is located on the outer side of the old forest. Although the road was rugged and difficult to travel, the donkey cart was supported by bearings that it had bought itself, so it was barely able to travel along the mountain road. After a long and bumpy journey, Chu Xun and his second uncle finally arrived in front of a large chestnut forest, looking at those endless chestnut trees. Even though his second uncle already knew that the spiky balls were edible, he couldn't help but stare blankly at the astonishing number of chestnuts in front of him for a long time. My goodness, how many pounds must that weigh? It must weigh at least 7,000 or 8,000 caddies, and nobody knows about this place. Holding a thick stick, Chu Xun walked forward and knocked down the spiky chestnut-covered fruits from a tree. Second uncle, hurry up and crack them. We need to get several thousand caddies of chestnuts in the next few days. Then I'll roast them and sell them in the city. We can make a lot of money that way. Okay, as long as it makes money. Second uncle can do any kind of hard work. When my second uncle heard that chestnuts could make money, he immediately perked up. Hatu! He spat twice on his hand, then swung the stick around and smashed it violently against the tree. The two worked until nearly dusk. Once the donkey cart was full of chestnuts, it was immediately transported home. They hauled 3 truckloads of chestnuts back home and spread a huge pile of them on the ground in the yard. Chu Xun estimated that at least 1,000 caddies of chestnuts in their shells were harvested this afternoon. But cracking chestnuts is easy. Peeling them is the hardest part. After peeling off the outer shell of the chestnuts, there are at most 300 or 400 pounds of chestnuts left inside. These few hundred kilograms wouldn't be nearly enough to sell as roasted chestnuts. My second uncle and I were already exhausted from picking just over 1,000 kilograms of chestnuts today, let alone peeling them. When we harvest all the chestnuts, weighing several thousand kilograms. Just peeling them will exhaust the whole family. It would be great if we could call someone to help. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chu Xun. All right, how could I have forgotten about Zhang Dabiao and his group? Aren't they readily available labor? After the chestnuts are harvested, why not just hire them to do the work? Now that I have money, why do I have to do everything myself? Chapter 46, 20 coins an hour? Are you raising assassins? In the past few days, the villagers are all working hard to harvest the millet. Even though it's not ripe yet, I can't worry about that. If there really is a locust plague, then we won't even be able to eat the husks, let alone the unripe grains. Meanwhile, Chu Xun and his second uncle were also diligently picking chestnuts. In just a few days, they emptied the chestnut grove. A rough estimate suggests that it weighed as much as 7,000 or 8,000 caddies, piled up into a small mountain. Fortunately, the yard is big enough, otherwise it really wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. In the evening, the donkey cart stopped at the gate of the courtyard. Uncle Chu brought the donkey a bowl of mixed beans and a basin of water with heartache. Come on, eat more, don't tire yourself out. Chu Xun, who was wiping sweat on the side, twitched at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for you, Uncle, I would have thought you came in to get me some water. So your nephew doesn't even have a donkey to take care of, right? Fortunately, Chu Xun felt sorry for her, so she brought Chu Xun a large bowl of cold boiled water. After gulping it down, he felt much less tired. After feeding the donkey, Uncle Chu looked at the chestnuts piled up in the yard. He frowned and said, with so many chestnuts, how long will it take to peel them all? Why don't we dig a cave and save some up first? Chu Xun shook his head, looking as if he had everything under control. Leave it to me, second uncle. I have a way to deal with these chestnuts. What? We sit here peeling thorny balls for an hour, and we only get 20 coins. In the courtyard, a dozen or so men immediately erupted in a commotion. Everyone looked at Chu Xun in the center of the courtyard with excitement and joy. The most burly of them all, Zhang Dabiao, couldn't help but ask, Chu Xun, no, brother Sun, are you telling the truth? 20 coins an hour. Zhao San and Lu Dahai, who were standing to the side, also had excited looks in their eyes. After escaping from the jaws of wolves last time, they had to support not only their own family members, but also the Stone family. The pressure was immense, yet Chu Xun was now willing to hire them to do the work. Moreover, they offered an exorbitant price of 20 coins per hour. Good heavens! I worked a whole day as a laborer in the city, exhausted, and only got 20 coins. A comparison of the two. This isn't work, it's clearly raising assassins. Seeing the excited expressions on the faces of these dozen or so people, Chu Xun smiled and patted his hand. That's right, but I want to see your efficiency. If anyone works slowly or slacks off, then you won't get these 10 coins. He had barely finished speaking. Zhang Dabiao patted his chest and said generously, don't worry, we'll be very hard-working and won't slack off at all. Zhao San chimed in, that's right. Forget about slacking off. If anyone yelps while working, I'll throw my shoe in their face. Seeing how enthusiastic they were, Chu Xun then smiled and pointed to the small hill of chestnuts in the yard. Then let's not delay. Let's start now. The eyes of the dozen or so men immediately gleamed, and they rushed forward to begin their fierce attack. They were working with incredible enthusiasm. They didn't even care if they got pricked by the sharp thorns on the chestnut shell. This enthusiasm surprised even Chu Xun. Who says the workers under my command are lazy and not proactive in their work? That's simply because the salary is too low. If you give them a little more, they'll work even harder than the last. An hour later, the small hill of chestnuts had visibly shrunk considerably. With a dozen or so people working together, they peeled over 600 pounds of chestnuts for Chu Xun. Without proper tools and gloves, this speed is quite fast. Chu Xun was also very generous and settled the wages on the spot. 20 copper coins per person, payable immediately. Zhang Dabiao and his group were so excited that they insisted they could keep working until dawn. Life is so easy, and the money comes in so quickly. How can there be such a good thing in the world? But Chu Xun didn't want them to continue. It's already past midnight. They're not sleeping, but I still need a rest. Come back tomorrow after you've finished harvesting the rice. I'll save all of this for you. After seeing off these enthusiastic people, Chu Xun collected all the chestnuts. After entering the room, he opened the system store. Current balance, 90 mall coins. He first used 40 mall coins to buy a large barrel of cooking oil, and then spent 10 mall coins to buy a large bag of white sugar. These are the ingredients we'll be using to sell roasted chestnuts in the city. Current balance, 40 mall coins. These coins have gone really fast, but once I start earning money, I should be able to accumulate quite a few mall coins. Chu Xun then fell into a deep sleep. Big brother, wake up, they're here. Chu Qing's moans rang in his ears, waking Chu Xun from his sweet sleep. Who's here to wake me up so early? Chu Xun yawned, slowly sat up, and the blanket slipped down, revealing his muscular chest. Big brother has a great physique. Chu Xun's eyes lit up with a strange light, but he quickly composed himself and said, "They're the people who came to my house last night to peel chestnuts. They came over early this morning." "What? Why did Zhang Dabiao and the others arrive so early?" Chu Xun quickly dressed and walked out of the house, where he saw Zhang Dabiao and the others waiting at the gate of the courtyard. "Brother Sun, we're here. Can we start working now?" Zhang Dabiao asked with a stern face. Zhao San, Lu Dehai, and others also inquired whether the project could begin. Judging from their expressions, they seemed to be eagerly waiting. Chu Xun knew at a glance that they hadn't gone to harvest the rice at all, but had come directly to his side to work. "Okay, you can work, but don't delay the harvest time." Upon hearing this, everyone laughed and went into the courtyard. "Don't worry, brother Sun. Someone at home is harvesting rice, so it won't be delayed." They then sat down on the ground and began peeling the chestnuts at alarming speed. The efficiency was so high that Chu Xun thought those several thousand kilograms of chestnuts probably wouldn't last until the afternoon. "But it's good that we have enough chestnuts. I can go to the county town to sell roasted chestnuts tomorrow. That will be another large sum of money. First, buy a few quilts, then go to the city to do some shopping, and while you're at it, see if there's any way to buy some beef. After all, this body still needs to be properly nourished." As Chu Xun was thinking this, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted by, refreshing and delightful. Chu Qing stood before him, her pretty face radiating a pure and innocent charm. "Brother, you haven't had breakfast yet. I have 2 meat buns in the kitchen. Do you want some?" Chapter 47, Why is my sister's face so much fairer and more delicate than mine? The filling for the steam buns was made with the leftover mutton from last night. With the addition of soft white flour, it has a wonderfully fragrant aroma. Chu Xun patted her head and praised her. "If we move to the city in the future, second sister, your skills are good enough to open a steamed bun shop." My older brother always praises me, but my meat buns aren't nearly as delicious as he says. Chu Qing closed her eyes, feeling a warm glow inside, as if she had been recognized by her older brother. "I'll let you have some other meat buns later, brother. Several thousand kilograms of chestnuts sounds like a lot, but it's actually quite a lot. In addition, there's the difficulty of peeling and the lack of tools. If Chu Xun were to do it alone, it would take at least half a month. But under the relentless efforts of Zhang Dabiao and his men, the remaining chestnuts with shells were all peeled off in just one morning, yielding nearly 3,000 caddies of chestnuts. According to Chu Xun's estimate, if he drove a donkey cart and brought someone to help him collect money, he could bring a maximum of 400 or 500 caddies of chestnuts into the city at a time. It will take at least 7 days to sell them all. In the courtyard, Zhang Dabiao and the others scratched their heads and looked at each other in bewilderment. Although the work was finished, only 2 hours had passed. They wanted to continue, but unfortunately, the opportunity was gone. Seeing their expressions, Chu Xun knew what they were thinking. After all, they've never done such an easy job before. "You've worked for more than 2 hours. I'll give each of you 50 coins. If anyone wants to continue working, stay and let me arrange things." "Really, 50 coins? Brother Sun, do you really still have work for us to do?" A group of men cheered, their excitement impossible to hide. "And in just one morning, I've already earned 50 coins. And you can make money while sitting down." The job was so easy that they were almost embarrassed, seeing the excited looks on their faces. Chu Xun inexplicably thought of those young people in later generations who went to work for a proper company for the first time. The feeling of not being treated like cattle or horses for the first time was indeed very happy. Soon, everyone had received their money, but no one left. They all stared at Chu Xun expectantly, wishing they could take over all the work in his house. Chu Xun looked at the group of men with satisfaction and said with a smile, "All right, next you will help me harvest all the millet in my field, thresh it, and transport it home. The price will remain the same." Although all 7 acres of land at home were planted with millet. However, due to the drought, the harvest was terrible, with nothing but garbage. Chu Xun originally didn't want to care about those grains anymore. But my second uncle and aunt insisted on harvesting all the millet, since it was several hundred pounds of grain. So early this morning, the 2 of them went to the field to harvest rice. Helpless, Chu Xun wanted to spare the 2 elders some trouble. If we choose to have Zhang Dabiao and the others go over and help with the work, it should be finished quickly. After all, those 7 sparse acres of millet were not as difficult to harvest as 1 acre of land in modern times. Soon, the group set off, wielding sickles and full of joy. If I could help Chu Xun's family with chores every day, my future would be incredibly wonderful. Chu Xun watched them leave, a smile appearing on his face. This can be considered a preliminary step in winning people's hearts. By spending a few hundred coins, he has made more than a dozen people grateful to him. If used properly in the future, they will undoubtedly become powerful helpers. Brother, the millet in the field will be harvested in just a few days. Is it really necessary to spend so much money? Chu Xun was heartbroken as she clutched a tattered cloth bag in her arms. She was the one who just handed out money to Zhang Dabiao and the others. Having grown accustomed to a frugal lifestyle, Chu Xun felt a sharp pang in her heart every time she sent away a copper coin. My older brother is such a spendthrift. I must help him keep an eye on his money. Otherwise, he won't have any money left when he gets married in the future. Chu Xun rubbed his second sister's head and said nonchalantly, "Spend it if you need to. It's only a few hundred coins. I'll bring you tens of thousands of coins back tomorrow." Tens of thousands of words. Chu Xun's expression instantly turned panicked, and she quickly grabbed Chu Xun's arm. He asked anxiously, "Brother, you're not going into the mountains to hunt again, are you?" Every time my older brother went hunting in the mountains, I was terrified, fearing that something might happen to him. We have enough money at home now, so there's no need to risk going into the mountains anymore. Seeing Chu Xun's worried look, Chu Xun couldn't help but laugh and said, "What are you thinking? Big brother is talking about going to the city to sell roasted chestnuts to make money, not about getting married and hunting." As he spoke, he pointed to the 3,000 caddies of chestnuts piled on the ground. Turns out they went to sell roasted chestnuts. Chu Xun blushed deeply and quickly let go of Chu Xun's hand. "Oh my God, I thought they were going hunting. I was so worried about them." After a simple lunch, Chu Xun then carried the large pot down from the kitchen and measured its approximate size. Then they brought over some timber and sawed into planks. They nailed together a simple portable stove and then covered both sides with mud. I put the big pot in to test it, and the size was just right. Tomorrow I can drive my donkey cart into town, loaded with several hundred pounds of chestnuts, to sell. In the afternoon, my second uncle and aunt returned from the fields with resentful expressions. Following behind were Zhang Dabiao and his entourage, all beaming with joy, carrying several large bags filled with harvested millet. This group of men not only harvested 7 acres of land in one afternoon, but also removed the husks, yielding 300 caddies of millet. This harvest is considered quite good. Some families can't even get 30 jin per mu. After readily paying Zhang Dabiao and the others their wages, everyone left happily. In the evening, when the family sat down at the table for dinner, Uncle said with a pained expression that Chu Xun was wasting money. He could have harvested all the millet by himself. It would be better to save those few hundred coins for building a house and getting married in the future. Chu Xun put a piece of pork in his bowl and said with a smile, "Second uncle, don't worry, I'll go to the city tomorrow to sell roasted chestnuts. The time I save from harvesting rice will be enough for me to earn more money." Uncle was taken aback, then overjoyed. "That's right. I've been so focused on picking chestnuts these past few days that I forgot you were going to sell them in the county town." He swallowed the pork in one gulp and patted his chest, saying, "My second uncle will go with you tomorrow, and we'll sell it together for a good price." "Why does it sound like they're going to sell meat?" Chu Xun's face twitched, and he quickly dissuaded him. "Forget it, second uncle. You've worked hard these past few days, just rest at home. Besides, what if that donkey gets exhausted pulling us and several hundred pounds of chestnuts for 20 miles? Upon hearing that it would harm the donkey, the second uncle became quite anxious. After thinking for a long time, he decided to trust Chu Xun's personal abilities. "All right then, be careful on your own. When you get to the city, you should go find your Uncle Dashin first, so you don't run into Lu Laoba's gang again." Chu Xun smiled and agreed, feeling relieved. "Uncle, you can't go with us. I've already decided on the people to go to the city." The next morning, after Chu Xun had packed everything, he drove the donkey cart slowly toward the village entrance. As soon as he reached the village entrance, he saw 2 beautiful figures with identical faces and graceful postures in the distance. Qin Yuer had full breasts and hips, like a ripe peach, with a touch of mature womanly charm. Although Qin Xinger's figure is slightly inferior, her pure temperament gives people the feeling of a girl next door. Upon seeing Chu Xun's donkey cart, both of them simultaneously showed expressions of joy. He ran towards Chu Xun with a duang-duang sound. Chapter 48, I didn't eat anything. My fair and delicate complexion is natural. On the official road leading to the county town, a fully loaded donkey cart chugged forward. Chu Xun would occasionally take out a handful of mixed beans from his bag and feed them to the donkey. "It's really tough on it. It's only been a few days since we bought it, and it's already done all the hard work." Once he had earned enough money, Chu Xun planned to buy another donkey to keep his cart-pulling donkey company. The 2 sisters, Qin Yuer and Qin Xinger, who were sitting behind the donkey cart, dressed themselves up in old clothes and smeared soot on their faces, making them look like inconspicuous village girls. They both knew they were exceptionally beautiful, and this was to reduce unnecessary trouble for Chu Xun. On the donkey cart, Qin Xinger looked at Chu Xun driving the vehicle with a smile. These past 2 nights, she's been playing with the hairpin Chu Xun gave her almost every night, unable to put it down. Occasionally, when she is fast asleep, she will fantasize about Chu Xun gently tying her hair up. This also led Qin Yuer to take her mattress out to air it every day, feeling utterly speechless. Qin Shinger rested her fair chin on her hand, her eyes filled with Chu Xun's tall and straight figure. She said sweetly, "Brother Sun, you brought us into the city without telling Chu Qing. What if she finds out? Won't she be angry? Why does it smell like tea?" Chu Xun drove the carriage and casually said, "I'll take her with me next time I go into the city. Don't tell her when you get back." He knew that Qin Yuer and Qin Shinger had been digging for wild vegetables frequently these past 2 days and had been talking a lot with his second sister. Qin Shinger wanted to ask more questions, but was interrupted by her older sister Qin Yuer. "All right, Shinger, Brother Sun brought us into the city to do something important. You'd better settle the accounts properly today, understand?" Qin Yuer, who was sitting upright to the side, smiled and pressed her younger sister's forehead. Qin Shinger hugged her sister with a grin. "I know, I'm really good at math. I guarantee the money from selling chestnuts won't be a penny less." She looked at Chu Xun with her eyes crinkling, her face full of sweetness. During this period, Shinger's relationship with Sun Gu progressed rapidly. Before long, I can casually mention to Brother Sun that I want to marry Shinger. By then, Shinger will be Sun Ji's wife. Thinking of this, Qin Yuer's eyes showed a slight sadness, but then brightened up again. "Anyway, I can always ask Brother Sun and Shinger to come and see their sister-in-law. Let's share the spoils while we're at it. We can't let Brother Sun come and only get to eat the stars, but not the moon, can we?" The carriage moved forward slowly. Along the roadside, one could vaguely see many fields where millet was still planted, even though it was half dead and had not been harvested. Chu Xun shook his head. It seemed that these people hadn't taken the government's words to heart. They just wanted to save the millet and wait for a heavy rain that might come at any time, hoping for a better harvest. But when the locust plague strikes, these people won't even have time to cry. They could only watch helplessly as the locusts completely devoured the millet. Soon, the group entered the county town. Qin Shinger was extremely happy, looking left and right as if this small county town was some kind of novel species to her. Qin Yuer, on the other hand, was much more composed, but her eyes couldn't help but steal glances at the bustling street. Chu Xun got off the cart, pulled the donkey along, and said with a smile, "After we sell all the chestnuts today, I'll show you around properly." Qin Shinger was overjoyed and hugged Chu Xun's arm tightly. "Brother Sun, you're so kind. Next time you come to see my sister, I'll go out for a while longer." "Shinger, what are you saying?" Qin Yuer blushed instantly and was about to pinch her younger sister's face. But Qin Shinger huddled in Chu Xun's arms, refusing to give her a chance. Chu Xun looked at the two women and a faint smile appeared on his face. This time, instead of going to the 2 streets that ordinary people usually frequent, he chose to go to a bustling market town. The market town was much larger than ordinary streets, and it even had restaurants, tea houses, bookstores, and antique shops. It was also a relatively high-end area in the small county town. The people coming and going may not be very rich, but they at least live a comfortable life. Here, even the most ordinary candied hawthorn sell for 2 coins more than outside. The roasted chestnuts that Chu Xun is selling today are mainly targeted at this group of people. After all, although roasted chestnuts are delicious, ordinary people would never spend money to buy such a snack. Therefore, Chu Xun wanted to earn money from those who were relatively wealthy. After paying a stall fee of 20 coins and buying some oil paper, Chu Xun then parked the donkey cart next to a stall. Then he set up his own stove, put an iron pot on it, took out dozens of kilograms of chestnuts that he had already roasted, and started heating them in the pot. Before long, the aroma of roasted chestnuts began to waft around. Chu Xun took a wooden board and wrote the 4 characters "sweet chestnut" on it in large characters. Then, he deliberately added a few small characters that were hard to see with the naked eye. 49 coins per caddy. This is the price he carefully devised. The price is lower than that of pastry shops in the county town, but the taste is just as good. If there's anything lacking, it's only in terms of packaging and brand image. Qin Shinger squatted down and tilted her head to take a look. He casually remarked, "Sweet chestnut, Brother Sun, your handwriting is quite beautiful, but isn't 49 coins a pound too expensive? Will anyone buy it?" Chu Xun wiped his hands, got up, and leaned the wooden plank against the donkey cart. "It's not expensive. Our sweet chestnuts are only sold to wealthy people. After all..." His gaze swept over Qin Shinger, somewhat puzzled that Shinger could actually read. "You should know that there aren't many literate men in the village, let alone women. Many women go through their entire lives without even knowing what their own name looks like." Even his younger sister, Chu Qing, only learned to read and write through his occasional teaching. Previously, Yuer's demeanor and behavior were quite different from other girls in the village, showing a great deal of politeness. Now Shinger can recognize the words she wrote at a glance. It seems that before they came to Shilling Village, their family was quite well off, at least not an ordinary family. Composing himself, Chu Xun didn't pay much attention to it. What happened in the past is in the past and doesn't matter anymore. Now that both of their parents have passed away, they're the only ones left to rely on these twin sisters. At the small stall, Chu Xun stood in front of the stove, stir-frying chestnuts in the pot. Qin Yu stood in front of the cart, adding firewood from time to time, and packing chestnuts for customers when they came by them. Qin Shinger's task was simple. She stood in front of a wooden box containing copper coins and was responsible for collecting money and keeping accounts. A short while later, a man in a long robe, attracted by the fragrance, walked over. His beard was neatly trimmed, his clothes were exquisite, and he had a bulging money pouch hanging from his waist. He sniffed the air, his face full of curiosity, and asked, "What are you selling? It smells so good." Chu Xun could tell at a glance that this man was a wealthy person. They immediately decided to rip him off. "These are snacks I came up with myself. Try one, or you can keep it for free." As he spoke, Chu Xun took a shiny chestnut out of the pot. With both hands, through the oil paper, I peeled it open with a snap, revealing the yellow chestnut kernels inside, which smelled wonderful. Seeing the steaming hot nuts, the man in the long robe took the oiled paper with some interest, blew on it a few times, and then took a bite. The chestnut kernels melt in your mouth, and the aroma of caramelization and sweetness instantly fill your palate. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Delicious. How can there be such a delicious snack? This tastes almost as good as the expensive pastries in restaurants. Not bad, not bad, he praised repeatedly, stuffing the chestnut kernels in his hand into his mouth and chewing them hastily. Pointing to the chestnuts in the pot, he asked, "What do you call these?" "Sweet chestnuts," Chu Xun reminded him. The man in the long robe said with satisfaction, "Yes, these sweet chestnuts, just give me 10 pounds. I want to taste them properly." He didn't even look at the price and immediately ordered 10 jin. Chu Xun smiled and poured a large pile of chestnuts out of the pot, then had Qin Yu away and pack them. After the chestnuts were packed and handed to him, Qin Shinger, who was behind, quickly followed Chu Xun's instructions. "Thank you for 190 coins. How much more?" 10 caddies for 190 coins. Upon hearing this, the man in the long robe's eyes widened instantly, and he was completely dumbfounded. "What kind of snacks are you selling at your stall? This price is almost as high as the pastries sold in the shop." Upon seeing his surprised expression, Chu Xun slowly picked up the sign from the ground, pointing to the barely visible small print below sweet chestnuts that reads 49 coins per caddy. With a friendly smile, he said, "Sir, all our prices are clearly marked, and we absolutely do not cheat anyone, young or old." Chapter 49 Brokeback Mountain, Nephew changes his way out. 49 coins a pound. This price is almost as high as the price of meat. The man in the long robe raised an eyebrow, looking at the several large sweet chestnuts on the board. Then I looked at the tiny print at the very bottom, 49 coins per caddy. She couldn't help but look at Chu Xun with an innocent expression. "Who taught you to make this sign?" Chu Xun smiled without saying a word, his face full of sincerity. "Prices are clearly marked, and there is no deception of the young or old. It's a bit pricey, but the taste is still pretty good." The man in the long robe reluctantly took out his money pouch. After all, the snacks were indeed novel and delicious, and at only 500 coins, he could afford them. He took out 2 grayish silver coins. "This is 5 qian of silver. Keep the change. Consider it payment for the treat you gave me." After handing the silver to Chu Xun, the man in the long robe hugged the chestnuts and left, satisfied. Chu Xun watched his retreating figure and thought to himself, "What a good person." Although 5 qian of silver is nominally equivalent to 500 coins, silver is much more valuable than copper. In actual terms, it would be around 600 coins. This deal earned them an extra 110 coins. Chu Xun, standing in front of the stall, chuckled as he picked up the piece of silver and placed it in front of Qin Shinger. "Get everything packed. I'll take you to buy new clothes later." Qin Shinger smiled sweetly, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her face, and put the loose silver into the wooden box. Then Chu Xun began to score the chestnuts, add oil and sugar, and a little water to continue making sugar-roasted chestnuts. After having a good omen, business became easier. People passing by were drawn to Chu Xun's novel snack. Chu Xun welcomed everyone who came to his stall, always letting them try a roasted chestnut first. The warm service, coupled with the smooth and caramelized taste. Chu Xun's stall quickly became a hit, attracting a large crowd, although many people were deterred by the price. But the novelty of the food and its delicious taste still prompted most people to open their wallets. For a time, Chu Xun was extremely busy. He kept frying chestnuts without stopping. The spatula was almost smoking from being swung around. Qin Yu was even busier, adding fuel to the fire and packing chestnuts, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. The easiest one was Qin Shinger, who only needed to do some simple calculations. For the slightly more difficult ones, Chu Xun would casually do the mental calculations and give Qin Shinger a price quote, which shocked her so much that her mouth agape, not understanding why Brother Sun could calculate so quickly. I brought nearly 400 pounds of chestnuts with me when I went to the city. They were all sold out in just one morning. Many people were still unable to buy any and were asking Chu Xun if he would still be selling them here tomorrow. Chu Xun naturally said that he would still be there tomorrow, after finally managing to get rid of the group of guests. Only then did he load the heavy money box onto the empty donkey cart. It contained nearly 20 strings of cash. It weighed at least several dozen kilograms, and even Chu Xun had some difficulty lifting it. In just one day, I made a net profit of 20 strings of cash. This money came way too fast. After packing up, Chu Xun wiped the fine beads of sweat from Qin Yuer's forehead, making her cheeks flush. I'm sweating too, Brother Sun. Could you help me wipe it off? Qin Shinger also came over, took off her headscarf, and revealed her smooth forehead. With a loud thud, Chu Xun flicked her and said with a laugh, You're not even sweating. Why are you wiping? The pain made Qin Shinger pout, her eyes brimming with tears, looking pitifully at Chu Xun, the instigator. Chu Xun was quite helpless, so he reached out and rubbed his sister-in-law's head as a form of comfort. The chestnuts are all sold out. Next, let's go to the market and see what you want to buy. Feel free to take it. Qin Yuer was extremely obedient and grabbed Chu Xun's arm. She said gently, We don't want anything, Brother Sun. Let's save the money. When you entered the city just now, you were looking around and said you didn't want anything. Chu Xun smiled and tapped Qin Yuer's delicate nose, making her eyes well up with tears, and she almost couldn't stand up. Let's go, I'll take you on a good shopping trip, and then I'll need to buy some things I need too. He took the two women to the market they had passed through on their way there. I bought more than a dozen bags of pastries, a bundle of candied hawthorns, some novel snacks, a few pairs of embroidered shoes, and a few bolts of new cloth. Then it was time to get down to business. 6 thick new cotton quilts, and some new sheets and mattresses. All of them are new bedding for the home, especially the comforters, which are big and warm. Qin Yuer touched the quilt and blankets, her eyes filled with emotion. Brother Sun, I already have enough blankets and mattresses at home, so I don't need to buy any more. Chu Xun leaned close to her ear and whispered with a smile, I'm worried that if a mattress gets dirty, there won't be anything to change it with. I can't sleep on a straw mat, can I? Qin Yuer immediately blushed and dared not look him in the eye again. The three chatted and laughed as they pulled the donkey cart toward the next market. Meanwhile, on a street behind them, a man with a mustache and extremely venomous eyes emerged. He was none other than Lu Laoba, who had many grudges against Chu Xun. He stared fiercely at Chu Xun's retreating figure, clenching his fists. Kid, you've really lived to see the end of your life today. If I don't kill you, I'm not Lu Laoba. Standing beside him was a burly man with a scar on his face and a bandit-like air. The man said in a deep voice, You're just a greenhorn, and you actually need me to help you? You're really a piece of trash. Despite being insulted, Lu Laoba dared not utter a word in response. Instead, he flattered, I'm grateful for Fifth Master's personal assistance. I'll take full advantage of the benefits. And my nephew, Zhao Ergu. The burly man known as the Fifth Master smiled slightly. Your nephew tastes pretty good. I'll take him with me when I go back and train him properly. Lu Laoba was overjoyed. Using his nephew's backup plan to exchange for his future plan wasn't a bad deal. From now on, my nephew will also be a member of Taipei Mountain. At the livestock market, Chu Xun spent another 5 strings of cash to buy a female donkey as a companion for his own donkey. The cart he built had a wide frame, so that even with 2 donkeys pulling it, it wouldn't feel cramped at all. Moreover, bringing 2 donkeys would allow me to haul more chestnuts into town next time. Well, the craftsman was asked to equip the female donkey with a harness for pulling a cart. Chu Xun first went to a nearby street, where the main businesses were selling chicken, duck, fish, and meat. He planned to see if he could buy some beef to eat. After all, when it comes to replenishing nutrition and building strength, nothing is more suitable than beef. Although my body has been greatly enhanced by this system, it is still somewhat weak at its core. Moreover, Yuer's figure is so slender and her appearance so charming, she really needs to take supplements. In the dying dynasty, the unauthorized slaughter of oxen was an absolute capital offense. But every year, countless cows die from disease, fall to their deaths, or are frightened to death. Since the dead cows can no longer plow the fields, they can only be eaten. So as long as you're willing to spend the money, you can still buy some beef. Soon, through the introduction of a servant, Chu Xun arrived at the back door of a pork shop. As soon as I entered, I saw a familiar fat man in front of me and got up in a panic. How did you find your way here? Chu Xun took a closer look and immediately revealed a meaningful smile. So, it's the infamous Butcher Zheng from the west of town. I never imagined it was you doing this beheading business. Chapter 50, Robbery and Murder. The 5th leader of Brokeback Mountain. Chu Xun smiled and approached Butcher Zheng. I never expected to run into him here. He sells pork, but secretly he's also selling beef. He's got some nerve. Butcher Zhang's face instantly contorted into a bitter expression on the verge of tears. Why did I run into this plague god again? He hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, Master Chu, I'm just a small fry trying to make a living. Please spare my life. I'll never sell beef again. Upon hearing this, Chu Xun immediately became unhappy. What are you thinking? I'm here to buy beef, not to settle accounts with you. Butcher Zhang was taken aback and asked in bewilderment, You're here to buy beef? That was terrifying. I thought this guy was coming to smash up my stall. If the fact that I'm selling beef becomes public knowledge, I'll be in big trouble. What? Can't I eat beef? Chu Xun took 2 steps forward, his eyes playful. Butcher Zhang was shocked and quickly said with a forced smile, Of course not. With your skills, you can eat not only beef, but also tiger meat. I'll bring you 2 caddies right away. As he spoke, he was about to go inside to cut the meat. But before they even entered the gate, they heard Chu Xun in the courtyard say, 2 jin isn't enough, I want 20 jin. 20 pounds. Butcher Zhang's eyes widened, and he turned to look at Chu Xun with a pained expression. He pleaded, Master Chu, this 20 caddies of beef is just a small business for me. I really can't afford to give it away. I have to bribe the higher-ups. Hearing this, Chu Xun chuckled and said, You don't think I'm going to freeload, do you? Just take the meat and you won't lose a single penny. Having just sold his chestnuts, he's not short of money right now. Butcher Zhang was quite surprised to see that Chu Xun actually gave him money back. Then he led Chu Xun into the inner room, and from the hidden kitchen, cut a full 25 caddies of beef, wrapped it in layers of cloth, and stuffed it into a burlap sack. Chu Xun took the bag with satisfaction. How much? Zhang the butcher grinned sheepishly and rubbed his hands together, saying, Master Chu, 3 taels of silver will suffice as my apology. Chu Xun glanced at him. So good social skills? No wonder you've managed to run this beef business. You've got quite a few ideas. He then took a cloth bag from his pocket and threw it over. Okay, let's leave it at that. I'll come here to buy meat often in the future. Remember to leave me some left over. Hey, don't worry, Mr. Chu. As long as you come, I'll have whatever weight you need. Butcher Zhang bowed and scraped. Although he was a bully in the village, he knew who he could mess with and who he couldn't. Based on Chu Xun's extraordinary martial prowess last time, this immediately led him to list Chu Xun as one of the people he should not provoke. He got a great deal by using just 20 pounds of beef to get the job done. By the time Chu Xun arrived at the market with the beef, the harness for the donkey had already been made. This donkey cart was not small to begin with. Even with 2 donkeys harnessed to pull the cart at the same time, it doesn't feel crowded at all. Chu Xun sat at the front of the cart, which was loaded with carts, and with a light flick of his whip, the donkey cart rolled forward slowly out of the county town. Just after they left the city, 2 figures quietly followed them out, walking along the path. On the road, Chu Xun drove his carriage along the official road. It was almost afternoon, and there were few pedestrians, except for Chu Xun's donkey cart traveling on the road. Qin Xinger, who was beside him, would occasionally feed him snacks, such as candied hawthorns. This left Chu Xun helpless. He wasn't by Jiao Jiao, so why should he eat so many snacks? Qin Yuer, sitting to the side, looked at the 2 of them with a gentle smile on her face. Sun Gu and Xing Er's relationship grew closer and closer. I believe that if Sun Gu were to marry Xing Er, he wouldn't refuse. Just as she was thinking about how to share shifts with Xing Er so that they could eat their fill together. With a creak, the donkey cart suddenly stopped at the bend in the path ahead. The cart stopped too abruptly, and Qin Yuer and Qin Xinger nearly fell off, their bodies swaying precariously. Chu Xun reached out and wrapped his arms around their waists. Qin Xinger's face instantly turned red. Sun Ji had put his arm around her. Before she could think further, Chu Xun's cold voice rang out, Don't move in the car. I'll go down and take care of it quickly. Chu Xun then released the 2 men and got off the donkey cart alone. Qin Yuer and Qin Xinger were puzzled and quickly looked ahead. At the bend, 2 figures blocked the road, staring at them with malicious intent. Could it be that we even encountered robbers? The 2 women's eyes immediately showed some worry, and they broke out in a cold sweat for Chu Xun. Chu Xun slowly walked forward, staring coldly at Lu Laoba in front of him. I told you last time that if I saw you again, I would kill you. It seems you have no memory at all. Lu Laoba stroked his mustache, a sinister smile on his face. You're about to die, and you still dare to threaten me? Chu Xun, don't you even look at the situation now. He pointed to a burly man with a scar next to him and said smugly, This is the 5th leader of Ironback Mountain. If you know what's good for you, you'd better kneel down and beg me. Maybe I can spare your life. Ironback Mountain? He remembered that the bandits of Taibei Mountain were one of the most notorious bandit strongholds in the county. Every year, the county spends a lot of money and deploys troops to suppress bandits, but the effect is minimal. The bandits disappeared without a trace once they hid in the vast forest. Once the government troops have retreated, they will return with renewed force. Every year, many villages are looted by bandits, among whom the bandits of Taipei Mountain are the most vicious. Unexpectedly, Lu Laoba even hired a bandit to kill him. Chu Xun looked at the fifth leader of Ironback Mountain, his gaze falling on the bulge on the back of his waist, his eyes gradually turning cold. The fifth leader of Ironback Mountain also stared intently at Chu Xun. He stroked his chin and clicked his tongue, saying, "I didn't expect you to be such a handsome guy. It's a real shame to kill you like this." That appearance made Chu Xun feel disgusted. Turns out it's not Ironback Mountain. It's Brokeback Mountain. The fifth leader of Ironback Mountain laughed contemptuously. "Boy, I know you have some skills, but I observed you in the city and you weren't carrying any weapons. If you're smart enough to listen to me, maybe I'll take pity on you and spare your life." Although he was ruthless, he was by no means a reckless person. He carefully observed Chu Xun in the city and only dared to come out to ambush and kill him after confirming that Chu Xun posed no threat to him. Lu Laoba was extremely arrogant and laughed. "Did you hear what Fifth Master said? If you know what's good for you, surrender quickly and I'll spare your life." Chu Xun slowly retreated to the side of the carriage, a mocking expression on his face. "How can you be so sure I didn't bring any weapons?" Lu Laoba scoffed disdainfully. "You're about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn? I'll get you in a minute." The word death had not yet been uttered. His eyes suddenly filled with utter shock. That's impossible. Even the fifth leader of Ironback Mountain gaped open, almost thinking he was seeing things. Damn it, where did he pull such a huge bow out of? As if by magic, Chu Xun casually reached under the donkey cart. In an instant, a powerful bow gleaming with a cold light appeared in his hand, and a quiver of arrows appeared on his back. How could you possibly have a bow? Lu Laoba roared in disbelief, his eyes filled with madness. He simply couldn't believe it. Chu Xun was able to pull out a bow and a quiver from under the low-lying donkey cart in an instant. This is just too outrageous. The recurved bow and quiver were, of course, summoned directly from the system shop by Chu Xun. Reaching under the donkey cart was simply to avoid frightening Yuer and Xing'er. Chu Xun immediately drew his bow and aimed at Lu Laoba. The next moment, the sound of something cutting through the air exploded instantly. Uft! A dull thud as flesh was pierced. A bloody hole was instantly pierced through Lu Laoba's forehead, and he fell straight to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. The fifth leader of Taipei Mountain was terrified, his legs trembling. Chu Xun calmly drew his bow again and aimed an arrow at his forehead. He said in a cold voice, "Kneel down." Chapter 51 Shooting. Pointing at them with arrows that gleamed with cold light. The fifth leader of Ironback Mountain swallowed hard in fear, his legs trembling involuntarily. He stared at Chu Xun with utter terror in his eyes, filled with fear. Even after Lu Laoba died, he still couldn't believe that Chu Xun could conjure up such a large bow out of thin air. "Why didn't you say you were carrying a bow? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have come to kill you." He had a short blade tucked into his waistband, but he was completely helpless against the powerful bow. A bow is fast and accurate when drawn from more than 10 paces away, and accurate and fast when drawn from within 10 paces away. If I dare to run, I will definitely be nailed to the ground like Lu Laoba. The fifth leader, startled, slowly retreated, spreading his hands and smiling apologetically. "Brother, let's talk this out. I am the fifth leader of Ironback Mountain." A blood-curdling scream, filled with agony, rang out. He was instantly shot in the thigh with an arrow, and blood gushed out. I said kneel down. Chu Xun's expression remained unchanged as he coldly knocked another arrow. I'll kneel right now. Please don't shoot." The fifth leader was no longer as arrogant as before. He immediately knelt on the ground and cowed out, begging for mercy. "Brother, spare my life. I'm the fifth leader of Ironback Mountain. We conspired with the people in the mountains to carry out this robbery. If I die, they will definitely come looking for you for revenge. You can't kill me." Chu Xun sneered and tightened the bowstring once more. "Don't you think it's too childish to scare yourself with such a trivial trick? Drag Lu Laoba's corpse along and come with me into the dense forest. Don't make me say it a second time." The fifth leader of Ironback Mountain looked up and met that extremely cold face. Her expression immediately changed, realizing she had failed to appease him. "If I don't do as he says, I'll definitely die on the spot in the next moment." Thinking of this, the fifth master quickly endured the pain in his thigh and went to the body of the dead Lu Laoba. He slapped Lu Laoba's corpse several times viciously. "Damn it, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Then he dragged Lu Laoba's corpse and, guided by Chu Xun's cold arrow, moved into the woods beside the official road. On the other side, Qin Yuer and Qin Xing'er looked at Chu Xun with worried expressions. "Brother Sun, he's a bandit. What if we kill him?" Chu Xun gave the two of them a gentle smile. He comforted her, saying, "It's all right, leave it to me. You guys stay in the car, I'll be back in a bit." After saying that, Chu Xun gripped the bow, aimed at the fifth master's chest, and slowly entered the woods. The woods were dense, and trees blocked the way every few steps. As soon as they entered, the fifth leader of Ironback Mountain deliberately took a few extra steps, placing several thick trees between himself and Chu Xun. Then he gritted his teeth, hoisted Lu Laoba's body onto his back, and fled into the depths of the dense forest. The thigh that had been hit by the arrow was trembling rapidly. But how could Chu Xun not have been on guard against this move? With a whoosh, the arrow exploded. My leg! Fifth Master let out another scream, and he and Lu Laoba's corpse fell to the ground together. His other leg was also pierced by Chu Xun's arrow. "Want to race me with my longbow?" Chu Xun said coldly, drawing the bowstring again. The fifth leader lay on the ground, clutching his chest and desperately begging for mercy. "Let me go, I'll give you all the money. Please let me go." Chu Xun remained standing 10 steps away from him, his eyes icy cold. "How much silver did Lu Laoba pay you to come and kill me?" The fifth leader swallowed hard and said tremblingly, 10 taels of silver. "My life is only worth 10 taels of silver?" Chu Xun's forehead creased with a few black lines. "Where's the money?" The fifth leader hardened his heart, glared at Chu Xun, stood up, took a few steps forward, and shouted, "The money isn't on me, unless you let me go and I take you to get it. Otherwise," with a soft plop, an arrow pierced straight through his head. Blood spurted out. The fifth leader's body fell straight to the ground, dying with eyes full of resentment. The packet of lime powder that he had just taken out of his pocket also spilled out. Still, such an unoriginal move. Chu Xun shook his head, then put away his bow and arrows and began to search Lu Laoba and the fifth leader. Soon, he found more than 10 taels of loose silver and dozens of copper coins on the two men. In addition, the fifth leader also had a short knife and an iron plaque on his person. The front of the iron plaque is engraved with the 3 characters Taibishan, while the back has the number 5. He really was the fifth leader of Ironback Mountain. He probably never imagined that he would lose his life for 10 taels of silver. After collecting the silver, Chu Xun dragged a corpse with one hand and went deep into the dense forest. Then they stripped off their clothes and summoned a boning knife from the store's warehouse. First, he made dozens of crisscrossing knife marks on their faces, and then he made more than a dozen wounds on each of their corpses. Chu Xun only left the dense forest after a large amount of blood had flowed out and the stench of blood filled the air. Wild animals roam the mountains, and their bodies will likely be devoured tonight. Upon returning to the official road, Qin Yuer and Qin Shinger saw Chu Xun come back. The two sisters instantly burst into tears and rushed into his arms. Qin Yuer checked Chu Xun's body with concern. "Brother Sun, are you hurt? Where's that bandit?" Qin Shinger wiped away her tears and said in a cute but fierce tone, "We absolutely cannot let him go. Otherwise he will definitely come back to take revenge on us." Chu Xun held the two soft, delicate bodies tightly in his arms. "Don't worry, I threw them into the mountains to feed the wolves. No one will know that we killed them." He peered ahead at the donkey cart and saw that the ground, which had been stained with blood, was now just a patch of dust. A smile involuntarily appeared in her eyes. They even knew to clean up the bloodstains first. They were quite thoughtful. After the two sisters thoroughly examined Chu Xun and confirmed that he was not injured, the three then boarded the donkey cart and continued their journey towards Shilling Village. On the way, Qin Yuer and Qin Shinger sat close to Chu Xun on either side, their delicate bodies pressed together, as if afraid of encountering any more trouble. Ding! A girl with deep feelings for the host has been detected. She is extremely enamored with him. The system issued a notification again after a long absence. The girl he had deep feelings for? Chu Xun looked slightly surprised and tilted his head to look at Qin Shinger to the side. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she was tightly hugging her arms, the worry on her pretty face refusing to fade. "Shinger actually likes me too?" Chu Xun didn't consider himself a pedantic person. If Shinger likes me too, then it wouldn't be bad to marry into the family and keep her company. Chapter 52, You Want to Rob Someone? So much money. Shilling Village. It was already evening when I got home. Chu Xun escorted Qin Yuer and her sister home, and then carrying the grains, pastries, clothes, and quilts he had bought. Before leaving, he specifically instructed, "You absolutely must not mention what happened today to anyone, understand?" Qin Yuer's face was tense, her eyes filled with worry, and she nodded solemnly. Even the usually lively Qin Shinger was very serious at this moment, knowing the gravity of the situation. "Don't worry, Brother Sun, we will definitely keep it a secret." Chu Xun nodded, then drove away. Before leaving, he turned back and glanced twice at the two sisters who were standing at the door, seeing him off. his eyes filled with a melancholy. They must have some secrets that I don't know about. First, Xinger actually learned to read. You should know that it takes much more for a woman to learn to read than for a man. Then, after seeing that he had killed someone, the two men showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they helped him clean up the bloodstains. This happening to two women is clearly highly illogical. However, Chu Xun didn't think too much about it. Whatever secrets the two of them might have, he wouldn't care too much. Could breasts, no matter how big, be bigger than the secret of having a system? Soon, Chu Xun returned home. When the second uncle saw the little female donkey he had brought back, his eyes lit up instantly. He pounced on it, hugged the donkey's head, and excitedly kissed it all over. Looking for my son, this donkey. Chu Xun smiled and handed over the whip. I bought this for you, second uncle. I'll buy you a cow to play with later. Oh, Xuanzi, your second uncle loves you to death. Uncle Chu was so happy that he wanted to come up and kiss Chu Xun, which startled Chu Xun so much that he dodged away in fright. Helpless, the second uncle could only continue to hold the little female donkey, his face full of excitement. The other donkey, seemingly jealous, nibbled at uncle's clothes and pulled him towards itself. It also made a few ah-ah sounds, its cries filled with rich emotion. How can you be so fickle? Now that you have a female donkey, you don't want this little donkey anymore. Have you forgotten the bond we formed that night? On the other side, second aunt and Chu Qing were overjoyed, hugging their quilts and mattresses. With these new quilts and mattresses, it will be very warm to cover myself with them at night. When it was time for dinner that evening, Chu Xun emptied all the money out of the box. Suddenly, a huge pile of money was dumped right in front of the family's eyes. Copper coins, tin cash coins, and loose silver are all available. As for the dozen or so taels of silver that Chu Xun had taken from the fifth leader of Taipei Mountain and Lu Laoba, he kept them. Otherwise, it wouldn't match the income, and it would be too shocking. My goodness, you've really made a fortune searching for your son. There's also some loose silver. My second uncle and aunt were so shocked their mouths almost dropped, their eyes filled with deep astonishment. They never expected that Chu Xun would still have so much silver left after buying so many things. Brother, I remember you only took 300 or 400 caddies of chestnuts out, right? How much did you sell them for? Chu Qing asked in surprise, covering her mouth. Chu Xun sat on the table, gesturing for the family to sit together around it. When everyone was watching him nervously, Chu Xun smiled mysteriously. I sell chestnuts for 49 coins per pound, and with nearly 400 pounds of chestnuts, I earned 20 strings of cash in just one day. 49 coins a pound. 20 strings of cash. Hearing such outrageous pricing and revenue, the incident nearly caused the second uncle and aunt, who had been poor all their lives, to faint. Fortunately, Chu Qing and Chu Xun quickly caught them. Seeing the extremely shocked expressions on the two elders' faces, Chu Xun expressed his understanding. In their eyes, a day's hard work only earns them 20 or 30 coins. How much more could they possibly earn? But Chu Xun brought them back 20,000 coins in just one day. A difference of thousands of times. Who wouldn't be shocked? They would never have imagined that those spiky balls picked from the mountain could sell for 49 coins a pound. And the most outrageous thing is that it can actually be sold at this price. Do city dwellers spend money so extravagantly? Uncle Chu swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement, and said, "We still have over 2,000 caddies in our yard. If we sell them all, my God, he couldn't even imagine how much money he could make." Second aunt and Chu Qing also looked over with excited eyes. Chu Xun smiled confidently. "If we sell them all, we can earn at least 100 taels of silver. More than 100 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Uncle's breathing visibly became rapid. Chu Qing's face flushed with excitement. With money, her older brother could continue his studies. My second aunt rolled her eyes and almost fainted from laughter. Good heavens, more than 100 taels of silver. She never even dared to dream of such extravagance. After finishing their meal, Chu Xun pulled his second uncle into the house to discuss the matter. My second uncle sat on the bed, lit an oil lamp, and the light made his face look dark and yellow. Puzzled, he asked, "Xuanzi, what do you want to say to your second uncle?" Chu Xun pressed his hand on the table and said with a smile, "Second uncle, let's go to the city together tomorrow. I'll go sell chestnuts, and you can contact a few brick workshops to order a batch of bricks. I plan to build 2 brick and tile houses for our family." He has already decided that he must finish building the brick and tile house before winter this year. Build a few more fireplaces, construct a few heated brick beds, and stock up on firewood so the whole family can spend a warm and cozy winter. While it snows heavily outside, the family will be nestled in their warm house, enjoying hot pot, lamb, and a few drinks. Life couldn't be more comfortable. Build blue brick and tile houses. Uncle Chu's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly said, "Xuanzi, you're going to build a house now?" It's a brick and tile house. It'll cost at least several dozen taels of silver. Having worked as a laborer for most of his life, he certainly knew how much a brick house cost. To build a decent house with a main hall, bedrooms, side rooms, and a kitchen, you would need at least 10,000 bricks. Add in the cost of tiles, lime, mortar, and labor, and a single brick and tile house would cost at least 80 taels of silver. That's 80 taels of silver. I've never seen so much money in my entire life. Chu Xun advised, second uncle, money isn't for looking at, it's for spending. Think about it. Winter is almost here. Do you really want my second aunt and little sister to sleep in this drafty, leaky old house? This Uncle Chu was still a little hesitant. But this money is for your wedding. How about we build you a house first, and your aunt and I will renovate the old house? It's not like you can't live there. He still felt that Chu Xun had earned all the money, and he couldn't possibly spend it all himself. This moved Chu Xun, but also left him feeling helpless. The older generation was just unwilling to spend money on themselves. He earnestly advised, second uncle, I have plenty of ways to make money. If you're going to build, just build 2 rooms. It doesn't matter if you spend all the money. I still have my hunting skills, so I can make money no matter what. If I move into a brick house first, while my second uncle's family, who raised me, still live in a leaky old mud house, I'll be better off. I've had so many years of schooling. If word gets out, won't the villagers gossip about me and label me as unfilial? My second uncle was so anxious he was scratching his head and sweating profusely. In the end, he reluctantly agreed to build 2 brick and tile houses. But the priority is to build Chu Xun's own house. He can't delay his nephew's wedding under any circumstances. The next morning, the 2 of them rode in a donkey cart, carrying a lot of chestnuts, into the county town. Sell chestnuts, order bricks, and build a new house. The main principle is to act decisively and without hesitation. Chapter 53, How Did You Know I'm Gay? After entering the city, Chu Xun then went with his second uncle to the chestnut stall that had sold chestnuts the day before. After paying the 20-coin stall fee, the 2 set up a stove and heated the chestnuts. Before long, the aroma of roasted chestnuts filled the air. Some customers who had passed by Chu Xun's stall yesterday immediately surrounded it when they saw that Chu Xun had set up a stall again today. I'll just pay up front and order a few kilograms first so I don't end up like yesterday, not getting any at all. Before long, the small stall was surrounded by a group of customers. Some people want 2 jin, some want 5 jin, and some even want 10 jin. Uncle Chu was initially able to handle it, but he was soon overwhelmed by the shower of copper coins and silver fragments. This is selling for such an outrageous price. Chestnuts cost nearly 50 coins a pound, yet so many people came to buy them. In less than 2 hours, nearly 600 jin of chestnuts were almost sold out. When has Uncle Chu ever seen a business that makes money so quickly? His eyes immediately lit up with golden light. I used to work myself to the bone in the county town, and I only earned 20 or 30 coins a day. I never expected that I would receive nearly 30,000 coins just for standing in the city with Xuanzi for a few hours. This feeling is no less than waking up to find out you've won 100 million in the lottery. If Chu Xun hadn't called his name twice, Uncle Chu would have thought he was dreaming. Second uncle, all the chestnuts are sold out. Shouldn't we go check out the brick kiln? Chu Xun looked helplessly at his second uncle, who was clutching the money box tightly. You're almost inside. Do you need to hold me so tightly? Does money just fly away on its own? Right, brick kiln. Look, uncle is so happy he's forgotten about it. Uncle Chu slapped his forehead and quickly and gently placed the money box on the donkey cart. Then he took Chu Xun to a brick kiln in the north of the city. It is currently a famine year, and apart from selling grain, all other industries are in a slump, with brick kilns being particularly deserted. These days, most people who are in a hurry to build houses are poor. They can make a house out of mud, gravel, planks, and thatch. Who would still buy expensive blue bricks? At this moment, there was only one middle-aged man at the entrance of the brick kiln, lazily lying on a chair basking in the sun. The rumbling of the carriage made him open one eye halfway. Uncle stepped forward and said with a hearty voice, "Is anyone here? Business is on the door." Now he has a lot of confidence. The box contained nearly 30 taels of silver, which was more impressive than when I used to work for the same master. Upon hearing that a customer had arrived, the middle-aged man at the door immediately jumped up from his chair. In this year's climate, people still come to buy bricks. They're rare customers indeed. He had only taken 2 steps forward when he suddenly saw what the person looked like. His eyes widened in surprise. Full warehouse. What? You want to buy bricks? The man clearly recognized Uncle Chu, and his expression showed surprise. In his mind, Chu Monsong was just a poor carpenter in the village. How could he possibly have money to buy bricks? Uncle was taken aback, then crossed his arms and said, "What are you talking about? If I come to the brick kiln and don't buy bricks, what am I doing here?" He had visited all the brick kilns in the area. Sometimes he was there to haul goods for his master's family, and sometimes he was there to do hard labor for a period of time in order to save up tuition fees for Chu Xun studies. This time, he specifically brought Chu Xun to this brick kiln to buy bricks, since he had worked there before and knew the kiln well. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately laughed. "You're probably trying to earn money for your nephew's tuition by coming here to work, aren't you?" He then waved his hand and said, "Go back, go back. Business has been bad lately, and the brick kiln can't even afford to support its workers. Hey, who do you think you are? I'm really here to buy bricks to build a house. So tell me, are you going to do this business or not?" The second uncle was immediately displeased. Did he not look like someone who could afford to build a brick house? The middle-aged man was about to say something, but then they saw a handsome young man slowly walk out from behind Uncle Chu. Chu Xun held a few silver ingots in his hand and said directly, "I want to order 20,000 blue bricks. As long as the goods are available, money is not a problem." 1,000 words are not as practical as money. Sure enough, the middle-aged man's eyes widened the moment he saw the silver. "It's been so long since we've had any business, and now this is a huge order." He hurriedly came to Chu Xun with a smile on his face. "Please come in, guest. I'll go and call the manager right away." Unexpectedly, Chu Xun took a step back. He bowed slightly to Uncle Chu and extended his hand. "Uncle, let's go in." "Second uncle?" The middle-aged man's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he stared at Uncle Chu for a long time. Is he the nephew who was studying that Manhwa was talking about? Didn't they say they hadn't gotten any recognition yet? How did you suddenly have so much money? When Uncle Chu saw his nephew bowing and gesturing for him to enter first, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Without any pretense, he strode forward and said, "Come on, I used to work at this brick kiln. The quality is pretty good. We'll try to negotiate a better price later." Chu Xun followed behind his second uncle, a faint smile on his face. Only the middle-aged man behind him looked distressed. Was this the end for them? Monsong used to work in a kiln and knows everything about it, so he probably won't make much money from this deal. "You all go inside first. I'll go get the manager right away," the middle-aged man said before leaving. Inside the house, Chu Xun looked puzzled. Second uncle, isn't he the one in charge? Just now, when his second uncle was talking to the man about having business coming in, Chu Xun thought he was talking to that middle-aged man. Uncle scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, "He's just a gatekeeper. Otherwise, how would we know each other? I was just showing off to him." Chu Xun, so you just wanted to show off in front of your acquaintances? A short while later, the man brought in an elderly man who looked like a manager. As soon as he entered, the elderly manager excitedly asked, "Are you sure the guest wants 20,000 bricks?" In this day and age, a single order of bricks can cost 20,000 yuan. That's a huge business opportunity. Chu Xun smiled faintly and said, "That's right. May I ask what kind of price the manager can offer?" As he spoke, he gently placed the few silver ingots he was carrying on the table, making a crisp sound. Upon seeing the silver, the old man in charge immediately beamed with joy. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Oh dear, you've come to the right place. Our brick kiln has been in business for over 20 years, and its reputation speaks for itself." He sat down in a chair and said, "This year is a difficult time, so I'll give you a fair price. A single brick would normally cost at least 10 coins, but I'll give you 7 coins apiece." 7 coins apiece? Chu Xun stroked his chin, smiling silently as he stared at the elderly man in charge. Uncle Chu, who was standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. "So you're telling me I don't exist?" Seeing that the two were puzzled by the price, the old man in charge was about to respond with some words. The middle-aged man beside him coughed lightly and whispered a few words in his ear. "His second uncle used to work in our brick kiln, so we know him well." The elderly man in charge. "Why the hell didn't you tell me sooner?" The middle-aged man looked innocent. "Who told you to rush over as soon as you heard there was business coming in?" Cough, cough. The manager coughed twice. "Since we're all acquaintances, let's just say 5 copper coins for a brick. These days it's not easy for anyone, so please be understanding." Chu Xun looked at his second uncle and asked for his opinion. "If they still rip you off, I'll just buy bricks from another store." Uncle Chu frowned, thought for a moment, and added, "We need to pack it up and deliver it to the village, and add 10 more bags of mortar and soil." The old man in charge immediately stepped forward and grabbed Uncle Chu's hand. "Deal," he exclaimed, beaming. Seeing his appearance, Chu Xun knew that his second uncle's skills were still shallow. But let's leave it at that. We can't let them earn nothing. Immediately, under the astonished gaze of the old steward, Chu Xun pocketed the few silver ingots on the table. The old man in charge was completely baffled, not understanding why Chu Xun had accepted the deposit. "Are you not satisfied with the price? This is already very low. We're not making any money." But then Chu Xun went outside and brought in the box that had been used to store the money from selling chestnuts that day. He yanked open the lid, revealing a huge pile of things inside. Chapter 54, Big Brother. Where did you get so many eggs? Copper coins. The box was filled with a huge pile of copper coins. The few remaining pieces of silver were blackened beyond recognition and covered with teeth marks. The old man in charge stared wide-eyed, his face filled with heartache. She then looked at Chu Xun with a resentful gaze, appearing somewhat aggrieved. He had assumed Chu Xun would pay the bill with silver. In this way, he can exchange the money for copper coins and distribute them to the workers, thus earning a few taels of silver in profit. Unexpectedly, Chu Xun put the silver coins that were displayed on the table into his pocket and instead brought out a box of copper coins. Why did you put those silver ingots on the table just now? I'm so impressed, I'm practically bragging. Looking at him with those pitiful eyes, Chu Xun couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It's like owning a brothel, taking out 5 taels of silver and saying, "Just serve me whatever you want." Without saying another word, he lay down on the bed. The girl thought she was being given 5 taels of silver directly and was overjoyed. After giving it her all, as a result, Wan and I pulled up his pants and slapped out 5 chien of silver. The average price is 5 chien, right? Chu Xun coughed strategically. Here is about 30 strings of cash as a deposit. Count it, and if there are no problems, sign the contract. Before he arrived, he had already sorted through all the silver inside, leaving only copper coins and a few dark, broken pieces of silver. As for silver of higher purity, of course it should be kept in one's own hands. The elderly man in charge waved his hand, signaling the middle-aged man to call 2 people to take inventory. Copper coins are still money, and there's no reason not to accept them if business comes to you. After the inventory was completed, the elderly man in charge took out a document. 20,000 blue bricks, costing a total of 100 strings of cash, plus 10 bags of mortar, were delivered to the Chu family in Shilling Village. After carefully examining the document, Chu Xun nodded and then signed his name on it. How quickly can we get everything ready? Chu Xun asked again before leaving. The old man in charge counted on his fingers. It's been a long time since I've done business. Even if we open all the kilns, it will take at least 15 days to fire 20,000 bricks. Chu Xun nodded. 15 days was indeed a fast pace. After all, it was a small brick kiln with few people and a relatively high scrap rate. But to claim that 20,000 bricks could be fired in 15 days, the person in charge was exaggerating a bit. They'll definitely stuff some old-style blue bricks inside, but that's standard practice as long as the quality is fine. As long as the whole family can live in a sturdy and warm brick house before winter truly sets in, it's all worth it. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xun and his second uncle left the county town in a donkey cart. On the way back, Uncle Chu silently held the empty money box, sighing from time to time. Even his most beloved little donkey brayed, but he didn't have the strength to feed it a handful of mixed beans. 30,000 coins. That's 30,000 coins. It was spent so fresh and beautiful. Chu Xun, who was driving the car, was at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. He comforted him, saying, "Second uncle, don't be upset. We'll only make a lot of money again tomorrow." Uncle Chu hung his head dejectedly and said weakly, "But we can only earn it tomorrow anyway. Uncle is just upset about the money we spent today." Chu Xun, your psychological tree juice still needs improvement. On the way back, the donkey cart passed by the place where it had been blocked the day before. Chu Xun stopped the car and made an excuse to his second uncle that he needed to relieve himself in the woods. He then disappeared into the dense forest and arrived at the place where he had dumped the body the day before. The 2 corpses had been mostly eaten away, their bones exposed, making it impossible for anyone to recognize their original appearance. Chu Xun stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. The 5th leader of Ironback Mountain said that he had spoken with people in the mountains when he robbed and killed him, which is most likely a lie. But this Lu Laoba, there are quite a few people who know that they have a grudge against him. If someone were to investigate his death carefully, they would definitely suspect that it was related to me. He only hoped that Lu Laoba had kept the matter of hiring bandits to kill him a secret and had not mentioned it to anyone. Otherwise, all I can do is kill everyone connected to him. Chu Xun walked out of the dense forest with an icy expression. His expression softened again once he returned to the donkey cart. It was already afternoon when I got home. As soon as the 2 led the donkey cart back to the yard, Chu Qing happily ran out of the house to greet them. She threw herself into Chu Xun's arms, her soft, delicate body swaying back and forth. With a beaming smile, he said, "Big brother, you guys are back so late today. What would you like to eat tonight? I'll make it." Chu Xun had not yet spoken. Uncle Chu waved his hand and said, "Just get some steamed buns and cook a pot of rice porridge. That's fine, no problem." "Dad, I'm asking about my eldest brother. Why don't you go inside and rest for a while? I'll call you when dinner's ready." Chu Qing's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Chu Xun as she responded listlessly, "Uncle Chu, my nose feels red." He then silently went back into the house, becoming somewhat withdrawn. Chu Xun chuckled and put his hand on his second sister's shoulder. "I'll cook dinner tonight. I brought back a big piece of beef yesterday. Where did I put it? I haven't eaten the 25 gene of beef I bought from Butcher Xun yesterday. It's perfect for nourishing the body. Chu Xun excitedly pulled her older brother's arm and headed towards the kitchen. They were all kept in a vat. When my mother heard that it was beef, she hid it immediately, afraid that someone would see it. The two quickly went into the kitchen to cook. Chu Xun was tending the fire and cooking porridge, occasionally stealing a glance at Chu Xun with an extremely sweet look in her eyes. Chu Xun, meanwhile, took a kitchen knife and cut off a full 5 pounds of beef. I cut everything into strips and then smashed a handful of wild garlic. Second sister, does the chicken we keep at home lay any eggs? Upon hearing about the chicken, Chu Xun's face immediately fell. That chicken eats a lot every day, but it never lays eggs. Mother said that if it doesn't lay eggs soon, she'll just stew it for you to nourish your bodies. Chu Xun laughed and said, let me go see what's wrong with the sect leader. How can we not play basketball? What's sect leader ball? Chu Xun scratched his head, somewhat confused. It's nothing, just a slip of the tongue. I'll go see if we have any eggs. Chu Xun walked to a corner of the yard, where his second uncle had built a chicken coop specifically for the pheasant. The moment the pheasant saw Chu Xun, its feathers bristled and it flapped its wings, trying to escape. But its feet were tied with ropes, so it couldn't fly away no matter how hard it tried. It could only make terrified cluck, cluck, cluck sounds. Chu Xun grabbed the chicken by the neck. Even your brother can't save you. As he spoke, he shoved his hand into the chicken coop. Chu Xun, who came out with him, chuckled and said, Big brother, stop touching it. I already checked yesterday, and there wasn't a single egg in the nest. Chu Xun held the chicken by the neck with one hand and groped around in the chicken coop with the other. That's not necessarily true. Maybe the egg is hidden under the straw. He then silently opened the system store. Current balance, 40 mall coins. I spent 2 mall coins to buy 4 eggs, and another 30 mall coins to buy seasonings such as chicken essence, oyster sauce, and light soy sauce, all of which I stored in the system warehouse. Current balance, 8 mall coins. It's recommended to increase this. You'll receive 20 mall coins each time afterward. Chu Xun, get lost. When he took his hand out of the hen house, he suddenly had 4 unusually large eggs in his hand. See, I told you it was hidden under the straw, Chu Xun said with a smile. There really are eggs. This scene left Chu Xun completely dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. But I searched everywhere yesterday and didn't find a single egg. How did my brother manage to pull out 4 eggs with just a casual reach? Could it be that I'm not careful enough? Chu Xun tossed the chicken aside and said to Chu Xun with a smile. Chapter 55, The Devastating Strike of Modern Seasonings. Let's go. I'll go to the kitchen and cook you a nice meal. Chu Xun pulled his puzzled second sister into the kitchen and began cooking. Only a pheasant, utterly dejected, remained in the yard, staring at its own rear end. I can't remember when I laid 4 eggs. I'm starting to doubt the existence of chickens. Inside the kitchen, Chu Xun cracked the egg whites into the beef and then heated oil in a wok. Heat the oil to about 30% of its maximum temperature. Then add the beef directly to the pan and quickly stir-fry until cooked through. Add wild garlic and a small amount of cool boiled water. Then salt, chicken bouillon, white sugar, oyster sauce, and light soy sauce are poured in, emphasizing a generous amount of ingredients and flavor. When it was almost cooked, Chu Xun added a large handful of wild vegetables. The final result is a large pot of fragrant stir-fried beef, juicy and incredibly delicious. Smelling the aroma, Chu Xun hurried into the kitchen. Big brother, it smells so good. Is all beef this fragrant? She could already feel her mouth watering. The rich aroma was simply irresistible. Chu Xun pulled out a large bowl of beef and said with a smile, This is a secret recipe I learned from a book. No one else could make such delicious stir-fried beef. Lay out the soup and call uncle and aunt for dinner. His cooking skills are actually just average, but he really gives a lot of ingredients like salt, sugar, and chicken bouillon. The taste was several times better than the food served in high-end restaurants. This is the game-changing power of modern seasonings. Chu Xun nodded excitedly, eager to taste the beef. She had barely even touched a cow, such a precious species. I never expected to be eating beef tonight. When it was time to eat, uncle and aunt were completely dumbfounded. The search party for their son can actually cook. And isn't this smell a little too strong? Chu Xun handed each of the 2 elders a steam bun and said with a smile, Second uncle and second aunt, please try it and see how it tastes. My aunt responded blankly twice, then picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. In just a moment, the tender texture went straight to the taste buds. The sauce is rich and flavorful, with a savory and sweet aftertaste. My second aunt, who had eaten wild vegetables and coarse grains almost her entire life, couldn't help but exclaim, This meat is so delicious. My second uncle also took a bite and immediately praised it repeatedly. He even tore the steam bun open and put the meat inside. Chu Xun smiled sweetly and picked up a large piece of beef, putting it into Chu Xun's bowl. Big brother, eat more and nourish your body. It will make your body strong and warm. Then I dressed up nicely every day, and I just couldn't believe that one day The meal was incredibly delicious, and even my second aunt, who is usually reluctant to eat, couldn't resist having 2 steamed buns. After the meal, the second uncle asked the whole family to sit at the table. Then he told them about go to the brick kiln today to order blue bricks in preparation for building 2 blue brick and tile houses for his family. Annie looked up in surprise. Xuanzi, the family has finally managed to make a living selling chestnuts and earn some money. You can build a brick house for your wedding. Our old house is still habitable. Building a house would cost at least several dozen taels of silver, so it's better to just build one and let my nephew keep the rest for later. What Chu Xun heard was, Big brother is getting married. No, I'm not grown up yet. I haven't surpassed Sister Yuer. How could it be so fast? Chu Xun brought up the same reason he had given his second uncle the night before. He claimed to also have hunting skills, and that the chestnut forest would yield fruit again next year, with plenty of money to be made. Finally, they managed to persuade their second aunt. She beamed as she measured the ground inside the house, wondering how big a house she could build. Chu Xun went to the yard to wash the dishes, while her second uncle went to prepare the chestnuts he would sell tomorrow by making decorative cuts. Chu Xun rested for a while. He went into the kitchen, cut off 10 pounds of beef, wrapped it up, and headed towards the room of Qin Yuer and her sister. I've exchanged all the seasonings today. How can I not let Yuer and Xinger try them out? The 2 sisters' house is at the east end of the village, a little off the main road, and not many people usually pass by there. Chu Xun had just seen that familiar house, but before he could even get close. Then, in the distance, I saw a familiar figure flash by in the woods. It's Zhao Ergo. He actually dared to go back to the village. Chu Xun's expression turned cold. Ever since he brought Lu Laoba into the village that time, he had been despised by the entire village. Even a village head could no longer tolerate this traitorous rogue and said he would deal with him according to village regulations. Zhao Ergo was so frightened that he fled the village immediately, and there's been no news of him for a long time. I never expected that I would sneak back from the east end of the village tonight. Could it be because of Lu Laoba's disappearance? Chu Xun immediately threw the beef onto the canopy of a tree and then quietly disappeared into the dense forest. His gaze was fixed on Zhao Ergu, and he followed him closely, wanting to see what Zhao Ergu was up to. In the courtyard of Old Chu's house, Uncle Chu, Aunt Chu, and Chu Xing are all cutting the chestnuts with decorative cuts. They need to cut several 100 pounds of them. After all, Chu Xun had been working hard all day, so we couldn't let him come back and have to deal with such trivial matters, could we? At that moment, a dark figure stealthily approached the vicinity of the courtyard. Zhao Ergu cautiously lay on the ground, observing every move in the yard. After looking for a long time, they still couldn't find Chu Xun. His expression grew increasingly anxious. Surely Chu Xun couldn't just be sleeping in the room, could he? How could I possibly steal that thing then? After scratching my head and looking around for a long time, I finally couldn't wait any longer. Damn it! I refuse to believe my luck is so bad that I would run into him. To be fair, Zhao Ergu, despite being a scoundrel and thief, was quite skilled at theft. He spat twice into his palm, then went around to the back of the house, slowly climbed over the fence, and did not disturb Uncle Chu and the others. Then he hid under the window, eavesdropping on the sounds coming from Chu Xun's room. After squatting a corner for a long time, Zhao Ergu confirmed that he did not hear any snoring inside. He then clung to the window, kicked off with his legs, and squeezed inside. After seeing that Zhao Ergu had climbed into his house, Chu Xun, perched atop a tree not far away, finally released the fully drawn bow from his hand. Just now, Zhao Ergu walked towards his second uncle and his group. Chu Xun promised that he would show him what the color of brain matter was as soon as possible. I just don't know what Zhao Ergu is looking for. Money? Or perhaps. Chu Xun had a vague idea in his mind and stared intently at the room. Before long, Zhao Ergu was seen climbing out of the window with a happy expression on his face. He was holding one tightly in his arms. Chapter 56, Ruthless and Merciless. It really was that iron plaque. Chu Xun's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning cold. Zhao Ergu was tightly clutching a cloth bag in his hands. Inside were the dozen or so taels of silver and an iron plaque that Chu Xun had looted from the corpses of Lu Laoba and the fifth master yesterday. I just casually threw in the room. I never expected that Zhao Ergu would steal it, and judging from his appearance, his main goal was still that iron plaque. Zhao Ergu, carrying the silver and the iron token, hurriedly darted into the woods, his face beaming with joy. Great! Not only did we find the iron plate, but we also stole more than 10 taels of silver from Chu Xun. Now, even if we get to the mountain, Guzi can live a carefree life for a while. Just as he was running out of the village, Chu Xun, who was in the tree, jumped down and quickly chased after Zhao Ergu. On a slope outside the village, a one-eyed man dressed in gray clothes was lying on the ground, anxiously looking towards the village ahead. He muttered to himself from time to time, "That stupid dog, why did he take so long? Did he take the iron tag up the mountain by himself? Damn it, if I weren't unfamiliar with the situation. I went in and stole it myself a long time ago. Why would I need him?" Just as the one-eyed man was pacing back and forth anxiously, suddenly, a hurried shout came from ahead. "I'm back. I got the stuff." The one-eyed man was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together and saying, "Did you really get the stuff?" Zhao Ergu, panting heavily, ran from the village entrance to the hillside, plopped down on the ground, and said, "Ugh, I'm exhausted. You have no idea how hard it is to steal things. Stop talking nonsense. Where's the stuff? Hurry up." The one-eyed man interrupted impatiently, urging Zhao Ergu to take out the stuff. "Let's make it clear first. After you get the iron token, you have to take me up the mountain with you, and you have to guarantee that I'll live a life of luxury once we get there. Don't lie to me." Zhao Ergu cautiously put his hands behind his back. He wouldn't have done it if the one-eyed man hadn't offered him conditions he couldn't refuse. The one-eyed man cried out anxiously, "I'm definitely not lying to you. Just give me the thing right now." Seeing how anxious he was, Zhao Ergu didn't delay any longer. He chuckled and pulled a small cloth bag from his pocket. Under the one-eyed man's burning gaze, Zhao Ergu opened the cloth bag and took out the iron plaque inside, which had the words Iron Back Mountain engraved on it. The one-eyed man's eyes widened instantly. "That's it." He snatched the iron plaque from Zhao Ergu's hand and stared at it intently, his only remaining eye filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Zhao Ergu, who was sitting to the side, was also secretly delighted. When he arrived, he had already stuffed a dozen or so taels of silver inside into his waistband and hadn't handed it over. Once the one-eyed man takes him to Ironback Mountain, he becomes a bandit and has a dozen or so taels of silver in his hand. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Zhao Ergu sat on the ground, happily imagining his future days. He waited for quite a while, and he was getting a little impatient. The one-eyed man just kept touching the iron plate, muttering something under his breath. "Don't you even know what time it is? If we don't leave now, will we be discovered here?" Zhao Ergu stood up, approached the one-eyed man, and said with a fawning smile, "Brother, now that we have the iron plate, shouldn't we get going soon?" His words reminded the one-eyed man that there was someone else beside him. He then chuckled and stuffed the iron plate into his pocket, his single eye gleaming. "Look how happy I am. I almost forgot you were in such a hurry to get going." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ergu cursed inwardly. "Nonsense, of course I'm in a hurry to get going. What if Chu Xun discovers that so much silver has been lost and comes after us?" He rubbed his hands together, took 2 steps forward, and said with a smile, "Then, shall we set off now? Shall we set off now?" The one-eyed man smirked, slowly placing his hands behind his back. "Isn't it a bit too early?" Zhao Ergu, flashing his yellow teeth, said, "I was just thinking the sooner the better." "All right, then I'll send you on your way." Immediately, the one-eyed man pulled out a short knife from behind and plunged it straight into Zhao Ergu's heart. With a snap, blood flowed like a torrent, soaking through the coarse cloth clothes. Before Zhao Ergu could even utter a sound, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the one-eyed man. "You want to kill me?" With a soft thud, the dagger was drawn. The one-eyed man slit his throat again and pushed Zhao Ergu's corpse to the ground. He wiped the blood-stained blade with the collar of the corpse. "Wasn't it you who urged me to get going? How come you're blaming me for seeing you off?" As he spoke, he ripped open Zhao Ergu's clothes and began to grope inside. A short while later, he pulled out a tattered cloth bag. After a quick weighing, he exclaimed with delight, "Damn it, it's silver! You son of a bitch, you knew you were hiding something." The one-eyed man spat at Zhao Ergu's corpse. He then stood up and prepared to leave. But then a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Puffed! An arrow pierced straight through his arm, exploding into a bloody gash. The arrow pierced the ground, pinning the one-eyed man's body to the earth. "Ah!" A piercing pain struck instantly. The one-eyed man roared, then gripped his arm tightly and managed to get up, arrow still in his hand, and quickly ran behind him. But then another arrow came flying, piercing his calf. He collapsed to the ground, cowering back in fear. Who was it? Who fired the arrow? "Show yourself." It was still pitch black all around, and the wind was cold. Chu Xun's figure slowly emerged from the forest, a bow in his hand and arrows in his quiver. He chuckled softly. "I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. I originally wanted to kill Zhao Ergu myself, but you beat me to it." Glug! The one-eyed man swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business?" His face was filled with extreme terror, and his eyes trembled. This man is terrifying. In such a dark night, he managed to hit himself with both arrows. Who am I? Chu Xun summoned his boning knife, twirling it in his hand. You took my things, and you still have the nerve to ask me who I am? The one-eyed man's voice changed drastically in an instant. You're the one who killed our fifth master? Chu Xun's expression turned cold, and he stepped forward and kicked him in the mouth, causing a spray of blood and broken teeth to erupt. If you raise your voice any louder, I'll cut your tongue out. The one-eyed man cried out in pain, too scared to utter a word, and could only nod quickly. That's incredibly ruthless. I've never been this brazen, even when I was a bandit. Who kicks someone in the mouth the moment they meet them? The moonlight cast a long shadow on Chu Xun, making him appear even colder and more cruel. When dealing with bandits, of course, you don't need to treat them like human beings. Tell me who you are, why you're stealing, and whether anyone else knows about this. The one-eyed man's eyes darted around slightly. Then he cried out in terror, I'm Zhao Erga's friend. I just wanted to steal some money to spend. I really didn't. A sharp boning knife pierced right through his face. It was thrust straight into the mouth. The screams were heart-wrenching. He tried to escape, but Chu Xun gripped his neck tightly, the intense suffocation almost causing the one-eyed man to faint. But the intense scraping pain made him tremble all over. Chu Xun twisted the blade expressionlessly, slicing open the flesh on the one-eyed man's face, ignoring his pitiful cries and drawing blood to the ground. The next cut will be in your head, so you'll know what brains look like. At this moment, he gave off the feeling of a cruel and ruthless messenger from the underworld, ready to claim your life. Say it again. Who are you? Chapter 57 Solitude. The night was cool as water. The one-eyed man's body convulsed uncontrollably. He was so frightened that he wet himself. Demon. This man must be a demon from the underworld. He actually stabbed himself through the skin with a knife without even blinking. They don't even consider themselves human. Fortunately, Chu Xun couldn't hear his thoughts, otherwise he would definitely have sneered coldly. Treat animals like humans? I'm really not used to that. With a loud crack, Chu Xun pulled out the sharp, blood-stained boning knife. A bloody hole was left in the one-eyed man's face, causing him to roll his eyes back in pain and almost faint. But, snap! A large shovel landed directly on his face, which was already riddled with blood. If you dare to close your eyes, you'll never have to open them again. Chu Xun's cold voice rang out. The one-eyed man immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, pleading, Grandpa, spare me. I'll tell you everything. I'm a bandit from Taipei Mountain. A few days ago, I went down the mountain with fifth brother to gather material. After he met with Lu Laoba, he never came back. So I want to find Zhao Ergu. He said the fifth leader might be going to kill someone, and then Chu Xun picked up the boning knife and said coldly, Continue. Glug. The one-eyed man swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Then we came to your neighborhood and saw you were still alive, so we knew the fifth master was probably dead. So you want to avenge him? Chu Xun pressed down on his head, shaking the sharp knife in his hand up and down as if he were about to stab him to death at any moment. No. The one-eyed man hurriedly replied, I just wanted to take this iron plaque and go back to the mountain to report that the fifth master is dead. As he spoke, he raised the iron plaque in his hand and presented it to Chu Xun. Chu Xun slowly picked it up, his gaze lowered. How many people are there on Ironback Mountain? How far are they from here? Now that we're in trouble, we absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait to die. If even this petty bandit can relate to himself, it's inevitable that someone will investigate the cause of this incident. Therefore, it is necessary to understand the opponent first. The one-eyed man covered his face and said cautiously, There are more than 200 people on the mountain, all of them refugees, as well as 7 leaders and a chieftain. If you go east, it's about 50 miles from here. More than 200 people, such a large scale? How could the government tolerate their rampant behavior within its borders? Chu Xun stroked his chin and casually said, Is your chief in charge? So many leaders are just like junior bosses, right? The one-eyed man was taken aback. That's roughly the idea. So, if one of the leaders dies, does that mean someone avenged him and can take the token back to become the new leader? Chu Xun weighed the iron token in his hand. The one-eyed man quickly smiled apologetically. Of course not. I'll just go back. The rules in the mountains aren't that strict. He paused, and his vision suddenly blurred. The last thing I saw was a stream of red and white liquid flowing down from above. So this is what brain matter looks like. With a thud, the body fell to the ground. Chu Xun silently pulled the boning knife from his head and wiped away the blood. It seems he didn't lack the desire for revenge, but rather feared he couldn't defeat himself. Then his target might shift to his second uncle and the others. TSK, let's just kill them directly. After all, we got all the information we wanted to know. Chu Xun picked up the iron plaque in his hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This stronghold is definitely not simple. More than 100 people cannot be gathered together casually. There must be other forces backing them up. Moreover, the so-called leader could actually compete for the position after his death based on an iron plaque. This is quite different from ordinary bandits and mountain thieves. We need to be careful. They dumped the 2 bodies in a ravine in the old forest. Chu Xun returned to the vicinity of Qin Yuer's house and retrieved the 10 caddies of beef. I walked up to the house and knocked on the wooden door. Moon, stars, open the door, it's me. Hurried footsteps immediately came from inside the house. Brother Sun, why are you here so late? The wooden door opened, revealing a delicate and lovely fair facete was Qin Xing. She wore only an outer robe, her small hands casually clutching the collar, revealing a patch of snow-white skin beneath her long, fair neck. The curves are subtly visible, captivating the eye. Chu Xun subtly withdrew his gaze, picked up the cloth bag in his hand, and lifted a corner of it. I brought you some things. Where's you wear? Qin Xinger's cheeks flushed naturally as she shyly pointed behind her. My sister is still changing, Brother Sun. Please come in first. As she spoke, she turned to the side, her collar slightly loosened, revealing her fair skin. Seeing it more clearly, Chu Xun quickly went into the house. Qin Yuer's head emerged from under the covers. Her face flushed, and she slowly got out of bed. As soon as Chu Xun knocked on the door, she hurriedly pulled her clothes under the covers and dressed herself in a flurry of noise. Qin Xinger, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She pulled on her outer robe and went to open the door. Brother Sun, you're here. Qin Yuer stood crisply in front of Chu Xun, her figure plump and well-proportioned, her hair slightly disheveled, exuding a languid beauty. Chu Xun was a little embarrassed to find that they had already gone to sleep. I was thinking of cooking some meat for you guys tonight, but something came up and I'm a little late. Since you're all asleep, I'll be going now and we'll come back tomorrow. He was about to leave when Qin Yuer grabbed his wrist. No, Brother Sun, we're not sleepy. She blinked, glancing at her sister, signaling her to stop her quickly. Brother Sun finally came to visit at night, which was a perfect opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Xinger. We absolutely couldn't let him leave like that. Yeah, Brother Sun, we're actually hungry too, and we'd like to get something to eat. Qin Xinger hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Chu Xun's arm, trying to come up with a lame excuse. Seeing that the two were trying their best to keep him, Chu Xun did not stand on ceremony. All right, you guys rest here. I'll go to the kitchen and make you a bowl of boiled beef. Beef. The 2 sisters were immediately taken aback. Oxen are extremely precious in dying. Killing a cow is an absolute capital offense, not to mention eating beef. This is an expensive meat that only nobles are allowed to secretly eat. I never expected that Brother Sun would bring them so much beef. In an instant, both women's eyes welled up with tears, deeply moved. Qin Xinger was completely mesmerized by the tall figure in the kitchen, and stood there dumbfounded. Little sister? Hey, little sister. Qin Yuer nudged her sister's arm. Qin Xinger snapped out of her daze and exclaimed, Ah, sister, you called me? Qin Yuer looked at her helplessly, then pointed to the kitchen. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go help Sun Ji cook. What a great opportunity to be alone. Qin Xinger pointed to herself in surprise, then said shyly, to him embarrassed, Sister, you go in. She stepped back slightly, wanting to be alone with Sun Ge. I still can't do it. Qin Yuer smiled sweetly, leaned close to her younger sister, and whispered, Are you sure you wanted to go in and help Sun Ji? What if you see something you shouldn't, and then? That's what happened last time. It made my usually innocent younger sister. Qin Xinger swallowed, looked at Chu Xun's busy figure in the kitchen, and opened her mouth. Seeing that her younger sister was interested, Qin Yuer pressed her advantage. This is a golden opportunity. You'll hardly ever have another chance like this. You must seize it so you can become his woman. Qin Xinger's cheeks turned bright red from what she was being said, and her earlobes looked like they were about to bleed. Covering her face, blushing with embarrassment, she said, Sister. Oh dear. Qin Yuer pulled her hand away, forcing Qin Xinger to look directly at her. She smiled sweetly and said, Don't you want to be with Brother Sun? Silly little sister. Don't think I don't know you were tossing and turning and couldn't sleep just now, huh? Whoosh. Qin Xinger's whole body turned bright red, as if she had just been pulled out of hot water, with steam rising from her head. He looked shakily at his sister's teasing face. She never expected that her sister was also awake. Moreover, they also learned who they were thinking about and what they were doing. I'm so ashamed I can't face anyone. Qin Yuer took her hand and coaxed her gently. You must seize the opportunity tonight. Whether you can win Sun Ji's heart depends on you. Seeing her sister's determined look, Qin Xinger nodded vigorously. She pursed her lips tightly, turned to the kitchen, and hesitated for a long time before not daring to go in. But before she could get ready, a strong force came from behind her. Little sister, you must work hard. Qin Yue and Kudita. Sister you. Chapter 58. No, You come at just the right time. Ah, sister. Little sister. You must work hard. Caught off guard, Qin Shinger was pushed directly into the warm kitchen by her sister. It's like a mother sheep being pushed in the mouth of a big bad wolf. Chu Xun, who was cutting beef into cubes, turned around and glanced at Qin Shinger, whose face was as red as a boiled shrimp. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, Shinger, what are you doing in here? Didn't I say I could manage on my own? Qin Shinger clutched the hem of her clothes. Her peach blossom eyes, just like her sister's, were watery, and she was very shy. Even the tips of her crystal earlobes were incredibly pink. Her gaze darted away, her voice barely audible. Brother Sun, I was worried you were too busy, so I wanted to help you with the fire. Ding ding ding. A girl with overwhelming feelings for the host has been detected. The system was alarming incessantly, as if it wanted to possess Chu Xun. Does Shinger like me that much? Chu Xun stopped wielding his knife and slowly shifted his gaze toward the outside of the kitchen. I never imagined that Yuer would go to such lengths to get her sister to marry her. He smiled and said gently, all right, you can do it. I'll leave the fire starting to you, and I'll prepare the meat. Qin Shinger's beautiful eyes widened, and she gave a surprise. This is the first step towards getting closer to Brother Sun. She happily went to the stove and started a fire. Just being by Chu Sun's side and working alongside him made Qin Shinger's heart pound. Stealing a glance now, and then feels as sweet as eating honey. The stove was made of wooden planks and yellow mud when Chu Xun repaired the roof for the two girls last time. It wasn't very big, just big enough to hold the hanging pot. Chu Xun was chopping meat into small cubes on the side, and from time to time, he would secretly take out various seasonings from the system's inventory and pour them into the pot to make broth. Only when the fire was blazing did they put all the cut beef, weighing several kilograms, into the pot at once. He looked at Qin Shinger, and their eyes met as she stole a glance at him. Startled, Qin Shinger quickly lowered her head and pretended to add firewood to the stove. She looked exactly like her second sister, just now. Chu Xun found it somewhat amusing and shook his head. Shinger, you watch the pot. I'm going out for a bit. He wanted to have a serious talk with Yuer. Qin Shinger lowered her head almost to her chest, not daring to look directly at Chu Xun, and stammered, okay. Main room. Qin Yuer sat on the edge of the bed, biting her teeth lightly, trying to keep herself from looking at the kitchen. Sun Ge hasn't been intimate with her for 2 days, and his body must be very tired. Tonight is a perfect opportunity for my younger sister and my brother to spend time together. If my little sister puts in a little effort, I'm sure Brother Sun will fall for her pure and well-behaved nature. In this way, the younger sister and the brother can get married naturally. As for himself, Qin Yuer sighed, placed her jade-like hands on her knees, and looked down at the ground. She was just a widow. How could she be worthy of Sun Ge? Moreover, he is also born under the influence of a white tiger, which is considered a cursed and lonely star in people's eyes. If she marries Sun Ge, it will definitely be detrimental to him. I just hope that after Sun Ge marries Shinger, he will still remember me a little, and that he will occasionally show some appreciation for her. Why are you sighing? Don't you want to see me? A witty laugh snapped Qin Yuer out of her daze. She quickly stood up, looked at Chu Xun who came out of the kitchen, and said gently, Brother Sun, how could I not miss you? Just now. Qin Yuer curled her hair and stammered, I was thinking about something just now. Thinking about something? Chu Xun walked over to her and embraced her soft, delicate body. He leaned closer to her rosy earlobe. You're not thinking about how to get me to marry Shinger too, are you? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuer's body tensed up abruptly, and her beautiful eyes widened. Looking at Chu Xun with disbelief, she asked, Brother Sun, how did you know? Chu Xun found it somewhat amusing and gently pinched the tip of her pert nose. You still ask me how I knew? You made it so obvious. You were practically offering Shinger into my arms. Qin Yuer's thoughts were exposed, and her face flushed red, her delicate body trembling slightly. Huddled in Chu Xun's arms, she stammered for a long time without uttering a single word. In the end, he could only look up at Chu Xun pitifully. She said tactfully, Brother Sun, Shinger really likes you, that's why I did that. But Chu Xun held her waist tightly, his gaze intense. So that means you don't like me? How could that be? Qin Yu hurriedly defended herself. Of course I like Brother Sun, but Yuer is really not good enough for you. I am just a widow, and I have a reputation of being cursed by the white tiger. If you are with me, you will definitely harm you in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes instantly filled with tears, making her look delicate and pitiful. Silly girl, why would I care about these things? Chu Xun gently cupped her face and smiled. If I cared about these things, why would I come to see you every day? If something were going to happen, it would have happened long ago. Why should you be bothered by these superstitious beliefs? Qin Yuer was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She hugged Chu Xun tightly, her shoulders shaking with emotion. Brother Sun, I know you care about me, but I really want you to take Shinger in as well. You're the only thing we sisters can rely on. Besides, Xinger genuinely likes you, so you should marry her. Chu Xun held her hand and sighed. Yue, I will never give up on you. No matter what you say, I will marry you before winter this year. Boom! Marriage. Qin Yue was completely stunned by those two words, her eyes wide with disbelief. The moment she looked up, she met Chu Xun's resolute gaze, and her already fragile heart was instantly shattered. She collapsed completely into Chu Xun's arms, her suppressed sobs turning into cries that were exceptionally heartbreaking. Just as Chu Xun gently patted Yue's slender back. Clang! A crisp sound came from the kitchen doorway. Qin Xinger dropped the firewood in her hand to the ground, her face pale as she looked at the two people who were tightly embracing each other. At that moment, she felt a great emptiness in her body. His lips trembled for a long time before he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. I'm sorry, I've come at the wrong time. Then Chu Xun reached out his hand to her, his smile warm. No, you've come at the perfect time. Chapter 59 Stars and Moon. No, you've come at the perfect time. What? Qin Xinger froze, staring blankly at Chu Xun's warm smile, her face full of disbelief. Brother Sun, what do you want? Qin Xinger pursed her lips in surprise, then was overwhelmed by the extreme joy. Like a fledgling swallow nestled in Chu Xun's arms, she rushed into his embrace, her face beaming with happiness and sweetness. After hugging for a while, Chu Xun and the others finally sat down at the dining table. Qin Yue's face was fair and delicate, and when she looked at Chu Xun, her face was full of warmth. Qin Xinger, her face flushed, lowered her head and held Chu Xun's hand, remaining silent and looking extremely shy. Chu Xun said with a smile, Since you all like me, why don't you just marry me together? Why go through all this trouble? What? Qin Xinger looked up in surprise, somewhat incredulous, but then became happy again. This seems to be a win-win solution. Moreover, I can also be with Brother Sun. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Qin Yue's eyes were also filled with a variety of complex emotions, including joy and gratitude. Brother Sun, people in the village will definitely gossip about this, and besides, my name is... Chu Xun kissed him directly. Their lips parted, and Qin Yue's fair face was filled with sweetness. Qin Xinger then hooked her arms around Chu Xun's neck, her eyes trembling. Marry me. I love Brother Sun. I want to be with Brother Sun forever. Upon hearing this, Chu Xun kissed her forehead with a sense of relief. 2. Qin bit her red lips lightly, her eyes shimmering with tears, before revealing a determined look. I want to marry Sun Ji too. Since Brother Sun doesn't care about my reputation, I certainly can't miss this opportunity. A large brazier burned in the main room, making the whole room warm and comfortable. Here, try this beef stew and see how it's done. The meat has been stewing in the pot for more than 2 hours, and it's incredibly tender, juicy, and plump. Chu Xun smiled and picked up a large bowl of meat, pouring it over with rich broth, making it fresh, fragrant, and flavorful. His physical abilities are 4 times that of an average person. How is this any different from Superman? Qin Yue picked up the bowl full of meat and said gently, Brother Sun, you should eat. You must be exhausted from what you just did. Chu Xun declined, saying, I'm really not tired. I'm as strong as Superman right now. But Qin Xinger still put a large piece of beef in his bowl. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Just eat it. The more you eat, the more nutritious it is, he. Chu Xun looked at the two of them helplessly, but he couldn't explain his terrifying physical abilities. They could only obediently stuff the meat from the bowl into their mouths. A large pot of boiled beef, brimming with various seasonings, is incredibly flavorful, and the meat is tender and delicious. The two women widened their eyes in surprise as they tasted such delicious beef for the first time. It's so delicious. How can it taste so fresh? Qin Xinger opened her eyes wide and looked at the diced beef in the bowl in surprise. Even Qin Yue blinked her beautiful eyes, clearly shocked by the taste of the boiled beef. The flavor is just too rich. It's practically the best food in the world. Chu Xun laughed and said, Eat more if you like it. If you're not full, I'll make you another pot. You must have been very tired just now, so eat more. We have a long, good life ahead of us. Upon hearing his words, the two sisters blushed and lowered their heads to eat, neither daring to speak. They ate every last bit of beef in their bowls. After finishing his meal, Chu Xun washed the remaining dishes and chopsticks. This deeply moved Qin Yue and Qin Xinger. The night was dark, and a cool breeze was blowing. Chu Xun finally staggered home. As soon as he got back to his room, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Before falling asleep, only one thought remained in my mind. Was today's pillow a little too soft? Chapter 60 Tax Collection. The next morning, Chu Xun was half asleep, only feeling that he had slept very soundly last night. Big brother, get up, it's time to eat. Hearing Chu Qing's voice, He slowly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. Second sister? I'll get up right away. Chu Xun stepped forward with a smile and said, then hurry up, big brother. Dinner will get cold if you stay any longer. She then quickly walked out. She was especially happy today. Last night, while waiting for my older brother to come home, I accidentally fell asleep. I didn't expect he. Chu Xun shook his head and got out of bed. I was so tired when I got home last night that I fell asleep without even taking off my clothes. He walked into the yard, dipped a willow twig in some fine salt to rinse his mouth, and his gaze inadvertently fell on the bucket. I don't know how strong I will be after my physical strength has doubled. Chu Xun then extended 2 fingers, hooked them onto the bucket handle, and with a gentle pull, lifted the bucket, which weighed several dozen kilograms. It seems the increase in strength is quite significant, 4 times that of an average person. Now, he can draw that recurve bow at least 10 times in a row without feeling tired at all. I see that I still have 138 mall coins in the system. Chu Xun nodded, quite satisfied. After rinsing his mouth, he went into the main room to eat with his family. My second uncle had prepared the donkey cart early on, along with several 100 kilograms of chestnuts that had been modified with decorative cuts, and a cooking pot. After Chu Xun finished eating, the 2 of them set off for the county town in a donkey cart. On the way, Chu Xun spent 10 more mall coins to buy 5 caddies of white sugar, and another 40 mall coins to buy a large barrel of oil. Current balance, 93 mall coins. I spent money really fast, but I'm earning it pretty quickly now. Chu Xun smiled faintly, cracked the whip, and urged the 2 little donkeys to walk faster. Ouch, Xuanzi, don't whip it so hard. You're hurting the donkey. Uncle's distressed voice followed. Chu Xun. The 2 quickly entered the city and set up a stall in the market again. Roasted chestnuts have been selling very well here lately, and many customers have come back to buy several kilograms more after their initial purchase. Before long, all the hundreds of kilograms of chestnuts were sold out. The money box was once again filled with nearly 30 strings of cash, and it was quite heavy. Second uncle, let's go buy some roof tiles and other materials this time, and bring them back with us. Chu Xun tossed the money box onto the donkey cart with one hand and turned to his second uncle. Xuanzi, how come you're so strong? Uncle asked in surprise. Keep in mind, that money box weighed several dozen kilograms, yet Xuanzi lifted it up with just one hand? Chu Xun shook his arm. Maybe it's because I've been eating well lately and my strength has returned. Uncle scratched his head. That's true. We never used to eat meat in our family. Now we have everything we want. The 2 then went together to buy some tiles, accessories, and the like, spending 7 or 8 strings of cash, filling a cart to the brim with goods. Chu Xun even took some time to visit butcher Quan Zheng's butcher shop and bought another 10 caddies of beef. The butcher was so frightened that he kept smiling apologetically and gave him a 20% discount. During this time, Chu Xun casually asked, does old Lu often buy beef from you? Zheng the butcher scratched his head and chuckled. Master Sun, that scoundrel used to come and squeeze some money out of me all the time, but I haven't seen him these past few days. I heard he was turned away by Master Lu's family, so he probably doesn't dare to show his face anymore. Yeah. Chu Xun lowered his head and thought. It seemed that the Lu family hadn't paid any attention to the disappearance of a mere lackey. I wonder if the people from Taipei Mountain will send someone to investigate. He then turned and left, after finding his second uncle. The 2 of them rode back to the village together in a donkey cart. The next morning, the 2 did not go to the city to sell chestnuts. Today is the day the village notified us to pay the grain tax, so we have a day off. The family was arranging timber and tiles in the yard. She spotted by Jiao Jiao from afar and quickly ran in. With a rosy complexion and panting heavily, he said, Uncle Monsong, Brother Chu, the village is about to start paying grain tax. My grandfather told everyone to bring their grain and money to the threshing ground. Uncle Chu unloaded a pile of tiles in the corner and called to Aunt Shu. Our family has 7 mu of land. We'll take out 600 coins, and I'll carry 30 jin of millet to hand over. That'll be enough to get by this year. Second aunt nodded and went inside to get the money. Chu Qing then brought out a bowl of water and handed it to Bai Jiao Jiao. Glug glug. Bai Jiao Jiao was really thirsty. She drank a whole bowl of water in one go and even stuck out her pink tongue to lick the rim of the bowl twice. If you lick again, I'll pull your tongue off. Why do you like licking things? Chu Qing quickly took back the bowl and slapped Bai Jiao Jiao's bottom twice. This is the bowl I used to brew tea for my elder brother. It's not your place to stick your tongue out. Bai Jiao Jiao chuckled and said, I can't control myself. I eat my food clean, let alone drink water. Chu Xun, standing to the side, nodded secretly. Cherish food. Lick the bottom of the bowl. It's a good habit, very valuable, and I'm quite skilled at it. Bai Jiao Jiao didn't linger and ran straight to the next house to notify them to pay the grain tax. The villagers were warned this year that a locust plague might strike. All the grain in the field has been harvested. Not a single grain is left. No one dared to gamble on the possibility of a locust plague. If it really did come, life would be truly miserable. They all chose to pay half the grain and half the fine. Even the stingiest man reluctantly took out his savings for his wife. Chu Xun and his second uncle arrived at the place where grain taxes were paid, which was the village's threshing ground. A large group of people had gathered here, all carrying burlap sacks and cloth bags. Oldie was standing on the high platform, holding a dirty notebook and a worn-out pen. Standing behind him were Baidashin and a yamen runner, who seemed to be there to supervise. In the very center of the threshing ground stood 7 or 8 constables, each carrying a large official scale. When everyone is present, Baidashin said something to the yamen runner, then stepped forward and whispered a few words in the old village head's ear. Oldie nodded, then called out loudly to the villagers present, "Everyone's here. Let's start handing over the grain." He then opened the booklet, squinted his old eyes, and began to read out the names. When someone's name was called, that person would bring out the grain tax they needed to pay to be weighed or converted into silver. Zhang Dabiao, 8 mu of land, pay 80 jin of grain. From the crowd, the strong Zhang Dabiao walked out carrying a burlap sack on his back and a money bag in his hand. "My family paid 40 caddies of millet and was fined 600 coins. As he spoke, he handed the millet to several constables in the middle of the threshing ground. A constable took the grain sack, carefully rummaged through it a few times, and only after confirming that there were no stones or chaff inside did he begin to weigh it. The other officer took Zhang Dabiao's money bag, poured it onto the table, and began counting it in front of everyone. The whole process was very slow, which was, of course, to ensure that everything was done carefully. When it comes to taxes, no one dares to make a mistake. If you make a wrong judgment or do something wrong, the higher-ups will just scold you a couple of times, and then it'll be over. But if you dare to make a mistake with the money, then you're truly beyond saving and can only wait to die. After quite some time, the verification was finally completed and the registration process began. Zhang Dabiao returned to his original position with a sigh of relief. Then one by one, people began to pay their taxes. Zhao San, pay 20 caddies of millet and be fined 300 coins. Lu Dehai, pay 30 caddies of millet and be fined 300 coins. They all paid only a small portion of the grain tax and were fined half or even more than half of it. The tax collectors were completely bewildered. They were counting money until their hands cramped up. It's not like other villages have their granaries overflowing with grain. They're afraid of being fined even a penny. Why is it that when we arrived at your Shilling village, all we paid were fines? What? Has everyone in your village become rich? You don't care about this little bit of money? Chapter 61 Little Black Mountain Bandits, Peace Payment. Paying taxes took up the entire morning. The more than 100 households in Shilling village only handed over less than 4,000 jin of grain. The vast majority chose to pay a fine. The scene was so bizarre that the officers present almost wondered if the village had gone mad. Even Baidashin's colleague next to him couldn't help but nudge his arm. "Dashin, has your village become rich? You have grain, but don't have to pay taxes. If you become rich, please help me out. I'm short of money too." Baidashin was aware of the rumors circulating in the village about a possible locust plague, but he dared not tell anyone. He could only say seriously, "They've not made a fortune. It's just that the drought this year has scared the villagers so much that they're afraid to hand over their grain." His colleague, a yamen runner, sighed, "That's true. These days, grain is indeed of utmost importance. Who knows if it will rain before winter?" Ignoring his colleague's grumbling, Baidashin stepped forward and whispered something in the old village head's ear. Once the constables had packed up bag after bag of grain and carried it away, this agonizing tax payment was finally over. Baidashin led the team to escort the grain to the county town. The crowd in the threshing ground was also listless. After all, they had just handed over so much grain and money, and everyone was a little heartbroken. An old man in the crowd sighed. The government's knife has just finished cutting off a piece of flesh, and now the king of hell on the mountain is about to come and drink another mouthful of blood. Why is life so hard? A villager nearby said angrily, "If those bandits come to collect peace money again, we'll fight them to the death, damn it." "Oh, Lao Zhao, you can't say that. They're ruthless." The villagers lowered their heads, helplessly, looking dejected. Bandit? Peace and safety fee? Chu Xun was a little confused and tugged at his second uncle's arm. "Second uncle, what's this about the bandits charging a peace fee? Surely we're not going to start a fight with the bandits from Taibei Mountain right now? I haven't even managed to come up with a compound bow yet." Uncle slapped his forehead and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh dear, I forgot to tell you about that." He then pulled Chu Xun aside and explained in a low voice. "You studied in the suburbs a few years ago and didn't come back during the autumn harvest, so you don't know about this. 5 years ago, a local bandit named Xiao Heishan emerged in our vicinity. Every autumn, after paying the grain tax to the government, they would come to the village to collect a peace fee 20 caddies of grain, and 100 coins per household. In return, the bandits would not rob our village for a year. Chu Xun's eyes narrowed. 20 caddies of grain per family, 100 coins. Shilling Village has more than 100 households, so that's at least 2,000 caddies of grain and 10,000 coins. That's no small amount. Didn't the villagers ever resist? Chu Xun asked. Second uncle sighed. Our village did resist before, led by your Uncle Dashin. We outnumbered the bandits and drove them away a few times. But later they started to lie in wait on the road, robbing anyone who left the village alone. They even sneaked into the village at night and robbed several households. During that period, almost everyone in our village slept together in the threshing ground at night, but that couldn't stop them from coming every day. Over time, the villagers couldn't take it anymore and chose to pay money to avoid further trouble. Chu Xun not that. So that's how it is. There's no way you can guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. Perhaps the bandits of Xiaoxian wouldn't dare do anything to an entire village. But as long as the village doesn't hand over grain, they will harass the villagers indefinitely until the villagers agree. So, we all have to pay a safety fee this year too. Second uncle nodded, then looked at Chu Xun with a serious expression. Xuanzi, your second uncle knows you're capable now, able to hunt and earn money, but you mustn't go against those bandits. If they push you too far, they might really cause someone's death. My nephew is in the prime of his youth, especially after they beat up Lu Laoba and Zheng Tuhu's group a while ago. Their fighting power was at its peak. He was genuinely afraid that his nephew would get into a fight with those bandits, because he couldn't stand this little thing. Chu Xun raised his arm and swung it loosely. Second uncle, how could I be so stupid as to dare to go against bandits all by myself? Besides, it's just a little bit of grain, it's nothing. Seeing Chu Xun say this, Uncle Chu nodded with satisfaction. That's right, my nephew isn't that stupid. Why would he go and provoke bandits? The fifth leader of Ironback Mountain, One-Eyed Man. Just as the people in the threshing ground were preparing to disperse and go home, Old Lee struck the gong in his hand. The men in the village, stay and have a word. The women and children, go home first. As soon as the village head spoke, the threshing ground became much emptier. A 9-year-old kid wanted to stay to prove he was a man too, but he got slapped twice on the bottom by his dad and ran away. Old Lee looked at the villagers below and said, Old and young, the reason I asked you all to stay here is to talk about the peace fee we'll be paying in a few days. Upon hearing about this matter, a chorus of complaints immediately arose in the threshing ground. When can we stop paying? Deshaun has already gotten a job in the county government. Surely they'll give him some face. This year is already the year with the least grain. After paying the grain tax and the peace fee, if there's a locust plague next, how will we be able to make a living? Hearing the murmurs below, Old Lee gestured for everyone to be quiet. He then said loudly, this time I'm going to talk to the bandits of Xiaoxian and see if we can only pay half of the peace fee. Dashin will also come back to talk to those bandits. Our village can't always keep more food for ourselves to live on. Upon hearing this, the villagers cheered. Well done, village head. Deshaun is a good yamen runner. With him around, those bandits definitely won't dare to act recklessly. The old village headman struck the gong again. Then, just like in previous years, we'll set up a guard team to bolster our courage. Every year when it was time to collect the peace fee, the able-bodied men of Shilling Village would form a guard team to hand over the fee to the bandits. This year was no exception, with a large group of men signing up. After all, more people mean more strength, and if we could pay half the safety fee, we could save a lot of money. When the village was in turmoil, Dashin took the lead in fighting for the village's interests. Naturally, everyone was eager to sign up and didn't disappoint them. Zhang Dabiao, Zhao, San, Lu Dahai, and more than a dozen other people who knew Chu Xun also volunteered. Even Chu Xun's second uncle, who was always worried about Chu Xun, surprisingly did not stop his nephew from registering this time. This is a matter for the whole village, and the Chu family has no reason not to contribute. More than 80 people signed up, all of them strong men. The old village head glanced around and slowly said, So, who do you think should be the captain of the guard team? A commotion arose in the crowd, with people discussing the matter. This position of guard captain isn't something you can just take on casually. You'll definitely be facing off against bandits. It's like dancing on a knife's edge. If you're not careful, something bad could happen. A group of young people were excitedly whispering among themselves, but no one responded for a long time. Helpless, the old village head sighed and said, Whoever is willing to be the captain, I will pay for their family's safety. In previous years, Dashin had served as the captain and handed over the duties to the bandits. But he went to work in the government last year and rarely gets holidays, so they can only choose one from the village. Hearing that the village head would pay the safety fee for the team leader, people were only slightly tempted. After all, everyone knows which is more important, food and money or life. Zhang Dabiao, the tallest man in the village, hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to go. Finally, he gritted his teeth and got up to tell the village head that he would be the team leader. He also knew that the position of captain of the guard was dangerous, but he just wanted to stand up for the village and didn't want the villagers to be burdened by the expensive peace fee. Just as Zhang Dabiao was about to get up, "I'll be the captain of this guard team," a voice interrupted all the villagers' thoughts. All eyes were on the handsome young man standing next to Uncle Chu. Uncle Air hurriedly tugged at Chu Xun's sleeve. "Xuanzi, what are you doing? Sit down for your uncle." Chu Xun patted his second uncle's hand and then took 2 steps forward. Under everyone's gaze, he calmly said, "I'll take the position of captain of the guard." Boom! One sentence instantly blew everyone away. Chapter 62, revealing true strength. All the villagers' eyes were focused on Chu Xun. Zhao San, Lu Dahai, and the others stared wide-eyed in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Brother Sun is actually going to be the captain of this guard team. Doesn't he know that this position is dangerous? Or is it that Brother Sun knowingly walks into danger, yet still chooses to venture into the lion's den? He did it for the village. Zhang Dabiao, who had just made up his mind, stared blankly at the tall figure in the crowd. Is Sun Ge going to be the team leader? His family doesn't lack food or money now. Could it be that they couldn't stand those bandits sucking their blood? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Chu Xun with admiration, his face full of excitement. The villagers in the field were all shocked, and even the old village head on the platform could not hide his surprise. Chu Xun is indeed the most capable young man in the village. He is skilled at hunting beasts, rescuing people from the jaws of wolves, and shooting arrows with perfect accuracy. Moreover, just a few days ago, Bai Dashin told him at home about how Chu Xun beat up more than a dozen hooligans in the street. From any perspective, he is the most likely candidate for captain. The old man stroked his beard, a hint of worry in his eyes. Chu Xun, are you sure you want to be the captain of this guard team? Have you really thought it through? He was a little worried that Chu Xun was young and impetuous and might not be able to handle the situation well when dealing with the bandits. The villagers murmured in amazement. Chu Xun is a good choice as captain. With his archery skills, which bandit wouldn't be afraid of him? Yes, he single-handedly took down 3 or 4 of Lu Laoba's men a while ago. If he were the captain, he might actually be able to pay half the safety fee. Under his second uncle's anxious gaze, Chu Xun took 2 steps forward. He smiled and said, "Grandpa Village Head, I've thought it through. You can rest assured and entrust the guard captain to me. If bringing your own people can have the safety fee, that would be great. If the bandits of Zaiheishan Mountain are unwilling, then that's fine too." My second uncle just told him that. The bandits of Zaiheishan were not large, numbering only about 30, and could only control about 10 villages. Its scale is incomparable to that of Taibishan. It's more like a small Karami. If I can't even handle this small group of people, then there's no point in talking about Ironback Mountain. Chu Xun wanted to take advantage of the establishment of the village's guard team to lead some people and expand his influence. He used the village as his base and the villagers as his core support. And I am the one who plays the role of the backbone. It just so happens that the village head is choosing a captain of the guard, so he is definitely the one who should step up. When the villagers saw that Chu Xun was willing to be the captain of the guard, they all agreed. Especially Zhang Dabiao, Zhao San, Lu Dahai, and the dozen or so others who had received favors from Chu Xun all agreed wholeheartedly. Seeing this, the old village chief had no choice but to agree to let Chu Xun be the captain of this escort team. 50 people from the village were selected for the guard team. They were all skilled men in their 20s and 30s, and each of them was very strong. At this moment, everyone gathered around Chu Xun. "Brother Sun, I didn't expect you to volunteer to be the captain of the guard. Now that's great. We're not afraid of those bandits anymore with you here," Zhao San said with admiration. Lu Dahai echoed the same fervent expression. Just based on Brother Sun's archery skills alone, he can terrify those bandits. 3 arrows killed a 3-headed wolf. Who else can do that? Zhang Dabiao also looked at Chu Xun with a simple smile and touched his hair. He knew he wasn't very capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused a group of people to get trapped in the mountains. With Chu Xun taking on this responsibility, he only needs to follow orders. No need to use your brain, saving you effort and worry. Looking at the large group of people in front of him, Chu Xun also became a little more serious. He gestured with his hand and said, "Everyone, since the village head has entrusted me with the duties of the guard captain, I hope that everyone will follow my orders. We need to make sure that the bandits of Zaiheishan know that our Shilling village is not to be trifled with, so that they will voluntarily reduce their security fee by half and everyone can have a good winter." As soon as he spoke, the villagers present were overjoyed. Yes, we need to let them know that our village is not to be trifled with. Otherwise, if they keep collecting so much, who can stand it? That's right, that's right. Are you really that happy just because you're charging half the peace fee? Chu Xun's lips twitched slightly. He had just given a long time to think. They didn't immediately say they would stop paying the bandits any peace money or even annihilate the bandits. If I said that, the villagers would probably just think I'm young and impetuous and that I'm just bragging. After all, the word bandit meant viciousness in the villagers' minds. If it weren't for this year's extremely poor harvest, and the fact that Bai Dashin had taken up a job in the county government, the old village headman would have led the rebellion. Most villagers dared not even entertain the idea of negotiating with the bandits. Then tomorrow morning, everyone gather here at the threshing ground, and I will teach you some ways to defend against bandits. After the crowd dispersed, Uncle Air walked up to Chu Xun with a helpless expression. Seeing my nephew's young and energetic face, Uncle Chu couldn't help but sigh. Xuanzi, why did you have to take the lead? Someone else would have been the captain. Chu Xun quickly grabbed his second uncle's arm and said with a smile, Second uncle, just trust me. Nothing will happen. If anything happens to you, how will your second uncle explain it to your eldest brother? All right, second uncle, let's go home. When Chu Qing returned home, she and her second aunt heard the news. He was extremely anxious and even wanted to drag Chu Xun to the old village head's house to try and get him removed from the position of team leader. Chu Xun was deeply moved to see how worried his family was about him. But I absolutely want to take the captain's position. It's the first step toward a stable life. He then gave the two of them a good talking to. Chu Qing, in particular, cried uncontrollably and threw herself into Chu Xun's arms, tears streaming down her face. Brother, you must be careful. If you encounter bandits, stay with Uncle Dashin and don't say a word. Chu Xun helplessly put his arm around her and repeatedly agreed. It wasn't until Chu Qing had been hugging him for a long time and his face turned red that things started to get interesting. She gasped in surprise and fled from the warm embrace as if running away. It seems I've inexplicably found a way to hug my older brother. The next morning, a large crowd had gathered in the threshing ground. They sat in twos and threes, whispering to each other. Chu Xun, holding a recurved bow and carrying a quiver, slowly walked over and stood in front of them. His gaze was serious, and he remained silent, merely scanning the crowd present. The people present immediately and unconsciously stood up, forming several rows with a restrained air. Standing in front of Chu Xun, they inexplicably felt that this young man possessed an imposing presence without needing to be angry. It was as if simply standing there made them want to obey him. This is the void effect. Silence often leads to fighting and arguing. This is how military instructors establish their authority in front of new recruits in their previous lives. Now, Chu Xun has brought it out to deal with these guards who were originally just farmers. After the scene quieted down, everyone stared intently at Chu Xun. I want to see how he trains them, whether it's to embolden them when facing bandits, or how to make the group look intimidating and frighten the bandits. But Chu Xun raised his recurved bow, knocked an arrow, and drew the string to its fullest extent. Before anyone could react, he fired an arrow. With a snap, the arrow pierced right through the gap between the people, coming within an arm's length of the nearest one. With a loud thud, it was nailed to a tree as thick as a bowl behind the crowd. The arrow pierced through the entire tree trunk, and the tail feathers swayed gently. Whoosh! The villagers scattered in fear, staring at Chu Xun in disbelief. My God, what are they trying to do? They almost shot someone dead. But that arrow was incredibly powerful. The bullet pierced right through that thick tree. If this were to hit someone. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. In my mind, Chu Xun's reputation as a master archer rose to a new level. Just then, Chu Xun's calm voice rang out. Chapter 63. Plenty of rice, vegetables, and meat included. Do you think he would survive if I shot this arrow into the bandit? Chu Xun's calm voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it was deafening. A group of villagers stared blankly at the tree trunk that had been pierced through. Glug glug. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed repeatedly. Zhao San, who admired Chu Xun the most, spoke first. Brother Sun, your arrow can even pierce through a tree, let alone a small bandit. Lu Dahai chimed in. That's right. If this shot hits a bandit, he'd be torn to pieces. Even Zhang Dabiao looked at Gong in astonishment. Brother Sun, your strength is incredible. No one could survive being hit by that. The villagers in the guard team exclaimed that Chu Xun's arrow had been shot with great force. Chu Xun put away his bow and glanced at everyone. The purpose of establishing the guard team is to protect the interests of the village. What will you do if the bandits disagree with us paying half of the peace fee, or even demand more grain money? Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. They had never even considered the possibility of the negotiations failing. Forming the guard team was simply a matter of responding to a call to action. With the old village head and Bai Dashin leading the way, That's enough. But now Chu Xun has actually brought up the issue of the failed negotiations. It completely confused a group of people. Chu Xun pressed further. Are you just going to stand by and watch the bandits take our food and money? Without food and money, how are we going to deal with the locust plague and winter? The entire venue fell into dead silence once again. Several people opened their mouths, but the words got stuck in their throats and they couldn't say anything. Yes, if the bandits disagree and then get angry, wouldn't we have to pay even more peace money? Zhang Dabiao's face flushed red, and he said angrily, if they don't agree, then we'll fight them. Bandits, a thin, small man asked timidly. They have real knives and guns, while we're just farmers. Yes, if we offend bandits, we won't be able to go out in peace in the future, and they might even target us. If you really disagree, then you'd better just pay this safety fee honestly. The majority of the voices in the crowd were low and negative. Zhang Dabiao, Zhao San, and the others argued fiercely, saying that they had to let the bandits know that Shiling Village was not to be trifled with, otherwise they would only become more aggressive in the future. But those who were in a bad mood retorted, saying, what if someone dies in the end? Just then, thud, a whistling sound erupted once again from the silent crowd. Chu Xun fired another arrow. This time the force was even more terrifying, actually piercing through the entire tree trunk. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blown open in the tree trunk. The terrifying power stunned everyone. They stared in disbelief as Chu Xun slowly lowered his recurved bow. His face was filled with terror. This is a person. Could a human fire such an arrow? Even a rock would probably be smashed to pieces. Seeing that he had intimidated everyone, Chu Xun spoke again. 30-odd bandits have forced more than 100 households to be afraid of this and that, and to pay grain and money every year. Do you think they can do this just because of the few lousy knives they have? Bandits are not scary. What's scary is that you don't even dare to resist. Right now, they just want a peace fee. Once our money has nurtured and strengthened their power, they will become even more ruthless, robbing money and food, and even killing people. Are you just going to obediently surrender and let yourselves be slaughtered? Pressed repeatedly by Chu Xun, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Having had her sore spot touched, she dared not look at Chu Xun. Only Zhang Dabiao stubbornly raised his face and shouted, Brother Sun, just tell us what we should do. We'll listen to whatever you say. Inspired by his words, the other villagers also looked up. Yes, Chu Xun, with you here, we will definitely be able to lead us to resist these bandits. Brother Sun, we'll follow you. We'll do whatever you say. Yes, we can't let those bandits really suck our blood anymore. Seeing the indignant expressions on these people's faces, Chu Xun's lips finally curled up slightly. More than 100 households, which means more than 100 men. They were intimidated by a mere 30-odd bandits and forced to hand over grain and money. They were simply afraid of the knives in the bandits' hands and didn't want to get into any deadly trouble. He used the idea that bandits would pose an even greater threat in the future to incite the villagers' rebellious spirit. When survival itself is a problem, risking everything becomes the most worthwhile investment. And he drew his bow and fired those two awe-inspiring arrows. Besides demonstrating their strength to the villagers, their real purpose was to gain their empathy. Let them know that so-called bandits are just ordinary people who can die from an arrow wound. The villagers' fear of bandits was transformed into self-worship and trust, thus digesting their inner fears. Only when they realized that bandits are not worth their fear. This guard team can be considered to have been initially established successfully. Chu Xun simply extended one hand and pressed down, and everyone quickly quieted down. We established the guard team not just for show, but to truly bring peace to the village and keep it free from the harassment of bandits. He looked at Zhang Dabiao catch. He then threw the recurved bow and quiver in his hand away. Zhang Dabiao was taken aback at first, then quickly reached out and caught the bow and arrow. Brother Sun, what are you doing? Chu Xun smiled and said, Dabiao, this bow is now yours. You are now the deputy captain of the guard team. I want you to supervise them running 10 laps around the threshing floor. Then each of them will draw there about 10 times in a continuous cycle until noon. What? The villagers who were guarding the village were immediately dumbfounded. Running around the threshing ground 10 times? Your legs would break, and you have to draw the bow to its full extent. That bow looks so sturdy. Even if you break your arm, how many times can you draw it to its full extent? This cycle has to keep going until noon. That's too difficult. Amidst a chorus of mournful cries, Zhang Dabiao took the bow and arrow with burning eyes and said solemnly, Don't worry, Brother Sun. I will definitely do my best. Then Chu Xun looked at the group of sighing and groaning villagers who were guarding the guards. He announced loudly, There's something I forgot to tell you all. Starting today, as long as the guards follow my orders to train, everyone will be provided with a meal of white rice and side dishes at noon. It's all you can eat. Eat, As much as you want. Whoosh. It was like dropping an atomic bomb. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. White rice. Side dishes. My God, that's white rice. Even in good years, we can only afford to eat a little bit of this occasionally. Chu Xun actually wanted to provide everyone with a meal of white rice. It even comes with side dishes, so you can eat your fill. Forget about being tired. Let's just keep working hard. The villagers, who had just been complaining of being tired, were suddenly filled with energy and couldn't wait to go for a run. The more tired I am, the better, so I can eat more rice at lunch. Then Chu Xun didn't stop. Instead, he dropped a second atomic bomb. I'll reward the 5 players who train the best with a bowl of meat each, and they can take a bowl of white rice home after training. Boom! It exploded. It all exploded. Everyone's brains were completely blown away by Chu Xun. It was like a series of thunderbolts suddenly descending, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. Chapter 64: The early bird catches the worm, and the late worm catches the worm. Meat. Chu Xun even rewarded them with meat. And after training, they can bring a big bowl of white rice home for their families. Every word seemed to possess a magical power, captivating everyone's hearts. Brother Sun, is there really meat to eat? White rice with side dishes, all you can eat, plus meat. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Brother Sun, can you really bring the rice home? My daughter hasn't had a proper meal in ages. Everyone's face was filled with surprise and excitement, and all the complaints and grievances from before had vanished. In this famine year, when even eating tree bark wouldn't be enough to fill their stomachs, Chu Xun was actually willing to give them all the white rice they could eat. Anyone who doesn't train like crazy is simply out of their mind. Chu Xun looked with satisfaction at the pairs of fervent eyes below. He calmly replied, "That's right. As long as you train well, I can make sure you get your fill of meat, let alone rice." Holy crap, Brother Sun is awesome. Brother Sun, you are my father now. I kowtow to you, father. We'll train our hardest. Meat. Meat. Just hearing that word made their mouths water automatically, and the saliva would gush into their stomachs. At that moment, everyone's face turned bright red with excitement. Bandits and Little Black Mountain were all thrown to the winds. There was only one thought in my mind. Train. Rice. Eat meat. What does it matter if they are bandits, as long as the whole family can have enough to eat? Do it anyway. Seeing everyone's passionate and enthusiastic demeanor, Chu Xun couldn't help but nod to himself. This is more like it. What I want is definitely not a hastily assembled rabble. Instead, they obeyed their own orders, their minds focused on only the message. Trust Brother Sun, and you'll have plenty of food. Trust Brother Sun, and you'll have all the meat you need, forming a fighting force. That's what it means to effectively cultivate one's own power. Use the most tangible things to arouse their desires. Food, meat, even money. They have all of these things. It's just a matter of how far they can go. Chu Xun walked slowly outside. Let's start training now. I'll bring you a few more bows this afternoon, so you can all become sharpshooters who never miss a shot. Brother Sun is awesome. Bows and arrows. I can touch a bow now. With a bow, who's afraid of those bandits? Exactly. I'll flank them and shoot them dead. Entrusted with this important task, Zhang Dabiao hugged his bow tightly and shouted, "Don't just stand there, start training now. Brother Sun is watching." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately realized that the competition had begun, and Chu Xun was right beside them. In an instant, the 50 men began running around the threshing ground, each one running faster than the last, shouting slogans as if afraid Chu Xun wouldn't see them. It seems the food stimulation method is still the way to go. This scene reminded Chu Xun of his sergeant's venomous tongue when he joined the army. Open the system store. Current balance, 233 mall coins. After slowly leaving the threshing ground, Chu Xun went to the house at the east end of the village. Pushing open the door, one sees Qin Xing'er fast asleep, her face still showing signs of fatigue. I don't know where she went. Chu Xun stepped forward and tenderly rubbed her cheek. A cracking sound. Qin Yuer pushed open the door and put down the basket full of wild vegetables on her shoulder. Xing'er, your sister's back. I'll make vegetable pancakes for Sun Ji at Nuna. Xing'er, you. She instantly looked pitiful. Qin Xing'er stood up with a smile on her face. Sister, used to say the early bird catches the worm, but I think it should be the other way around, right? Qin Yuer pouted and went up to pinch her younger sister's cheek. They rubbed Qin Xing'er's face until it looked like a little cat's face. You little glutton, stealing food. I'll teach you a lesson. She seemed to be hitting Qin Xing'er hard, but her hand landed very gently. Moreover, he secretly glanced back, as if observing Chu Xun's reaction. Qin Xing'er wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, tears streaming down her face, and looked to Chu for help. Brother Sun, save me. My sister is going to hit me. Qin Yuer remained relentless, saying, calling me Brother Sun won't help. I'll beat you up. Qin Shinger hid behind Chu Xun, pleading for help. Chu Xun rubbed his forehead helplessly. I almost forgot I'm an author who started out as a royal uncle. Please, my godfathers, give me some good reviews and gifts. The ratings are terrible, and the earnings are pathetic. Sob sob. I'm so miserable. Chapter 65. I have no choice but to do it. I absolutely must. Around noon, Chu Xun returned home, leaning against the door as he entered, sweat beading on his forehead. Chu Qing, who was carving chestnuts in the yard, saw her older brother, whose face was slightly pale. Startled, he rushed forward to help Chu Xun. He asked anxiously, "Brother, what's wrong? Is being the captain of the guard team too difficult? How did you get so tired?" Her delicate face was filled with heartache, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. Chu Xun rubbed his forehead and said, "It's not that it's difficult. It's just that I'm a little too tired to do it anymore. My back hurts and my legs feel weak." I was surprised to hear that my older brother was so exhausted. Chu Qing hurriedly helped Chu Xun to a chair to rest, and then she diligently went into the room to bring him a bowl of water. She squatted down in front of Chu Xun and massaged his calves. With a look of concern, he said, "Brother, why don't you just quit? You're already this exhausted after only one morning. What are you going to do later?" Chu Xun took a couple of sips of water and then patted her little head with satisfaction. Second sister still cares about herself, unlike Shinger, who always treats herself like a perpetual motion machine. He sighed and said, "We have no choice but to do it. Now is the time to work hard." A hint of back pain flashed across his eyes. "We work hard in light rain. We work even harder in heavy rain. We work through storms, and we work like crazy even when there's no rain. To protect the village, I have to keep working. I can't rest for a moment. Big brother." Chu Qing's eyes were filled with admiration, and her fervent expression was evident. "It has to be my older brother who takes responsibility. I can't believe how handsome he is." Her eyes were almost heart-shaped, and she looked completely euphoric. Suddenly, Chu Xun asked, "Qing, do you know which family in the village has a big pot? The kind that can hold 40 or 50 people to eat in." Chu Qing immediately came to her senses, her face turning red and her neck thick. "Oh, how embarrassing. What are you thinking?" Her face flushed as she stood up, stammering. "The village head should have one. Jiao Jiao once told me that her family had a big pot used to cook New Year's Eve dinner. She told the village head that she would use that pot to cook meals from now on because she eats a lot. As a result, the village head just carried her into the pot. That pot is so big that you can put a person in it. It should be enough to feed 40 or 50 people. That seems to be enough," Chu Xun thought, sweat beading on his forehead. Bai Jiao Jiao is truly a reincarnation of a foodie, but she just happened to do me a favor. He then got up and went to the old village head's house. Chu Qing also wiped his hands and followed him there. Upon arriving home, the village headman immediately heard that Chu Xun wanted to borrow a pot. He went straight into the room and dragged out that big, dark iron pot. Although it was rusty and looked dirty, but it is really big. It's definitely big enough for 50 people to eat. The old village head's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he leaned on his cane and said, "This was back when the village had a good harvest. We would use this big pot to cook a whole pot of vegetables for the new year, and everyone in the village could have a taste." Then he asked, puzzled, "But what do you need such a big pot for?" While washing the pot, Chu Xun smiled and told the old village head everything that had happened that morning. "What? You're responsible for feeding the entire guard team all by yourself?" Oli was so shocked that his beard almost stood on end. "This is ridiculous. It's a matter for the whole village. How can you spend so much money on it all by yourself?" Bai Jiao Jiao, who was chatting and laughing with Chu Qing, jumped up. She ran up to Chu Xun, grabbed his arm, and said with a longing look on her face, "White rice. And meat too. Brother Chu, is this for real? I want some too. Can I join the training?" Chu Qing hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed by Jiao Jiao's slender waist, and pulled her backward. "Don't get so close to my brother. You're almost touching him. Besides, the guard are all men. What are you going in for?" But Bai Jiao Jiao heard that there was rice and meat to eat. With a mournful face, he pitifully pleaded, "I want to eat white rice and meat. Please, Brother Chu." "Ignore the foodie." Chu Xun turned to the old village head and said, "Village head, don't worry. I have a lot of money. With me in charge of the guard team, they will definitely not be a disorganized mess. If you and Uncle Dashin fail to negotiate with the bandits, at least the safety of the village will be guaranteed." He said that, but what Chu Xun was really thinking was, negotiations failed? Is it bad for the village? Could it potentially harm my family? If these bandits manage to escape alive from me, then they're the ones who will get away with it. The old village chief was both moved and bitter. "This is so unfair to you. How much money would this cost? This kid is too honest. Just to be a captain, he's willing to go to such great lengths to train the guard team. Entrusting Jiao Jiao to him in the future will definitely be a good choice." Chu Xun smiled warmly. "It's nothing, village head. What's in the village is my business. It's just a little money, I don't care. A little rice and meat is enough to earn the villagers' gratitude. Is there a better deal than this? Once they get used to the taste of white rice and meat, if we send them back to eat unpalatable wheat bran and wild vegetables, who will want to go back? From now on, the village will be my peaceful place. The guard were the first cornerstone for him to establish himself in the chaotic world. Whether it's Little Black Mountain or Ironback Mountain, anything that threatens my family, I'll kill it all. In the end, Chu Xun left with a big pot and Bai Jiao. Bai Jiao insisted on following Chu Xun and wanted to eat white rice and meat. Left with no other choice, Chu Xun had to agree. If she helps cook at the threshing ground, she's allowed to eat white rice with side dishes. As for meat, it can only be given to the hardworking guards of the moment. Bai Jiao nodded happily after hearing this. I don't even need vegetables. I can eat 3 bowls of white rice. How bloated would your stomach be? Chu Xun thought to himself. After returning home with the 2 women, Chu Xun moved the large pot onto the donkey cart. He instructed Bai Jiao, when we go to the threshing ground to cook, Yue and Xing'er will also come and help. You just need to chop the vegetables and tend the fire. What? Sister Yue and Sister Xing are going too. Chu Qing exclaimed in surprise. 2 formidable enemies. She immediately moved closer to Chu Xun and said, Big brother, I want to go too. I also want to do my part for the village. Chu Xun asked in surprise, You going too? What will uncle and aunt eat when they get back? But Chu Qing couldn't care less about that now. The arrival of Sister Yi was already putting a lot of pressure on her, but now even Sister Xing'er has come. Twin sisters? Wow, there are so many competitors. This is so annoying. She pulled Bai Jiao directly onto the donkey cart, her face full of filial piety. There's still plenty of steamed buns and vegetables left at home. Dad and Mom can just heat them up when they get back. Let's hurry to the threshing ground, brother. Chu Xun was helpless. Okay, I'll just cook some food and bring some back for my second uncle and aunt. We don't need that little bit of food. He then went inside and spent 120 mall coins. After purchasing 3 recurve bows and loading them onto the donkey cart, they headed towards Qin Yuer's house. In a short while, the group arrived at their house. Qin Yuer and Qin Xing'er were both dressed in thick clothes, their long black hair tied up, looking just like beautiful young married women. The 2 women had identical features, were incredibly beautiful, and exuded a unique charm. As soon as they saw Chu Xun, the 2 of them rushed forward, their faces beaming with joy. Brother Sun, you've come. Chu Xun smiled and stepped forward, carrying the rice and meat over together. Get in the car. Thank you for your help with lunch today. After Qin Yuer and her sister got into the car, the carriage set off. But after taking only a couple of steps, Chu Xun felt the air behind him get a little cold. It feels like a battleground. As expected, Chu Qing was the first to notice Qin Xing'er's hair, which was styled in a bun. A sense of disbelief and doubt flashed through my mind. No way. Could it be that big brother not only likes Sister Yue, but also Sister Xing'er? She was utterly shocked, but a smile remained on her face. She said, seemingly casually, Sister Xing'er, why did you put your hair up? Is it a new hairstyle? Qin Xing'er smiled and glanced at Chu Xun, her eyes filled with sweetness. Chu Qing felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, Qin Xing'er chuckled softly. Chapter 66 Wu Chang Rice. Salt, oyster sauce, chicken essence. Still worried about not being able to control the guard team? Women dress up for those who appreciate them. Hearing Qin Xing'er's confused answer, Chu Qing stared blankly with her big, innocent eyes, looking completely bewildered. Why? Sister Xing'er, I don't understand what you're saying. Seeing her questioning look, Qin Xing'er realized that she had spoken in a roundabout way. She then leaned close to Chu Qing's ear and whispered a few words of explanation. Buzz dash. Chu Qing's face visibly flushed red. A woman might put on makeup for someone who likes her, just like she might wear new clothes at home and try on her hair like a city lady. So what if it's in front of the eldest brother? I really did. No. Chu Qing immediately snapped back to reality. He glared at Qin Xing'er with resentment. She really did like his older brother. How awful. Why is my older brother so likable? Seeing Chu Qing's sullen face, Qin Xing'er assumed that she was speechless because she had gained another sister-in-law. So he moved closer to her and whispered with a smile. She said she would definitely not treat her sister-in-law badly in the future, and so on. Little did she know, the more she talked, the more Chu Qing's face twitched. Arrogant. Sister Xing'er is too arrogant. They stole my brother's brother and are now showing off in front of me. Qin Yuer, standing to the side, had her entire attention focused on Chu Xun, her gentle face filled with a sweet smile. Bai Jiao, on the other hand, wished she could stuff the piece of pork directly in her mouth, her saliva flowing incessantly. This prompted Chu Xun, who was driving the car in front, to silently pull the pork to his side. I had just delivered a lot of wild boar meat to the village head's family a few days ago. Why is this little glutton still staring at me? On the threshing floor, a large group of men were running for their lives. They were exhausted and drenched in sweat, but they dared not stop for a moment. Because the vice captain Zhang Dabiao was right next to them, keeping track of who had missed a lap. He knew exactly who it was. When it comes to selecting the top 5 to eat meat later, it will definitely be affected. Running wasn't too difficult. What scared this group of people the most was that strangely shaped bow. How could a bow be so tight? Of the 50 guards, less than 20 could be fully mobilized. Not to mention pulling it 10 times in a row, no one but the tall Zhang Dabiao could do that. But even if you can't, you have to. These men were risking their lives to get some meat. Suddenly, the creaking of a donkey cart came from the threshing ground where intense training was taking place. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's Brother Sun. He's brought us white rice. Ha, it's just my turn to draw the bow. I'm going to draw it in front of the captain. That'll definitely make him remember me. You cunning villain, give me the bow. Several people almost came to blows over a bow. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed man in the crowd shouted, "Look, isn't that Xin Yue? Why is she here too? Qin Yue? It's that cursed, lonely star destined to be cursed by the white tiger." The noisy crowd instantly quieted down and immediately looked toward the donkey cart. After seeing the person's appearance clearly, a barely perceptible fear flickered in everyone's eyes. It really is her. What's she doing at the threshing ground? Will her bad luck affect us? A younger man swallowed hard, and suddenly he received a powerful blow to the back of the head. Ouch, Brother Dabiao, why did you hit me? The young man clutched his head in pain. Zhang Dabiao snorted coldly and shouted angrily at everyone. Do you even know that's our sister-in-law? She's Sun Ji's woman. He spat as he spoke. If Brother Sun hears you talking about your sister-in-law like that, you won't get a single grain of rice, let alone meat. What? Sun Ji's woman? That can't be right. I believe you if you said she was his sister, Qin Xing. That's very possible. Last time I saw sister-in-law Qin riding back in Brother Sun's donkey cart. The two of them were chatting and laughing, and they seemed to have a close relationship. Why worry about so much? My sister-in-law is my sister-in-law. If I hear anyone say anything bad about her, I'll fight them. The man who had been holding the bow shouted again. Damn it, it's that kid again. He's making such a loud noise. He's doing it on purpose so that Brother Sun can hear. Damn it, kill this bastard who wants to create a scene. The training ground immediately descended into chaos again, with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Chu Xun drove the donkey cart, not getting too close to the threshing ground. After parking the car, they pulled out a large pot, along with white rice, pickled vegetables, pork, other dishes, bowls, chopsticks, and other items which filled the ground. Then he moved a few large stones over and piled them up to make a stove and put the big pot on it. The women around him looked on in surprise. Chu Xun actually lifted such a huge rock with one hand with such delicate movements. Qin Xinger's eyes lit up with excitement. No wonder Brother Sun was able to lift her up to the ceiling before. He's incredibly strong. Perhaps he can unlock even more knowledge. The four women then divided the tasks clearly and began preparing the food and cooking. Qin Yue and Chu Qin chopped and prepared vegetables. Qin Xinger added water to cook rice, and Bai Jiao Jiao squatted beside them to tend the fire. In addition, Bai Jiao Jiao was also closely guarded by Xinger, who prevented her from stealing the chopped vegetables. Before long, the rich aroma of rice filled the air above the entire threshing ground. It felt like a real fist slamming into the noses of every member of the training guard team. It smells so good. It smells amazing. Is this what white rice is like? This smells amazing. I used to work in the city and ate leftovers from my employers, but it never smelled this good. Soon, the sound of everyone swallowing their saliva echoed across the threshing ground. A smile flickered across Chu Xun's lips. Hey there, this is Wu Chang rice, which has been cultivated for thousands of years. Isn't it incredibly fragrant? After the rice was cooked, Qin Yue served it in bowls and placed them aside, looking at those distinct, glistening white, steaming grains of rice. The eyes of everyone present trembled, and the fear they had shown towards Qin Yue was gone. What kind of fate is associated with a white tiger, a cursed lone star? Anyone who can provide them with a good meal is a good person. One incredibly kind person. Seeing the obvious change in their eyes, it was as if their brains had been completely overwhelmed by the food. Chu Xun felt that this was not enough. He then poured a whole can of salt, a whole bottle of oyster sauce, and a whole packet of chicken bouillon directly into the large wok. It only took a moment. Qin Yue's hands seemed to possess magical power. With a gentle stir, an overwhelming aroma burst forth. That rich, oily, and overpowering aroma made everyone's brains buzz. This smells amazing. My sister-in-law can actually cook such delicious food. Mother, I would gladly die even if it meant eating such a delicious meal. At this moment, all thoughts of being cursed by the white tiger or being a lone star vanished from everyone's minds. Only one thought remained in my mind. Qin Yuer is a living bodhisattva. Chu Xun saw all their expressions. Seeing that the time was right, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Chapter 67 Bad Son, I'm done with you today. Chu Xun shouted at the group of men. Let's stop practicing for now and eat. At the sound of time to eat, the group of men, who were already starving, swarmed over. But they showed no signs of disarray. Instead, they lined up in an orderly fashion. He took the bowls of rice from Qin Shinger one by one, and then went to Qin Yuer to get the dishes. Zhang Dabiao was the first to get his food. He held up his bowl, gazing at the pot of steaming, fragrant soup. Unable to resist swallowing, he said cautiously, Sister-in-law, could you give me 2 more spoonfuls? I'm big and eat a lot. Swish. He called me sister-in-law. This sound made Qin Yuer's pretty face turn red, and she looked at Chu Xun shyly. Chu Xun smiled and nodded at her, indicating that anything was fine with him. Bringing Yuer and Xing'er to the threshing ground this time was meant to highlight the relationship between myself and the two of them. Zhang Dabiao's address of sister-in-law was perfectly timed. He seems like a simple and honest person, but he's actually quite clever. Qin Yuer, her face flushed red, immediately picked up a spoon and scooped out 3 large spoonfuls of soup. The aroma is wonderful, and the food is steaming hot. Zhang Dabiao was completely stunned by the sight of it. He had never seen a dish cooked with oyster sauce and chicken essence before. All I know is that this dish smells delicious and must taste amazing. He then shouted, Thank you, sister-in-law. Then he hid to the side and ate heartily, his mouth dripping with oil. The group of people behind him saw that calling out sister-in-law was so effective. Immediately, everyone shouted anxiously, Sister-in-law, please give me more too. I really admire Brother Sun. Sister-in-law, could you give me 3 spoonfuls of vegetables? Everyone changed how they addressed Qin Yuer, and the way they called her sister-in-law came from the bottom of their hearts. Those who were initially wary of her reputation for being cursed by the white tiger changed their minds after seeing the actual food. It all turned into clumsy attempts to please. Soon, a large group of men squatted to one side, munching on their food. Even Bai Jiao took a bowl and brought it to Qin Yuer's side. She said pitifully that she also wanted to eat. Qin Yuer naturally gave her a full bowl of food. Just then, an even richer aroma wafted out, attracting everyone's attention. Chu Xun was seen using the same small pan he used to roast chestnuts to fry fatty pork. Once he put in various seasonings and side dishes, the aroma will instantly fill the air. This made everyone present unable to resist, and the sound of slurping saliva could be heard constantly. After the meat was cooked, Chu Xun smiled and asked Zhang Dabiao, which 5 people trained the best today? Let them come and get their meat. The crowd fell silent instantly, and then all eyes turned to Zhang Dabiao. Everyone was both nervous and incredibly excited. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Zhang Dabiao quickly stood up. He said in a deep voice, Today, the 5 of us, me, Lu Dahai, Zhao, San, Shui Sheng, and Tzu performed the best. Of course, I might have missed someone. Let the others speak as well. Seeing that Zhang Dabiao hadn't made a decision, Chu Xun nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the others. The crowd began to buzz with discussion. That's right. Only Dabiao drew his bow the most times. Even with his palms cut raw, he still managed to draw the bow. And Shui Sheng, even though his shoes were gone, he still kept running, and he was even faster than Yu Pao. Those whose names were mentioned unconsciously raised their faces and looked up at Chu Xun high above. Then this meet is for the 5 of you. The rest of you, don't be discouraged. This afternoon, I'll take you for archery training. Whoever does well will still get a prize. Chu Xun said with a smile. Brother Sun is awesome. Long live Brother Sun. You dare shout, holy crap, long live. So what happened? Long live Brother Sun. Watching Zhang Dabiao and the others eat meat with gusto and great relish. Countless people were green with envy, vowing to train hard in archery this afternoon so they could also eat meat. After the meal, a group of people vied to help wash the dishes. This saved Qin Yuer and the others a lot of trouble. In the afternoon, several wooden targets were set up in the threshing ground. Chu Xun distributed all 3 recurve bows and then stood in front of the target to teach them how to shoot arrows. Watch closely. Archery requires skillful force. Draw the bow with a stable waist and abdomen, and aim the arrow straight ahead. Chu Xun then drew an arrow from his quiver. Draw the bow, release the string, and fire with full force. Whoosh bang! The arrow instantly transformed into a black line, embedding itself firmly in the target in a flash, its fletching swaying incessantly. But that wasn't all. Chu Xun quickly drew out 5 more arrows. As if in one breath, 4 arrows were fired in quick succession. Every shot hit the bullseye precisely, and one arrow even hit the bullseye with too much force. It shot a hole right through the target. Is this something a human could shoot? Good heavens, with such a tight bow, Brother Sun fired 5 arrows in a row. A collective gasp swept through the stadium. Everyone was astonished. This is superhuman strength. Both the force and the accuracy far exceeded their expectations. Seeing that he had shocked these people, Chu Xun turned around. He swept his gaze across everyone's eyes and said, I don't expect you to be able to hit the target every time. As long as you can hit the target, today's training will be considered a success. Let's begin. The men with bows and arrows stepped forward first and tried to hit the target. But the arrows he shot were either weak or missed his grandmother's house. Only Zhang Dabiao managed to barely get close to the edge of target. This is too difficult. I feel like I could practice all day and still not hit the target. Think about the meet we had at noon. Think about how we protected the village when the bandits attacked, and put in some effort. Zhang Dabiao fully utilized his role as deputy captain, shouting encouragement to them. Chu Xun also stepped forward and corrected their postures and points of force one by one. Then, everyone mustered up their courage and began firing in turns. At first, their shooting was terrible, but with more practice, a few people actually managed to hit the target. Soon, the afternoon training ended, and all 50 guards were panting heavily. Chu Xun looked at the target riddled with arrows with satisfaction and nodded. Today's training went very well. We'll continue tomorrow. Rice is still plentiful, and if you like, you can have meat. Brother Sun is awesome. Thank you, Brother Sun. Thank you, sister-in-law. A group of grown men shouted excitedly. Before leaving, Chu Xun gave a basket of steamed buns and pickled vegetables to the 5 best performers in front of everyone. Practice hard these next few days, and then I'll take you into the old forest for archery practice. Whoever shoots the prey keeps it. The more you shoot, the more meat you get to eat. This greatly inspired the guards. His eyes were filled with a thirst for training and a desire to eat meat. After everyone had left, Chu Xun put the 4 somewhat worn recurve bows and arrows back into the system warehouse. Then it was summoned again, and instantly it was completely renewed. The system's concept of infinite wear and tear is still too advanced. However, for recurve bows are far from enough, let alone the compound bow I've always wanted. The donkey cart slowly carried by Jiao Jiao home. Then, under Chu Qing's tearful gaze, he left with Yuer and Xinger. Second sister, I won't be back for dinner tonight. Remember to leave the door open for your eldest brother. Standing at the door, Chu Qing watched the 3 figures leave and stomped her feet angrily. Bad brother, bad brother. Now that you have a wife, you don't want your sister anymore. I do too. In the end, she still went to Chu Xun's room in a huff and tidied up for him. Inside the house at the east end of the village, Qin Xinger nestled against Chu Xun, a smug look on her face. Brother Sun, I wasn't called sister-in-law at all today. They only call me sister. And I want that too. Chu Xun patted her head and chuckled. Then you can cook tomorrow, and then they can call you that too. Qin Xinger's lips twitched twice when she thought about her cooking skills. Ha ha ha. Chu Xun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh, Brother Sun, you're still laughing at me. Sister, look at him. Qin Xinger blushed with embarrassment. Qin Yuer, who was cooking nearby, looked at the two of them helplessly and said, All right, go wash your hands. It's time to eat. Qin Xinger pouted and said angrily, Bad Brother Sun, I'm not talking to you today. Chu Xun said, Oh, stepped forward, put his arm around her waist, and teased, Ignoring me? Then don't cry your eyes out later, because you can't eat. I won't. Qin Xingye remained defiant. But then I suddenly realized that I would soon go hungry. She immediately threw herself into Chu Xun's arms and said coquettishly, Chapter 68 Butcher Zheng, it's over. Master Sun made me eat poison right in front of him. No, I regret it now. Chu Xun was amused by her frightened appearance and tapped her head. Qin Yuer, standing to the side, looked at her younger sister with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. You look so anxious, as if your sister is going to take it from you. That evening, Chu Xun staggered along the road. Even under the bright moonlight, his face was dull and lifeless. My whole body felt like it had been dried out by a sponge. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw that Chu Qing was actually asleep, leaning against the wall in front of the house. She clearly fell asleep while waiting for me. This silly little sister, didn't I say just leave the door open? Don't you know it's cold outside? Chu Xun quickly stepped forward and tried to carry her into the house. The pheasants in a nearby hut keenly sensed someone approaching and were about to cluck. Splat! Chu Xun grabbed the pheasant by the neck and flicked his finger, knocking it unconscious. You dare wake my second sister from her sleep? Even if you're the sect leader, I'll still stew you. After giving the unconscious pheasant a severe threat, Chu Xun then carried the seemingly asleep Chu Qing into the room, carefully covered her with a blanket, and then closed the door and left. As soon as he stepped out the door, Chu Qing's face instantly turned red. She shyly curled up in the warm blankets. After returning to the room, Chu Xun collapsed onto the bed with a thud. The guard's daily rations can no longer be exchanged for in-game currency. You need to save up your in-game currency to exchange for a recurve bao. I'll go into town tomorrow morning and sell all the remaining chestnuts. Then go to Butcher Zheng to buy some pork and beef to prepare. But we still need to find some other ways to make money. Chu Xun's eyes swept across the shop and inadvertently landed on the pickled radish diced vegetables he had redeemed that day. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, the dying dynasty did not have chili peppers, only local spices such as dogwood, ginger, garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns. Pickled vegetables are high in oil and salt, which not only provides nutrition, but also has a unique spicy flavor. If it can be sold, the price should not be low. Chu Xun then opened the pickled vegetables section and took a look. Today I exchanged 3 mall coins for a pound of pickled vegetables, which are high in oil and salt and contain green beans and peppers. One type is long, thin pickled mustard tuber, which costs 2 mall coins per kilogram and has a mild, slightly spicy flavor. Pickled vegetables with soy sauce can be sold to wealthy households as a side dish with wine, while long strips of pickled mustard tuber can be sold to ordinary people living in the city as a side dish with rice. A two-pronged approach will lead to explosive profits. But this dish doesn't sell as well as chestnuts. It's a long-term business, and I can't stay in the city forever. I need to find someone to help me sell them. Chu Xun closed his eyes and pondered for a while, then quickly thought of someone. Isn't Zheng San, the butcher, the best candidate? He had many subordinates, selling beef to the wealthy and pork to the common people. Moreover, I know him fairly well. He's the kind of person who's all talk and no action. Having him help me sell pickled vegetables is just right. Who says you can't fleece a sheep as much as you want? As long as you don't die from being exploited, exploit them relentlessly. He's the one. I still have 193 mall coins left, enough for me to buy and sell as I please. After making his decision, Chu Xun spent 20 mall coins to buy a strip of large honey pills. After swallowing it all, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chu Xun got up very early, and as soon as she stepped out of the courtyard, she saw her second sister, Chu Qing, setting up her quilt to air it out. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Second sister, why are you airing out the mattress so early in the morning?" Hearing Chu Xun's voice, Chu Qing was startled and quickly stood in front of the mattress. With her face flushed, she said, "Big brother, why are you up so early today? I just felt the weather was a bit damp lately, so I wanted to air out my mattresses and blankets." "That was close. My older brother almost saw us." "Is the weather a bit humid?" Chu Xun raised his eyebrows. "It's been a drought for a whole year. Where did the dampness come from?" However, he didn't think too much about it. After washing up, he put his hand into the chicken coop, as usual. Then he took out 8 more eggs and went into the kitchen to start making breakfast. Seeing this, Chu Qing rubbed her eyes and didn't dare to open them for a long time. His face was filled with shock. Was this chicken really that powerful? It laid 8 eggs in 2 days. She rushed to the chicken coop and looked inside. My heart aches for him. The pheasant's head is tilted to one side, its tongue dangling, and it looks like it's fainted. No wonder it laid 8 eggs. It must have been exhausted. I'll catch some worms for it to eat today. The family quickly finished their breakfast. Uncle Air and Chu Xun skillfully loaded the last of the chestnuts onto the truck and then headed towards the county town. Before leaving, Chu Xun instructed Chu Qing, "If the guards come to me for training, take out the bows and arrows from the house and have them train as they did yesterday." Chu Qing nodded obediently, a hint of secret joy flashing in her eyes. Now I can openly enter my older brother's room again. She licked her lips. This time, she'd also help him air out his bedding. After all, the weather is humid. On the way into the city, Uncle looked worried. "Xuanzi, you've taken over the meals for the guard team now, with white rice, vegetables, and meat every meal. Even if we're rich, we can't afford it. We haven't paid off the final bill for the blue bricks yet, and this is the last truckload of chestnuts." Hearing his second uncle's words, Chu Xun smiled faintly. "Don't worry, second uncle. I have my own ways of making money." "Another one?" The second uncle stared in shock at his nephew, clearly unable to believe it. Once they entered the city, the two of them, as usual, first sold out all the chestnuts. They earned nearly 40 strings of cash. Then Chu Xun asked his second uncle to check on the previously ordered roof tiles and other materials to see how the preparations were going. He then pulled a donkey cart to Butcher Zheng's butcher shop. "Oh my, Master Sun, you've arrived." Butcher Zheng ran out of the house, carrying a package of 20 caddies of beef. "I've already prepared it for you. I'll put it on the cart for you." Seeing his eagerness, Chu Xun smiled and stopped him. "No rush today. Let's go inside and chat for a while." "Should we go inside?" Zheng the butcher was completely baffled, but he still obediently went into the house. As soon as he entered, Chu Xun took out a pound of packaged pickled vegetables from his sleeve. They were glossy, shiny, and brightly colored. A pungent smell instantly filled the entire room. Try a bite, Chu Xun said with a faint smile. It's over. Master Sun is going to kill me. The poisoning was so obvious. This smell is so strong it could choke you to death. With a thud, Butcher Zheng knelt down before Chu Xun, crying and begging loudly. Chapter 69, Second Uncle. You ate it? Second donkey. They insisted on feeding you. They insisted on feeding you. So you gave it to them? Master Sun, please don't kill me. I'll give you the beef for free. Okay? It'll all be free from now on. Completely free. Butcher Zheng grabbed Chu Xun's leg and begged for mercy frantically. Snot and tears sprayed out together, making Chu Xun so disgusted that he quickly took several steps back. What did I say? I was going to kill you. Butcher Zheng wiped away his tears and said pitifully, Didn't you tell me to eat that poison? At least the poison on the streets is colorless and odorless, but this is terrifyingly red, and the taste is so pungent. I'm not even going to bother making it look good. No, what's he thinking? Chu Xun took the pickled vegetables, both amused and exasperated, and was about to explain that it was just a type of food. But after taking one look, he fell silent. The small cubes were coated with a strange layer of red oil, the spiciness of which was overwhelming, and the color was frighteningly bright. Okay, it does look a lot like poison. He looked down at Zheng the butcher, who was terrified. Helpless, Chu Xun grabbed him and threw him onto a chair. Are you out of your mind? If I wanted to kill you, would I need to poison you? Butcher Zheng looked at Chu Xun's arm in surprise, then at the chair beneath him. Didn't Master Sun just lift me up so easily just now? I weigh 200 pounds. Looking for Master Sun with one hand? My God, this is a human. Butcher Zheng swallowed hard, his mouth trembling. If Master Sun wants to kill me, it'll only take a moment. It doesn't seem like he needs to use poison. Snap! Chu Xun threw the pickled vegetables directly in front of him. This is a side dish that I made myself, just so you could sell it. Eat it quickly. Side dish. Should I sell myself? Zheng the butcher, his body trembling, picked up the pungent side dish smeared with chili oil. His voice trembled with fear. Master Sun, is this really edible? I won't die after eating this, will I? Hurry up and eat, you won't die. Chu Xun was getting impatient. You don't even do business that makes money? Zheng the butcher made up his mind. Fine, then I'll try it. He then picked up a piece that looked like it had less red oil, closed his eyes, and put it in his mouth. But the next second, an unparalleled aroma and spiciness exploded in Zheng Tu's mouth. It was a salty, savory, and sour taste he had never experienced before, and the crisp and tender texture made him unable to resist picking up several more and eating them. Butcher Zheng excitedly held up the pickled vegetables. Master Sun, this is so delicious. It's oily, flavorful, and salty. I've never eaten anything so good in my life. Chu Xun sat calmly in the chair, looking at him with a half smile. If I let you take it and sell it, how much could you get for it per pound? Go sell it yourself. Butcher Zheng was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward to flatter him, saying, Master Sun, you don't know this, but I've eaten at every restaurant in the city. Not to mention those side dishes, even chicken, duck, fish, and mutton don't taste as good as these. If you wanted to sell it, he held up 5 fingers with a fawning smile. Chu Xun frowned. Why is it only 50 coins a pound? This kind of pickled vegetable, which is high in oil and salt, tastes better than 90% of the dishes of this era. Even if it's just a cheap, low-quality radish, it's definitely worth more than this price. Butcher Zheng chuckled. Master Sun, you're joking. I didn't mean 50 coins a caddy, but 50 coins a tail. The price is acceptable, but can you actually sell it? Chu Xun asked, raising an eyebrow. Master Sun, we only sell this side dish to restaurants. With it, those wealthy people will definitely stop eating fennel beans and choose this side dish to accompany their drinks. Butcher Zheng grinned foolishly, based on his years of experience delivering pork to restaurants. This pickled vegetable will definitely be a bestseller. Chu Xun nodded in satisfaction after listening and waved slightly. When Butcher Zheng arrived, he smiled and said, as long as you can sell them, the business is yours, but as for the profit sharing. Butcher Zheng immediately understood. With a determined look in his heart, he said directly, this stuff was all given to me by you, Master Sun. Of course, I, Zheng-san, know the rules. Let's split it 90/10. Although he was a little reluctant, he also knew that whoever took on this business would be a hit. Now is not the time for ambiguity. We must satisfy Master Sun. But Chu Xun wasn't one to go to extremes. He waved his hand and said, let's not split it 90/10. That sounds like Nguang's business. Let's split it 20/80. You guys have it tough too. 20/80. Butcher Zheng felt his heart pounding. A 20% profit margin. Moreover, there were no costs involved. All the goods were provided by Master Sun. This was an absolute steal. He immediately pledged his loyalty, Don't worry, Master Sun. I will do my best to serve you. Chu Xun stood up and said with satisfaction, Okay, I'll bring all the cooked dishes over in a bit, and you can think about how to sell them. He then went out and spent 60 mall coins to buy 20 jin of pickled vegetables and another 60 mall coins to buy 30 jin of pickled mustard tubers. They were all handed over to Butcher Zhang, who was to sell them according to class. The pickled vegetables were sold to restaurants for 50 coins per ounce. Pickled mustard tuber was placed next to his pig's head stall, priced at 300 coins per caddy. They aimed to dominate both upstream and downstream markets, striving to profit from everyone. This delighted Butcher Zhang, who immediately sent men to load 20 caddies of beef and 100 caddies of pork onto Chu Xun's cart. He didn't ask for a single penny. His social skills were truly impeccable. When they were about to leave, the two donkeys pulling the cart had such bulging bellies that they could barely walk. Even Chu Xun couldn't help but sigh. Zhang San is a master of flattery, a true slick man among slick men. After leaving the butcher shop, he bought another 500 caddies of white rice, which cost him a full 10 strings of cash. The shopkeeper was so frightened that he immediately arranged for 7 or 8 people to guard the door, fearing that Chu Xun might run away with him. After buying the rice, Chu Xun picked up his second uncle and leisurely returned to Shilling Village. On the way, Uncle Chu said that the shapes for the blue bricks were almost finished and they were ready to be fired. The tiles and other materials were all prepared. Once the final payment is made, it can be delivered to your door anytime. Chu Xun smiled and said, No rush, second uncle. We'll start building the house after the bandits from Little Black Mountain are driven away, and we'll take it one step at a time. Uncle Air leaned against the cart full of grain, looking helpless. Whatever you say you will do, Xuanzi, Uncle Air doesn't understand. The two of them strolled back to the village in this leisurely manner. I happened to pass by the threshing ground on my way back to the village. From a distance, Chu Xun could see the guards still training diligently. They were all practicing archery at that moment, with a few arrows sparsely hanging on the target. Although most of their shots still missed the target, their performance was much better than yesterday. Look, Brother Sun is back. I don't know who had sharp eyes, but they shouted it out. In an instant, a large crowd surged forward and surrounded the donkey cart. Brother Sun, I'm about to hit the target. Brother Sun, I shot farther than him. Look, Brother Sun, when are we going hunting in the mountains? I can already hit the target. The crowd was huge, their eyes fixed on Chu Xun with fanatical fervor, almost like those of death squads. You can eat as much white rice as you want, and you can eat as much soup and vegetables as you want. Before leaving, they even gave me white rice and some pickled vegetables that would give me energy. In their eyes, Chu Xun is now practically a god. No, his status is even higher than that of God. After all, even if you pray to a god, they can't get enough to eat or support their families. But Chu Xun can. Seeing their excessive enthusiasm, Chu Xun, who was on the donkey cart, also stood up and shouted, Chapter 70 Compound Bow. I'll test your archery skills in a bit. If you do well, you'll still get meat for lunch today. As soon as Chu Xun finished speaking, the guards present became excited. They were all eager to prove themselves in front of Chu Xun. Immediately, Chu Xun sent people to unload the rice and pork from the donkey cart and place them directly in front of them. It's rice. White rice. So much pork. I'm determined to hit the target today. A large group of people went into a frenzy upon seeing white rice and pork. Who has ever seen such food during a famine? Immediately afterwards, a large group of people, led by Chu Xun, began to conduct tests one by one at the shooting range. Zhang Dabiao was the first to draw his bow. His large size allowed him to draw it with ease. Of the 3 arrows shot, only one hit the target, the other 2 missed. Seeing this, he awkwardly rubbed his big head and said, Brother Sun, I'm a little bad at shooting. Chu Xun chuckled and patted his shoulder. You've only been practicing for a day or 2, and you've already done a pretty good job shooting like this. Let the next person try. The recurve bow redeemed from the shop is highly accurate and stable, comparable to the finest bows and arrows in the great Jing dynasty. While he needs a fighting force, he is by no means a harsh person. These were originally just ordinary farmers. It was already considered quite good if they managed to hit the target with their bows in a single day. Soon, everyone stepped forward and showed off their skills in front of Chu Xun. Among them, the archery skills of a guy named Chu Xun were the best yesterday. 2 out of 3 arrows hit the bullseye, and the other one was only half a fist distance from the bullseye. Even Chu Xun couldn't help but look at him differently. If he hadn't shot arrows before, he would definitely be a genius. Chu Xun is not tall, and is even somewhat thin, but his whole body is strong and muscular. He showed no signs of fatigue, even when drawing the bow. He walked up to Chu Xun and asked honestly, Brother Sun, will I get meat for lunch today? Yesterday, Chu Xun was among the top 5 in training and got to eat pork. That smell was truly irresistible. Of course there's meat to eat. Chu Xun circled around him curiously and asked, Chu Xun, how did you become such a sharpshooter in just one day? Chu Xun picked up the bow and arrow and explained excitedly. I don't know how it happened, but it just seemed like as soon as I picked up the bow and arrow, I naturally knew where to shoot. And when you taught us archery yesterday afternoon, I also figured out some methods that suited me, which is why I was able to shoot accurately, right? He really is a genius. To be able to come up with the most suitable method for oneself simply by listening to one's own teachings, what else is that but genius? Chu Xun then decisively instructed Chu Xun to instruct the other guards on archery. If he's taught well, he'll have pork every day. Thank you, brother Sun. I will definitely do my best. Chu Xun was extremely excited and couldn't wait to start training right now. Then, under Chu Xun's guidance, the group of people underwent archery training. It must be said that Chu Xun's teaching is even better than Chu Xun's. He can always find a suitable method for each person. Looking at the well-organized queue, Chu Xun nodded to himself. Being able to shoot an arrow doesn't necessarily mean you can teach others to shoot arrows. Take myself, for example, but with Chu Xun's help, the strength of the guard team will definitely improve very quickly. After watching for a while, Chu Xun drove the donkey cart home. I'm going to ask you and the others to help prepare lunch this afternoon. But as soon as he got home, he saw that all the bed sheets and blankets in his room were hanging on the fence to dry. Sitting in the courtyard, Chu Qing was still washing a blue long robe in a basin, which Chu Xun had worn before. Second sister, why did you wash my clothes and bedding all of a sudden? Chu Xun asked curiously. Chu Qing wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face slightly flushed. I saw that your clothes were all dirty, so I took them out and washed them. Thank goodness I washed quickly enough. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to explain it to my older brother. Are my clothes dirty? Didn't I ask you to help me clean myself last time? Chu Xun was a little puzzled, but didn't ask any further questions. He figured he probably just hadn't noticed and had gotten it dirty. But he didn't know that someone else had soiled the bedding. After tidying things up a bit, Chu Xun then gathered Xinger by Jiao Jiao and her second sister to cook together at the threshing ground. The guards, who had been training all morning, flocked to the food as soon as they saw it. She calls him sister-in-law so naturally. In their eyes, Qin is now practically a bodhisattva reincarnated. But Qin Xinger, standing to the side, pouted in dissatisfaction. My sister's identity has already been revealed. When will it be my turn? Chu Xun noticed her jealous expression and walked over to her. Are you jealous? No way. Qin Xinger stubbornly refused to admit it. She wouldn't be unhappy just because she wasn't called sister-in-law. All right, come with me to the woods to pick some mushrooms so we can cook dinner tonight. Chu Xun took her small hand and walked towards the woods in the distance. Snap! Upon seeing this, Chu Qing's chopsticks snapped in two. His teeth were clenched so tightly they were grinding together, and his face was full of resentment. Bai Jiao Jiao, who was standing to the side, saw that Chu Qing's chopsticks had been broken. Startled, he quickly took the food from Chu Qing's hand. Xiao Qing, your chopsticks are broken, so you definitely can't eat. I'll eat this bowl of rice for you. Chu Qing. That evening, Chu Xun began to do the accounting. When I entered the city, I originally had 193 mall coins. However, I spent 20 yuan to buy honey pills to nourish my kidneys, 60 yuan to buy pickled vegetables, and 4 mall coins to buy a few eggs. There were only 109 store coins left. But he also amassed 120 mall coins that afternoon. The total number of mall coins has now reached a staggering 223. He opened the system shop, flipped to the recurve bow section, and found that a set could be purchased for 40 Sha coins. The guard has 50 men, but only 4 bows are available, which is really too few. But just as Chu Xun was preparing to buy 5 recurve bows, a dark bow and arrow below caught his attention. This is a compound bow. Chu Xun's pupils is suddenly contracted. I never expected that 200 mall coins would actually make the compound bow appear. It's important to know that a compound bow is more than 10 times more powerful than a recurve bow. If I were to get my hands on a compound bow, I could literally kill anyone I pointed at within 100 paces. Chu Xun then excitedly looked at the price. A compound bow and 20 arrows, all for a total price of only 299 store coins. You only need 76 more mall coins to buy the composite bow, which can be called the king of cold weapons. Is there a better deal than this? With a clang, Chu Xun jumped off the bed and walked out of the courtyard. I can't rest today. I need to earn in-game currency to get the compound bow. Chapter 71. The compound bow is in hand. Midnight, the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m. Chu Xun then returned to his room. As soon as he entered the house, he took 2 large bowls of water and gulped them down. I've finally saved enough. He sat up and eagerly bought the composite bow, which cost a whopping 299 yuan. Current balance, 44 mall coins. Immediately, a thick, jet black composite bow appeared in Chu Xun's hand. It has a sophisticated pulley structure that allows it to fire the most powerful arrows with minimal force. Accompanying it were 20 meticulously crafted arrows, each gleaming with a cold light. Chu Xun picked up the composite bow and weighed it briefly. A smile couldn't be suppressed from appearing at the corners of his mouth. Even with my current physical condition being 4 times stronger, I can still feel its weight when I lift it. This shows just how powerful this bow is. I really want to try its power right now. Chu Xun then took the composite bow, went outside the courtyard, and aimed it at a large tree about waist thick. He drew the bow almost to its limit. Call out. The moment he released his grip, a clear arrow whistled out. Immediately afterwards, a small round hole appeared in the thick tree. The arrow pierced through the tree and embedded itself in the trunk of another tree behind it. Its power is quite astonishing. Even Chu Xun couldn't help but be surprised. According to his estimation, the effective killing range of this composite bow is at least 200 meters. In other words, whoever he pointed at would almost certainly die. Finally, we have a powerful weapon. Chu Xun had been worried that he wouldn't be able to kill all the bandits from Xiaoxian who came to ask for food, and that some of them would escape. Now everything's fine. I don't need to think about anything anymore. If they could run within their own 200-meter range, then I might as well just stay in the Taoist temple until I die. With a thought, Chu Xun put the composite bow and the 20 matching arrows into the warehouse. Then he went back to his room to rest. The next day, Chu Xun stood on the high platform in the valley, looking down at the guards training below. After a simple lap of running, they began practicing shooting. Chu Xun had now become like a coach. He was instructing each team member on their archery posture. Even Zhang Dabiao couldn't help but pull him aside and have Chu Xun instruct him on archery skills. In just one day, everyone's accuracy improved dramatically. Chu Xun's 3 arrows almost all hit the center of the target, making him arguably the best shooter in the team besides Chu Xun. The honest and burly Zhang Dabiao followed closely behind. Although he lacked some talent, he was still very strong. Others' arms ache after practicing 3 arrows and they need to rest for a while. But Zhang Dabiao could fire 10 or 8 arrows in a row, and he would only catch his breath. This is equivalent to having 3 or 4 times more practice time than others. It would be strange if their archery skills didn't improve. This can only be described as a gift. In addition, Zhao San and Lu Dehai in the team are also quite skilled. Apart from these 4, the performances of the others were also commendable, but not outstanding. It was nearing the end of the evening when the party was about to disband. Chu Xun stood on the platform and gave a speech. Tomorrow I will take Chu Xun, Zhang Dabiao, Zhao San, and Lu Dehai into the old forest to hunt and improve their archery skills. The others will continue training, and whoever performs well can also go into the forest with us. He then left to create the mall coin. We're going hunting in the woods tomorrow, and we'll definitely be taking all 4 bows and arrows we have with us. So today, no matter what, he needs to acquire enough in-game currency to make 4 more recurve bows. No sooner had Chu Xun left than cheers erupted from the group. All the team members went forward and surrounded Chu Xun and the others. I really envy you guys being able to go into the forest with Brother Sun. You can hunt wild animals there so easily. When you go hunting the mountains, be sure to hunt a lot of rabbits and pheasants so you can get some meat to eat. Zhang Dabiao and the other 3 showed no signs of excitement. On the contrary, their expressions were quite solemn. They had been inside the old forest before and knew how dangerous it was. This time, Brother Sun took them in, clearly to hone their archery skills by using the dangers of the old forest. If there is danger and the arrow is inaccurate, the consequences, the group couldn't help but shiver. In the kitchen, Qin Yuer and her sister were cooking, and Chu Xun was helping them. The 3 of them were each busy with their own tasks, but everything was in an orderly manner. Chu Xun cooked for quite a while. Brother Sun, stop cooking. The meat in my pot is almost burnt. Qin Yuer turned around helplessly. With Chu Xun interfering, he couldn't even handle the pot. Hearing Yuer speak, Chu Xun stopped and said with a smile, I just saw you were all busy cooking, so I came over to cook for a while too. Qin Xing'er pouted and said unhappily, Brother Sun, don't just help my sister cook, come and help me cook too. Look, I don't know how to cook at all, so you should cook. Chu Xun smiled and took 2 steps back. All right, I'll help you cook. You can decide what to do next. He then took the spatula from Xing'er and began to stir-fry the wild vegetables in the pot. Qin Xing'er, with a smug expression, put her loose hair up in a bun. Finally, the 3 fragrant side dishes were placed on the table. Wild vegetable stew with mushrooms, stir-fried shredded beef, and stir-fried shredded pork with garlic sprouts. Every dish looked delicious and appealing, which is why Chu Xun prepared modern seasonings for them. Come and eat, try my cooking. Chu Xun smiled and sat down. Qin Yuer, who was sitting next to him, quickly took a towel to wipe his hands and thoughtfully handed him a pair of chopsticks. Qin Xing'er, who had washed her face, also came in from the courtyard. What do you mean by your cooking skills, Brother Sun? You only stir-fried wild vegetables and mushrooms. The other 2 dishes were cooked by my sister. Chu Xun smiled and glanced at Qin Yuer, who was blushing. When Yuer was cooking, wasn't I cooking too? So, rounding up isn't the same as me cooking? It's all the same. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuer's face turned even redder, as if it were about to bleed. Brother Sun is really something. He knows all sorts of twisted logic. He truly deserves to be called a scholar. Even Qin Xing couldn't refute this statement. After all, Brother Sun really did stir-fry it, and his contribution to this dinner was undeniable. The next morning, Chu Xun then exchanged 4 more recurve bows from the shop for the rest of the guard team to use for training. He then led Zhang Dabiao, Xu Sheng, Zhao San, and Lu Dehai, all fully armed, into the old forest to hunt. As soon as he stepped into the outer edge of the old forest, Zhao San couldn't help but tremble slightly. Some were afraid. Chapter 72, Hunting the Deer. Looking at the dense forest around him, Zhao San couldn't help but swallow. Somewhat fearful, he asked, "We won't run into the same pack of wolves as last time, will we?" Snap! Lu Dehai, who was behind him, kicked him and said irritably, "What are you afraid of? With Brother Sun here, if we encounter those wolves again, we'll shoot them all dead. Avenge stone. That's right. We came here to hone our archery skills. What if we don't encounter any danger? What if we really face bandits in the future?" Zhang Dabiao agreed. Zhao San tightened his grip on the bow, an arrow. "I was just saying it offhand." He then looked up at Chu Xun, who was climbing to the top of the tree, and asked in confusion, "Brother Sun, what have you been doing up there for so long?" At the top of a large tree, Chu Xun held the military monocular binoculars he had exchanged during his last trip into the mountains. Carefully observing the surroundings, the old forest was dense with trees, and if one was not careful, many things would be missed. After observing the book for almost half an hour, Chu Xun jumped down from the tree, which was about 10 meters above the ground, kicking up a flurry of falling leaves. The 4 men sitting under the tree, including Zhang Dabiao, turned pale with fright, thinking that Brother Sun had accidentally fallen from the tree. But the next moment, they stared dumbfounded at Chu Xun, who seemed completely unaffected. "Follow me. There are signs of wild animals a few miles away," Chu Xun said casually, then led the way alone. The 4 people behind him looked at each other in bewilderment. No, Brother Sun jumped down from a tree that was 4 zhang high and was completely unharmed? Is this something a human could do? Zhang Dabiao shook his head and slapped his cheeks a few times. "Forget it. Stop overthinking. That's Brother Sun. It's only natural that he's awesome." He waved and said, "Come on. Everyone keep up with Brother Sun's pace. Don't fall behind." The group walked along the edge of the old forest for about 2 miles. Suddenly, Chu Xun, who was at the front, gestured for them to stop, and then the group lowered their bodies and slowly crouched forward. As soon as they saw what was in front of them, their eyes lit up with uncontrollable elation. Pheasant. There were 6 or 7 pheasants resting in the tree, each one plump and delicious. If they were cooked in a pot, they would be incredibly fragrant and sweet. Lu Dehai chuckled and said, "Brother Sun, we've struck it rich. We just came in, and we've already run into a swarm of pheasants." Even the usually composed Xu Sheng couldn't help but swallow hard, looking at Chu Xun with longing. Clearly, they really want to shoot the chicken right now. Chu Xun knew, of course, how excited they were. He had originally seen the herd of deer through his binoculars. "I never expected to encounter such an unexpected gain along the way." He then pointed to the pheasants in the tree and said, "From left to right, 1 person shoots 1 to avoid repeating targets. Knock the pheasants." As he spoke, he picked up his thick black compound bow. As soon as they took it out, Zhang Dabiao and the other 3 felt a chill on their skin. This bow looks terrifying, so shiny and black. It seems many times more frightening than the recurve bows they have. After lingering briefly on the compound bow, the 4 men drew their bows and arrows, taking turns aiming at the pheasants in the tree. Chu Xun turned his head and silently looked at the 4 people. Xu Sheng, on the far left, held the bow steadily with a bowstring taut, making him the most skilled among them. Zhang Dabiao was passable, but the arrows went up and down, clearly indicating uneven force. Zhao San and Lu Dehai, on the other hand, couldn't bear to watch. Their eyes darted around and their hands were unsteady. "Release!" Chu Xun shouted in a low voice. Whoosh! In an instant, 5 arrows shot out into the air. Chu Xun's black arrow pierced the chest and abdomen of a pheasant with a clean motion, killing another pheasant behind it in the process. Xu Sheng and Zhang Dabiao shot the pheasant in the chest and wing, respectively. As for Zhao San and Lu Dehai's arrows, they both missed their mark. The flock of pheasants scattered instantly, flying in all directions. Even the pheasant whose wing had been shot by Zhang Dabiao fluttered and darted away. But Chu Xun reacted quickly and shot another arrow, pinning it to the tree. The 4 people around him were dumbfounded. It took the 4 of us to shoot 1 chicken, but you shot 3 by yourself, Brother Sun? The difference is enormous. Ignoring the admiring looks from the others, Chu Xun instructed them to deal with the pheasants. He picked up the compound bow, looked at it from left to right, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. The accuracy was almost perfect. Even without careful aiming, the arrow still shot out in a straight line. This compound bow is worth it. It's just a pity for Yuer and Xinga. They probably haven't woken up yet. I'll have to make them some chicken soup when I get back at noon. After dealing with the 4 pheasants, the group continued walking forward. During this time, Chu Xun would occasionally stop to let the 4 practice archery. Sometimes they would shoot rabbits peeking out of their burrows, and sometimes they would shoot birds perched in the trees. Both of these wild animals are harder to shoot than the other. The hare was extremely fast. If an arrow missed, it would be gone in the blink of an eye. The bird was even more difficult to catch. It was a small target and stood high up, so even with all 4 of them trying their best, they couldn't touch it at all. Fortunately, after several attempts, all 4 men improved their archery skills. We caught a few wild rabbits, which was a small success. Not long after they started walking, Chu Xun spotted the herd of sika deer he had seen through the binoculars earlier in a low-lying area at the very front. This was his primary objective for this trip. Brother Sun, it's a herd of deer. How did you know there were deer here? Chu Xun was the most excited. You should know that a complete sika deer carcass is extremely valuable. Putting aside venison and deer hide, even deer tendons, blood, and penis are rare medicinal materials. Even just one of them costs at least 10 taels of silver. Moreover, several of these sika deer have antlers that have not yet ossified. All 4 people present swallowed hard. They all looked at Chu Xun, seeking his opinion on the hunt. But Chu Xun shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "The deer herd is extremely alert. Judging from the sound of our footsteps, if we get within 100 paces of them, the entire herd will flee." Upon hearing this, the group was quite dejected. The maximum killing power of the recurve bow in his hand was only a little over 70 paces. At a distance of 100 paces, the bullet would probably only scratch the deerskin at most, not kill. Are we just supposed to watch the deer escape? Zhang Dabiao asked, somewhat unwilling. Chu Xun, who was standing to the side, patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "I'm here for you, no rush." "Yeah, and there's Brother Sun too." Zhang Dabiao looked at Chu Xun with surprise, his gaze falling on the jet-black iron bow in Chu Xun's hand. "Brother Sun, can you shoot a herd of deer from within 100 paces with that bow?" Chu Xun asked enviously. Zhao San and Lu Dehai, who were standing to the side, also widened their eyes in surprise. Chu Xun picked up the composite bow, a slight smile playing on his lips. Not only can it hit a herd of deer, but with a bit of luck, it can even kill 2 of them. What? The 4 of them were immediately stunned. An arrow capable of shooting 100 paces is already unheard of, and an arrow that can kill 2 wild animals even from 100 paces away. That thing only exists in the military, right? Under the utterly shocked gazes of the 4 people, Chu Xun slowly drew his bow and aimed at 2 sika deer grazing together. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he waited until the 2 deer's bodies overlapped. Call out. The jet-black arrows were like deadly reapers. It shot out. Explosive shot. Please spare my book. I was wrong, Brother Xun. I am utterly desperate now. Please, bosses, give me some gifts to give me the courage to keep fighting. Wah! Chapter 73 Encounter with a Pack of Wolves. A black arrow shot out. With lightning speed, it pierced through the bodies of 2 sika deer. 2 bloody holes were left, but the arrows pierced through his body and stuck in the ground. The power of the compound bow is simply astonishing. The 2 deer didn't even realize what was happening. He even looked up and glanced around after hearing the sound of the bowstring. Then he collapsed and died. Joe! The deer cried out in distress and then scattered and fled, so fast that Chu Xun didn't even have time to fire a second arrow. No wonder they say I'm as scared as a fertilized fawn. Now I understand. Chu Xun put away his composite bow and said disappointedly, "There are only 2 deer at most. Let's carry them." His tone was somewhat dejected, feeling that he had only managed to kill 2 deer with 1 arrow, which was really incompetent. But Zhang Dabiao, Chu Xun, Zhao San, and Lu Dehai were deeply shocked. 1 arrow. Double kill. Holy crap, Brother Sun is just too awesome. 100 paces apart, an arrow pierced and killed 2 sika deer. If this were a human, wouldn't it be like seeing someone from afar and then being nailed to the ground? Chu Xun stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit 2 eggs. He thought that his archery skills were not much different from Sun Ji's. If Sun Ge could hit the prey, he could too. He's just a little worse than Brother Sun. But now he realizes he was wrong, terribly wrong. If there's a wild animal in front of us, then if Sun Ge can shoot it, I also have the ability to shoot it. But if there are 2 or 3 wild animals in front of him, Sun Ge can still shoot 3 of them, but he can only shoot 1. The difference between them is like heaven and earth. Brother Sun, you guys rest. We'll go down and bring the 2 sick deer up. Zhao San and Lu Dehai laughed heartily, put down their bows, and ran into the ravine. They were both self-aware enough to know that they were just accompanying each other on this trip into the mountains. Since I can't hunt, I might as well do some odd jobs. Picking up 2 deer carcasses right now would be just right. The 2 jogged along, and Zhao San even slipped and fell a few times on the slope, his hair covered with fallen leaves. When they reached their prey, they were overjoyed. He shouted, "Brother Sun, there's a deer that just sheds its antlers, and the antlers are both old and young." Deer antler. Zhang Dabiao and the others on the hillside were overjoyed to hear this. Deer antlers are a valuable commodity. They can fetch at least several strings of cash, and if they're of good quality, 10 strings of cash is not out of the question. Immediately, Zhao San and Lu Dehai each picked up a deer and started walking up the hillside. Zhang Dabiao and Chu Xun, unable to contain their excitement, were about to go down to meet the 2 men on the hillside. But suddenly Chu Xun grabbed his shoulder hard. He swiftly drew his compound bow, knocked an arrow, and completed the task in one smooth motion. He roared at Zhao San and Lu Dehai below the hillside, "Get down. Lie down." Zhao San and Lu Dehai didn't understand what it meant at first. I was just about to ask Brother Sun what happened. To their horror, they discovered that their revered Brother Sun was pointing that terrifying black bow directly at them. Holy crap. Don't kill me, Brother Sun. I'll never slack off during training again. The 2 of them simultaneously knelt on the ground begging for mercy, their actions so swift that even Chu Xun was surprised. "Call out." A black arrow shot out. It whistled past their heads and shot straight into the bushes and weeds in the distance. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard a piercing wail. Woo 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 woo. The sound came from behind the bushes. It was a loud howl, the pitiful cry of a wolf. There are wolves. Everyone's mind went blank for a moment. We had only been wandering around outside the old forest for a short while when we encountered a pack of wolves. This luck is just unbelievable. Unlike the others who were in a daze, Chu Xun fired an arrow and then quickly knocked another. "Forget the prey, run uphill." He roared and urged Zhang Dabiao and Xu Sheng beside him to also fire arrows to provide cover. Meanwhile, Zhao San and Lu Dehai, who were down the hillside, also realized what was happening. Crying, he ran up the hillside. The next moment, the once quiet forest suddenly became restless. Many wolf shadows appeared from all directions. At a glance, there were as many as 20. Clearly, the wolves had been lying in ambush with the deer herd, waiting for them to slowly close in so they could catch some delicious, tender meat. But these beasts never expected that a group of people would suddenly appear on the distant hillside. What's even more absurd is that no one saw this group of people making any moves. With a whoosh, both deer died. Moreover, all the other sick deer also fled, rendering the carefully constructed encirclement useless. The Wolf King was furious. That wolf mother is absolutely outrageous. This is utterly outrageous. Its nose told it that these people were the same ones who had gone into the forest last time and killed its 3 wolves. I can't believe they've come back again. Then it let out a few low whimpers, as if summoning its pack to tear the 2 men apart. But unexpectedly, the first wolf had only just made a move. In the blink of an eye, that unknown thing pierced through the hardest part of the wolf's head. A woo! The Wolf King let out a long howl, and immediately 20 hungry wolves swarmed out. They rushed toward Zhao San and Lu Dehai on the hillside. Snap! Chu Xun calmly fired a shot, piercing through another vicious wolf. But the wolf pack charged too fast, and even he could only hope to die by sheer numbers. He swiftly fired 5 arrows, killing the 3-headed wolf. Run! Zhang Dabiao roared twice, drew his bow, and fired 2 arrows, then threw the bow, arrows away. He grabbed the machete from his waist and rushed down. Xu Sheng wanted to advise him not to act impulsively, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw Sun Ge brandish a long pole and leap out. Clearly, they shared the same plan as Zhang Dabiao, intending to rush down and rescue the people. Looking for brother, Xu Sheng gritted his teeth, dropped his bow and arrows, picked up the wood-chopping knife at his waist, and charged down as well. The wolf pack was ferocious, each with its gaping, blood-red mouth open. Terrified, Zhao San and Lu Dehai cried out for their parents and ran for their lives, but they couldn't keep up with the speed of the wolf pack's attack. Help! I don't want to die! Zhao San screamed, sobbing uncontrollably. Damn it! We can't escape anyway. Let's fight these beasts. Consider it revenge for stone. Lu Dehai, full of fighting spirit, drew his machete, ready to fight the wolf pack head-on. Since we can't escape anyway, we might as well kill a few more. Upon hearing this, Zhao San stood there in despair, trembling as he pulled out a wood-chopping knife from his waist. He shouted that she was right. Since there was no way to escape anyway, they might as well fight to the death. The largest male wolf closest to the two of them immediately took flight. It transformed into a gray afterimage in midair, heading straight for Zhao San's throat. The stench of blood from the gaping maw almost reached his face. Zhao San roared and swung his wood-chopping knife forward with all his might. But its speed was nowhere near that of the massive male wolf. With a soft plop, the machete swept past the large male wolf, only managing to grasp its tail. A woof! The male wolf pounced on Zhao San, its bloody mouth gaping open. Zhao San's eyes instantly filled with utter despair. It's over, I'm doomed this time. Lu Dahai, who was standing nearby, tried to help, but was also pounced on by the wolf and forced to cover his face and neck, unable to move. Just as the two were about to be torn apart and killed. Boom! A powerful, heavy blow landed directly on the heads of the two wolves. Thud! Thud! Two loud explosions. Blood rained down from the sky in an instant. Bright red blood stained a patch of grass, red and white, along with fragments of broken bones, everywhere. The two headless wolf corpses immediately collapsed to one side. The shattered remains a horrifying sight. Chu Xun turned around, tightly gripping two high-strength solid rebars, each about 1.2 meters long, in his hands. The rebar is about 2 fingers thick and weighs around 10 kilograms. When swung, it is incredibly powerful and fierce, sending bricks flying. He had just hurriedly spent 20 mall coins from the mall to exchange for these two incredibly sturdy weapons. In addition, he possessed a physical strength that was 4 times greater than that of an ordinary person. With just one strike, he smashed the heads of 2 wolves. This bloody scene immediately shocked all the creatures present. Even the running wolves were stunned. My wolf mother. How come this person is even more ferocious than a tiger in the mountains? Zhang Dabiao's frantic sprint came to an abrupt halt, his eyes fixed blankly on Chu Xun's imposing and powerful figure. What did Brother Sun just do? He smashed 2 wolf heads in one go. Shui Sheng's eyes had stopped blinking. He was afraid that if he moved even slightly, the scene before him would become unreal. Am I seeing things? How could it be that with just a fleeting afterimage, those 2 enormous wolves were reduced to pieces? Zhao San and Lu Dahai, lying on the ground with bloodstains all over their faces, were completely dazed. He lay motionless on the ground, as if in shock. Upon witnessing the wolf's head explode at close range, they were stunned by the gruesome sight. At that moment, Chu Xun kicked both of them, disappointed that iron cannot become steel. Chapter 74, Solid Rebar. A starting force of thousands of pounds. What are you still doing lying on the ground? Chu Xun looked down and kicked each of them. If you don't get up, I'll leave you here to feed the wolves. Zhao San and Lu Dahai, who had been kicked twice, finally came to their senses. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground and huddled tightly next to Chu Xun, seeking protection. Zhao San cried out, Brother Sun, I almost died. You'll never see me again. Sob, sob, sob. He was crying and sniffling, which startled Chu Xun, who quickly backed away. These are clothes that Yuera sewed for herself. Don't get them dirty. Zhao San, are you serious about taking half a step back, Brother Sun? Lu Dahai, standing to the side, appeared somewhat more composed. He swallowed hard, staring in fear at the 2 unidentified iron rods in Chu Xun's hands. Brother Sun, what kind of weapon is that? How is it so powerful? In just this short period of time, Zhang Dabiao and Shui Sheng had already run to Chu Xun's side, protecting him on either side. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the surrounding wolves descended into even greater frenzy. It roared and charged forward, determined to crush the humans. Brother Sun, you guys run. I'll fight these beasts to the death. Zhang Dabiao roared and slashed at a wolf that pounced on him. Shui Sheng gritted his teeth and stood in front of Chu Xun. Chu Xun's eyes were icy as he gripped the rebar tightly in his hand. Walk. Are you kidding me? If he left, Zhang Dabiao and his 3 companions would definitely be devoured into a pile of bones. Wouldn't that mean all that time spent training him would have been wasted? Not to mention, these wolf packs pose no threat to him. How terrifying would a body enhanced 4 times be? Perhaps no one understands this better than the moon and stars. He could lift himself up to the ceiling with one hand and not come down for an hour. Even now, Chu Xun can generate at least 800 gene of force with just his fists. Not to mention, he also has 2 legendary weapons in his hands. Killing these forest wolves, which are barely bigger than dogs, is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. The only thing to worry about is keeping an eye on the 4 of them, lest one of them get bitten to death when we're not careful. Stop talking nonsense. Just take care of yourselves. After saying a few words, Chu Xun took the lead and charged towards the wolf pack. That figure was so upright that Zhang Dabiao and the other three were stunned and shocked. After they realized what was happening, Sun Gu rushed out alone. The group was stunned to discover that Brother Sun was simply a god descended from heaven. He wielded 2 iron rods and swung them casually. A wolf carcass lay at his feet, its flesh mangled and its organs spilling out. The scene was absolutely terrifying. Holy shit, Chu Xun couldn't help but swear. Brother Sun is too scary. Those were wolves. They struggled to even handle one. But Sun Gu charged in and slaughtered it like a chicken. Zhang Dabiao rushed out immediately and urged, "What are you all standing there for? Are you going to let Brother Sun kill it all by himself? Hurry up and help." The group snapped out of their daze and rushed forward to help, brandishing their machetes. But their assistance was as laughable as a child playing with a stick. Zhang Dabiao and Chu Xun were able to handle a wolf on their own, but they also had several claw marks on their bodies. As for Zhao San and Lu Dahai, they were of no help at all. It took the two of them working together to barely hold off a wolf. The pack of nearly 20 wolves lost several of their fighting members. The Wolf King was so angry that it howled incessantly and sharpened its claws in frustration. Snap thud! Chu Xun smashed another wolf's head, but his hands also bore several bloody claw marks. No matter how much your body is strengthened, you can't make your skin tough enough to stop a wolf's claws. However, judging from his healing speed, that day is probably just a matter of a few more women coming into his life. Soon, the weedy field was stained red with blood, and wolf carcasses were everywhere. The wolf's shattered head and broken limbs were scattered here and there. The Wolf King, watching from afar, was completely terrified. The corpses of his own men were everywhere, including himself. There were only 7 or 8 wolves left. Is this even human? Even when they were chased by tigers and bears, not so many of them died. Oh woo! It howled twice more, but this time it wasn't as loud as before. Instead, it sounded like it was howling with its tail between its legs. The surrounding wolves were already trembling with fear and dared not approach and attack again. Upon hearing the howling, it immediately turned and retreated, disappearing into the dense forest. The Wolf King and the slender female wolf beside him also prepared to retreat, no longer daring to provoke these humans. But as soon as the Wolf King turned his head, a splash of bright red suddenly appeared before his eyes. Immediately afterward, the mother wolf beside it collapsed violently to the ground, her body convulsing, with a gleaming machete still stuck in her neck. Not far away, Chu Xun calmly took another wood-chopping knife from Chu Xun's hand. He raised his wrist at the Wolf King. "Run away too, and see if you can dodge the machete in my hand." The Wolf King's fur bristled, and it roared fiercely at Chu Xun. His feet moved back and forth in place, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dense forest on the far left. It was already very fast, but Chu Xun was even faster. Base! He swung the machete, which struck the Wolf King's thigh with precision, instantly separating flesh and bone. The Wolf King let out a miserable howl and continued to flee, limping. But what followed was a cold, hard steel bar thrown out. Thud! The Wolf King was pinned to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, clearly on the verge of death. Chu Xun led Zhang Dabiao and the other 3 forward slowly. Looking down at the howling Wolf King on the ground, "I'm leaving it to you. Consider this revenge for stone." He then turned and left. Zhang Dabiao, Chu Xun, Zhao San, and Lu Dahai stepped forward with bloodshot eyes, skin and bones removed. "Look, isn't it Chu Xun and the others who are back?" "That's right. Their guard team went into the mountains today, so why are they back before noon? Did they catch any prey?" At the village entrance, some sharp-eyed villagers spotted Chu Xun and his group in the distance. They were wondering why Chu Xun and the others had returned so early, wondering if they hadn't caught any prey. But as the group approached, everyone fell into a deathly silence. Apart from Chu Xun, all that could be seen was Zhang Dabiao and the others were all wearing wolf skins that fluttered in the wind. Zhang Dabiao, in particular, was carrying a huge wolf carcass on his shoulder, as big as a leopard. Instantly, everyone at the village entrance went into a frenzy. Oh my god, Chu Xun and his group actually wiped out an entire wolf pack. I still haven't come out. Ha! This must be an illusion. I've actually already been released from the dark room. Many bosses took pity on me and gave me lots of gifts. Ha! It must be a Kodo Amitsukami illusion. Ha! Chapter 75A Letter from Little Black Mountain. A large pile of game was laid out in the threshing ground. There were pheasants and rabbits, as well as 2 large sika deer. At first glance, it's like stepping into a mountain produce market. More and more villagers gathered, but they all surrounded the large pile of wolf pelts in the center, discussing it animatedly. After seeing the carcass of the lead wolf, which was as large as a leopard, their eyes widened in utter shock. The wolf's head was smashed into a bloody pulp, a mangled mess of flesh and bone fragments scattered everywhere, exuding a strong stench of blood. And those dozen or so wolf pelts, stained with flesh and blood, all testify to Chu Xun's impressive achievements. My goodness, Chu Xun and the others are amazing. 5 people went in the mountains and killed so many wolves. What? I heard from De Biao that Sun Zi killed all those wolves all by himself. Impossible. How could anyone kill so many wolves? Chu Xun can do it. The discussions were incessant, almost entirely focused on Chu Xun. Meanwhile, the guards on the other side of the valley were looking up at Chu Xun with fanatical expressions. Just now, Zhao San and Lu Dehai were talking a lot of nonsense. They described Chu Xun's solo battle against the wolf pack in such an exaggerated and fantastical way. With a single blow, he smashed the heads of 2 wolves. One man rushed forward and angrily beat more than 20 wolves. With golden light above his head and earth-shattering power beneath his feet, he possessed immense strength, as if he were incarnate. He single-handedly killed more than a dozen wolves. The Wolf King was so frightened that it fled in disarray, but was eventually killed by Sun Ge with a single blow. They just brag and boast as much as they can. They practically portrayed Chu Xun as a god descended to earth. Zhang Dabiao and Xue Sheng originally wanted to step forward and stop them from exaggerating. But before they had taken 2 steps, they realized that Zhao San's words seemed to make sense. Omitting the golden light above his head, the truth is that Brother Sun single-handedly defeated the entire wolf pack. As for the other 4, they were just there for show. Not only was he completely unhelpful to Sun Ge, but he also seemed to be a bit of a burden. This left Zhang Dabiao and Xue Sheng feeling deeply helpless and bitter. The gap is too big. It's simply impossible to catch up. Before long, the village head and Uncle Chu and others also arrived at the threshing ground. After seeing the pile of wolf pelts and wolf carcasses, Stone Mother, who arrived last, knelt down on the ground, weeping as she lamented that her child's revenge had finally been achieved. Old Li Jing and his second uncle rushed forward to check on Chu Xun's condition. After seeing that Chu Xun was not seriously injured, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Old Li angrily tapped the ground with his cane. Nonsense. 5 people dare to go into the old forest to challenge a pack of wolves? What if something happens? Uncle Air also chimed in with a lecture. Yes, Xu and Z, it's so much safer for your guard team of 50 to go into the mountains together. You must never take such a risk next time. If something were to happen to Xu and Z, how could I face my elder brother? Chu Xun scratched his brow helplessly. I know, I'll definitely bring more people into the mountains next time. Even wolves can't predict how they'll hunt. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Fortunately, none of Zhang Dabiao and his companions suffered any serious injuries. They also managed to acquire more than a dozen valuable wolf pelts, which they processed and then sold in the city. A large crowd gathered in the threshing ground for a long time, and the crowd did not disperse until lunchtime. Not far away, Qin Yuer, Qin Xinger, Chu Qing, and Bai Jiao also came to the edge of the threshing ground to start a fire and cook. Chu Xun had already locked eyes with Yuer and was planning to go moon-gazing later. But the old village head tapped his arm. Chu Xun, come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you privately. He then led Chu Xun out of the valley. Before leaving, the old village head turned back to look at Qin Yuer, who was diligently cooking. Then he looked at his granddaughter, who couldn't even start a fire properly and whose face was covered in soot. He couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Well, no wonder Chu Xun took a fancy to the Qin family girl, but didn't want his own granddaughter. Jiao is really too embarrassing to be seen with. The old village head had originally thought that Chu Xun and his granddaughter would get together. But the news that Qin Yuer was being called sister-in-law by the guards had spread throughout the village in the past few days. Now everyone knows about Chu Xun and that Qin family girl. Everyone said that only someone as capable as Chu Xun could keep the White Tiger Lone Star in check. It's a good thing that the two of them are together. The old village head initially didn't believe it. After all, Qin Yuer's reputation as the White Tiger was quite intimidating. Moreover, it was clear that Chu Xun had feelings for his beloved Jiao some time ago. Otherwise, why would he treat Jiao so well? He'd send her meat and food. But when he arrived at the threshing ground today, he saw that the polite and gentle Qin Yuer was worlds apart from his granddaughter, who was a gluttonous girl who knew nothing about food. Never mind, it's just that Jiao isn't lucky enough to be worthy of Chu Xun. After the old village chief and Chu Xun arrived at a hillside, Chu Xun asked with a puzzled look, "Village head, is there something you need me for?" He didn't understand what things couldn't be said in front of the guards. Sigh. Old Li's eyes showed a hint of worry. Chu Xun, how's the guard team's training going these past few days? Seeing the hidden meaning in the old village head's words, Chu Xun pondered and said, "The guard team is already training in archery. I plan to equip each of them with a bow and arrow and take them into the mountains one by one to hone their archery skills. In just a few days, they will be able to draw a bow and shoot arrows and dare to face bandits head-on. Each person was given a bow and arrow. The old village head almost crushed his cane in his hand, and his wrinkled face relaxed in surprise. Good heavens! A bow and arrow costs at least 4 or 5 strings of cash, and that's just a simple wooden bow with the cheapest bowstring. However, the bows and arrows that Chu Xun has been giving to the guard these past few days are powerful, and the strings and arrows are of superior quality. A bow would cost at least 7 or 8 strings of cash. 50 bows. That must cost several hundred strings of cash, right? Seeing the old village head's surprised expression, Chu Xun felt a little embarrassed. Each of my recurve bows was purchased with 40 in-game currency. But if you persevere and work day and night, you can earn at least 200 mall coins a day. In just 10 days, he could equip each member of the guard with a recurve bow, causing their combat effectiveness to skyrocket. Chu Xun then pressed on. Village head, you asked about the guard team. Is there any news from the bandits? Oldly nodded bitterly and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. This was delivered to me by the bandits this morning when you went into the mountains. They want us to prepare 2,000 caddies of grain and 10,000 coins in 10 days. They will send someone to pick it up when the time comes. 10 days? Chu Xun reached out and took the paper, his gaze falling upon it. Chapter 76, The Biggest Buzz. Chu Xun looked at the yellowed paper in his hand. The words were written crookedly, the handwriting was extremely ugly, and there were even many typos. It seems that there is a strategist among this group of bandits who can read a little. Shilling Village, this year's peace allowance is 2,000 caddies of grain and 10,000 coins. We, the heroes of Xiaohiashan, will collect it in 10 days. Chu Xun's expression was icy as he clenched the paper and crushed it into powder. This year's harvest is only around 50 jin per mu. In addition to paying grain taxes to the imperial court, an average family's harvest was only about 200 caddies. They actually dared to come and take 2,000 caddies of grain and 10,000 coins. Moreover, there's a high probability of a locust plague this year, causing grain prices to skyrocket. It is almost certain that people will have money but no grain. If we hand over so much more grain, how will the villagers survive? This grain, don't even mention handing over half, not even a single grain. Hearing Chu Xun's firm voice, Lao Lijing quickly said, Don't worry, losing money is to avoid disaster and ensure peace. I know you're capable, Chu Xun, and not afraid of those bandits, but if we really fight them, and something happens to the villagers, it will be difficult to handle. Chu Xun smiled, but didn't say anything. He didn't want to argue with the old village head, knowing that the village head was acting in the best interests of the villagers. I don't want to see the villagers fight or even get injured or killed by those ruthless bandits. They thought that by relying on the intimidation of the guards and by dashing, they could settle the matter by paying half of the peace fee. Unfortunately, he underestimated human nature. Those bandits would never accept a penny less. Understand, village head. We'll see if those bandits agree to have the peace fee. If they don't, then we'll take action. Oldly stroked his beard and nodded, saying, All right, I'll leave the guard team to you these next few days. I'll send someone into town in a couple of days to inform Dashin to prepare to return to the village. No need. I'm going back to the city in a couple of days to sell wolf pelts. I'll just tell Uncle Dashin while I'm at it, Chu Xun said with a smile. All right then. The old village head looked at Chu Xun's confident face. He sighed inwardly for his granddaughter. Soon, the two of them went down the hillside together. Chu Xun arrived at the threshing ground and, as usual, demonstrated his archery skills to the guards. But they insisted on seeing the iron maces forged from a meteorite when Chu Xun fought the wolf pack alone in the mountains. What kind of iron double mace? Chu Xun looked puzzled, but after seeing Zhao San and Lu Dehai's flushed faces, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. These two are practically their own #1 fans. They actually touted rebar as some kind of double mace made of wrought iron cast from extraterrestrial meteorite iron. But after seeing the excitement and admiration on the faces of the guards, he suddenly felt that it was quite necessary to establish a somewhat mysterious image in the eyes of these people. Otherwise, I might have even more terrifying things to deal with in the future. They won't be too surprised when we bring it out then. Chu Xun then took the 2 high-strength solid threaded steel bars from the donkey cart. The sunlight cast a cold, shimmering glow, and some dried-up wolf ends still remained on it. Each one is 1.2 meters long and 2 fingers wide. It weighs over 10 pounds, and a single blow can fracture a person's skull. The cold, sharp luster made the guards present involuntarily swallow. Even Xin Yuer and the others who were cleaning up pots and pans not far away turned their gazes towards them. Is this the stick Brother Chu used to beat people with? It's so thick, Bai Jiao Jiao exclaimed, covering her face. Jiao Jiao, what are you saying? Chu Qing blushed and quickly covered her mouth. Meanwhile, Qin Shinger excitedly leaned close to her sister's ear and whispered something. Qin Yuer's earlobes instantly turned bright red, and she twisted her sister's face. She said coquettishly, "Don't say anything strange, or I'll tell Brother Sun and he'll teach you a lesson." Qin Shinger said with a smile, "That would be even better. It would be best if you only bullied me." "That won't do," Qin Yuer blurted out. Then, under Qin Shinger's teasing gaze, she became extremely shy. Chu Qing, who was standing to the side, could see their expressions clearly. Suddenly, a sour smell emanated from his body, clearly indicating that he was extremely jealous. "Sniff," Bai Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows and said strangely, "Strange, why does it smell sour? And the odor is quite strong." "Chu Qing, your nose is a little too sensitive, isn't it?" On the threshing floor, a group of grown men weighed the rebar in Chu Xun's hand, exclaiming in surprise, "My God, this thin stick weighs over 10 kilograms. Good heavens, I can't even hold one side up. How did Brother Sun manage to fight wolves with those 2 iron maces?" Zhao San, standing to the side, said smugly, "Stunned now? How could Brother Sun be like us, ordinary people?" Lu Dahai followed closely behind. "That's right. With Brother Sun's skill, even if he swings these 2 iron maces flying, it's just a small matter." The two have become the biggest fans. No matter what extraordinary things Chu Xun did, they were not surprised. And now they're trying to make everyone in the guard think that way. Chu Xun crossed his arms and watched as Zhao San and Lu Dahai launched into a long, rambling speech. I couldn't help but feel like I was brainwashing them. Soon, the members of the guard team also looked at Chu Xun with unparalleled worship to the extreme of fanaticism. Oh no, they've trained a suicide squad. Even if Chu Xun said he was a reincarnation of a god, these people probably wouldn't believe him even if they frowned. Soon, the day's training session came to an end. Chu Xun and Qin Yuer emerged from the distant woods at just the right moment. "Brother Sun, we're going home now. Will you stay for dinner tonight?" Qin Yuer close. Chu Xun smiled and gently rubbed her cheek. "You guys eat tonight. I'll stay home for a bit and then come over to find you. It's been a long time since I've had dinner at home. I should spend more time with my family occasionally." After dinner, Chu Xun and his second uncle discussed the date for building the house. The blue bricks should arrive in about 10 days, and the other auxiliary materials are almost ready as well. Once the final payment is made, all these materials will be delivered. With some hardworking helpers, the 2 brick and tile houses will be completed in a dozen days at most. Xuanzi, now you have to get food and bows for the guard team, which is too expensive. You should focus on building your house first. If you don't have enough money to pay the final payment, then put it off for now and build it when you have enough money. Uncle said with a frown. Chu Xun chuckled twice. "Second uncle, you don't need to worry about money. I'll go to the city in a few days and sell those game animals. I'll get at least a few dozen strings of cash. Besides, I found another way to make money in the city." Uncle Chu looked bewildered. When did he find another way to make money? How come he didn't know? Chu Xun was referring, of course, to the batch of pickled vegetables he had given to Butcher Zhang. Several days have passed. If he knew a little about business, his pickled vegetables would probably be selling like hotcakes. Just as I was going into town to sell my game, I went to collect the money. While you're at it, also get some pickled vegetables for Butcher Zhang to sell. Open the system store. Chapter 77. 10 days later, 200 mall coins in hand. 10 days later, Chu Xun returned to his room. "Tomorrow, we'll exchange 7 recurve bows and distribute them to the guard." Then he would select a few people to go hunting in the old forest with him to hone their archery skills. I believe that after 10 days, everyone in the guard team will have made significant progress. Yesterday at noon, the village head said that the bandits from Xiaoheishan would be coming to collect peace money in 10 days. They numbered only 30-odd people, yet they dared to act arrogantly and domineeringly in more than a dozen nearby villages. If I don't wipe them all out, I'll be doing a disservice to my 364 store coins. I woke up an hour later. "Big brother, you're awake. Why are you so sleepy today?" Chu Qing swayed Chu Xun's shoulder, her little hands clinging to him, unwilling to let go. "Second sister, stop shaking. Let me catch my breath." Chu Xun opened his sleepy eyes, and there were even some dark circles under his eyes. Unfortunately, acquiring store coins comes at a price. "Big brother, what did you do last night? You look very tired." Chu Qing, standing to the side, looked extremely concerned, but her teeth were grinding together. She couldn't sleep last night, so she wanted to come and visit Chu Xun's room. So he took a bowl of tea as an excuse to go inside. But Chu Qing's search was in vain. Her beloved elder brother had long since vanished. Without a doubt, they must have gone out to find Sister Yuer and Sister Shinger. Chu Qing was so angry that she couldn't sleep well all night. When I came to check on him this morning, my brother indeed looked very weak. Honestly, don't Sister Yu and the others know how to care for their eldest brother? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't want my older brother to be so tired. Soon, Chu Xun finished washing up and eating, and then went to the threshing ground first. The guard team had already started training, and under Zhang Dabiao's leadership, they started by running laps to build up their stamina. Upon seeing Chu Xun, everyone unconsciously straightened their chests and showed expressions of admiration. Several people even tripped and fell to the ground because they were so focused on Chu Xun. Chu Xun found this quite amusing. Zhao San and Lu Dehai had really been exaggerating yesterday. He's practically portraying himself as a reincarnated deity. This can be seen as strengthening his image and status in the minds of the guards, though it feels a bit like brainwashing. The training lasted for about an hour. Chu Xun exchanged for 7 recurved bows and distributed them to everyone. Current balance, 84 mall coins. Today, the Biao will stay behind to train the team. Shu Sheng, Zhao San, and Lu Dehai. Pick 3 more of you whose archery skills have improved and come with me into the forest to hunt. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers. I am why archery skills have improved. Brother Sun, let me go. I guarantee I can shoot the prey. Dozens of people rushed forward, wanting to go into the old forest with Chu Xun. In the past, the old forest was synonymous with death in their minds. The wolf packs, jackal packs, and wild boars all terrified them. Countless self-important young people, wanting to go hunting in the mountains, have met untimely deaths. But just yesterday, after Chu Xun led his men into the old forest, it came out carrying a huge pile of prey and even wiped out an entire wolf pack. The impact of that incident completely stunned the group of guards. With Brother Sun around, what's there to be afraid of in the old forest? What's the difference between that and a granary full of meat? As long as you go in with Brother Sun, you can eat wild pheasants and rabbits as you please. Yesterday, Chu Xun distributed all the pheasants and rabbits to Zhang Dabiao, Shu Sheng, Zhao San, and Lu Dehai, 1 for each of them. The 2 deer were drained of their blood and collected, with the intention of taking them into the city to sell. The guards were incredibly envious at the time. He drooled profusely, wishing he had been the one who went into the old forest yesterday. Chu Xun said he was going to take people into the mountains again today, so shouldn't we be in a hurry to sign up? In the end, Chu Xun still asked Shu Sheng to recommend 3 people. After all, he was in charge of teaching archery and knew the team members better than I did. Shu Sheng nodded, showing no favoritism towards those he was closer to, and chose 3 people who were reasonably competent. After a quick tidying up, Chu Xun led his men into the old forest. This time he didn't make much of a move, letting Shu Sheng and the others get some experience. They simply used binoculars to observe the direction of the prey, and then directed the team to go there. It took a whole morning. The team only managed to catch a mere 2 pheasants. 6 men shot at least 100 arrows, and this was all they got. The difference compared to yesterday is just too great. The newcomers all looked at Chu Xun pitifully, but Chu Xun still didn't make a move. This trip is mainly to hone your archery skills. I can't come in every time. If your archery skills improve, you can team up and go hunting anytime in the future. As long as you're in the guard, the bows and arrows will always belong to you. Eat whatever you want and shoot whatever you want. Upon hearing this, the group became incredibly excited. Really? Brother Sun, the guard team won't be disbanded after the banditry is over. They thought the guards were just acting on a whim. Once they reach an agreement with Zai Heishan, they will return to farming and doing manual labor as before. Unexpectedly, Brother Sun said they could stay in the guard team indefinitely. That's right. Chu Xun crossed his arms and affirmed. The world is too chaotic right now. The bandits of Zai Heishan are one threat, but there may be other troubles in the future, so I will keep the guard team running. As long as you're here, I'll take care of you. Boom! Shu Sheng and the others went wild, staring intently at Chu Xun. I never expected that Brother Sun would care so much about the village. No, we must live up to Brother Sun's expectations. Brother Sun, let's go hunting this afternoon. I feel like my archery skills have improved this morning. Yes, Brother Sun. In order to protect the village, we must also improve ourselves. Seeing their eagerness to make progress, Chu Xun was finally satisfied. A team needs a goal. That's the only way to keep going in the long run. Every member of the guard team will be an asset to me from now on, so disbanding them is definitely not an option. All right, you'll be going into the mountains again this afternoon. Do your best. Thank you, Brother Sun. During lunch, everyone in the team learned that Chu Xun would continue to maintain the guard team. They were immediately thrilled and wished they could stay forever. Meals are provided, including white rice and vegetables. If you behave well, you might even get to eat meat and bring rice and vegetables back home for your family. This was truly a rare sight in a famine year when refugees were everywhere. Now, the people in the group have gone from not wanting to face the bandits of Zai Heishan to actually hoping for more bandit threats. Let them prove their worth. We absolutely cannot let Brother Sun think the guard team is useless and disbanded. After the meal, Chu Xun didn't go to talk to Yue or Xinger, but instead led the team back into the old forest. This made Qin Xinger, who thought it was her turn, feel a little depressed. But then another possibility popped into her head. Sister, do you think Brother Sun might be a little overwhelmed because he tried too hard yesterday? Qin Yue rubbed her head and thought for a moment before saying, I guess so. I heard the Andes in the village say that men are all warriors who can fight one battle at a time. Even if Brother Sun is very powerful, he can't possibly be invincible. What should we do then? I thought today. Qin Xinger licked her lips with a hint of resentment. Puffed. Qin Yue burst out laughing. You glutton, if you're so kind, you can cook something delicious tonight to reward Brother Sun. Oh, sister, I'm just so delicious. Let Brother Sun laugh. Chapter 78, A Fortune Made. 3 days later, Chu Xun loaded all the large prey he had shot in the past 2 days onto the donkey cart. The guards didn't manage to take down many, given their skill level. But compared to before, there has been a significant improvement. Now, 4 or 5 out of 10 arrows hit the target. Xu Sheng, in particular, made the most progress. He even shot more prey by himself than 4 or 5 people combined. At this moment, the donkey cart was loaded with 4 sick deer, half a wild boar, and the most valuable items, a dozen or so wolf pelts. The purpose of this trip to the city is twofold. First, to sell these items and convert them into money. Secondly, let's see how well Zheng the butcher's pickled vegetables are selling. The third was to meet with Bai Dashan. Tell him that in 7 days, the bandits from Xiaoheishan will come to the village to collect a peace fee. The donkey cart slowly started moving and headed toward the county town. He went to the city alone this time, since he hadn't told his family about the pickled vegetables. Explaining items redeemed from the store is quite complicated. After arriving in the county town, he first sold the 4 sick deer to a mountain produce shop. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as soon as he saw that it was a sick deer. He touched and smelled the deer, and when he saw the deer penis, deer blood, and the 2 pairs of antlers on its head, he exclaimed good 3 times. The customer is really skilled. These sick deer are rare, and they're so well preserved. I'll buy them at a high price and take them directly. As he spoke, he wanted to have someone move the sick deer inside first. Chu Xun reached out and stopped him, laughing. Don't rush to take the goods. You need to give me a firm price. The shopkeeper's eyes flickered slightly, knowing that Chu Xun was not someone who could be easily fooled. They were afraid that if the goods were delivered to them first, it would be difficult to negotiate the price. If they're blocking my way, they probably think I'm the right person for the goods. After asking the price, they'll just turn around and go to the next supplier. The shopkeeper immediately gritted his teeth and said, I'll take all 35 strings of cash. 35 strings of cash is a pretty good price. After all, 2 of the deer had been dead for 3 days. If the deer blood and deer penis hadn't been preserved so well, they wouldn't have been worth even 35 strings of cash. 35 strings of cash is fine. Chu Xun nodded. He continued, besides the sick deer, I have other things to sell. Please take a look, shopkeeper. There's more. The shopkeeper was delighted and followed Chu Xun to the backyard. Chu Xun suddenly pulled open the straw cover on the donkey cart. It revealed a dozen or so tightly bound wolf pelts, as well as a large, fat wild boar. Wow, so many wolf pelts. The shopkeeper was completely stunned, his mouth agape in astonishment. I can only collect a few wolf pelts a year, and they're all from old wolves or cubs, so they don't fetch much money. But today, these dozen or so wolf pelts are all glossy and of excellent quality. Oh my guest, you've given me a wonderful surprise. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, wishing he could immediately turn those dozen or so wolf pelts into coats and sell them for a high price. Chu Xun smiled and said, just tell me how much it costs. If it's too low, I'll go to another place. He had inquired at other shops before selling the deer. If the shopkeeper had offered too low a price, he would have turned around and left immediately, and would never have taken out the wolf skin and wild boar. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, touching the wolf skin again and again. With a look of desire, he said, wolf pelts usually cost 2 strings of cash each, but most of yours don't even have arrow holes. They're in such good condition. How about I add another 100 cash per pelt? Chu Xun note that. Okay, what about the wild boar? Wild boar tastes fishy and hasn't been castrated, so I can only offer it for 70 coins per pound, the shopkeeper said. A whole pig is being bought back for 71 per gene? Is that price really that high? Chu Xun now understands why his whole wild boar meat sold so well when he only sold it for 79 coins per caddy. No wonder Butcher Zheng came to cause trouble so quickly back then. I really underestimated the value of meat. Other people sell pork for 120 coins a caddy, but I sell it for 81 coins a caddy. What is a wild boar, not a pig? All right, here you go. Count the money. Chu Xun didn't waste any time and directly asked the shopkeeper to pay. For sick deer were sold for 35 strings of cash. 16 wolf pelts, each worth 2 strings and 100 coins, totaling 33 strings and 600 coins. Chu Xun generously asked the shopkeeper to round down the amount, giving him only 34 strings of cash. Finally, there was the wild boar, which weighed 343 jin and sold for 24 won. In the end, Chu Xun earned a total of 95 strings of cash, enough to fill 3 large boxes. After leaving the backyard of the mountain goods shop, Chu Xun went from being penniless to becoming a wealthy man with a fortune. Their income is comparable to that of a middle-class family in a county town. Even when I sold chestnuts before, I didn't earn as much as I did this time. After tidying up the money box, Chu Xun drove to Zheng the butcher's butcher shop. As soon as they arrived at the door, the few thugs guarding the door rushed forward, bowing and scraping as if they had seen an ancestor. He diligently led the way for Chu Xun, even taking the time to pull the donkey down to feed it. It seems the pickled vegetable business is doing quite well, otherwise these kids wouldn't be showing such genuine smiles despite being afraid of him. Sure enough, he had just entered the main hall when Zheng the butcher, who was outside the door, ran in with a happy expression. "Master Sun, you've finally arrived. If you hadn't come soon, I would have gone to your house to pick up the goods." He was holding a tray covered with a red cloth in his hands. He quickly walked up to Chu Xun and lifted the cloth off. A large plate of silver was revealed on top, which, at a glance, amounted to more than 20 taels. "Master Sun, look at this money I made a couple of days ago. A total of 25 taels. I, Zheng San, have been in business for so many years, and I've never seen money come in so quickly." Butcher Zheng is overjoyed. A couple of days ago, he pushed this pickled vegetable into the restaurant. It quickly became a hit in all the restaurants in the city, becoming a signature snack to accompany drinks. The price of 50 coins per tael did not deter the wealthy households at all. They urged for delivery almost every day. The pickled vegetables were all sold out in 2 days. The pickled mustard tuber was selling just as fast, and middle-income people were buying it like crazy after seeing that it could replace boiled and stir-fried vegetables. After all, they had never seen a dish with oil and salt that tasted so good before. 25 taels of silver, that's how much they sold it for. Chu Xun was slightly surprised. All of them had been sold within just a few days. He was given 20 caddies of pickled vegetables, each caddy weighing 16 taels, and each tael worth 50 coins, which amounted to 16 taels of silver. 30 caddies of pickled mustard tuber, at 300 coins per caddy, is exactly 9 taels of silver. He then looked at Butcher Zheng and smiled. Chapter 79 Little Black Mountain. Han Li, you only made 25 taels of silver in total. Why did you bring it all up to me? Chu Xun picked up a few silver ingots with a smile. Butcher Zheng quickly rubbed his hands together and said with a fawning smile, "It's all thanks to you, Master Sun, that we can make money. It's the rule in our line of work that the first payout is yours, and we only need the broth afterwards. They have quite a few rules and regulations. No wonder they were able to build such a large pork shop and even get into the beef business." Chu Xun took out 5 taels of silver and placed it directly on the table. Under Zheng the butcher's astonished gaze, he slowly said, "Take these 5 taels of silver. There aren't many rules here. When we do business together, what belongs to someone is theirs. If we sell well, we all make money. If we don't sell well, it doesn't matter." Looking for Master, Butcher Zheng was so surprised that the seemingly ruthless Master Sun was actually thinking of him so much. He seemed to have a big business, but it was all low-paying work, slaughtering pigs, selling meat, and delivering meat to people's homes. There are also various favors to be made, so there's not much left each month. This pickled vegetable business raked in 25 taels of silver in less than 3 days. They practically have the word profiteering written all over their faces. As long as you serve Master Sun well, you'll never have to worry about making money in the future. Then Chu Xun led Zheng the butcher to the donkey cart in the backyard. The straw cover on top was still open, and the bottom was bulging, as if something was hidden inside. "Master Sun, what's down there?" Butcher Zheng swallowed hard. "Is it going to be another truckload of pickled vegetables?" Chu Xun smiled and waved his hand. "Open it and take a look." Before coming, he exchanged 60 mall coins for 20 jin of pickled vegetables. As for pickled mustard greens, well, he didn't have that many store coins since he used them all to buy recurve bows. We can only prioritize exchanging for the pickled vegetables. Butcher Zheng stepped forward and shakily lifted the straw cover. With a whoosh, 20 pounds of pickled vegetables appeared in his eyes once again. "Master Sun, you've struck it rich again. I can sell all of these pickled vegetables in a single day." Butcher Zheng was practically drooling. "I don't know how many restaurant owners have come to me to buy supplies. The demand already exceeds the supply." This time, he took out another 20 caddies, which was another 16 taels of silver. "Good heavens, at this rate, why should I continue with this deadly beef business? He might as well reform himself and become Master Sun's underling, and make good use of pickled vegetables. Chu Xun told him to carry all the pickled vegetables downstairs. Then he instructed, take these pickled vegetables out and sell them first. I will come to town again in a few days and give you some more pickled vegetables. Butcher Zheng was incredibly excited. Don't worry, Master Sun. I will keep a record of every penny I sell and deliver it to you personally. The money isn't urgent. Chu Xun waved his hand. I need you to keep an eye out in the county town for horses. If you do, get me one. It's inconvenient to be using donkey carts all the time. Now that he has more money in hand, he wants to get a horse and a carriage to travel in. That way, when we go into the city, and the others won't be cold if we bring them along. Moreover, having a horse makes traveling much more convenient. Upon hearing that Chu Xun wanted a horse, Butcher Zheng rubbed his head and said, Master Sun, there aren't many people in our small county who own horses. They're mostly officials or wealthy families. As for trading horses, there are even fewer. Just keep an eye out for me. It would be great if you could find it, but it doesn't matter if you can't. Chu Xun knew the value of horses, so he didn't insist. After leaving Zheng, the butcher's shop, Chu Xun went straight to a tea stall outside the yamen and waited there for Bai Dashan to finish his shift. The county he lived in was called Yinshui County, which was just a poor little county town. The population, including all the surrounding villages, was only a little over 10,000, and the government office was dilapidated. With the position of county magistrate vacant for a long time, the entire government office seemed somewhat disorganized. The gatekeepers even slept leaning against the door. Around noon, Chu Xun finally saw Bai Dashan emerge from the yamen. He waved and called out, Uncle Dashan. Bai Dashan, dressed in official attire and carrying a waist knife, turned around and saw Chu Xun at the tea stall. He quickly walked over with a smile. Why did you come to the city? Where's Monsong? Didn't he come with you? Chu Xun poured him a cup of tea and said with a smile, I came to the city alone this time. The village head asked me to bring you a message, Uncle Dashan. Bai Dashan's expression tightened, and he whispered, did the bandits from Little Black Mountain send a letter? Chu Xun note that. They will come to the village in 7 days to collect the peace fee. The village's guard team has been set up. If the bandits do not agree to negotiate, we can kill them at any time. Puff. Bai Dashan almost spat out the tea he had just drunk. What did I hear? Let's take down the bandits? He looked up in surprise at the young scholar in front of him, who, despite his young age, possessed a remarkable spirit. Bai Dashan learned a couple days ago that Chu Xun was the captain of the guard team and was training the team members. But those bandits were ruthless thugs who carried knives and were actually willing to kill people, based on the ordinary villagers who only know how to farm and grow vegetables. Would you dare to confront bandits head-on, or even kill them? Chu Xun, on the other side, knew that Bai Dashan didn't really trust him. He then laughed and said, Uncle Dashan, you probably don't know this yet, but I've distributed a lot of bows and arrows to the guard team and led them into the mountains to hunt. Now the guard team's strength has greatly increased, and they already have a certain combat capability. Bai Dashan's eyes widened considerably as he scanned Chu Xun from head to toe many times. Where did he get so many bows and arrows? How much did that cost? But then he shook his head and said, the point is not the guard team. Hunting is different from fighting bandits. The guard ultimately served as a deterrent, and negotiations can proceed when necessary. Now that I have an official position, they will be somewhat wary and try their best to avoid conflict with the bandits. Seeing that Bai Dashan still didn't believe the guards could help, Chu Xun didn't explain further. He would know the truth once he returned to the village and saw the changes in the guard team with his own eyes. The two chatted for a while longer before Chu Xun drove away. He was going to buy rice and vegetables to feed the guards. He would buy huge quantities of white rice and white flour at once, but he wouldn't even glance at millet. Because of the grain tax, the price of all grain has increased significantly. The price of millet rose from 10 coins per pound to 15 coins per pound. Moreover, judging from the situation, these unscrupulous merchants have absolutely no intention of lowering prices. With a cart full of grain, Chu Xun slowly drove back to Shilling Village. It is about 20 miles away from Shilling Village. In a simple mountain stronghold, there were about 30 people, carrying tattered knives and patrolling the area with fierce expressions. On the low gate of the village, a few large characters were written crookedly, Zai Heishan. The central hall of the village. The first seat was occupied by a dark-skinned, middle-aged man with narrow eyes and a cunning, treacherous appearance. It was Han Li, the leader of Zai Heishan. At that moment, he was smiling and speaking to a man on his lower left. Chapter 80 Full-Time Bow-Making. Big head. As you know, there aren't many people in the village who can get things done, and you're the one I value most. Han Li looked at him with an expression that suggested he valued him highly, his eyes filled with affection for his subordinate. Upon hearing this, the gruff man called Big Head immediately laughed. Boss, it's all thanks to your leadership. If it weren't for you keeping things in check, we wouldn't be able to get anything done. I was only doing what you, sir, ordered, and that's how I managed to satisfy you. He wasn't a mindless fool. His husband was speaking such comforting words to him. That clearly means they've assigned me an important task. If I can get it done, my status will definitely rise significantly. Hanli squinted his eyes, then laughed loudly. Good, big head. I didn't know you were such a smooth talker. He then sighed. Big head. As you know, the 5th leader of Ironback Mountain was recently murdered without warning, and his body has not yet been found. The position of the 5th leader is still vacant. I'd like to give it a shot, but I'm worried that if I leave, the village will be left unmanaged, and the brothers will scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. What? The head of the household is leaving. Then wouldn't this position be mine? Big Head was instantly excited and hurriedly stood up. Don't worry, sir. As long as I'm here, our little black mountain won't fall. Damn it. Why are you talking like I'm about to die? Hanli tried his best to maintain a smile and said awkwardly, Big Head, I value you the most and want to pass the position to you, but Old Hay has been in the village for many years and has a lot of supporters. I'm afraid that if I give you this position, the others won't be satisfied. Big Head was very anxious. That won't do, sir. You can't give the position to Old Black. If he comes to power, he'll definitely destroy the village. Seeing his subordinate's anxiety, Hanli said in a sinister tone, That's what I was thinking too, so I'm going to give you a task. If you do a good job, you'll definitely win over the brothers on the mountain, and they'll recognize you as their new leader. Big Head grinned and said with a simple smile, Boss, just tell me what the task is, and I'll definitely do it. As long as you can become the leader, then there's no need to worry about a single task. He dared to do even 10 tasks. The mission is to collect safety fees this time, and I want you to collect 3 times the usual amount. Anli said coldly. 3 times? Big Head was utterly astonished. Boss, will those villages agree to collect so much more at once? Damn, that's 3 times more. Why don't you work your butt off, even when you're struggling like that? Snap! Hanli slammed his hand on the table and sneered. So what if they disagree? We're bandits. Are we supposed to talk to them nicely? If any village refuses to pay, we'll teach them a lesson and see who dares to go against us. He then looked down at Big Head and said in a sinister tone, What, Big Head? Don't you want my position anymore? No, don't worry, sir. I will definitely collect 3 times the peace fee, and I will absolutely satisfy you. Big Head hurriedly assured him. Hanli then showed a satisfied expression. That's good. As long as you do a good job, the position of head of the household is yours. I have other things to do, so you can go now. Big Head happily ran out of the hall to give instructions to his men, just after he went out for a while. Then another burly man walked in. Completely bewildered, he asked Hanli, Master, why did you call me here in such a hurry? What's the matter? Hanli stood up and grabbed his arm. You've come to right time, Lao He. You know, I value you the most in the whole village. This time, I'm giving you a task. In a wooden house at the east end of the village, Qin, whose clothes were in disarray, took only 2 steps before suddenly kneeling on the ground. Holding onto the door frame, I felt a wave of dizziness. Qin, I can't walk anymore. You'll have to cook something for yourself tonight. Qin on the other side also stared blankly. She let out a loud burp. Sis, I'm full. Qin looked at her with her beautiful eyes and thought to herself, greedy little sister. Qin also looked at her upside down, thinking to herself, my playful older sister. The guard team's training was well organized, as Chu Xun continuously exchanged and distributed recurve bows. Now almost everyone has a bow and arrow, and they venture into the old forest every day. What was once a forbidden zone of death has now become their backyard. I feel restless if I don't go hunting for a day. Let me tell you, the wild rabbit I saw last time was huge, enough for 4 or 5 of us to have a meal. That's nothing. The wild boar I shot the day before yesterday was much bigger than a cow. Killing one would be enough to feed the whole village for half a month. It's a pity it got away. Yesterday, Chu Xun listened to the gossip of the guards below the stage, and his lips twitched slightly. That's way too much hype. Sending Xu Sheng and Da Biao to lead a hunting team into the mountains was very effective. But what's with their boasting? He then looked at Zhao San and Lu Dahai, who were spouting nonsense on the far left, and understood the source of the problem. So it's all because of these 2 people. In just 5 days, he had equipped the entire guard with incredibly powerful recurve bows. I have to admit, I'm pretty good at it. Just as Chu Xun was thinking about what else he could buy, suddenly, he saw Bai Jiao running towards him in a panic from a distance, her petite face covered in sweat. She ran up to her in one breath, panting choo choo choo. Chu Xun handed him a bowl of water, saying, Drink this first, then we'll talk. Don't mention Chu. Bai Jiao quickly gulped down a large mouthful. Then he wiped his mouth and said in a panic, My grandfather wants you to come to my house right away. He said it's about the bandits of Zaiheishan. Upon hearing that it was about the bandits of Zaiheishan, Chu Xun's expression immediately turned serious. 2 days later is the day to collect the peace fee. What's happened now? Immediately, Chu Xun arrived at the old village head's house and had just entered the door. Then they saw the old village head with a solemn expression, and sitting next to him was a thin man who looked travel-worn. Chu Xun, you've arrived. As soon as the old village chief saw him, he stood up shakily. Chu Xun quickly stepped forward to help the old village head. Village head, what happened to the bandits of Zaiheishan? Why are they looking for me in such a hurry? Old Li sighed and pointed to the thin man beside him. Let him tell you, this negotiation is going to be tough. Chu Xun's gaze slowly fell on the thin man. The man's eyes stung, and he burst into tears. Thank you, Yun's Hekianji and Zaiwan Boss for the flowers. Love you both. I'd also like to ask for gifts from other customers. I'm really hungry right now and could eat anything. Chapter 81 Bandits Kill. The thin, frail man cried out in anguish. Those bandits came to our village and demanded 3 times the usual amount as a peace fee. When the people in our village disagreed, they were brutally beaten. The village's defense team tried to fight back, but they killed several of them with knives. This year is another year of famine, and winter is just around the corner. How are we supposed to survive? 3 times the safety fee. They even killed someone. Chu Xun's face was as cold as ice. The bandits who relied on collecting peace money actually resorted to killing people with knives. This was tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It seems that Xiao Heishan doesn't want to stay in this situation for long and plans to squeeze every last drop out of the villages under his control. The old man calmed the thin man down. Then he looked up, worried, and said, Chu Xun, I don't think the bandits of Little Black Mountain would only target one village and charge 3 times the peace fee. It's very likely they'll do the same to our village in 2 days. What do you think? He had originally thought his son would return to the village. Relying on his status as a county magistrate, he was able to negotiate with the bandits and reduce the peace fee by half. But now it seems that the hope is almost zero. They've already dared to commit murder, so they clearly don't care about the tacit understanding they've maintained with the government for so long. At that time, Bai Dashan will definitely not be taken seriously by them. Chu Xun sat in the chair, his eyes resolute, and said, Don't worry, village head. With the current strength of our village's guard team, if these bandits dare to come, we will definitely make sure they don't leave alive. The old village head paused, opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. He really didn't want to see the villagers and the bandits go to war. As soon as the fighting starts, there will definitely be casualties, which is something the local leader doesn't want to see. Unfortunately, he seriously underestimated the current guard force. Not to mention that everyone has a recurve bow, which is powerful, has a long range, and is far more accurate than ordinary bows and arrows. Just based on the composite bow in Chu Xun's hand, he could kill all the bandits without taking any damage from 200 paces away. After leaving the old village head's house, Chu Xun went to the threshing ground. Qin Yuer and Qin Xinger were preparing the meal, and Chu Qing was helping out. When the 3 of them saw Chu Xun return, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at him sweetly. Brother Sun, what did the village head ask you to do? Qin Yuer asked, blinking her peach blossom eyes. Chu Xun stepped forward and smiled. It's nothing, he just asked me to talk to him about the situation of the guard team. After all, the bandits are coming in 2 days, and he's a little worried. Chu Qing wiped her hands with a towel and asked worriedly, Big brother, will you guys start fighting? Will it be dangerous? She was really worried that something might happen to Chu Xun, and she didn't want her older brother to take the risk. Chu Xun rubbed her head and gave a little scratch. Chu Qing was tickled like a kitten, closing her eyes and tilting her head to enjoy the stroking. There won't be a fight. Just follow the village head's instructions when the time comes. Chu Qing's cheeks flushed red, and she lowered her head, giving a satisfied, Brother, I'll pack you some food for dinner tonight. Remember to come back early. Chu Xun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Okay, I'll definitely go back as soon as possible. After lunch and cleaning up the dishes, Chu Qing happily went home to prepare to knead and proof the dough. No sooner had she left than Qin Xinger pouted and moved closer to Chu Xun from behind. Cha-Cha said, Brother Sun, come to my house tonight too. I'll pack some food for you. Chu Xun's ears were tickled by her hot breath. He said helplessly, Xinger, stop making a fuss. I'm going home for lunch this afternoon, then I'll take care of some things. I'll deal with you after I'm done. Qin Yuer, who was stacking bowls nearby, also stepped forward and pulled her younger sister away. What are you doing, Xinga? There are so many people here. Qin Xinger grabbed her arm. Sister didn't see it. When Xiao Qing left just now, she gave me a smug look and pouted. She was so proud of herself for snatching Sungu away from us. During this period, Chu Xun would go to see them almost every afternoon and not return home until midnight. Chu Qing was no longer satisfied with only being able to see her elder brother in the morning and at noon. So today I made up an excuse to call Chu Xun home for dinner. Qin Yuer looked at her younger sister helplessly. Xiao Qing is Sun Ji's sister. It's perfectly normal for her to pack some food and ask Sun Ge to come back and eat. You don't even know how to pack food. What are you learning? Qin Shinger walked up behind her with a grin, wrapping her arms around Qin Yuer's waist. I don't know how to make buns, but you have some ready-mades, sister. Puff. Chu Xun almost spat out the water he had just drunk when he looked at the even more alluring Qin Yuer. Shinger, let go of me. Aren't you ashamed? Qin Yuer toggled, swinging her body. Chu Xun coughed twice and stepped forward to pull away the mischievous Xing. All right, I'll try to come find you guys as early as possible tonight. I do have something to discuss today, so listen to me. Hearing Chu Xun say this, Qin Shinger had no choice but to let go of her sister. Even a pincer attack couldn't save Sun Ge. It seems he really has something very important to do today. Let's prepare another surprise for him tonight. Soon, the guard team's day of training came to an end. Before disbanding, Chu Xun gave instructions to Zhang Dabiao, Xue Sheng, Zhao San, and Lu Dehai. After dinner today, all of you go to the village head's house. I have something important to tell you. Zhang Dabiao and the others looked solemn, nodded repeatedly, then bid farewell to Chu Xun and hurried home. Chu Xun was walking home. I opened the system store and found a stab-proof vest that looked like a vest. Priced at 80 mall coins, it contains 2 layers of tungsten steel mixed with sand and cotton cloth, which can block the stabs from the blade. 2 days later, we will be fighting those bandits. We still need to take the necessary precautions. He will not become complacent just because his physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people. What if you get poisoned by a sneak attack? Although the chances of this happening are extremely small, Chu Xun still wants to do his best. When Chu Qing got home, she had already prepared 2 plates of hot steamed buns and placed them on the table. As soon as he saw Chu Xun return, he quickly brought the buns over. Big brother, come and try my buns, they're still hot. Chu Xun stepped forward with a smile. All right, then I'll try it and see how my second sister's cooking tastes. Chu Qing's pretty face flushed slightly as she brought the steamed bun in her hand closer. Chu Xun took a bite, and it tasted quite good. It's filled with meat, soft and fragrant. It seems Chu Qing really put in a lot of effort. During the meal, Uncle and Aunt also asked Chu Xun about the news that the bandits would be collecting grain the day after tomorrow. But Chu Xun brushed it off. After dinner, Chu Xun went out to the old village head's house. Chu Qing, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, quickly peered out the window. Only after seeing that Chu Xun was not heading in the direction of Sister Yuer did they breathe a sigh of relief. The old man was at home, beside a square table. Seated there were the old village head Bai Dashan, Zhang Dabiao, Xue Sheng, Zhao San, and Lu Dehai. Bai Dashan, in particular, rushed back overnight after receiving the news in the afternoon. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps came from outside the door. Everyone, without the children in particular, looked to the left. With a creak, Chu Xun pushed open the door, holding a compound bow in his hand and carrying a quiver on his back, and stepped in. Now, let's start discussing a plan to deal with the bandits. Chapter 82 by Dashin. Shooting a man to death from 200 paces away? Do you think it's a crossbow with a mechanism? On the table was a rough map. The above shows the terrain around the village, including roads, hillsides, and low-lying areas. Chu Xun pointed to a hillside at the very edge of the old forest. Village head, there's a hillside here, and there's only one road to get up there. The day after tomorrow at noon, please have everyone in the village evacuate to the hillside. At that time, I will have Zhao San and Lu Dehai lead some people to guard the entrance to the hillside and protect the villagers. The village head frowned. If you split into 2 teams, won't we be shorthanded to fight the bandits? Why don't you not send any more? There are still some elderly and young people in the village who can take care of us. Although every year when the bandits were collecting grain, almost every household would stay at home and lock their doors and windows. But this year is different. The bandits demanded 3 times the usual peace fee and even caused a death. If they don't retreat further, these elderly, weak, women, and children will only hinder the guard's operations. Chu Xun shook his head. The bandits are ruthless. The villagers alone can't protect you. Only with the guard team can we deal with them with peace of mind. The old village head still hesitated. Bai Dashin, sitting to the side, frowned as he stared at the hillside on the map. He looked up again, and what came into view was Chu Xun's confident and handsome face. Father, just trust Chu Xun. He must have his own reasons for doing this. He had just returned to the village this afternoon and happened to see the guard team before they finished training. The scene of everyone holding a recurve bow. This completely stunned the usually composed Bai Dashin. No, how come everyone has that good bow that Chu Xun had back then? And tonight, ever since Chu Xun entered the house, Zhang Dabiao, Xue Sheng, and the others looked at Chu Xun with extreme admiration, as if they were looking at a god. This also surprised Bai Dashin greatly. Perhaps I really underestimated the guard team, led by Chu Xun. Chu Xun's training of the team and his leadership of the members exceeded his expectations. When the old man heard his son say this, he closed his eyes and nodded. Then Chu Xun pointed to the woods on both sides of the village entrance and said, "De Biao, Shui Sheng, you take some men and ambush them in the woods, keeping an eye on the bandits at all times." Zhang Dabiao and Shui Sheng both nodded solemnly. No one dared to be careless about such an important matter concerning the village. Finally, Chu Xun looked up at Bai Dashin. "Uncle Dashin, what do you think about us waiting for those bandits to arrive at the village entrance?" Bai Dashin pursed his lips. "Chu Xun, you're good at archery, so go and ambush in the woods. Just let me and some guards handle the front. If a fight breaks out, you can take a few more people with you." Although he knew that Chu Xun was somewhat skilled in fighting, the bandits had knives. When it really comes down to it, swords and spears have no eyes. But why would Chu Xun hide behind other people? He shook his head. "Uncle Dashin, I have to stay with the guard team. The team has only been established for a short time. If I'm not there, things are bound to go wrong." Bai Dashin asked worriedly, "But you?" Chu Xun waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. They then made some detailed arrangements, and will lead the guards in combat training the next day or the day after. After Zhang Dabiao, Shui Sheng, and the other three returned home, Bai Dashin, who had been waiting impatiently, grabbed Chu Xun's hand again. "No, you can't take the risk. Listen to your uncle. Go into the woods and stay away from the bandits. Only then can you use your marksman skills." Chu Xun smiled at him and raised the compound bow in his hand. "Uncle Dashin, who said we have to negotiate face-to-face with those bandits?" Bai Dashin was taken aback. How could negotiations proceed if they weren't conducted face-to-face? Chu Xun led him outside. "We'll stand at a distance, put the grain at the village entrance, and put up a sign. It says on it, Shilling Village only pays half the peace fee. Take it and leave. Those who cross the sign will die. As long as they dare to cross the sign, there's nothing more to say. Just start killing them. Isn't this how you act tough?" Bai Dashin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. "The one who passes the car dies. Does that sound like a negotiation? Let alone bandits. Even an ordinary person would be a little resentful if they saw this, right?" Seeing Bai Dashin's surprised expression, Chu Xun said in a deep voice, "Uncle Dashin, you don't still think these bandits will negotiate with us, do you? People have already died in the village. They will definitely not agree to our terms." Upon hearing this, Bai Dashin sighed with difficulty. "I'm just clinging to a last shred of hope. I never expected these bandits to be so audacious, disregarding even the rules between them and the government." But then he added, "You can't risk facing the bandits head on. They have bows too, what if?" Chu Xun raised the corners of his mouth slightly and pointed to the compound bow in his hand. "Uncle Dashin, guess how far this bow in my hand can shoot?" Bai Dashin looked down at the compound bow and let out a sound of surprise. The bow was made of iron, and some strange wheels on it were also wrapped with bowstrings. The bow has a very unique shape, but it exudes a cold, murderous aura that sends chills down your spine. Bai Dashin asked in surprise, "This bow looks different from ordinary bows." Chu Xun took out an arrow, drew the bowstring taut, and aimed at a large tree as thick as a person in front of him. "My bow can kill a person from 200 paces away. When those bandits saw me, it was practically as good as dead." Kill someone from 200 paces away? How could that be? It's not a storybook. Bai Dashin found it increasingly surreal and quickly shook his head. "Chu Xun, don't lie to your uncle. There's no bow there." Thud! A deafening bang, loud enough to pierce eardrums, rang out. The bark of the large tree in front of them burst open instantly, and a black arrow pierced through the root, shooting directly into its body. "How is this possible?" Bai Dashin exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape in disbelief. "A tree as thick as a person would take half a day to chop down with an axe. How could it possibly be pierced by a bow?" It's important to understand that, in most people's minds, a cutting board is all it takes to stop an arrow. That tree was more than 10 times thicker than a cutting board. My God, is this still a bow? Its power is almost comparable to the heavy, mechanical bows weighing several thousand pounds in the army. Chu Xun slowly retracted the composite bow and turned to look at Bai Dashin. He laughed. "Chapter 83, Big Brother. I want you to be with me tonight. Uncle Dashin, do you believe me now?" Chu Xun smiled and handed the composite bow in his hand to Bai Dashin, letting him examine it closely. Where did this bow come from? Its power is terrifying. Bai Dashin's hands trembled as he gently stroked the compound bow twice. He could feel the terrifying power contained within the bow simply by touching it. With this bow, those bandits would be scared out of their wits. Chu Xun casually replied, "It's all just knowledge I learned from books. I just made a few improvements to the bow. It's not particularly powerful." He would just throw anything to books, since he was the only proper scholar in the village anyway. Hearing these understated yet confident words, Bai Dashin couldn't help but silently raise a few black lines on his forehead. "Damn it, if I had known, I would have sold everything I own to get Dad to send me to school." He then sighed and said earnestly, "Since you have such a good bow, then I won't try to persuade you anymore. You can decide what to do when the time comes." Bai Dashin had also realized that the bandits were coming with great force this time, and the possibility of peace talks was almost zero. Giving the decision-making power to Chu Xun is the only correct choice at present. Chu Xun nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Uncle Dashin, with me here, the village will be fine. Bai Dashin nodded. Then his expression turned slightly strange as he asked, That Chu Xun, I heard you're planning to marry the Qin sisters? He learned this from Zhang Dabiao and the others chatting when he came back tonight. He was almost stunned. What happened? Doesn't Chu Xun like my Jiao Jiao? How did you end up getting involved with the Qin sisters again? Upon hearing this, Chu Xun immediately smiled and said, It's still early. I plan to get married before the new year. I will definitely invite you, Uncle Dashin, to my wedding banquet then. Bai Dashin chuckled twice. All right, I'll definitely help you arrange it then. After exchanging a few words, the two parted ways. At the village head's house, Bai Dashin sighed as he walked into the house, where he ran into his daughter. Bai Jiao was carrying a small bundle of firewood and was walking happily toward the kitchen. Jiao, what are you doing again? Bai Dashin asked in confusion. Bai Jiao looked up with her fair and tender face and said, Dad, I'm hungry again. I'm going to bake 2 steamed buns to eat. I'm hungry again. Bai Dashin was furious at her lack of ambition, so he grabbed her waist and hoisted Bai Jiao onto his back. Eat. You're a grown woman now. All you do is eat all day long. You don't even know that the meat that's already in your mouth is gone. Bai Jiao dropped the firewood in her hands with a crackling sound, looking completely bewildered. What meat is gone? That can't be right. Meat that's right in front of me has never gone away. They never escaped? Bai Dashin was even angrier and was about to question Chu Xun about why he married the Qin sisters. Isn't this just letting the meat that was right in front of you escape? But before he could ask, he saw Bai Jiao looking up with a simple, innocent face, her big, dark eyes blinking several times. His face instantly turned even darker. This silly girl didn't understand what I meant at all. She probably still thinks it's the kind of meat that you can eat. I'm so angry. Then Bai Dashin began lecturing her like an old father, which annoyed Bai Jiao so much that she covered her ears and ran around the room. This quickly drew the ire of Grandma Bai. She scolded her son for not caring about his granddaughter, saying that Jiao should eat whatever she wanted and that her grandmother would personally cook soup and rice for her. Bai Dashin tea. Grandma Bai, I won't talk about it. The next morning, Chu Xun, who had been working all night, didn't get much sleep. He then led his guards and began making preparations at the village entrance in a flurry of activity. First, they planted many small trees and shrubs in the woods on both sides of the village entrance to ensure concealment. They then set up many scarecrows at the village entrance for archery training. The positions and numbers of personnel were adjusted gradually. They then erected many more barricades, setting up 3 rows at the village entrance, leaving no gaps. Even Bai Dashin was very satisfied with Chu Xun's arrangements and couldn't find a single fault with them. The only thing he wanted to advise Chu Xun was whether the phrase, the one who draws the card dies, could be phrased more tactfully. But Chu Xun refused, saying, If we speak to bandits in a calm and reasonable manner, how can the bows in our hands speak for themselves? Bai Dashin thought it made sense, so he asked Chu Xun for a bow so he could shoot down 2 bandits later. In the afternoon, the village head began collecting grain from the village, offering 50 coins for every 10 jin of grain per household. Chu Xun originally wanted to say that there was actually no need to collect money for the grain, because he never intended for any of these bandits to escape alive. But seeing the villagers' seemingly happy expressions about paying half of the peace fee, Chu Xun stopped trying to persuade them. Only by letting them know that the bandits' greed is endless can this mentality of being exploited and oppressed be completely shattered. That evening, he told his family that the villagers would be evacuating to a hillside near the old forest the next day. Annie's eyes were filled with worry. Xuanzi, this has caused such a big commotion. I hope nothing bad will happen. You have to be careful. Second uncle also looked worried. He also wanted to stay and have someone to look after Chu Xun. But Chu Xun firmly refused, saying that there was no point in him staying and that it would only distract him. This made Uncle Chu quite depressed. That little guy from back then could now lecture his uncle. Brother, you must take good care of yourself. If there is any danger, just run away. Don't fight the bandits head on. Chu Qing sat in the chair, crying uncontrollably, terrified that something had happened to Chu Xun. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of bandits. They can't do anything to me. Chu Xun comforted his second sister for a while, feeling quite helpless. He really wanted to explain it to his family. Now all I need to do is wear a stab-proof vest and carry 2 steel bars. I can kill those dozens of bandits face to face. Even if they use some kind of human wave tactic of hugging the waist and legs, it won't work. For times the physical fitness doesn't simply mean being 4 times stronger. Rather, it was a 4-fold enhancement in all aspects of Chu Xun's life. Even a simple swing of his arm could knock a bandit's head off. But this is really too exaggerated, and even my second uncle and the others wouldn't believe it. These bandits from Little Black Mountain are at most good for the guard team to practice on. They might cause more trouble in the future. We can't expect him to solve everything on his own, since it involves the stability of the entire village. Soon, Chu Xun stopped crying, but still clung to Chu Xun's sleeve with red eyes. Big brother, please don't go out tonight. Just stay home with me, okay? Chu Xun looked embarrassed and pulled Chu Xun aside, asking, Second sister, how did you know that big brother went out last night? What else could it be? You're never there when I raid you at night. Chu Xun gave him a resentful look, then hugged Chu Xun's waist. With tears streaming down her face, she said, Anyway, you're not allowed to go anywhere tonight. I'm going to your room to watch over you. Chu Xun was extremely embarrassed. He had bought a stab-proof vest and stab-proof pants. There are only 160 mall coins left. I was just about to mint coins tonight when my second sister got me into trouble. Isn't this a waste of time? But seeing the deep worry in Chu Xun's eyes, Chu Xun had no choice but to agree. Chapter 84 Night Raid. That night, Chu Xun quietly got up and carefully moved off the bed. Without disturbing Chu Xun, who was fast asleep next to him, he quietly opened the door and slipped out. Chu Xun subtly opened her eyes, got up, and watched Chu Xun leave through the crack in the window. You bad brother, I've been waiting for so long and you're still not asleep. This is infuriating. But then her eyes fell on Chu Xun's warm bed. Qin Yuer and Qin Shinger didn't sleep well tonight. Because they waited and waited, but no one knocked on the door, they thought they wouldn't be able to eat that night. Qin Yuer lay face down on the table, her face filled with sorrow. Meanwhile, Qin Shinger, who was waiting nearby, went straight to the kitchen to start a fire and cook. Shinger, didn't you say you weren't hungry and weren't going to eat dinner tonight? Why are you cooking again? While gathering firewood, Qin Shinger pouted and said, I was thinking that Brother Sun would come over tonight. With him there, I wouldn't be afraid of going hungry. But I haven't seen him yet. Brother Sun must be too tired and has already fallen asleep. So I'm going to cook something for him. We can't go to sleep hungry. Qin Yuer was almost dizzy from her sister's words. What do you mean by, with Brother Sun around, you're not afraid of going hungry? What is Shinger thinking about every day? This can't go on forever. It seems I'll have to teach Shinger to watch what she eats from now on. She slowly got up, preparing to go to the kitchen to cook a meal for clumsy Xing. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound on the door. Both of them beamed with joy at the same time. Qin Yuer, the child is here. Qin Xing, the food is here. The next morning, the village of Xiling has a total of more than 400 people, and they all brought their own bedding, dry food, and the like. Led by the village head, they walked up a hillside outside the old forest. They would stay there for the next 2 days until Chu Xun sent someone to deliver a message before returning to the village. Inside the courtyard, Chu Xun looked at the mattress draped over the railing, puzzled. Didn't I just wash it a couple of days ago? Why did you wash it again? Although puzzled, Chu Xun didn't have time to think about it too much. He quickly arrived at the valley and began to arrange what everyone needed to do. Qin Yuer and Qin Shinger had long been sent to his second uncle and aunt. Now, apart from a few dozen guards, there's practically no one left in the village who can breathe. Chu Xun stared at the dozens of people below. Biao, Shui, Sheng. Tonight you each lead a team and lie in wait in various parts of the village. If you spot any bandits coming in, shoot them dead. Zhang Dabiao, a huge man, stood out like a crane among chickens in the crowd. He nodded solemnly. Brother Sun, don't worry. With me here, not even a bandit can get in. Me too. We'll make sure those bandits never return. Shui Sheng chimed in. The rest of the guards also shouted encouragement. Bai Dashin stood to the side, holding a waist knife, looking at the guard team with a face full of surprise. Especially the way they looked at Chu Xun. Their eyes were filled with fervor and worship, as if they were looking at a god. What exactly did Chu Xun do to the guards to make them so obedient? Bai Dashin quickly understood. Good heavens! Is this the maintenance team? This is clearly raising assassins. Bai Dashin stared intently at the large pot of steaming white rice, the large pot of soup, and the bowl full of pork on the far right. The overwhelming aroma almost made him, the son of the village head and a clerk in the county government, drool. Even when I was reporting for duty at the county government office, I didn't dare to eat such a luxurious meal. But Chu Xun actually fed the guards white rice, vegetables, and pork every day. I'm struggling to make ends meet in the county town. It wasn't even as comfortable as the village's guard team, who were with Chu Xun. At this moment, Bai Dashin looked at his bowl full of rice, half a bowl of soup, and a large piece of pork, and felt that it didn't taste so good anymore. But the other guards wolfed down their food and quickly finished it all. Then, to Bai Dashin's utter astonishment, he patted his bottom and went to get another full bowl of rice. Rough, what kind of official are you? I might as well go back to the village and join the guard team. Bai Dashin was completely devastated. He didn't say a word and just kept burying his head in his rice. In the afternoon, all the guards dispersed to various corners of the village. Chu Xun, on the other hand, led a group of people and hid in the woods at the entrance of the village. On a mountain gully not far from Shilling village, 7 or 8 bandits, dressed in sturdy cloth and holding knives, were gnawing on dry, hard flatbreads. A bandit wearing a black turban said while eating, "Hurry up and eat. After we finish, we'll sneak into Shilling village tonight and kidnap some women and children." Some bandits were puzzled. "We've never been this careful when we came to collect peace money before. We even had to take hostages. Does this Shilling village dare to resist tomorrow?" The bandit with the black turban kicked him directly. "Idiot. Shilling village is the largest village under our little Black Mountain's control, with more than 100 households. A few years ago, they were fighting against us for a long time. Besides, their village has a government official in their village. Maybe that official will come back to protect his own during this grain harvest. Otherwise, will we be in so much trouble?" The bandit who had been kicked said aggrievedly, "What are we afraid of the officials for? We might as well just kill them. We've killed people before, after all. Do you think the government will go after our entire little Black Mountain just because of one person? Go to hell." The black turban bandit cursed. "Is killing those poor people the same as killing government officials? If a few poor people die, the government will only scold us for breaking the rules. If you kill a government official, the county government will definitely gather a huge group of people and level our mountain. You idiot." The bandit shrank back, not daring to speak again. But he still had a nagging feeling. "I just feel like this grain collection has caused quite a stir. Will the government really let us off the hook?" No one could answer his question, because it's no longer the government's place to deal with them. Soon, it became completely dark. The bandit with the black turban waved his hand and, leading 7 or 8 other bandits, stealthily slid down the hillside on the side of Shilling village into the village. They had only been in the village for a short while. A head popped out from a mound of earth on the hillside. Chu Xun emerged covered in dust and dirt, a recurved bow in his hand and a woodcutter's knife at his waist. He stood up and whistled twice, and then a bunch of people surged out from around him. With sharp eyes, they followed the bandits. Chapter 85: Annihilation of the Bandits. The night was as dark as ink. Several bandits crouched low and quietly sneaked into Shilling village. They specifically target isolated little houses where there are no neighbors and it's not easy to be discovered after they've been subdued. Immediately, 2 or 3 bandits jumped over the railing and pried open the window with their knives. "Don't shout. Voof for shouts will die." The room was completely empty. There wasn't a single person in sight, not even bedding. "Brother, this place is empty. No one's here. We didn't see a single person, not even a grain of rice. This is weird. There are only a few rats breathing in the room. Did everyone starve to death?" 7 or 8 bandits gathered together, cursing and swearing, and after working for a long time, they hadn't caught a single one. The man in the black headscarf snorted coldly, picked up his knife, and stood up. "Let's go, straight to the village center. I don't believe we can't catch a woman or a child. Let's go. Once I catch them, I'll teach these poor wretches a lesson for making me work for nothing." The group then headed towards the cat in the center of the village. In a low house behind him, Chu Xun slowly stood up, his eyes cold. A member of the guard team beside him gritted his teeth and said, "Chu Xun, let's kill them now. Damn it, these bastards deserve to die." The house that was just searched was his home. Fortunately, his wife and children had been moved to the hillside. Moreover, Brother Sun instructed them to lie in ambush in the village at night, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Xun gripped his recurved bow tightly and said calmly, "Wait a little longer. Follow them. We're not sure there are only this many people yet." The guards could only glare fiercely at the bandits' retreating figure. "Let's go. Let's follow them, but be careful not to get spotted." Chu Xun waved to signal his team to follow. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, a group of bandits also sneaked in. "Hurry up, everyone. Anyone who delays Big Head's business will be in big trouble." The bandit leader had just turned around and finished cursing his men when he turned back and saw a figure in front of him. His eyes widened in surprise, and he was about to speak. Thud! A fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his chin, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Chu Xun looked at the unconscious bandit on the ground and nodded in satisfaction. "We have a survivor. The others. Fire arrows. Leave no one alive." The bandits following behind hadn't even reacted yet, and were just about to rush up and chop Chu Xun down. Suddenly, more than a dozen burly men rushed out from the surrounding area and, without saying a word, immediately drew their bows and fired arrows. Whoosh! The sounds of bowstrings vibrating, bandits screaming, and flesh being pierced intertwined. Blood splattered everywhere, and several bandits were instantly riddled with bullets. The bodies were piled up, and bloodstains flowed into small puddles. Zhang de Biao's hair was disheveled, and as he looked at the corpse on the ground, His throat felt slightly uncomfortable. I felt like vomiting, but when I thought about the atrocities committed by these bandits, I just vomited on them. Vomit. The guards all felt slightly unwell. After all, it was their first time killing someone, so they were a little unaccustomed to it. Chu Xun stood to one side, silently watching them. This is also a step that the escort team must go through. If they don't even dare to kill, how will they protect the village in the future? After a while, the bandits on the ground struggled a couple of times, seemingly trying to regain their senses. Bang! Chu Xun kicked him again, causing him to foam at the mouth and faint once more. Brother Sun, everything's settled. What do we do now? Zhang Dabiao wiped his mouth and leaned closer to Chu Xun to ask. Chu Xun gestured to the bandits on the ground. Tie him up, then we'll go straight to the village and see if Xue Sheng and the others have made any gains. Okay. Zhang Dabiao grumbled and rubbed his hands together, then used a rope to tie the bandit up tightly. The group tucked the scattered knives into their waistbands. Then they quickly headed towards the village. Brother, still no one here. We haven't found a single person. Is this village haunted? A group of bandits searched the center of the village thoroughly, even kicking down the door, but they found nothing. Did these poor folks know they were coming tonight? So they all ran away? Only then did the bandit in the black turban realize what had happened, and with a chill running down his spine, he exclaimed, "Run! We've fallen into a trap." He had barely finished speaking. All I heard was a crisp popping sound. Puff! A long strip suddenly appeared on the bandit's head, piercing through his skull, and blood spurted several feet. The brothers who had been with me for several years. He died without even saying goodbye. That's incredibly disloyal. Damn it! Where did all these people come from? The black turban bandit cursed angrily and hurriedly hid behind the earthen wall. The surrounding bandits had no time to react and were instantly pinned to the ground. Brother, we didn't bring any bows. What do we do? One of the bandits cried out, leaning against the earthen wall. Shut up, stop howling, and retreat with me, the black turban bandit urged. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard an even more ferocious trembling of a bowstring behind him. Bang! The earthen wall exploded open, and a black arrow burst forth, piercing the chest of the bandit in front of him. With a thud, he died instantly. Holy crap! What is this thing? The man in the black headscarf broke out in a cold sweat. Even those hiding behind the wall had been shot dead. What kind of bow is this? Not far away. Chu Xun handed the recurved bow to Zhang Dabiao. See, if you're strong enough, you can shoot through a wall. Zhang Dabiao nodded humbly, looking extremely envious. I wish I could be as good as Brother Sun someday. In the short time it takes to drink a cup of tea, most of the bandits were dead. Only one bandit with a black turban remained. He crawled under the corpse of his comrade, smeared blood on his face, and pretended to be dead. Get up, you son of a bitch. Stop pretending. Zhang Dabiao went straight up, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up like a chick. Hero, spare my life. I'm a bandit from Black Mountain. We're all in this together. Please give me some face. The bandit with the black turban immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. A group of people, Zhang Dabiao was stunned, then became even more furious and slapped him twice. Go to hell. Who's on your side? The bandit in the black turban saw stars as he was whipped. He yelled, "You're not bandits?" Xue Sheng, who followed behind, also kicked him a few times. Open your dog eyes and look around. We're from Xiling Village. From Xiling Village. The bandit with the black turban froze, his bulging eyes scanning the surroundings. They were shocked to discover that the group of people were all dressed as ordinary farmers, with dark skin, clearly the poor folks who toiled in the fields for a living. But the bows gleaming coldly in their hands were not something a farmer should have. Grandpa, spare me. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please, have mercy on me. The guards slowly dispersed, revealing a wide passageway. Chu Xun strode forward, dragging behind him the body of a bandit that looked like a dead dog. He chuckled and said, "Letting you go isn't impossible, but we'll have to see if you're willing to ask." Chapter 86. Do you like dying? Monkey. The bandit with the black turban recognized the dead dog on the ground at a glance. They were brothers from his own village, except he was Lao Hei's subordinate, while Maho was Tatu's man. Damn it, these bastards must have wanted to collect the village's peace fee too, so they sneaked in together. Chu Xun threw the unconscious bandit on the ground. He said kindly, "I'll ask you questions and you answer them. I'll ask the bandits next to me again later. If there's any difference between what you two say, well, hee." The final cold laugh in this scene was truly chilling. Dozens of guards surrounded the bandits in black headscarves. It seemed that if he made the slightest move, someone would rush forward and tear him to pieces. The bandit with the black turban swallowed hard and asked tremblingly, "What does brother want to know?" Chu Xun looked down at him and asked, "How many people are there in Little Black Mountain now?" The villagers said there were more than 30 people in Zaiheishan before, but that was 2 or 3 years ago. With the frequent natural disasters in recent years, many people have inevitably fled into the mountains to become refugees, and some have even joined the group. As expected, the bandit with the black turban replied truthfully, "There are currently more than 70 people in the village." Chu Xun then asked, "Why are you suddenly charging 3 times the peace fee?" The bandit in the black turban hesitated for a moment. Zhang Dabiao picked up the knife from the ground and held it directly to his neck. "If you don't talk, I'll chop you up and avenge the people who have suffered all these years." The cold touch on his neck terrified the black turban bandit so much that he was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. I'll talk. It's because our chieftain is going to go up Ironback Mountain to become the 5th leader, so he has to pass the position down. Both Tatu and Lao He from our village wanted the position. So the village chief said that this year's peace money would be tripled, and whoever could collect it all would get the position. Ironback Mountain? Chu Xun pondered for a moment. The chieftain of Xiaheishan gave up his good position and actually chose to become the 5th leader of Taibishan. It seems that Taibei Mountain really does have some background. The bandit in the black turban had barely finished speaking when, "Go to hell." Zhang Dabiao was furious and kicked him hard. "You've chosen a chieftain, and now you're dragging the villagers down with you. You bastards." The surrounding guards were filled with righteous indignation, kicking and punching him until he howled in pain. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the man in the black headscarf had bruises around his eyes and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He lay on the ground begging, "Grandpa, spare my life. I'm telling the truth." Then Chu Xun asked him about the situation at Little Black Mountain. How many arrows were there? Where were the stolen grain and silver stored? And so on. The bandit with the black turban was naturally forthcoming with everything he knew. They were so eager to reveal the exact color of their chieftain's underwear. After asking the question, Chu Xun nodded in satisfaction. There were about 70 bandits in total, and more than a dozen of them were killed tonight. Even if they mobilize all their forces tomorrow, they won't be able to cause any trouble. After wiping them out, we'll lead our men to level Little Black Mountain and take back all the looted grain and money. The arrangement was very reasonable. The bandit with the black turban on the ground smiled obsequiously and said, "Sir, I've told you everything I know. You see." He gestured with his lip toward the bandit who was tilting his head to the side. "I'm telling the absolute truth, and even if a monkey were to answer, it would give the exact same answer. My life has finally been saved. Damn it, being a bandit is too dangerous. I'll wait until I get back alive this time. I will definitely go to the city, give Xiaolian and her son a proper status, and live a good life with them." Thinking back to the fact that he had known Xiaolian for only 5 months, she gave birth to a big, healthy baby boy. The bandit with the black turban couldn't help but regret staying on the mountain. "We're quitting this bandit life." "Oh, you mean the person on the ground?" Chu Xun couldn't suppress the smile on his face. "When I was dragging him just now, I used a little too much force and accidentally broke his neck. He's probably fast asleep now." "Was his neck broken?" The black turban bandit trembled as he approached and looked at the monkey. Sure enough, his neck bulged to one side, and his head tilted unnaturally to one side. They were already dead beyond dead. "Can I go now?" "Don't worry, I'll start living a good life as soon as I leave and never be a bandit again. I'll offer incense to everyone in Shilling Village every day." The bandit in the black turban was crying with tears and snot streaming down his face, his sobs so sincere. Looking at it brings me sadness. Chu Xun turned his head away, moved, and said with pity, "You're pitiful. You should go." "Really?" The bandit in the black turban exclaimed in delight. "Look at them. That's what you call upright, a man of his word." Zhang Dabiao sheathed his knife and cursed. "If I let you go, get lost. If you keep dawdling, I'll kill you with one blow." The guards around him chuckled and made way for him, creating a narrow path. Glug! The black turban bandit trembled with fear. He leaned on the ground, stuck out his buttocks, and slowly got up, staggering forward. After running a dozen steps, he looked back twice, still feeling uneasy. Upon seeing that no one was chasing after them, the black turban bandit was overjoyed. Then he ran for his life. "Xiaolian, son, wait for me. I will come back and take good care of you. I will never kill or rob again." But after running only a few dozen steps, he felt his body getting colder and colder. "My back is incredibly itchy and it's so uncomfortable." "Hey, that's weird. Why is everything so blurry?" The bandit with the black turban looked down and saw several arrows protruding from his chest. "You broke your promise." Bang! The body fell to the ground. Behind him, dozens of guards regretfully put away their bows and arrows. "This moving target is really hard to shoot at. I fired so many shots and only hit a tiny bit. I still need to practice." Chu Xun also turned around and saw the corpse of the bandit with a black turban. "That's strange. I told you to leave, so why are you lying on the ground again? Do you like dying?" After Zhang Dabiao sent his men to remove all the corpses from the ground. He and Chu Xun arrived at Chu Xun's side. "Brother Sun, shall we stake out again tonight?" Chu Xun waved his hand. "No need. Just send a few people to keep watch at night. Let everyone get a good night's sleep tonight. There's a tough battle ahead tomorrow. The bandits will come to collect the grain tomorrow." Next, it was time to go to their village to harvest the produce. TSK. As expected, the fastest way to make money is robbery. Chapter 87. My name is Lu Guan. Don't kill me. Inside a cave, two groups of bandits gathered together, seemingly getting along well, but the two leaders were glancing at each other sideways. Big Head sharpened his knife on a stone on the ground and snorted, "Old Black, you're pretty cunning, aren't you? You left your Baya village and came all the way to my Shilling village, just to show off to the boss." A burly man with a charcoal red face stomped his foot heavily on the opposite side. "Big Head, when did Shilling village become yours? This is all the big boss's territory. Are you trying to usurp the throne? To directly label someone?" Big Head instantly got angry, stood up and cursed, "Go to hell, that's not what I meant." "So that's what you fucking mean." Old Hayden backed down and directly confronted him. The two argued for a long time and almost came to blows. Fortunately, he was pulled away by a group of bandits behind him. After staying in the cave for a long time, Old Hay got up, looked outside, and frowned, saying, "Big Head, have the men you sent to Shilling village returned yet?" Sitting inside the cave, Big Head snorted, "Didn't you send people too? Why are you asking about my people?" Old Hay didn't want to argue with him, so he said, "Shilling village is only a dozen miles away from our post. We've been out for almost a night, and we still haven't brought back anyone. Surely something must have happened." Big Head tightened his clothes and lay down behind several bandits. He muttered, "It's summer, don't worry about it. A dozen or so people going out. Do you think I'll get caught by those poor folks?" He yawned. "They must have caught a woman and gone off to play somewhere. I'll see how I deal with them tomorrow." After saying that, Big Head closed his eyes and began to snore loudly. Old Hay, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, realized he was overthinking things and immediately took his knife and went inside. The bandits surrounding Big Head immediately tensed up. They were terrified that Lao Hay would come over and kill their leader with a single blow. Old Hay sneered disdainfully, "Short-sighted thing." He then lay down to rest next to his own people. "Once I become a chieftain, I'll kill Big Head first, and you bunch of bastards, all of you go rob people on the roadside." The next morning, the two groups of bandits headed towards Shilling village together. There were more than 30 people in total, all holding knives and forks, and a few even holding wooden bows. As soon as they reached the village entrance, they saw the bags of grain piled up there. It's far from enough to cover the 3 times the peace fee they wanted. It's not even as much as the annual peace allowance, at most only half. Dozens of steps behind the grain barricades were 3 rows of barricades, with more than a dozen people standing there. The young man at the head of the group was handsome, dressed in a blue robe, and held a strange, jet-black iron bow in his hand. He stood with his arms crossed, looking quite relaxed. Beside him stood a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of a county magistrate, holding a waste knife and looking at him with disgust. When the two saw that there was so little grain, he immediately said angrily, "By Dashin, did your village not hear the news? The peace fee has increased this year. It's tripled, didn't you know?" The dozens of bandits behind him also had ferocious expressions, waving knives and forks in their hands. Not far away, By Dashin's eyes were cold as he shouted, "You little Black Mountain people have broken the government's patience by entering the village and killing people. This is enough for the county government to send troops to surround and suppress you. You want to charge 3 times the peace fee? Dream on." By Dashin drew his waist knife, its cold glint flashing. "Let me tell you, the safety fee is only half. Take it if you want, or get lost." He was now terrifyingly tough, showing no fear of these ruthless bandits. It wasn't just his official position that gave him confidence. It was also the thorough preparations Chu Xun had made that provided him with immense assurance. "How many bandits are there?" "Only 30-odd, but our village's guard team has 50. "How many bows do the bandits have?" Looking around, "There are only 7 or 8, but we have one for everyone here, with a longer range and greater power. I'm not afraid of you." "Huh." Big Head rolled up his sleeves. This By Dashin only dares to be so arrogant because he's now eating the government's rice? They don't even want to follow the rules anymore. The bandits behind him shouted, "Boss, let's go straight into the village and kill a few people, then see if they still dare not hand it over." "Yeah, boss, let's go straight for it." A group of bandits were shouting and rushing forward, but Old Black, the only one who could read a few words, stared wide-eyed at a sign in the pile of grain. "The one who passes the car dies." Old Hay blinked, looked at Big Head, who was looking furious at the front of the line, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He added, "Big Head, cheer up. We're from Little Black Mountain. Don't embarrass yourselves. If By Dashin dares to only pay half this year, he'll dare not pay it all next year. If this precedent is set, and you become the chieftain, Won't all the villages under your jurisdiction follow the example of Shilling Village? To stir up trouble, to really stir up trouble. Anyone with a brain could tell, but despite its large size, Big Head is only about the size of a walnut kernel inside. Damn it, I'll go up there and teach by Dashin a lesson in manners. Big Head, knife in hand, spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground and strode forward. Seeing this, by Dashin, who was not far away, whispered, "Looks like these bastards are about to start a fight." Chu Xun smiled faintly, picked up the composite bow, and knocked an arrow. "That's why I said, there's no need to take all this grain, just kill them all and be done with it." Bai Dashin nodded in deep agreement. Standing in front of the grain pile, Big Head circled the knife handle, shouting as he walked, "Does a tiny Shilling village think it can turn the world upside down? Let me tell you." He had just stepped over the sign, before he could even utter the word "we." Chu Xun, standing behind the barricade, immediately raised his hand and drew back the compound bow. Whoosh! A dark afterimage instantly pierced through Big Head's forehead. Blood spurted several feet. The black man behind him was instantly overjoyed, but before he could even relax, he was filled with joy. After piercing Big Head's head, the arrow continued its momentum and flew straight toward him. "No!" Old Hay exclaimed instinctively. Uft! A hole was pierced through his nose, and an arrow was hanging from his head. His eyes were fixed intently, his hands clenched as if he wanted to pull out an arrow shaft. Thump! The two bodies fell to the ground, simultaneously, kicking up dust. Quiet. A deathly silence. Then came the sounds of the bandits' shock and anger. "Murder! Go! 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 Kill them! Avenge Brother Boss and Brother Black! Charge! Charge! Charge!" A group of bandits, each with their own ulterior motives, rushed forward but were blocked by the barricades and could not get over them no matter what they did. Chu Xun sneered. "Release the arrows. Leave no one alive." "Yes, Brother Sun." The guard behind him were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Zhang Dabiao, Shui, Sheng, and the others, who were hiding in the woods on both sides, rushed out of the woods as soon as they heard the shouts of killing. "Brothers, draw the bow. Kill these bastards." In an instant, 30 or 40 arrows shot out, as if they were free. The bandits crowding in front of the barricades instantly became sitting ducks. The outermost ring of bandits was like a hedgehog, pricked and wounded all over. "Oh no, an ambush!" One of the bandits shouted, and several others inside, who had bows and arrows, hurriedly prepared to draw their bows. But Chu Xun quickly fired 3 arrows in succession. Relying on the terrifying power of the composite bow, he accurately pierced and killed the bandits wielding bows. The bandits were terrified. They never imagined that simply asking for a safety fee when they went down the mountain would result in so many deaths. Some of the more astute bandits threw down their knives and knelt on the ground. He cried out, "Don't kill me. I'm also from Lujia village nearby. My name is Lu Guan. We know each other." Several other people knelt down and begged for mercy. "Yes, I'm from a nearby village too. My name is Lu Chu Xue. I am Lu Daosi. Deshawn, a couple of years ago, we even went to the alley to look for the hidden door together." Whoosh! Lu Daosi was shot dead instantly, dying on the spot. Bai Dashin put down his bow, an arrow with relief. Looking at Chu Xun's strange expression, he said awkwardly, "Chapter 88, Chu Qing. Let my 2 older sisters see who truly loves our eldest brother the most. I don't know any of these shady characters, and I've never gone to any shady places." Bai Dashin declared righteously, "These people are all wicked bandits. We absolutely cannot let a single one of them escape." Chu Xun forced himself to stop laughing and said, "Uncle Dashin is right. These bandits are just chuckling and coughing." He coughed twice, waved his hand, and said, "Kill them all. Confiscate all the knives, forks, bows, and arrows, and throw the corpses into the old forest." A group of guards fired arrows repeatedly. The bandits who were running around were pinned to the ground, and even the few villagers from Lujia village who begged for mercy were shot to death, their eyes wide open in disbelief. In a short period of time, dozens of bandits were wiped out. Zhang Dabiao, Shui Sheng, and the others immediately rushed into the pile of corpses and began cleaning up the battlefield. "Hey, this knife is great. It'll definitely be good for cutting vegetables. These shoes are sturdy. They're mine now. Don't fight over them. The soles of my shoes are all worn out. Let's strip them naked too. It just so happens that we haven't bought any new clothes for a long time." A group of guards, like locusts swarming across the land, stripped the bandits on the ground naked. Even their underwear was torn off completely. At the village entrance, a large pile of naked corpses suddenly appeared on the ground. A group of people orderly dragged the bandits by their backs toward the old forest, intending to dispose of the bodies. This scene was truly impactful. Dozens of people dragged the naked corpse forward in unison. Seeing Chu Xun's eyelids twitching, he had originally planned to go up the hillside to inform the villagers that they could come back. Now that I think about it, I think I'll wait a bit longer. Don't let them see this offensive scene, or they'll suffer the consequences. It wasn't until almost noon that the area in front of the village was completely cleaned up. The bloodstains on the ground, along with the yellow soil, were shoveled away. Fresh soil was sprinkled on top, and it was pressed down to make it flat. The members of the guard team all stood by the old locust tree with beaming smiles. They chatted and laughed as they discussed today's spoils. I found a handful of copper coins in the pockets of a few bandits. Hee, more than 60 coins. You're really lucky, kid. But I'm not bad either. I got half a coin of silver. Where did you find it? You're so lucky. The bandit had a pocket sewn inside his crotch. Chu Xun stood quietly at the village entrance, his gaze fixed ahead. He had already sent someone to the hillside to inform the villagers, and now he guesses that his second uncle and the others will be back soon. A little while later, about half a cup of tea had passed. At the village entrance, several figures carrying large and small bags could be seen in the distance. The most eye-catching thing was one of the two donkeys pulling a cart. Uncle Chu led the way, pulling the cart, which was full of pots, pans, grain, and bedding. My second aunt was beside me, rolling her eyes as she fed the donkey mixed beans as my second uncle instructed. Chu Qing and Qin Shinger were the most anxious, and they ran towards Chu Xun, lifting their clothes as they went. With tears still on their faces, the two girls threw themselves into Chu Xun's arms. "Brother, I heard you fought with the bandits. Are you all right?" Chu Qing asked, her eyes red. Qin Shinger buried her head in Chu Xun's arms without saying a word, but her body twitched slightly, clearly indicating that she was not at peace with herself. Chu Xun smiled and put his arm around the two women's shoulders, patting them gently. "I'm Fina. The bandits have all been wiped out. The village is safe today, and you can all come back to live here." Qin Shinger raised her face and carefully examined Chu Xun for a long time. Only after confirming that Sun Gu was all right did she wipe away her tears. Behind him, Qin Yuer slowly walked over. Seeing that there was no place for her, she stood aside and silently watched Chu Xun. A relieved smile appeared on his face. "It's so good that Sun Gu is all right." Uncle and Auntie walked over slowly. "Xuanzi, are you all right? Come on, let's go home quickly and let your auntie cook you something delicious." Chu Xun smiled and released his second sister and Qin Shinger, then came to Qin Yuer. "Second uncle, let Yuer and Shinger come over for a meal and let them get acquainted with the place." Qin Yuer's face flushed instantly. Her beauty was beyond compare, and she was extremely shy. But Qin Shinger was overjoyed, excitedly clenching her little hands. Finally, she could be with Sun Gu openly and legitimately. The second uncle and aunt were taken aback at first, then exchanged a glance. With a look of satisfaction, he said, "All right, I'll marry her sooner or later anyway, so this is a good opportunity for her to get acquainted with the family." Second aunt walked up to Qin Yuer and took her hand. He laughed and said, "Yuer and I've gotten along really well these past 2 days. She's even helped us start the fire and cook. She's been very thoughtful in everything she does. Xuanzi, you'd better treat her well." Qin Yuer blushed and said, "Second aunt, you flatter me. I was just helping out with a small matter." Qin Shinger, who was standing to the side, also stepped forward with a smile and grabbed her second aunt's other arm. "Second aunt, I helped too, so please praise me." My aunt couldn't stop smiling. The two girls were both beautiful and had a charming way of speaking. Xuanzi is fortunate to have married one of these two women. It's a good time to marry her and let Yuer and Shinger teach Shinger how to speak and act. She's already a grown woman. How could she stay at home and not get married? Seeing Sister Yuer and Sister Shinger chatting and laughing with their mother, Chu Qing's even fake smile became extremely stiff. Okay, you're in such a hurry to come in. They really want to make it clear that I'm their sister-in-law, don't they?" She glanced at Chu Xun, who looked pleased and gritted her teeth in resentment. "I refuse to believe that I'm inferior to my two older sisters in any way. Tonight, I must show my skills and let my brother know who truly loves him the most." Chapter 89 Lost. We lost completely. Chu Qing sat on the stool, her legs weak, on the verge of tears. A large group of people were gathered around the dining table in front of her, chatting and laughing. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, and father ate with great relish. Mother patted Yuer's hand and said that she would definitely be a virtuous and kind wife in future. Even the eldest brother looked at Sister Yuer with a beaming smile. "Ugh, I'm so angry." Chu Qing sighed and rubbed his forehead. Sister Yuer's level was still too high. I wholeheartedly agree that she marry my older brother. However, Sister Shinger, Qin Shinger, standing to the side, was holding chopsticks, her pretty face showing a thoughtful expression as she racked her brains trying to figure out how to eat the food she liked without disturbing the dishes on the plate. She was very distressed about this, and could only choose not to eat it. Phew, Sister Shinger is just as silly as Jiao Jiao. Oh well, I won't argue with her. Chu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she would still have the opportunity to keep the position of a mistress in the future. Soon, the meal was finished. The second aunt chatted with Qin Yuer and Qin Shinger, and also brought her own daughter along. Sister-in-law and sister-in-law should get closer. Chu Qin looked sullen. Now that I'm her sister-in-law, she'll have to call me little sister from now on. Qin Shinger draped one arm over her shoulder and laughed. Good Qin, call me sister-in-law and let me hear it. Chu Qin shuddered and reached out to tickle her. If you want to call me, just call me Sister Yuer. Sister Shinger, you're not as good as me. Nonsense. I'm older than you in every way. Chu Qin, mean damn it. Uncle Chu closed the door and smiled at Chu Xun. You're quite something, marrying two at once. You'd better treat these girls well. Chu Xun pulled his second uncle to sit at the table and poured him a cup of tea. He smiled and said, Second uncle, don't worry. I will definitely make sure you and second aunt sit in the Hall of Honor before the new year. My second uncle laughed heartily, finally feeling that the worst was over. Chu Xun fell seriously ill some time ago, and his family exhausted all their savings, mortgaging, and borrowing money. He felt like he couldn't make ends meet. Fortunately, Xuanzi is skilled. He learned to hunt and earn money, and has even driven away the bandits. Once the brick house was built, they would arrange a marriage for Xuanzi. The two chatted briefly about building the house. The bricks are almost finished being fired, and the tiles and other auxiliary materials are all ready. All that's left now is to bring in the materials and find some workers. In response, Chu Xun laughed and said, Don't many people in our village have worked as laborers building houses in various places before? Instead of letting others earn the wages, it's better to have the villagers help us build them. Uncle slapped his forehead and said happily, That's right. I forgot that everyone has gone back to the village now, and there are plenty of people in our village who know how to build houses. Hey, I'll go get people tomorrow and make sure they build you a really big house. Chu Xun took a sip of tea. Second uncle, let's not rush into the house. We can talk about it in a few days. I still have some things to take care of. Uncle was taken aback. What is it? Hasn't everything been taken care of now? Chu Xun smiled knowingly, but did not speak. The men that Zai Heishan sent to collect grain this time are all dead, but their stronghold is still intact. There are still quite a few bandits alive inside. Moreover, they will probably find out by the day after tomorrow at the latest that all the men they sent out were killed in Shilling Village. If the people of Zai Heishan seize the opportunity to retaliate, wouldn't that be dangerous? Therefore, Chu Xun plans to set off for Little Black Mountain tomorrow, sneak in at night, and wipe out the remaining dozens of bandits. While we're at it, let's also collect all the loot left behind by those bandits after years of robbery. The conversation outside the house also ended. Qin Yuer and Qin Xing said goodbye to their second aunt and left. Before leaving, his second aunt gave Chu Xun a push and winked at him. Hurry up and take that girl home. This was exactly what Chu Xun wanted to do. He was planning to go out that evening. Now it's great, we can go out openly and honestly. Moonstar, let's go, I'll take you back. Chu Xun smiled and rubbed his hands together. Chu Qin was furious and gritted her teeth. Big brother better not come back tonight, or I'll definitely make you sleep on a waterbed. Yes, she's planning to help Chu Xun with the house cleaning again. 10 days later, Chu Xun opened the door, looked at the bright sunshine in the sky, and stretched his back a little. Looks like the moon will be really bright tonight, perfect for murder. Behind him, Qin Yuer thoughtfully draped an outer robe over Chu Xun's shoulders. Brother Sun, you just got out of bed. Be careful not to catch a cold. Chu Xun pinched her cheek. I have to go out of the village today. Wake Xinger up later and make sure she drinks some water, but just that won't do. Qin Yuer nodded obediently, just about to say something. Suddenly, she couldn't help but hiccup, and her fair face instantly turned as red as blood. The wife has embarrassed herself. Chu Xun chuckled and gently pinched her pert nose. You're just as childish as I am. Go back inside, it's chilly outside. Brother Sun, you're talking about me again. Qin Yuer whimpered twice, snuggling into Chu Xun's arms. After hugging for a while, Chu Xun waved and went home. He quickly changed into some lighter clothes and then took out a simple map. This is the location of Little Black Mountain that we forced out of that bandit with the black turban yesterday. It is located in a mountain area about 30 miles south of Shilling Village. The path is complex, with many side paths and trails. Most people can't even find the way down after entering the mountains. Chu Xun changed his clothes and put on the stab-proof vest and trousers on the mountain. I checked the equipment in the warehouse again. The equipment is complete, including a composite bow, a short sword, a telescope, and 2 high-strength threaded steel bars. Current balance, 485 mall coins. Chu Xun opened the shop and looked at the inventory. I still prioritize looking at the weapon menu. There's an iron glove on it, priced at 79 mall coins. Purchased directly, and instantly a pair of bright silver iron gloves appears in the warehouse. I tried on my hand and found it had an excellent grip. It also had a protective metal plate on the palm that was incredibly sharp and extremely hard. He could be described as someone who could kill and catch a blade with his bare hands. This is good stuff. Chu Xun chuckled twice before putting everything into the warehouse. After having lunch at home, he had just started his journey, heading towards Xiaoheishan. Chapter 90 Little Black Mountain. Xiaoheishan is a full 30 li, approximately 15 kilometers, away from Shilling Village. For Chu Xun in the past, walking there would have meant his feet would have been covered in a layer of skin. But now, with 4 times the physical strength, he arrived at the foot of the mountain in just over half an hour. My face wasn't flushed or out of breath, and I even felt a little sluggish from warming up. I have to say, my physical condition is really abnormal now. I worked hard for almost a whole night, and I still have a lot of energy. Looking at the sky, it was only early afternoon. He first bought some candy from the mall to supplement his nutrition, and then simply bought some bread and water to eat. After eating and drinking his fill, Chu Xun slowly stepped into Little Black Mountain. The forest here is not as dense or as large as that sprawling old forest, but it is all bare rock with many side paths. If you're not careful, it's easy to get lost. On a hillside, Chu Xun held binoculars and looked around from time to time. Finally, about 3 miles away, they spotted several bandits wielding knives. They must have just returned from robbing a bandit. They were carrying sacks on their backs and walking into the mountains with smiles on their faces. Chu Xun silently observed their movements, then put away his binoculars. They hurried ahead of them. They happened to encounter this group of bandits at a mountain pass. Chu Xun silently crouched behind a large tree, watching the movements of the bandits below. Suddenly, the bandits turned left at the entrance to the mountain pass and stepped onto a rugged path. At the end of the path was a narrow strip of sky, just wide enough for 2 people to squeeze in side by side. Several bandits, carrying sacks, looked around for a while before going inside. So well hidden, Chu Xun raised an eyebrow, then slowly followed. They followed these bandits for about 15 minutes. The full picture of the bandit stronghold at Xiaoheishan was finally revealed to Chu Xun. The houses were simple, the walls were made of wood, and a few people were patrolling on them. There were also a few watchtowers inside. It didn't look like the bandits' den I had imagined at all. But after thinking about it for a while, Chu Xun realized that he had been influenced by modern TV dramas. What good environment could bandits possibly have? Aren't those just temporary gathering places for refugees? Who knows, maybe one day they'll conduct a sweep and burn the whole village down. As long as it's a place to live, that's fine. Why be so picky? Is it really going to be built to be magnificent and grand, comparable to a county government office? After the bandits entered the village gate, Chu Xun also climbed up a big tree. He took out his binoculars and observed the people inside. The perfunctory patrol methods made him not want to watch anymore after only a short while. There are about 20 people openly operating in the mountain stronghold, which is roughly the same as the intelligence I received. Moreover, the guard were extremely lax and ineffective. The gate was only about 4 meters high, and Chu Xun even doubted that he could jump over it with a running start. All we need to do now is wait until it gets dark before we can begin. He popped 2 candies into his mouth, then leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed by, second by second. Night fell quickly, and the outline of the entire mountain stronghold became blurred. Fortunately, the bandits lit a brazier, allowing Chu Xun to see everything clearly. He climbed down the tree and quietly approached the lower left side of the mountain stronghold. Chu Xun looked up and saw a watchtower in front of him, inside which sat a bandit who seemed to be having nothing better to do. The bandit had just yawned and hadn't even had time to shut his mouth yet. Snap! A black arrow pierced his mouth instantly, going straight up through his entire head. With a thud, the bandit leaned against the wooden planks of the watchtower and died. But this faint noise went completely unnoticed by anyone. The patrolling bandits continued their routines, going about their business as usual, and then taking a nap. A bunch of useless trash. They deserve to die. Chu Xun, like a nimble cat, reached out and gripped the wooden wall, exerting a little force. He instantly leaped into the mountain stronghold. Ignoring the henchmen, he headed straight for the house in the center. Of course, he could expose his whereabouts directly, holding 2 pieces of rebar, which would be a direct attack from start to finish. These 20-odd people wouldn't even last him 10 minutes to kill. But the only fear is that the leader might escape, or that some fish might slip through the net. After all, it's one person coming to wipe out an entire family, so it's always better to be careful. A bandit, still half asleep, emerged from the outhouse, pulling up his trousers, and bumped right into Chu Xun, who was on his way. He said irritably, "Let's change to another one. This one's fully loaded. I don't know which bastard is so good at it. It's like the top of the tower." Chu Xun's eyes were icy as he rubbed the iron glove in his hand. When the bandit saw that Chu Xun did not reply, he was about to say something. But upon seeing Chu Xun's face clearly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you?" There were many people in their village, and the bandit didn't recognize them all, but he was quite certain that there was no one in the village who was that handsome. Just as he was about to shout, a pair of ferocious hands covered his mouth. Unable to utter a sound, the bandit gripped Chu Xun's wrist tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Chu Xun then twisted his hands together, and a crisp cracking sound was heard. The bandit's head spun around a dozen times in an instant before crashing to the ground, blood gushing out. After throwing the bandit's body into the latrine, Chu Xun continued to walk through the various houses. When they encounter a lone bandit, they would simply crush his throat, but they didn't dare to be too ruthless. Otherwise, like that bandit from before, his head would be twisted off, and then we'd have to deal with the body. It would be much simpler to just place it against the wall, like it is now, and pretend it's sleeping. Before long, Chu Xun arrived at the large house in the very center. After quietly carving a hole in the wooden board, he peered inside. Rough! Chu Xun cursed inwardly, feeling as if his eyes had been polluted. Damn it, how'd I even see this kind of thing? Inside, two burly men were entangled in an extremely indecent manner. At the very top of the hall hangs a sign that reads, Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness. No wonder bandits always call each other brother this and brother that. They must be bursting with passion. Chu Xun turned his head away and rubbed his eyes several times with his eyes closed. I plan to throw the bodies of this ill-fated couple to the ends of the earth later. This can be considered as repayment for polluting my eyes. Just as Chu Xun was about to make his move, the sounds coming from inside the house caught his attention. The slightly petite but burly man turned around and said in a sweet voice, Chief, when you go to Ironback Mountain, will you really take me with you? Han Li breathed a sigh of relief and said, Of course. Once I become the leader of Taipei Mountain, I won't have to worry about being besieged by the government every day anymore, and we can finally live a good life. That Ironback Mountain is only a little bigger than our village. How could it possibly block the government? The big man was somewhat skeptical. Unexpectedly, Han Li chuckled evilly. Baby, what do you know? That Ironback Mountain is no ordinary village. Their chieftain has quite a background. Chu Xun, standing outside the door, was also somewhat puzzled. The chieftain of Taipei Mountain has never shown his face. There are only a few leaders. Could he really have some kind of background? The burly man below also asked, What's your background? Han Li closed his eyes, looked up at the sky, and let out a long sigh. Then he sat down in a chair. It said that their chieftain is a government official. People in government. Chapter 91 is the county lieutenant, the village chief. After hearing the two bandits inside say that the chieftain of Taipei Mountain was a government official, Chu Xun's eyelids twitched slightly as he looked out the window. I never imagined that Taipei Mountain had such a powerful background, with its chieftain actually being a government official. No wonder the bandit leader was so eager to squeeze in. Now I understand. The burly man inside pulled up his trousers, his expression one of shock. No way. The leader of the mighty Ironback Mountain is actually a government official. How high-ranking must an official be to protect them? Han Li sat in the chair and laughed. It's just a few of them. We don't need to know who they are. As long as we can get into the upper level of Ironback Mountain, we can say goodbye to the days of living on the edge of a knife for the rest of our lives. Previously, Xia Heishan had lived a fairly good life. But Han Li understood that it was only because they paid a lot of money to Taipei Mountain and the government that the area was stabilized. But in reality, these small bandit dens were the government's reserve purse. Whenever they remember them, they send troops to surround and plunder them. He had had enough of this kind of life. So even if it means sacrificing the village, he also forced his men to plunder 3 times the amount of peace money, which he used as funds to surrender to the mountain. If it weren't for the violent death of the 5th leader of Ironback Mountain, the token would have disappeared without a trace. An outsider like him has absolutely no chance of taking the position of leader of Taipei Mountain. This is a rare opportunity. Once we collect all the peace money this time, I'll have about 500 taels of silver, enough to take you with me to join the sect, Han Li exclaimed. The village will definitely be wiped out by the government later, but by then, we will be able to rest easy. The big man looked incredibly moved. She nestled on Han Li's lap and said sweetly, It's my blessing that the chieftain remembers me. Han Li laughed heartily and patted his forehead. Their eyes were so intense, they could hardly look away. Damn it. Chu Xun outside couldn't stand it anymore. This scene is too gruesome. I can't bear to look at it for another second. He felt like he was about to go blind. Chu Xun grabbed the door frame, leaped up, and landed directly on the roof. With a quick probe of 2 fingers, a hole was punched in the wooden plank of the roof. The 2 burly men, absorbed in the enchanting atmosphere, were completely unaware of the commotion. Immediately, Chu Xun summoned a composite bow from the warehouse, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the burly man who had just closed his eyes. Call out. Arrows burst forth. At the same time, the iron gauntlet was inserted directly into the wooden board, and Chu Xun tore a large hole in it with his bare hands. Uft. The big man's head was pierced through from top to bottom in an instant. Blood spurted out and landed on Han Li's head. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the head of the person in his arms pierced by a sharp arrow, a gruesome sight of someone dying on the spot. Guards! Someone's here. Han Li had just stood up when he heard a crisp sound above his head. A figure in black descended from the sky and tightly covered his mouth. Chu Xun's icy voice rang out. If you don't want to die, then listen to me. As he spoke, he lightly grazed Han Li's nose with his iron gauntlet, cutting a long wound. Han Li's hair stood on end, and he swallowed hard. He nodded fearfully, indicating that he understood what to do. Outside the gate, a bandit on guard heard the shouts coming from inside the house. He knocked on the door. Chief, did you call me just now? Chu Xun summoned a boning knife, pressed it against Han Li's throat, and then released his hand from Han Li's mouth. Yes, it's getting cold today. You should go back and rest, Han Li said, trying to appear calm. Upon hearing that their leader cared so much about them, the bandits outside beamed with joy. Thank you, chieftain. Then came the sound of footsteps, and the bandit on guard left. Han Li trembled as he said, Hero, can you let me go now? Just tell me what you want, and I'll do whatever I can. What he just witnessed almost scared the old bandit to death. How could anyone have slipped into his little black mountain so quietly? Then shoot her favorite man from the rooftop, jump in, and subdue her? This person is absolutely terrifying. Seeing that he was so sensible, Chu Xun smiled faintly and said, You seem to value your life quite a bit. Han Li said with a fawning smile, That's right. You're a heroa? MMM. The scream stopped abruptly because Chu Xun had tightly gripped his mouth. Looking at Han Li's wrist, the bone was protruding, blood was flowing freely, and it was twisted beyond recognition. Chu Xun cruelly released his wrist. He pulled a dagger from Han Li's pocket and threw it on the ground. This is your last chance. If you dare to play any tricks on me again, your fate will be 100 times worse than his. Han Li was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely, his mouth agape, but he dared not make a sound. I understand. Chu Xun then grabbed him by the neck and pinned him to the ground. Tell me properly, who is the chieftain of Ironback Mountain? Han Li endured the excruciating pain and said tremblingly, Hero, I only know that he's a government official, but I really don't know his name. Is that so? Chu Xun's eyes turned cold, and he tightened his grip slightly. Han Li's face instantly turned purplish blue. He had difficulty breathing, and his eyes bulged. I'll talk. Hearing this voice, Chu Xun finally relaxed a little. Why wait until you're about to die to change things? Han Li was almost in tears. Why did this guy threaten to kill him so easily? He spoke rapidly. I suspect that the chieftain of Taibei Mountain is very likely Qian Wentong, the county magistrate, because he always led the troops in the campaigns to suppress bandits, and he never targeted Ironback Mountain. I've even seen bandits he captured released back to work on the mountain. County Commandant Qian Wentong? Chu Xun pondered to himself that the county magistrate was in charge of the county's troops and was the backbone of the defense of Yinshui County. Only he could intimidate the bandits in the mountains and make them obediently work for him. This is truly a case of collusion between officials and bandits. Han Li, panting heavily, pleaded with his eyes tightly shut. Hero, can you spare me now? Spare you. Chu Xun sna. Tell me where you've hidden all that grain and money you've robbed over the years. Han Li's eyes darted around. Good sir, the money's all under my bed. If you want it, I'll give it to you right now. Another heart-wrenching scream. Chu Xun stomped on his leg and broke it. The entire kneecap was reduced to a pool of blood and gore. Uft. Chu Xun kicked him in the mouth, shattering countless teeth. Han Li was choked and couldn't say a word. He could only whimper and beg for mercy. You're not going to tell the truth, huh? Then take your money and go die. As he spoke, Chu Xun took out a boning knife, intending to kill him with a single blow. Wah, Han Li shook his head frantically, whimpering in response, which scared him so much he wet himself. The sharp tip of the knife gently pierced his brow, cutting open a bloody wound. I'm giving you one last chance, speak. Han Li. Chapter 92 Teasing. Han Li's face was covered in tears and snot. There was also a foul-smelling liquid under him, and he was so scared that he peed himself. He opened his mouth with difficulty. Good sir, spare my life. I've hidden all the money in a crevice in the cliff. If I die, you'll never find it. Chu Xun played with the boning knife in his hand, creating a series of beautiful knife tricks. So you're threatening me? With a grimace, Han Li said, I wouldn't dare. I just want to buy my life with money. As long as you swear you won't kill me, Han Li, I'll take you to get the money. It's better to live a miserable life than to die, even if he only has one arm and one leg left now. He certainly didn't want to be killed like that. He still has money, and as long as the person in front of him still has a desire for money, he will use that desire to survive. Then a glint flashed in his eyes, and he smiled faintly. All right, I, Li Fei Yu, am not a person who breaks his promises. I swear to God, as long as you, Han Li, hand over all your money to me, Li Fei Yu, I will spare your life. Upon hearing this, Han Li was overjoyed and exclaimed, Is it true, hero? Absolutely true. Chu Xun declared confidently. Thank you so much, Brother Fei Yu, for sparing my life. I am Han Li, and I am deeply grateful. So his name is Li Fei Yu. Han Li lowered his head, his eyes filled with venom, and revealed a strange, wicked smile. The money was hidden on a cliff, and only he knew where the secret passage was. If he went with him, then trick him into climbing the cliff, and then go down the secret passage yourself, waiting for Li Fei Yu to come down. He kicked him off the cliff. Han Li felt that his plan was perfect. The only thing to consider is whether Li Fei Yu will break his promise and kill him. When you go to get the money later, lie to him and say that you have a lot of money hidden in the city. After you get the money from the cliff, you can take him with you. After thinking about the plan in my mind for a while, Han Li Tsai was surprised to find that there was no one left in the house. Where'd he go? Immediately, screams erupted from inside the mountain stronghold. There was also the resounding whistling of arrows and the sound of houses being smashed mixed together. What exactly happened outside? Han Li struggled to get up, trying to see if there was a chance to escape. But as soon as he opened the door, he was completely dumbfounded. All he could see were collapsed houses in the village outside, and the ground was littered with the corpses of his own men. The man named Li Fei Yu smashed a bandit skull with a single punch. Then, grabbing him by the collar, he flung him away, smashing the house to pieces. Two bandits, terrified, tried to escape, but were also killed by an arrow. The two men fell to the ground, one arrow between them. The whole scene was extremely bloody, with body parts everywhere. It was terrifying beyond belief. Good heavens, is this even human? Standing amidst a pile of corpses, Chu Xun suddenly turned around, revealing an innocent smile. The blood-stained iron glove and boning knife in his hands vanished abruptly. Then it reappeared in his hands, looking clean and tidy. Monster! Han Li was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud. My mind is filled with nothing but ghosts. How can anyone be so powerful? There are still more than 20 brothers left in my own village. He actually killed them all by himself. And then there was the magic that vanished in an instant, and the weapons that were just covered in blood. When it reappears, it will be just like new. What else could this be but a monster? In the center of the corpse, Chu Xun slowly put on his iron gloves and picked up the boning knife again. He walked step by step toward Han Li, who had fallen to the ground. There aren't any secret escape routes in your village, are there? Han Li was stunned for a long time before stammering. Yes, there is one, but only I know it. Chu Xun nodded in satisfaction. Then they must all be dead. Let's go get the money. Han Li swallowed hard, his gaze shifting downwards. I saw the shadow at Chu Xun's feet. It looked like a human figure, not a monster. How could it be so terrifying? Then, limping on one leg, he took a flat stick as a crutch and led Chu Xun out of the mountain stronghold. Beneath his feet lay fragments of his men, pieces that could not be pieced together. He was so frightened that he trembled and didn't dare to turn around and look at Chu Xun. After leaving the village, they walked south for about a mile. The two arrived at the edge of a cliff, below which was a sparse forest about several tens of feet high. Han Li pointed to the bottom of the cliff and said with a fawning smile, The treasure is in the cave 10 feet below. Brother Fei Yu, what do you think? Chu Xun leisurely brandished the boning knife in his hand. Is there no other secret passage leading to the cliff face? There's no secret passage here. This is all naturally formed. Han Li hurriedly explained, If my hands and feet weren't crippled, I would definitely retrieve it for you myself. His expression was extremely sincere, and he didn't seem to be lying. Chu Xun put away the boning knife, tightened his iron gloves, and then turned and walked towards the cliff. Brother Han Li, please wait for me here. Don't wander off, or I'll catch up with you. No. Chu Xun clung to the edge of the cliff, looking down at the cliff face that was dozens of feet high. Then he slowly climbed down. The moment his figure dropped, Han Li above immediately ran to the side. Even while leaning on a carrying pole and hopping on one leg, he was incredibly fast. Haha, there are still idiots like this. He actually believed his own words and climbed down. The cliff face was only a foot or so deep, and inside was just a narrow cave. Haha, by the time you get there, I'll have already kicked you off. So what if he's a great fighter? Even if you don't have a brain, you still can't beat me. Han Li went behind a large rock, swept away the dust underneath to reveal a wooden board, lifted it up, and crawled inside. At the same time, Chu Xun, who was below the cliff, exerted a little force with his arms and leaped onto the cliff. The secret passage was narrow, and as soon as Han Li entered, he quickly crawled downwards. There were hollowed-out holes on both sides where some grains, water, bedding, and other items were placed. He lit a torch on the ground and continued forward. There were several boxes piled up next to them, filled with broken silver and copper coins. There were at least a dozen boxes in total. Hanli walked to a rock about knee-high and, with one hand and one foot, desperately moved it away. A little bright moonlight shone through from behind. Hanli was overjoyed and hurriedly crawled over. On the other side was a small cave that could only accommodate 3 people lying sideways. Ha! Li Fei Yu, no matter how skilled you are, you would never have imagined that the place you painstakingly climbed down to is just a tiny, insignificant hole. All the money I've been robbing for so long has been hidden in the secret passage behind me. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but chuckle, waiting for Li Fei Yu to come down so he could kick him off the cliff. But he still had to wait to see Chu Xun's figure. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. So that's where you hid all the money. Thank you for leading the way. Li Fei Yu. How'd he get here? Shouldn't he be climbing the cliff face right now? Hanli was shocked and hurriedly tried to sneak away. Bang! Chu Xun kicked him in the eye socket. A burst of blood erupted, and Hanli covered his eyes tightly. Li Fei Yu, you tricked me. Chu Xun took the stone and used it to plug the gap. Then he flexed his wrists and left a voice. That's called outsmarting me, you idiot. He then unleashed a punch. The terrifying force embedded the rock firmly into the mountainside, making it an integral part of the entire cliff face. There's absolutely no way Li could have broken it open. Li roared through the narrow cave entrance. Li Fei Yu, you said you would spare my life. You swore an oath. Chu Xun laughed and said, so did I kill you? If you want to live, climb up. It's only 10 zhong. Or you can jump down. Li choked for a moment, looking at his shattered knee and broken wrist. He gave a bitter laugh. Li Fei Yu, I curse you to a terrible death. Chu Xun had already walked far away, intending to check how much silver he had. Curse me all you want. My name isn't that one. There's cause and effect. Hanli, White Thiar. On the other side, Chu Xun bought a flashlight from the mall. We started counting the dozen or so boxes. The sheer number left him speechless. Just how many people did this little black mountain rob? There are so many. If I have to be so shameless as to ask for gifts again, the author is truly starving. What kind of idiots are using AI to write books? Spilao Feng. Chapter 93, 700 Tales. A full 700 tales of silver. This tiny honey cave was actually stuffed with valuables worth more than 700 tales of silver. Goodness, how much did they steal? Chu Xun clicked his tongue as he picked at the copper coins and silver fragments inside the box. No wonder Li dared to say he would take 500 tales of silver to join Taipei Mountain. They really do have a wealthy family background. But Chu Xun smiled as he looked at the cave entrance he had sealed off. Now it was all his. There were more than a dozen large boxes in total. The large coin was stuffed full, mixed with dark, loose silver pieces. There were also several boxes, each containing 1 or 2 taels of silver ingots. Chu Xun even found a few gold leaves in a small box. A single gold leaf is worth around 15 taels of silver or more and is even more precious. Chu Xun packed up the silver ingots and gold leaves, totaling about 300 taels. Then he crawled out through the narrow opening. As soon as he reached the top of the cliff, he heard Li's hoarse curses coming from below. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Chu Xun flicked his ear, ignoring him completely, and turned to leave. Let him freeze or starve to death on the cliff. Or they could jump off and die. The cliffs are dozens of meters high, and once they fall, they're nothing but a pile of minced meat. As a bandit leader who had committed countless evil deeds, he deserved this fate. Before leaving, Chu Xun returned to the Black Mountain, where he had wiped out the entire clan. He took out the Ironback Mountain 5th Leader's token that he had seized from his pocket and stuffed it under a corpse. Then, under the cover of night, he jogged back to Shilling Village. It's still early, just past 9 p.m. Perhaps I can choose not to go home for now. Chu Xun stopped and slowly walked to the east end of the village, to Qin Yuer and Qin Shinger's home. As soon as I knocked, the wooden door was eagerly opened. Qin Shinger had a beautiful face and a pair of big, bright eyes. She threw herself into Chu Xun's arms. Brother Sun, why are you so late today? I am starving. She pouted pitifully, her expression extremely aggrieved. Are you hungry? Chu Xun twitched his lips and touched her forehead. I'll give you 1 billion or 2 later. Eat less, it's not good for your stomach. Qin Shinger smiled sweetly and pulled Chu Xun into the house. On the table inside the house, Qin Yuer quickly brought out a basin of hot water from the kitchen. Brother Sun, soak your feet. I'll wash them for you. During this time, she gained a very thorough understanding of Chu Xun, and she had to soak her feet before going to bed. Chu Xun threw the large bundle he was carrying onto the ground, making a clattering sound. Yuer still cares about me and knows I'm tired, unlike Xinger, who pesters me for food before I even get inside. Qin Xinger was very dissatisfied and pulled Chu Xun to sit at the table. Then she massaged his shoulders and said sweetly, "Who said that? I can take care of Sun Ji too. Look how well I'm massaging you." Chu Xun closed his eyes and said, enjoying the moment, "It doesn't feel as serious as when I'm massaging you." Qin Xinger blushed and increased her strength. As soon as Chu Xun sat down in the chair, Qin Yuer eagerly took off his shoes and put her feet in them. The water temperature was just right, steaming hot. As he put it in, Chu Xun felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Qin Yuer's soft little hands kneading back and forth, the level of enjoyment was no less than a deep wellness spa treatment costing 499 yuan. After enjoying a half-hour massage, Chu Xun gestured for the two to sit down and said with a smile, "All right, it's my turn to pay the service fee." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuer and Qin Xinger's eyes lit up, thinking they were about to be rewarded. But soon the two of them exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Sun, where did you get so much money?" "Huh, that's not the reward they wanted." Chu Xun opened the package, and several hundred taels of silver were instantly revealed to the two women. There were also 7 gold leaves on it, which glittered in the candlelight. He picked up 2 gold leaves and handed them to the two women. "Wear gold and silver. Here are these 2 gold leaves. Why get more gold in the future? I will make you some fine jewelry." Qin Yuer and Qin Xinger were moved to tears. He casually tossed the gold leaf aside, then stepped forward and hugged Chu Xun, sobbing uncontrollably. The oil lamp slowly went out. 3 days have passed since Shiling Village defeated the bandits of Zaiheishan. The villagers were initially worried about retaliation from the people of Zaiheishan, and they were on high alert for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, all they received was a shocking piece of news. The entire Zaiheishan family was wiped out. "No way. All the bandits of Zaiheishan are dead." The old village chief rubbed his old eyes, looking at his son in disbelief. Bai Dashan sat in his chair and said cheerfully, "That's right. The news spread throughout the county government today. I rushed back as soon as I heard the news. You wouldn't believe it. All 20-odd bandits from Little Black Mountain were slaughtered, each one left without a complete corpse. The scene was horrific. It almost made me vomit." People around him couldn't help but ask, who wiped them out? It couldn't have been the county that sent troops to exterminate them, could it? Upon hearing this, Bai Dashan looked embarrassed, knowing that the county government and the bandits had always maintained a balance. Sending troops from the county government to suppress bandits is truly a case of having nothing better to do. He coughed twice. The county magistrate personally led a team to the scene. It should be a conflict between bandits. The specific details are unknown, but the good news is that no more bandits have come to the village to collect peace fees since then. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Zhang Dabiao clenched his fists and said with great joy, "Even if there are more bandits, we are not afraid. With Brother Sun here and our guard team, we can protect the village no matter how many bandits come." The guards around him puffed out their chests with pride. Chu Xun, sitting in the chair, did not speak, but simply lowered his head in thought. Did the county magistrate lead the team to the bandit stronghold in Zaiheishan? In an official residence in the county town. Idiot! County Lieutenant Qian Wentong angrily smashed the cup and pointed at the person in front of him, cursing him. He was tall and had a wild streak. He didn't look like a county constable, but rather like a ruthless outlaw. "Do you know how wary the other bandits are of you right now? They're terrified you'll wipe them out tonight, too." A man dressed as a servant was scratching his head in front of him. He asked in confusion, "Sir, we didn't go to wipe out Little Black Mountain." "Shut up." Qian Wentong took out an iron plate from his pocket and smashed it in front of his face. He said angrily, "Look at this for yourself. Do you know how many spies are among the soldiers I brought with me?" The man looked down and immediately felt a pang of sympathy. Why did the token of the 5th leader of our own mountain stronghold appear there of all places? Qian Wentong sat in his chair and angrily took a big gulp of tea. He cursed. Now all the bandits in Yinshui County know that Ironback Mountain has wiped out entire families of those who came with tokens and wanted to join their stronghold. Who would dare to pledge allegiance to Ironback Mountain now? What kind of work are you doing? The man felt even more aggrieved. "Sir, the 5th brother died long ago. This must be a frame-up." Enraged, Qian Wentong stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. "I know, but now this mess has been dumped on our heads. You son of a bitch, Wan Biao. Do you even understand?" Chapter 94 Ironback Mountain, Wan Biao. The man named Wan Biao received a slap, and a hint of anger flashed to his eyes. But he dare not show it at all, because he was nothing more than a bandit leader. But the person in front of you is a genuine official appointed by the imperial court. The county magistrate was a powerful figure who commanded the entire county's troops. He had hundreds of soldiers under his command, and his Ironback Mountain could be destroyed at any time. Moreover, Qian Wentong is now the boss of Taibishan. Wan Biao covered his face and said with a forced smile, "Sir, I understand, but this is clearly a case of being framed, and there's really no way to clear it up." Qian Wentong raged for a while before finally sitting down in a chair. He asked angrily, "Has all the silver been collected this year? Damn it, without Little Black Mountain, who among those bandits will still be willing to pay their dues? They probably all think that they, as county magistrates, can no longer protect people." Wan Biao harbored extreme resentment, but this was not evident on his face. Like a smiling tiger, "Don't worry, sir. The total of 800 strings of cash has all been converted into silver, 800 taels, and it's all in your treasury." Hearing that all the money was in his own vault, Qian Wentong's expression improved slightly. He stood up and patted Wan Biao on the shoulder. "Biaozi, I know you've been wronged, but all the bandits in Yinshui County know about this. It will be difficult to collect their share of the money next year. You still need to handle this carefully." Wan Biao cursed inwardly. "You son of a bitch, you get all the benefits, and I get to do all the dirty work. Go to hell." "Don't worry, sir. I know what to do. I'll send a team down the mountain in a while, and make sure they die knowing why." "Haha, okay." Qian Wentong laughed and said, "Once I get in touch with the higher-ups and become the magistrate of Yinshui County, I will definitely find a way to clear your name and let you work in the military." Wan Biao also hurriedly showed his eagerness. "Thank you for your guidance, sir. I will do my utmost to serve you." "Okay, go ahead." Qian Wentong waved his hand, signaling him to leave, and then turned and went to the treasury where the money was hidden. After exiting through the back door, Wan Biao changed his clothes and got into a donkey cart. "Back to the mountain. I'm going to find out exactly which force dared to do this to me." The gray-clad bandit driving the cart asked as he drove. "Boss brother, do you think it might be that bastard county magistrate setting this up on purpose?" Wan Biao glanced at him sideways and said coldly, "Are you saying that Qian Wentong sent people to destroy Zaiheishan, and then used this to frame us, and at the same time weaken the strength of our Taibishan?" The gray-clad bandit chuckled. "That's not necessarily true. There are refugees everywhere now, and the strength of our Ironback Mountain has also increased, growing from over 100 to over 300. It's understandably a bit worrying." Wan Biao closed his eyes and pondered carefully. The county's military corps has always been at full strength of 300 men. Including other miscellaneous personnel, the county magistrate had only about 500 men under his command. In addition, due to years of famine, the government was unable to pay military salaries, and the silver had to be replenished by Qian Wentong's plundering. Therefore, his subordinates were extremely loyal to him. After the county magistrate was dismissed 2 years ago, Qian Wentong became even more ruthless in extorting money, trying to bribe his superiors to become the new county magistrate. Right now, he is most in need of money. It's not impossible that they could wipe out Little Black Mountain and steal all the silver into his private treasury. Is that really the case? When did this son of a bitch's brain become so sharp? Wan Biao was extremely distressed. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go back to the mountain and talk about it when we get back. First, let's figure out what exactly happened at Little Black Mountain and where so many people perished." After a long and arduous journey, the two finally returned to the heavily guarded Ironback Mountain. This hill is built on a cliff with a flat back that looks like a mirror. Ahead lies a narrow mountain road, flanked by towering slopes, creating a sense of narrow passage between two cliffs. It is a terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The only pity is that droughts are frequent these days, and there is no water on the mountain. Otherwise, it would be as solid as a rock. Upon returning to the mountain stronghold, Wan Biao immediately summoned his 3 leaders. One of them was a man with a limp, his eyes were cold, and he was playing with an iron hook in his hand. One of them was the gray-clad bandit who had driven the carriage earlier. He had squinty eyes and looked harmless. Another was a strong man with a round head, round face, and a full beard. Upon seeing the head of the household return, the round-faced man was the first to ask, "Brother, is 5th brother really dead?" Wan Biao patted him on the shoulder. "The token has been found, so the person is definitely gone. You should find another man in the future." Upon hearing this, the round-faced man covered his mouth, his eyes immediately reddening. He then looked at the man with the sloping leg and asked, "Have you investigated all the people in Zaiheishan? Why are there only 20 corpses in the mountain?" The sloping man took out a map and pointed to it, saying, "I sent someone to check. A few days ago, Zaiheishan sent people to collect peace fees from every village under its jurisdiction." Then he pointed to the location of Shilling Village. It should be that when it was the turn of this village, the people of Zaiheishan never went back, and the grain and money were all stored in a cave in the mountains and were not transported back. Wan Biao stood before the map, muttering to himself, "Shilling Village? This village is the largest village at the foot of Zaiheishan Mountain, isn't it?" "That's right, brother." Han Li, the leader of Little Black Mountain, told me a while ago that he wanted to join the gang. I told him that according to the rules, it only costs 500 taels to join the gang and become the leader. Then Zai Heishan started charging 3 times the peace fee, killing and injuring many people. It's very likely that they provoked these villages, leading to a collective rebellion. The hunchback man said sinisterly. What an idiot. He left no way out for them. No wonder he was wiped out. Wang Biao sneered. Even a person should leave themselves a way out, let alone a bandit. Even Taibishan doesn't dare to charge that much money. And you, a mere little black mountain, are actually charging it. Send people to investigate and find out what kind of monsters and demons are in Xiling village that can devour the people of Zai Heishan. The limping man nodded, indicating that he understood. But then Wan Biao added, let's send about 20 men to this village to test the waters. Remember to notify the county magistrate first. These 20-odd people were the ones he had given him, to be sent to their deaths in the hands of the authorities. Let those bandits see how the county magistrate suppresses Taibei Mountain. Xiling village? I'll see what you got up to. Chapter 95. You dare to sell this horse with tetanus for 80 taels of silver? In the pork shop in the county town, Butcher Zheng placed a box of silver in front of Chu Xun. He smiled and said, Master Sun, the money is all here. Please take a look. On the opposite bench, Chu Xun, who had been lying down, slowly sat up. Instead of looking at the box of silver, he asked Butcher Zheng, any news about the horses I asked you to inquire about last time? 5 or 6 days have passed since the massacre of the Zai Heishan family. The village had been peaceful, so he went to the city again. The materials for building the brick and tile house were all delivered to the house 2 days ago, and construction is just a matter of time. When Butcher Zheng heard Chu Xun inquiring about horses, he immediately understood. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Master Sun, we did find one, that horse, but it has some problems, and the price is not low. When Chu Xun heard that he had actually found out the whereabouts of the horses, he perked up. What's wrong? How much do you want? The rarity and value of horses in those days were self-evident. The vast majority were in the hands of the imperial court. In this small county town of Yinshui, the number of horses is estimated to be less than 100. Butcher Zheng stepped forward. That horse is sick. At the slightest movement, it convulses and trembles. Moreover, it walks very stiffly and can't even run. And it costs 80 taels of silver. Chu Xun didn't care about the 80 taels of silver. After all, he had just received 700 taels of silver a few days ago, so he had plenty of resources at hand. But upon hearing about the horse's condition, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Overreacting to external stimuli, resulting in muscle spasms and stiff gait. The more I listen, the more it sounds like the symptoms of tetanus. Take me to see it. We finally found a horse. We can't miss this opportunity. Butcher Zheng looked completely bewildered. Master Sun, you want to buy this too? That horse is beyond saving. Chu Xun stepped forward, passing him by. Just lead the way. If the horses satisfy me, all the silver on the table is yours. All the money is mine now. Butcher Zheng's eyes lit up with excitement as he glanced back at the box containing the money. There were over 10 taels of silver in there. It would take me 1 or 2 months of selling meat to earn this much money. Whatever Master Sun says goes. Even if we can't buy it, we can still consider it a way to increase his favorability. Zheng the Butcher now greatly admires Chu Xun, who could provide pickled vegetables that could be sold for 50 coins per ounce. Soon, the two arrived at the back door of a wealthy household. The gatekeeper was an old man dressed in a brocade robe, who spotted Butcher Zheng and Chu Xun from afar. Steward Chun, this gentleman is here to buy horses. Please lead us inside to take a look. Butcher Zheng stepped forward and handed over a small piece of silver. All right. Butler Chun took the loose silver and discreetly slipped it into his sleeve. But once you're inside, don't look around, understand? He took a deep look at Chu Xun, wondering how someone could be so handsome. Don't let the second wife see this. Chu Xun remained silent, simply moving to the side quietly. Why does this old man have such a strange look in his eyes? Soon, Butler Chin led Chu Xun and the other person to a small area in the backyard. This is a small horse farm, only a few dozen feet in circumference, with several stables around it, where 7 or 8 fine horses of different colors are tethered. I wonder what the Chan family's background is, that they have so many fine horses. They even built a small horse farm. Upon arriving at the stable, Steward Chun instructed a servant to lead out a tall, jet-black horse with snow-white hooves from under the dimly lit shed. The muscular lines and the thick mane on its back immediately tell it's a fine horse. Although the horse looked magnificent, its right foreleg was extremely stiff when it walked. Moreover, as soon as it saw the light, it made a hoarse sound in its throat and kept its eyes tightly closed, clearly very unwilling to come out. The servant scattered some feed in front of it. The horse lowered its neck to sniff before opening its mouth to eat, but its teeth were extremely small, and saliva dripped uncontrollably down its face. Steward Chun pointed to the horse and said, "This is the horse. 80 taels of silver. Take it or leave it." Chu Xun took 2 steps forward, just about to reach out and stroke the horse's back. The horse reacted as if startled, taking 2 steps back and letting out a long neigh, its right foreleg trembling violently. "Master Sun, be careful not to get kicked," Butcher Zheng quickly called out. Chu Xun waved his hand. "It's all right, Steward Chun. This horse must have suffered from a comminuted wound, right? Jin Chuang Jing is the ancient name for tetanus. Once you get this thing, it's all about how lucky you are. 99% of them will die. This young man knows medicine?" Steward Chun gave Chu Xun a strange look and nodded, saying, "That's right, ordinary medicines can't cure it. Otherwise the manor wouldn't have sold it off." Wound spasm. Butcher Zheng's eyes widened. "You still want to sell it for 80 taels of silver? This disease is practically incurable." Butler Chin snorted coldly and flicked his sleeves. "Buy it or don't, it's fine even if it dies. It's worth the price." Butcher Zheng wanted to say a few more words, but Chu Xun raised his hand to stop him. 80 taels it is, I'll buy it." "What?" Butcher Zheng stood there stunned in surprise. "Master Sun, this horse will die soon after we buy it. What's the point of buying it? Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this, right?" Little did he know, it was just a minor tetanus. Chu Xun has plenty of ways. A fatal, intractable disease? Go tell my 1135 mall coins in the mall. When Butler Chin heard that Chu Xun insisted on buying horses, he beamed with joy. He immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll have someone get the receipt right away. We'll exchange money for goods." Chu Xun smiled and nodded. Fortunately, he had exchanged the silver for banknotes after entering the city. Otherwise, he would have had to spend time to collect them. Just as the document was brought in and both parties were about to sign and affix their seals, a sudden, both delicate and anxious cry rang out from the entrance of the horse ranch. "Stop! Who are you? Who gave you permission to buy treading snow?" The one who shouted was a girl of about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a maroon riding outfit, with an oval face, long ponytail, and a puffed-up face. Behind her followed a seductive woman in a light blue ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress. The woman was a bit older, around 27 or 28, with a pretty face and a seductive figure, but also a sharp and mean-spirited air about her. Chu Xun ignored the shouts completely. He immediately wrote his name on it and pressed his red seal on it. The document is in effect. He readily took out an 80-tael silver note from his pocket and stuffed it into Steward Chen's arms. "Butler Chun, the money and goods are settled. You can handle anything else." Before Steward Chun could react, the silver notes had already been stuffed into his arms. He turned around with a wry smile and saw his young mistress's angry eyes. "I was completely dumbfounded. What the hell am I supposed to do? How come you signed so quickly? Didn't you hear my lady already shouting? The handprint has already been pressed. What am I supposed to do? Miss, are you going to tear this old man's bones apart later?" As the two were talking, the little girl in the maroon riding outfit came running over, lifting the hem of her clothes. He addressed Chu Xun directly. Chapter 96, The Seductive Second Wife. "You should just stay at my house. It'll be more convenient that way. You are not allowed to take my ta shui away." The young girl stood directly in front of Chu Xun, protecting the black horse behind her. Her face flushed red with anger as she glared at Chu Xun. The alluring woman behind her slowly walked up. "Lana, what are you doing? Since this horse can't be cured, you might as well sell it." "This young lad, yeah," the woman exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth as she looked at Chu Xun. His narrow eyes quickly scanned Chu Xun from head to toe. What a handsome man, what a great physique. Her eyes suddenly became alluring, and her fingers traced her chin, slowly moving down to her lips. Chun Jilan still stretched out her arms, protecting the black horse. He retorted, "No, I raised Ta Shui. I said you can't sell her, and that's final. Uncle Chun, give him his money back." I didn't say a word, so how did the fire spread to me? Steward Chun coughed twice and glanced at the second madam discreetly. Then he earnestly said, "Miss, the agreement has already been signed. There's absolutely no reason to refund the money. The horse already belongs to Chu Xun." Upon hearing this, Chun Jilan immediately changed her tune. He turned to Chu Xun and said, "Then you can sell Ta Shui back to me, and I'll pay double the price." But Chu Xun remained unmoved. He was joking. He wasn't sure of money now, so what else would he want besides a horse? He was just about to speak. Suddenly, the system emitted another crisp ding sound. Chu Xun's expression turned strange as he glanced at the alluring woman on his left and the girl in red in front of him. "Who triggered my system again? Hey, what are you spacing out for? I said I'd buy it back for double the price. Did you hear me?" Chun Jilan said angrily. Chu Xun looked at her calmly. "I'm not selling. I want the horse. I'm not short of money." "You." Chun Jilan's face turned red with anger, and the second madam slowly stepped forward. Pressing her shoulders, he said in a soft voice, Lanner, since they don't want to sell, why force them? It's just a horse. I'll ask my brother for an even better one later. As she spoke, the second madam covered her mouth and chuckled, then looked at Chu Xun. And this young man, you'd better take the horse away as soon as possible. It's not that I'm being nosy, but this horse doesn't look like it has many days left to live. A sense of pleasure flashed through her mind. This horse was a gift from Chun Jilan's own mother, and she treasured it dearly. 2 years ago, the first wife passed away, and she spared no effort to erase all traces of the first wife. She also had someone inflict tetanus on the horse. If Chun Jilan weren't the master's darling, she would have found a pretext to kill Chun Jilan as well. Upon hearing that Ta Shui wouldn't live much longer, he realized. Chun Jilan's eyes instantly reddened, and she turned around to hug the black horse. Ta Shui, you'll be all right. I'm sure I can find a doctor to cure you. But Black Horse was already stressed and was suddenly lifted up by Chun Jilan. The reaction suddenly became even more intense. Herod, the black horse neighed loudly, raised its body high, and stomped forward with its 2 front hooves. Miss, be careful. Lana, run. Everyone around was shocked. Chun Jilan seemed to be stunned and hurriedly retreated, but it was obviously too late. At a critical moment, a pair of large hands reached out and actually managed to stop the black horse's huge hooves. Chu Xun turned to Chun Jilan and shouted, Aren't you going to leave yet? Huh? Chun Jilan seemed to wake from a dream. Oh, thank you. Her face flushed slightly, and she took a few steps back in embarrassment. Seeing this scene, the second wife couldn't help but feel extremely regretful. But after seeing Chu Xun's astonishing arm strength, her eyes burned with passion again. I wonder if this person has this much strength elsewhere. Chu Xun carefully put the frightened black horse down, patted its neck, and soothed it. In that instant, he clearly saw the source of the horse's tetanus. There was a deep wound at the base of his right foreleg, as if he had been stabbed by an iron nail. Although it looked inconspicuous, it was definitely filled with toxins inside. Thank you for saving me. Chun Jilan leaned closer, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes a little shyly. She had never encountered this situation before and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Chu Xun clapped his hands and laughed. It's all right, as long as you don't try to take the horse from me anymore, Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Chun Jilan bit her lip and said sincerely, But Ta Shui is already injured, and I want to heal it. Chu Xun glanced sideways. You can find someone to cure Jean Chuang spasm? Chun Jilan choked for a moment, but then her eyes lit up. Chu Xun dared to buy Takshu, so he must have a way to cure it. Do you have a way to heal Ta Shui's injuries? If you can heal it, I'll let you take it with you. Chu Xun Duka. This horse is already mine. Why do I need your permission to take it away? Mimi. Chun Jilan muttered, too anxious to know what to say. At this moment, the second wife slowly walked up and stood beside Chun Jilan. She looked at Chu Xun and greedily licked her lips. Young man, Lana is just worried about Takshu's injuries. If you can really heal Takshu, then we will naturally give you a satisfactory reward. She emphasized the word reward in her voice, as if it had some deeper meaning. She even stuck out her tongue and lightly wiped her upper lip, looking incredibly alluring. But Chu Xun naturally didn't bother to look at the old ox's rumination. Compensation? He pondered for a moment. He then pointed to the 7 or 8 fine horses in the yard. Since you don't want to sell this black horse, then if I cure it, you can give me 2 horses. Can you really cure Takshu? Chun Jilan was so excited that she jumped in front of Chu Xun, her big eyes sparkling. Chu Xun smiled and said, Of course it can be cured, but you have to agree to my conditions first. Chun Jilan nodded repeatedly, excitedly saying, I promise you, you must cure Takshu. Great. Ta Shui is saved. As the two were talking, the second wife gave a barely perceptible cold snort. A little girl, talking so enthusiastically with a man, she doesn't know anything about a woman's proper conduct. How flirtatious. Then she swayed her hips and came to Chu Xun. With his chest puffed out proudly, he said, In that case, young man, please stay at our manor for a few days. Once Ta Shui is healed, our Chun family will certainly present you with 2 horses. Chapter 97 County Magistrate. Chu Xun took 2 steps back, distancing himself from the alluring woman in front of him, whose appearance was average. He politely declined, saying, Let's forget it. It will take at least 5 to 7 days for the treatment to be effective, so I won't bother you any longer. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Chun Jilan, dressed in a maroon outfit, quickly ran up to Chu Xun. With an anxious expression, he said, Dr. Chu, please stay. If you can cure Takshu, I'll give you 3 horses. Okay. Steward Chin's eyes widened suddenly. Give all 3 horses to Chu Xun. If the master finds out, he'll be furious. But Chun Jilan couldn't care less about anything else in order to save Takshu. Let alone 3 horses, even 4 or 5, give all the horses in the yard to Chu Xun. She's willing to do anything. 3 horses? Chu Xun was somewhat tempted. Horses were something that were priceless and unavailable. Even if you have the money, you can't just buy it whenever you want. Right now, if we can cure this black horse, we can get 3 fine horses. This is a very good deal. The tetanus antitoxin takes about 2 to 3 days to take effect. With the wound cleaned and the patient able to walk again, it should take about 7 days. The black horse's symptoms will be alleviated considerably, but a full recovery will be impossible in less than 2 months. Then just give her some anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics, grind them in a powder, and feed them to the horse. Thinking of this, Chu Xun nodded. All right then, I'll stay at the noble ladies for 7 days until the horse is almost fully healed. Then I'll leave. Really? Chun Jilan exclaimed with delight. Thank you so much, Dr. Chu. You must cure Takshu. The second wife beside him chuckled and said, Dr. Chu is so young, yet he managed to cure such a complicated ailment as the golden wound spasm. Whatever medicinal herbs you need, just come to me, and I'll provide for you. The implication seemed to be that she could give Chu Xun whatever he wanted. Chu Xun clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, madam. The second madam then instructed her maids to prepare a superior room for Chu Xun. But whether it was intentional or not, that superior room was far from her room. They were less than 50 steps apart, just across a courtyard. After arranging the accommodations, Chu Xun called Zheng the butcher aside. 100 caddies of salted vegetables and 100 caddies of pickled mustard tuber are on the donkey cart I brought. Send someone to unload them, and then send the donkey cart back to Shilling Village. I'd also like to tell my family that I'll be staying in the city for 7 days, and that they can contact me anytime if I need anything. Butcher Zheng nodded seriously, then whispered, Master Sun, can you really cure this wound spasm? Chu Xun raised an eyebrow. What? Do you think I'm lying? I wouldn't dare. Butcher Zheng's face stiffened, and he said awkwardly, It's just that the Chun family has an unusual background, and I'm worried about you, Master Sun. Its origins are not simple? Chu Xun glanced at Chun Jilan and the others in the distance. Could it be that they are not just wealthy people from the city? Butcher Zheng leaned closer, covered his mouth, and whispered, Of course it's more than that, Master Sun. Our county magistrate in Yinshui County is surnamed Chun, and those 2 over there are his second wife and his legitimate daughter. It turned out to be the county magistrate's wife and daughter. No wonder it triggered the system. Oh no wonder it's so rich, it can easily give itself 3 horses. The position of magistrate of Yinshui County is currently vacant, and the imperial court has yet to send anyone to assume the post. The entire county government is currently controlled by that county magistrate. Even the county magistrate Qian, Wenong had to look down on him. I just don't know what the relationship is between the county magistrate and the county commandant, or whether they're colluding. After a brief moment of thought, Chu Xun stopped thinking about it. Tell Butcher Zheng to hurry back to work. He'll only be staying for 7 days anyway, and he'll leave once he gets the horse. After Butcher Zheng left quickly, Chen Jilan couldn't wait to come up to Chu Xun and grab his arm. Dr. Chu, please come quickly. Ta Shui has started convulsing again. She paid no attention to the difference between men and women and pulled Chu Xun straight toward the stables. The black horse was kneeling on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, looking extremely pitiful. Several servants surrounded the horse, trying to pull it up, but the horse instead knocked them to the ground with its huge head. Chu Xun stepped forward and stroked the horse's neck to calm it down. Go get me a few pounds of fodder. I'll start the treatment right away. As he spoke, to everyone's astonishment, he lifted the horse, which weighed several hundred pounds, onto the ground with both arms and dragged it into the stable. Look, that doctor is so strong, a maid exclaimed in surprise, stunned by Chu Xun's heroic figure. Really? I feel like he could hold me up for an hour straight. Several maids chattered in hushed tones. The second wife turned around and snorted coldly. A bunch of wretched girls. What are you gossiping about? Hurry up and go back to work. Yes, madam. Several maids left somewhat fearfully, clearly indicating that this second madam wielded considerable power. She then turned around and touched her lips with her finger. A strong man is the best. It seems I'll be quite busy these next few days. Looking into the stables, Chu Xun ordered everyone to stay outside and not to come in. Chen Jilan was very anxious. Dr. Chu, I'll just watch Ta Shui from the side. I won't disturb you, okay? Chu Xun shook his head and refused, saying, No, my healing skills must not be seen by others. Miss Chen, please wait outside for a while. But Chen Jilan pursed her lips tightly. The snow-covered horse in the stable emitted a hoarse, mocking sound, which was extremely unpleasant to hear. All right then, I'll leave it to you, Dr. Chu. Chen Jilan turned away reluctantly. Chu Xun nodded, closed the stable door, and shut out the light. Ta Shui was still convulsing, its right foreleg almost giving way, and it was about to fall to the ground. Chu Xun quickly laid it flat on the ground, and then opened the system shop. Current balance, 1,135 mall coins. I opened the medicine section and spent 50 shop coins to buy an anesthetic injection. Then it was injected into the horse's right foreleg. After a short while, Ta Shui quieted down, and apart from her heavy breathing, there was no other sound. Chu Xun took out a boning knife from the warehouse and carefully cut open the deep wound. This allows blood to flow out again, disrupting the anaerobic environment. I poured several bottles of hydrogen peroxide over the wound to rinse it, then ground several pieces of antibacterial medicine into powder and sprinkled it on the wound before bandaging it with gauze. Then comes the most crucial step: tetanus antitoxin injection. 2 injections were given, costing 160 mall coins. Finally, just to be on the safe side, an antibiotic was injected into the horse's neck. After completing all the steps, Chu Xun got up and collected all the remaining tools on the ground back into the warehouse. Outside, only Chinjilan, the housekeeper, and a few servants remained. The flirtatious second wife had already strode away. She had no desire to stay in this stinking stable any longer. Why isn't it out yet? I'm so worried. Chinjilan paced back and forth, turning in circles. She had just heard the hissing of the snow-treading horse stop, but almost half an hour had passed. Dr. Chu still hasn't come out, and we don't know how things are going. She was getting impatient and finally couldn't stand it anymore. He mustered his courage, stepped forward, and reached out to knock on the door. Dr. Chu, before she could even knock on the door, it creaked open. Chu Xun opened the door. It's ready, you guys wait a bit. Miss Chun, what do you mean by touching my chest? He looked down at the small, white hand that had landed on his heart. In the past, I was the one who touched other people's things, but today, it's the other way around. Chinjilan. Chapter 98, The Second Madam's Night Raid. I'm sorry, Dr. Chu, I didn't mean to. Chinjilan blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. How could I possibly touch a man's chest on my own initiative? Oh dear, does he think he's a female hooligan? Chu Xun, of course, had no idea what she was thinking. He turned to the side and said, let's go in and take a look. It's resting. Don't disturb it. Actually, the horse was already paralyzed. It was practically at rest. They all closed their eyes and fell into a coma. Treading on snow? Treading on snow? Chinjilan went to the horses and called out softly twice. He looked up and asked, Dr. Chu, is it really asleep? Of course, Chu Xun replied. But why are Ta Shui's eyelids rolled back and her tongue sticking out onto the ground? Maybe its sleeping habits are a bit unique. Chinjilan looked at Chu Xun suspiciously, but did not ask any questions. After all, Ta Shui looks much better now than before. It seems that this Dr. Chu is truly skilled. Thank you very much, Dr. Chu. Please come in. I have already sent someone to prepare a meal. Chinjilan patted Ta Shui's head a few more times with reluctance before leaving with Chu Xun. On the other side, Butcher Zheng personally drove his donkey cart to Xiling village. As soon as he arrived at the village entrance, he was startled by the sight before him. My goodness, so many soldiers. At the entrance of Xiling village, there were hundreds of soldiers gathered together, and dozens of corpses were also visible inside. The passing soldiers glanced at Zheng the butcher, and he was terrified out of his wits. Greetings, sir. You've worked hard, sir. Zheng the butcher immediately got off the cart, bowing and scraping as he pulled the donkey cart into the village. A large crowd had gathered at the village entrance, with the guards making up the majority of them. Zhang Dabiao, who was leading the way, immediately recognized it as Chu Xun's donkey cart and stepped forward to greet Butcher Zheng. Who are you, and why are you driving Brother Sun's car back? A group of men, holding bows and arrows, stared menacingly at Butcher Zheng, their aura even more frightening than that of the soldiers from before. Good heavens, what kind of monsters and demons live in this village? Then Butcher Zheng explained, repeating Chu Xun's words verbatim. Upon hearing that Chu Xun would be staying in the city for 7 days, Zhang Dabiao asked Zhao San to inform Chu's second uncle and the others. Then he had Butcher Zheng go with him to return the donkey cart. At this moment, the captain leading the troops walked over, glanced at the bows and arrows in the guards' hands, and looked at them with a hint of admiration. Your village has a good defense. I'm afraid, even if we hadn't come, these 20-odd bandits wouldn't have been able to touch your village. Zhang Dabiao was tongue-tied and did not reply. Xu Sheng stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, we are just ordinary villagers. We can only fight desperately against bandits. Unlike you gentlemen, you killed these bandits in no time. As he spoke, he pulled out a few loose silver coins from his pocket and reluctantly handed them to the captain. Sir, you've worked hard. Please accept this small amount for tea. The captain simply slipped it into his belt without anyone noticing. Ahem, protecting our neighbors is something we should all do. Your village should be careful. So many bows and arrows are no joke. If things go wrong, they might all have to be handed over. Xu Sheng quickly chuckled twice. They're just for hunting in the mountains. They're not very powerful. Please excuse me, sir. He showered her with compliments, then reluctantly took out some loose change that Brother Sun had given him as a reward. Only then were the soldiers sent away. We've already killed half of them, and these people only came to scavenge the scraps. They looted all the corpses, and even took 2 taels of silver from us before they left. Zhang Dabiao was very indignant. That money was a reward from Brother Sun to them a few days ago. Chu Xun waved his hand. All right, if it weren't for spending money to solve the problem, we probably wouldn't have been able to save the bows in our village. 50 men, each equipped with a high-quality bow and arrow. Then they shamelessly claimed that they were just farmers. This is just outrageous, no matter how you look at it. Compared to those bandits with their broken copper and scrap iron, they looked more like well-equipped bandits. The two walked towards Chu Xun's house, exchanging words as they went. They wanted to tell Sun Gu everything that had happened that day, so that he would be aware of it. Evening, at the back gate of the Chun family. Chu Xun listened to what Butcher Zheng had brought back, seemingly lost in thought. I didn't expect that after waiting for so long, no one would come to the village. However, just one day after they left, the village was targeted by more than 20 bandits. According to Zhang Dabiao, they were bandits from Taipei Mountain who came to take over Xiling village in place of Zai Heishan. But before they could draw their bows, a troop of soldiers came running from afar and wiped out the remaining dozen or so bandits. Before leaving, he extorted 2 taels of silver from the guards. How did these soldiers arrive so timely? Did they arrive just in time for the bandits' attack on the village? You should know that the soldiers in the county were all camped on the side of the city, which was 20 miles away from Xiling village. Why would they run so far away for no reason? It seems there must be many secrets inside. Chu Xun instructed Zheng the butcher to continue relaying messages back, instructing them to be on high alert for the next few days. If you have any questions, come to the city and let me know. 50 recurved bows guarded the village, making it virtually impregnable. After returning to the Chun residence, Chu Xun went to check on Ta Shui's condition. It has regained its senses and is eating hay heartily. Its appetite and spirits have improved considerably. Then he returned to the room that had been prepared for him. The room was large and fully furnished, with even a faint scent of perfume. It smells a little pungent, an indescribable odor. Were all the previous guests in this superior room women? Chu Xun didn't pay much attention. He had just taken off his outer clothes and was about to lie down on the bed to rest. The wardrobe in the corner made a slight noise. Immediately afterwards, the wardrobe door quietly opened, and a woman dressed in revealing clothing, with large areas of skin exposed, quietly walked out. This incense really works fast. I wonder how this young man's health is today. The newcomer had a sweet, seductive voice and a beautiful, alluring face. It's that second wife of the Chun family today. Chu Xun closed his eyes, feeling a chill run through his body. She was a woman in her late 20s who drugged herself with a sleeping potion in the middle of the night. Then what is the purpose of sneaking into your room through the secret passage? Chapter 99. First label, then choose sides. The tactics are still the same as the old generation. Nighttime, in the main room. Chu Xun lay quietly on the bed, pretending to be drugged. He had been wondering why there was a strange fragrance in the room. Now that the second wife had sneaked in under the cover of night, he finally understood. It turned out that she had drugged the room. However, this kind of sleeping potion was like child's play to him. However, on his very first day living in the Chun residence, he was about to be assaulted, which left Chu Xun quite bewildered. The second wife carefully closed the cabinet door and came to the bedside with a lantern in hand. He brought the lantern closer to Chu Xun and his face lit up with joy. He's incredibly handsome, 100 times better than my dead husband. She blew out the lantern and quickly climbed into bed. He skillfully placed himself under the covers. If it weren't for my elder brother insisting that I marry Chun Sheng, I would be having sex with countless handsome young men right now, and I wouldn't need to resort to such underhanded methods. The second wife muttered a couple of disdainful words to herself. Then she exclaimed with elation, "Good heavens! It was worth keeping you here today. I'll be busy for the next 7 days. Once Chun Sheng is dead, my elder brother will become the county magistrate. I'm determined to keep you by my side, to serve my old mother every day." As she spoke, she licked her sexy little lips, about to open her mouth. There was a muffled thud. The second wife's eyelids drooped, and she fainted on Chu Xun's lap. I almost lost my innocence. That old woman, she's ugly, but she has such beautiful dreams. Chu Xun grabbed her arm and casually threw her to the ground. Then he got out of bed and pulled his pants up again. He lit the lantern and approached the unconscious second madam on the ground. To be fair, the second madam was of above-average appearance. In addition, she takes good care of herself and has fair skin, so she looks no different from a woman in her mid-20s. But Chu Xun had no interest in that kind of person. She dared to dig a secret passage in this room, which clearly indicates that this was a place she frequently used for secret rendezvous with men. Open the system store. Chu Xun bought an anesthetic and injected it directly into her buttocks. This injection should be enough for her to sleep until tomorrow morning. Then Chu Xun stood up, went to the wardrobe door, and pried open the wooden planks on the ground, revealing the secret passage inside. He had just overheard the second madam saying that she was waiting for Chu Xun to die. Chu Xun was Chu Zhilan's father and also the county magistrate of Yinshui County. Who was this second wife? She actually plotted to kill the county magistrate and even claimed that her elder brother was the county magistrate. Could her elder brother be Qian Wentong, the county magistrate of Yinshui County? Chu Xun Wen. He hadn't asked about this during the day, but judging from what he had just heard, the truth is probably just as I guessed. Unexpectedly, Qian Wentong was so audacious that he not only colluded with bandits, but also tried to kill an official of the imperial court. I just don't know what their plan is. If Qian Wentong were to become the county magistrate, given his status as the leader of Taipei Mountain Stronghold, the village would likely face dire consequences. In addition, Chu Xun silently turned around and glanced at the second madam on the ground, feeling a chill run down his spine. No, I have to go see what's going on. He rolled down into the secret passage and followed the path forward. After walking only a few dozen steps, we reached the end. This must be the second wife's room. Chu Xun climbed up, opened the lid, and then appeared behind the screen in the corner. He silently went into the room and extinguished the candles. Try searching to see if you can find any evidence. As he spoke, he began searching through the house. Before long, Chu Xun found a hidden compartment under the bed. When opened, it contained something resembling an account book. What a cliché plot. Chu Xun didn't need to guess to know that it must contain records of County Magistrate Chun Shang's various resale of military supplies and grain. Sure enough, the contents were exactly as he had guessed. The gifts of gold, silver, ginseng, and deer antlers sent by various powerful figures in the county were immediately labeled as embezzlement and bribery. There are even warehouses where records of the resale of grain and military supplies are kept. However, Chu Xun guessed that the latter ones were probably resold by County Lieutenant Qian Wentong himself, who then framed Chun Sheng. Then he closed the ledger. It had to be this old-fashioned method. First they put on a hat, then they choose sides. Their tactics are still the same as the old generation. Indeed, the methods that have been passed down through generations are the ones that last. If this ledger, which is both true and false, were to be leaked, the poor people during that famine year probably could have wiped out the entire Chun family mansion. It's just a matter of when Qian Wentong will find the right opportunity to expose this matter. After putting the ledger back into the hidden compartment, Chu Xun returned to his room. The second wife, lying on the ground, remained unconscious, a dazed smile on her face. I have no idea what I was thinking in my dream. Chu Xun ignored her and went straight back to bed to rest. The night passed quickly. There was a knock on the door, followed by a girl's shout. Dr. Chu, are you awake yet? We still need to treat Takshu today. Who is it? The second wife, lying on the ground, groggily opened her eyes. It's so cold. Where am I? She opened her eyes and looked around in shock, and saw Chu Xun lying on the bed behind her. How could I be sleeping on the floor? Did I black out last night and not go home? Before she could think any further, she glanced back and saw that Chu Xun was still asleep. She hurriedly got up, grabbed a lantern, and slipped into the secret passage under the wardrobe. Ouch, my butt hurts so much. Looks like I really did black out. I'll have to be careful tomorrow night, or I'll be in big trouble if they find out. Chu Xun opened his eyes only after the second madam left. He called out, Miss Chun, wait a moment. I'll go treat Ta Shui right away. Chun Zhilan, standing outside the door, knew that it was somewhat impolite for her to personally knock on a man's door. But she just went to the stables and took a look. I was so excited. Yesterday, Ta Shui was on the verge of death, struggling even to eat. Today, he was even able to stand outside the stable and chew on hay with relish. She even stroked Takshu's neck a couple of times, but it didn't react much. Dr. Chu is simply a miracle doctor. That's why she rushed over and knocked on Chu Xun's door, wanting him to give Ta Shui another proper treatment. Inside the house, Chu Xun dressed and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, I saw Chun Zhilan, who was wearing a light red dress and a padded jacket, looking pure and lively. Dr. Chu, you've finally come out. Come with me. I'll take you to eat, and then we'll treat Ta Shui's illness. As she spoke, she grabbed Chu Xun's arm and ran towards the dining hall. Chu Xun looked at her with utter helplessness. No, I haven't even washed up yet. Is there any need to be in such a hurry? On the way, Chun Zhilan told him about Ta Shui's improved condition. Chu Xun twitched the corner of his mouth. No matter how fast the tetanus medicine worked, it couldn't possibly change a horse so much in just one night. Its mild temperament is probably because the effects of the anesthetic haven't completely worn off, and its mind is a little dazed. Yes, the effects of the anesthetic haven't worn off yet. How is the second wife now? Meanwhile, in the room of the second wife, Qian Lufeng, the personal maid exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 100. You can also see the locust plague? Madam, just how big of a gamble are you playing? The second wife, Qian Lu Feng, sat gently in the chair, then immediately jumped up, hissing in pain. I don't know either. I have no recollection of it at all. Could it really be an enemy? The personal maid covered her mouth and laughed. That's good. When I clean the room tonight, I won't even need to use any sleeping pills. Qian Lu Feng spat at her. You're such a jerk. She then lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. I'm feeling tired today, so I won't go out. Keep an eye on things in the mansion, and let me know when master returns. The maid nodded and withdrew. Qian Lu Feng rubbed his buttocks, then covered his sore forehead with a blanket. How come I have absolutely no recollection of this? In the stables, Chu Xun pretended to flip Ta Shui's eyelids. They mixed anti-inflammatory drugs into the hay and fed it to the black horse. Then he said to Chen Jilan, it's nothing serious. I'll prescribe some other medications for it this afternoon. Chen Jilan's eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Dr. Chu. Just let me know what medicinal herbs you need, and I'll have someone collect them. Despite the question, Chu Xun then named some medicinal herbs: Cistanche deserticula, Cinnamorium songaricum, Astragalus membranaceus, maca, wolfberry, and some Polygonatum sibiricum. Boil these for 2 hours, and have someone deliver them to my room this afternoon. With such a great opportunity, how can we not take advantage of it? Anyway, the Chen family doesn't seem to be short of money, so it's a good opportunity to nourish my body. Cistanche deserticula, Cinnamorium songaricum. Chen Jilan repeated it twice, then smiled and said, no problem, I'll arrange for someone to prepare it in a bit. Looking at Chu Xun's handsome face, she couldn't help but recall the scene yesterday when he saved her from under the horse's hooves. At that time, Chu Xun was truly like a god descending to earth. He actually managed to withstand Ta Shui's hundreds of pounds of weight all by himself. I really don't know how Dr. Chu, who looks so thin, can generate such great strength. She was just about to ask a question. Suddenly, a shout came from the entrance of the horse farm. Lanner, father is back. Come over quickly. Chu Xun looked over upon hearing the sound, and Chen Jilan also turned around excitedly. Father, you're back. At the entrance, a middle-aged man in an official robe with a half-foot-long beard stood smiling. He was none other than Chen Sheng, the magistrate of Yinshui County. Chen Sheng's eyes were kind, but when he glanced at Chu Xun, this stranger, he seemed slightly puzzled. Dad, you're finally back. I missed you so much these past few days. Chen Jilan nestled into his arms like a fledgling swallow. With pitiful eyes, she said, Father, Ta Shui has been suffering from a convulsion these past few days. Thanks to Dr. Chu, otherwise Ta Shui would have died. Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng looked up at Chu Xun. Is this the Dr. Chu you mentioned? Yes, Dr. Chu originally came to buy horses, but my daughter promised him that if he cured Tak Shu, I would give him 3 fine horses as a reward, so he specially left them at our mansion. Chen Sheng's eyes widened. He was still staying at the manor? This guy is so handsome and so young. How could he be a doctor? Can it also cure traumatic spasm? Chu Xun stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, I am Chu Xun, greetings to Lord Chen. Chen Sheng stroked his beard, squinted, and asked, Dr. Chu? I've never heard of a doctor as young as you in the county before. Surely this kid isn't trying to take a shortcut by marrying into the family, is he? Chu Xun replied with a smile. Lord Chen, I am not a doctor. I just happened to see a method for treating spasms caused by trauma when I was studying, which is why I was misunderstood. I see. Chen Sheng nodded. So where are you from? The students are from Xiling Village, Chu Xun replied truthfully. What did you say? Xiling Village. Chen Sheng's eyes widened in surprise as he looked Chu Xun up and down carefully. Dad, why are you so easily startled? Chen Jilan said with displeasure. Is it because Dr. Chu comes from a remote mountain village that father looks down on him for being educated and knowledgeable? Chen Sheng patted his daughter on the shoulder. Lanner, you go down first. I have something to discuss with this Dr. Chu. Chen Jilan was completely confused, but under her father's constant shoving, she still left. Chu Xun was left completely baffled. The two sat under a tea pavilion. Chen Sheng asked first, You are from Xiling Village, so I have some questions for you. You must answer truthfully. Chu Xun's eyes flickered. What does your excellency wish to know? Why is it that only your Xiling Village is willing to pay more fines rather than hand over grain during this grain tax collection? Chen Sheng's eyes were sharp, carrying a sense of pressure befitting someone in a superior position. But Chu Xun didn't care at all. This sense of oppression was nothing compared to Xinger lying on his face. Naturally, it's because of the consecutive years of disasters that the villagers have become more concerned about food and want to save up more grain. No! Chen Sheng raised his hand to interrupt. Money is the foundation of people. As long as money can still be used, the people will never value food more than money. He stared intently at Chu Xun and whispered, Have you noticed something's wrong this year, which is why you're trying to hoard food? Now, it was Chu Xun's turn to be surprised. Unexpectedly, this county magistrate was not so easily fooled. Wait a moment. County magistrate? Isn't he the one in charge of collecting grain tax, and who announced that the grain would be collected ahead of schedule? Even Uncle Dashin was working for Chu Xun. Could it be that he also guessed that there might be a locust plague this year? Thinking of this, Chu Xun stopped pretending. He said directly, "That's right. I think there might be a locust plague before winter this year, so I suggest that the villagers store up their grain." "You can tell there's a locust plague too?" Chu Xun stood up in surprise. He could tell that a locust plague was coming because he had worked for the agricultural department for several years and had been assigned to an area where a locust plague had occurred. That's why I dared to make some guesses this year. But how did Chu Xun, who is so young, figure this out? Faced with Chan Sheng's shocked gaze, Chu Xun replied with a faint smile, "I am well read and have read many books that record the omens of locust plagues, which is why I was able to see them." Chu Xun had a look on his face that said, "Do I look like an idiot? While I was taking the imperial examinations, I read countless books, but I didn't know there was a book that recorded such a thing. You're just a young man, yet you've learned about treating traumatic spasms and recognizing the signs of locust plagues from books. May I ask which book you were reading?" Chapter 101 Bandits Can Actually Exchange for Bounties? Regarding Chun Sheng's doubts, Chu Xun casually lied, saying that he had only seen it by chance in a bookstore. "I didn't take it seriously at first, but it came in handy when we encountered the early signs of a locust plague. TSK, what a pity." Chan Sheng stroked his beard and shook his head regretfully. "If we could see the whole picture, we might be able to find some ways to suppress the locust plague." He was extremely busy dealing with the locust plague during this period. They dared not publicize it, and could not find an effective way to solve the problem. In this famine-stricken year, refugees are everywhere. Once a locust plague strikes, chaos will ensue in an instant. I happened to run into Chu Xun today, a young man who could also see the locust plague. I can speak freely in front of him. Perhaps Chu Xun, who has read that book, might have some methods to suppress the locust plague. Immediately, he frowned and poured out his thoughts to Chu Xun. They seemed to regard Chu Xun as a savior who could help them solve the locust plague. Chu Xun sat to the side, silently drinking tea. While Chun Sheng was pouring out his grievances, I offered a few words of comfort. Can locust plagues be controlled? That's certainly possible, but it's impossible to control in this day and age. When a locust plague strikes, everyone can only silently wait for it to end on its own. As for slash-and-burn agriculture, burning eggs to raise ducks, and using dust nets and cloth bags, these methods were useful in the early stages. However, the current situation with the locusts is beyond what these methods can suppress. Seeing that Chun Sheng's eyes were growing increasingly dim, Chu Xun then said, "Lord Chun, there's no need to worry too much. This year's locust plague started late, and winter is just around the corner. The locusts won't be able to wreak havoc for long." "Oh," Chun Sheng's eyes lit up, and he looked up, saying, "You mean locusts will freeze to death in the cold winter?" Chu Xun nodded. "Indeed, when the weather turns cold, the locust's physiological functions will be damaged, and they will die quickly. However, there will be locust eggs in the soil. At that time, we can turn over the soil and burn the stalks to destroy the eggs." "Is this really true?" Chun Sheng exclaimed excitedly. If the locust plague could be over just like that, then he wouldn't be so afraid. It's only been a little over 2 months since winter started. In other words, even if the locust plague breaks out now, it will only last for 2 months. Chu Xun poured him a cup of tea. "Lord Chun, locust plagues are indeed terrible. But what's even more terrible than locust plagues are the starving people. There are a lot of refugees outside the county town who are starving. Not to mention there are so many villages and towns outside the town. If a locust plague comes, they will run out of food, and it will inevitably cause great chaos." His village, Shiling, has already begun stockpiling grain. The guards sent out rewards, and they all had their families buy millet, wheat flour, beans, and other grains for storage. Moreover, the price of grain in the city is changing almost daily. Millet has even risen to 15 coins per caddy, while rice and wheat flour are heading toward the 50-coin mark. If a locust plague were to strike, starving refugees might be able to force their way into the county town. Chun Sheng sat silently for a long time, knowing the seriousness of the problem. If that day ever comes, I will petition the prefect to open the granaries and distribute grain. Although he knew the prefect would definitely disagree. Then he issued a strict order that the disaster must be contained, or he would be held responsible. The implication is that you open the granaries to distribute grain, but I try to stop you. If you insist on doing it your way, I can't stop you. Even if the disaster victims are truly appeased, I'm afraid my position as county magistrate will be over." Chu Xun wanted to ask him why he didn't explain the locust plague to the imperial court. But as soon as I opened my mouth, I realized it was a pointless question. Who would believe a locust plague based on mere speculation? If you mobilize a lot of manpower and resources, the result is that Yinshui County doesn't have a locust plague at all. You, as the county magistrate, are just looking for an excuse to alleviate the drought. Then they'll kill his entire family. The atmosphere had barely settled down for less than half a cup of tea when a Yamen runner came in to report. Sir, the county magistrate has sent word that yesterday the troops suppressed 26 bandits in Shilling Village, resulting in 15 wounded or killed. He requests that you distribute the bandit suppression reward and the compensation for the dead and wounded soldiers, totaling 430 taels. Chu Xun was furious. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. Bullshit. Yesterday, Qian Wentong sent more than 100 soldiers and killed only 26 bandits. How could more than a dozen soldiers have died? Which year's roster did he look at? And where is the body? The servant knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, the bandits' heads are hanging at the entrance of the drill ground. As for the bodies of the dead and wounded soldiers, they said they have already been buried, and it is inconvenient to disturb them. Is there no way to prove the truth after playing dead? Chu Xun sat angrily on the stone bench, closed his eyes, and pondered for a long time. Finally, he sighed and waved his hand, saying, go down. I will go to the county government office to approve it tomorrow. After the servants left, Chu Xun said with a wry smile, you see, this is the officialdom of Yinshui County. It's a good thing you didn't continue to take the imperial examinations. Otherwise, you would have fallen into this quagmire too. Chu Xun shook his head and sighed. Those inside want to get out, and those outside want to get in. Everyone knows it's hard to be an official, yet everyone wants to be one. Now, it was Chu Xun's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected Chu Xun to be so young. It's amazing that they could say something so insightful. Just as he was about to offer some praise, he suddenly remembered something. Chu Xun, didn't you say you were from Shilling Village before? What about yesterday's bandit suppression? Chu Xun nodded immediately. I know about what happened that day. It was like this. Snap. The porcelain bowl shattered into pieces. Chu Xun's eyes were blazing with fury. That bastard. Not a single casualty. And he even reaped the benefits of the battle. And now he's asking me for money. He had considered that Qian Wentong might lie about casualties, but he never expected that he would even be greedy for the spoils of war. Most of those 26 bandits were killed by the villagers of Shilling Village through a hard-fought battle and fierce resistance. Chu Xun, don't worry. I won't shortchange you a single penny of the reward money that belongs to your village. Chu Xun assured him. Thank you very much, Lord Xun. Chu Xun clicked his tongue in amazement. I never expected there would be a reward for killing bandits. If I had known, I wouldn't have thrown the bodies of dozens of people from Zaiheishan into the mountains to feed the wolves. When it was time for dinner that evening, Chen Jilan specially invited Chu Xun to a restaurant in the city. Dr. Chu, thank you so much this time. Ta Shui is really important to me. I've been raising it since my mother was alive. Chu Xun picked up a plate of mutton in front of him with his chopsticks. It's only right. You give me the horse, and I'll treat your illness. It's an equal exchange. He was strikingly handsome, and his serious demeanor gave him the air of a refined gentleman. Otherwise, how could the second wife, Qian Lufeng, have seen Chu Xun on his first day? They drugged him at night to try and seduce him. Chen Jilan noticed that Chu Xun was only focused on eating and didn't seem to care at all about her gratitude. That self-confident heart couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Countless young men in the city have wanted to have a meal with me, but I've never agreed to any of them. Unexpectedly, Dr. Chu seemed completely unconcerned. Am I really less appealing than those few plates of chicken, duck, fish, and lamb? Or perhaps I'm not pretty enough, so he's not interested in me? Or perhaps he believed there was absolutely no possibility between them, so he simply suppressed any thoughts of it. Chen Jilan slightly puffed out her purse, looking rather unconvinced. But before she could speak again, then I heard a commotion downstairs. Don't stop me. I want to see which kid has the guts to invite Miss Jilan out for dinner. The newcomer's voice was extremely arrogant, much like that of a spoiled rich kid. Chen Jilan frowned. Why did this annoying person come? Chu Xun didn't say a word, put away his chopsticks, and wiped his mouth. Then he opened the window and prepared to jump. He had absolutely no interest in this kind of idiotic, pretentious, and face-slapping scenario. I just wanted to have a nice meal. Why do we always run into this kind of thing when we go out with Chen Jilan? The author must be obsessed with gifts, right? Could the plot-driving techniques be any more outdated? Chapter 102 Disarming. His shocking act of preparing to jump off the building startled Chen Jilan. Dr. Chu, what are you doing? Please don't do anything rash. She hurriedly got up, clung tightly to Chu Xun's neck, and desperately pulled him back. Helpless, Chu Xun had no choice but to put one arm around Chen Jilan's waist. Hold on tight. You're about to jump. What? Chen Jilan hadn't reacted yet. A large hand suddenly appeared around her waist, tightly encircling it. Then his body suddenly felt light, and he was actually pulled by Chu Xun and jumped out of the window. Dr. Chu, this is the third floor. Chu Xun gasped, clinging tightly to Chu Xun's neck, closing her eyes and daring not to open them. With a loud thud, the two landed steadily on the narrow street behind the restaurant, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, there were few pedestrians at night, otherwise several people would have been scared to death. Chu Xun still clung tightly to Chu Xun's neck, her two strong, long legs wrapped tightly around his waist. His eyes were tightly closed, as if he didn't want to die. Miss Chun, let go, we should go. Chu Xun tapped her arm. Feeling the external force, Chu Xun finally cautiously opened her eyes. Even though your feet are already on solid ground. But her heart was still pounding wildly, and the waist where Chu Xun was holding her was burning hot. Still shaken, she looked at Chu Xun and complained, Dr. Chu, how could you be so foolish? If something had happened to you after you jumped, wouldn't I have to support you for the rest of my life? Chu Xun watched her get off him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He asked, if I were to jump down myself, why would you support me? Chu Xun said in a serious tone, you jumped off the building to escape because you were afraid of being caught by the people who were pursuing me. Since it was because of me, of course I have to take responsibility for you to the end. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The system is beeping like crazy. Chu Xun nudged her shoulder. If you know, hurry up and leave. Don't let anyone see you, or you'll have jumped off this building for nothing. After saying that, he turned around and walked forward, his movements swift and decisive. It seemed as if they were in a hurry to distance themselves from it. Should I just let him avoid me, like the plague? Chu Xun's initial excitement, mixed with curiosity, instantly turned into a sense of grievance and resentment. I'm just thanking you for saving Ta Shui, so I'm treating you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. I haven't fallen for you like in the stories of folk tales. You're acting like you're just trying to shirk responsibility. I have absolutely no interest in you. As she spoke, she stamped her foot, lifted her skirt, and hurriedly followed after him. Why can't you even wait a moment? Meanwhile, upstairs, a slick-haired young master, acting all high and mighty, barged in with a bunch of lackeys. When the door was kicked open, there was only an empty room with unfinished food on the table. Qian Xiaotong slapped the lackey next to him across the face. He angrily shouted, where is she? Didn't you say you saw Zhilan go into the restaurant with a young boy? The lackey covered his face and cried, young master, I really saw Miss Zhilan. They went into this restaurant. Then why the hell don't I see anyone? Slap! Slap! Qian Xiaotong slapped him twice more, once on each side. Two don't know either, the servant cried. Go to hell. Do you think they can jump off the third floor? Qian Xiaotong cursed, pointing out the window. Hey, young master, maybe that's it. The servant exclaimed excitedly, a sudden inspiration striking him. Go to hell. Someone, throw him off the building and see if he can walk. Yes, young master. Young master, spare me. Spare me. My leg. After returning home, Chu Xun bid farewell to Chu Xun with a slightly resentful attitude. Then she went back to her room and sulked alone. Chu Xun had some idea of why she was in a bad mood. But I didn't plan to do anything. I'm not the type to be blinded by lust. He wants all the beautiful women he sees to be his own. Now he finally understands what kind of system this blessing is. It keeps ringing whenever it encounters a beautiful woman. I'm already with Yuer and Xinger, and maybe in the future, we'll add the little foodie by Jiao Jiao. If something happened between him and the daughter of this county magistrate, I'm afraid she wouldn't want to be subordinate to a few neighboring women. Chu Xun turned around and went inside. At this moment, in the room of the second wife, Qian Lufeng, Chun Sheng, who hadn't set foot here for a long time, entered the door today and angrily pointed at Qian Lufeng. Give me the money. Give me the money. Qian Lufeng looked completely bewildered and took out all the silver in her room. Not enough, not enough. Take more, take more. Qian Lufeng was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this all your money? What else could she possibly need? She stayed indoors all day because of a sore buttock and numbness in her thighs. She had no idea that her good brother Qian Wentong had asked Chun Sheng for money again. That's why Chun Sheng came to her room tonight to vent his anger. Once he had vented his anger, he left without looking back. The remaining second wife, Qian Lufeng, was seething with hatred. If you make things too complicated and then walk away, you deserve to be cuckolded. She then instructed her maid to continue blowing the sleeping potion into Chu Xun's room. Tonight she was determined to see how Yun had gotten her there. Half an hour later, Chu Xun knocked the second madam unconscious with a karate chop, just as she opened her mouth to eat, after casually throwing it on the ground. Then he quietly slipped out of the Chen residence and went to the residence of Qian Wentong, the county magistrate he had inquired about during the day. Do you want to kill a good official like Chun Sheng so you can take the position of county magistrate? He couldn't even imagine how chaotic and corrupt the entire Yinshui county would be. If it weren't for wanting to give Chun Sheng some achievements to help him get the position of county magistrate, Chu Xun wanted to kill Qian Wentong tonight. If he were to go all out and fight, he could probably swing those 2 steel bars until they were smoking. The next day, the top news in Yinshui County was the tragic case of County Lieutenant Qian Wentong and his entire family being wiped out. Then the prefect thoroughly investigated Yinshui County, and the first person he targeted was Chu Xun, who had a grudge against Qian Wentong in officialdom. With a push off the wall, Chu Xun flipped over and entered the mansion. He refused to believe that Qian Wentong, who had been colluding with bandits for so long, had no dirt on him. Please give me some gifts. I am Stadovin. My grades are terrible. And then there was the AI controversy. I only make a dozen yuan a day, less than 500 a month. I don't even have perfect attendance. Wah. Chapter 103 Third Sister is not mother. Outside the county seat, County Lieutenant Qian Wentong. Chu Xun looked around, then kicked off the spot. Without even needing to use any leverage, he simply leaned against the wall and looked down into the Qian residence. Just then, 2 night patrolmen passed by. Taking advantage of the absence of anyone, he flipped himself over and landed inside the mansion. Then they hid in the woods. The Qian family mansion occupies a fairly large area, with several courtyards alone. Chu Xun searched several rooms, but couldn't find the study of County Lieutenant Qian Wentong. While passing by a room, suddenly, I heard soft, seductive music coming from inside the room. You rascal, you're at it again. Be careful the county constable breaks your legs. What's there to be afraid of? I, Qin Xiaodong, am not afraid of anything, except that I might not see you, third sister, tonight. This Qian family is something else. He wears all kinds of hats, and the hats aren't just any ordinary green. Chu Xun clicked his tongue. It just so happened that he couldn't find any evidence tonight anyway. Why not do something else? Current balance. 805 mall coins. Slide to the electronics category. Voice recorder, priced at 99 mall coins, comes with mini dual speakers, offers delicate sound quality and loud volume. After making the purchase, Chu Xun turned on the recorder and stood at the door for a good 10 minutes before turning to leave. Although we couldn't find a room similar to a study tonight, this recording makes things much easier. Under the cover of night, Chu Xun returned to the main room of the Chen residence. In the early morning, I heard the soft, light footsteps again. Then came the sound of the second wife, Qian Lu Feng, entering the secret passage. What happened? Why did I faint again? And I wake up on the ground every day, which is really strange. If you dare come again, I'll throw you into the stable tonight. Chu Xun closed his eyes and rested silently for a while. Then a knock came at the door. Dr. Chu, are you awake? I brought you meat buns and fried cakes from the north of the city. Chun Jilan was carrying some breakfast. Her carefully chosen clothes and makeup made her look very eye-catching. Her already beautiful face appeared even more stunning. She even wore 2 extra belly bands, determined that he couldn't possibly ignore her charm. With a clang, the door opened, and Chu Xun smiled, saying casually, "It's just food. Why bother Miss Chun to bring it herself?" Chun Jilan was quite pleased and handed the oil paper package to Chu Xun with her small hands. Smiling brightly, she said, "It's nothing. Consider it compensation for the near blockage you got yesterday. Eat up, and then we'll go see the snow-covered path." The steamed buns were very fragrant, and the crispy cakes had a crunchy texture. As Chu Xun ate his breakfast, he caught a glimpse of Chun Jilan resting her chin on her hand, smiling at him from the corner of his eye. "Seriously? You've already been so restrained. How can I win her favor? Being too handsome is a mistake." After a quick breakfast, the two went to the horse farm. Inside the county government office, Chun Sheng looked at the booklet, which contained the grain collected from various towns and villages, as well as the commercial taxes and miscellaneous taxes collected from merchants and laborers. The chaos is beyond comprehension. We hope this locust plague doesn't arrive too early. With Yinshui County's current grain reserves, it's already at its limit to last for half a month. He had just sighed. A hearty laugh came from outside the door. County Lieutenant Qian Wentong, dressed in a military robe and wearing black boots, entered to greet the guests. "Old Chun, you're at the county office so early to handle official business? That bastard, does he really think he's a county magistrate? They come so early every day, putting on airs, but the higher-ups can't see them. They only care about money. They're idiots." Chun Sheng raised his head, a fake smile on his face. "You have to come early. There's a lot of work to do. In the county, Lao Qian, you have to be mindful and help me out." "Oh, you don't know me. I'm a rough man. I don't know anything about complicated things." Qian Wentong waved his hand and sat down in the chair. He laughed and said, "Hey, old Chun, about the reward money and compensation for bandit suppression that I told you about yesterday. When do you think we should get it done? I want to give my fallen brothers some closure." Chun Sheng didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to mark and annotate the booklet with his pen. "Old Qian, this isn't your first time being an official. Don't you know the rules? We need to see them alive or dead. You can't just say how many casualties they are. That would create chaos. Trying to get something for nothing? Dream on. Snap. Qian Wentong smashed the teacup in his hand to pieces and angrily said, Old Chun, what do you mean? You're saying I embezzled government funds. Chun Sheng slammed his pen down hard and snorted coldly. I never said that. It's just a rule, and I can't do anything about it. Qian Wentong's eyes were extremely fierce, and the two exchanged glances for a long time. Finally, he laughed and said, You old codger, we've worked together for so many years. Is it really necessary to be like this? Then approve the reward money for suppressing the bandits, okay? You won't disagree with this small request, will you? Chun Sheng's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly for a moment. And that works. They have the heads of bandits, so according to the rules, they should be distributed. If it weren't for the frequent disasters in Yinshui County, he would have definitely broken ties with Qian Wentong completely. I don't know what's going on up there. It's all based on my seniority. If the imperial court doesn't appoint a county magistrate by surprise, then by now it should be my turn for a promotion. After approving the reward list for Qian Wentong, he lingered there, sitting to the side and laughing. Old Chun, you and my sister have been married for 4 or 5 years now, haven't you? Chun Sheng asked, puzzled. Shouldn't it be there already? Why are you asking this? Hey, you old man, my sister is kind, reserved, and pure by nature. Looks like she didn't mention to you that her birthday is in 3 days. A sinister smile flashed across Qian Wentong's eyes, as if he were planning something. Birthday? Chun Sheng looked completely bewildered. She really didn't mention this to me. He had married Qian Lufeng simply to form a powerful alliance with Qian Wentong, but he never expected that the county magistrate would be dismissed from his post. So the relationship had become a bit distant, and I never expected him to bring it up today. Qian Wentong said, Hey, old Chun, that's not right of you. My sister has been with you for so many years. How can you not even have a proper birthday celebration? How about this? We'll hold a banquet at your residence in 3 days. It doesn't need to be too big. Just invite some merchants, officials, their families, and younger relatives from the city. I'll pay for it. Chun Sheng waved his hand. No, I still have a money for a birthday party. Let me take care of it. All right, you'd better treat my sister well. She's incredibly thrifty and good at managing a household. You old bastard. Taking advantage of the presence of so many guests. I'm going to make sure you're utterly disgraced. And all those officials and wealthy people who support you, you must all step down. This county magistrate position can only belong to me. Chapter 104, Chun Jilan confesses her love. Hold a birthday banquet? As Chun Jilan brushed the snow off Ta Shui's back, she pouted and said, Why throw a birthday banquet for that woman? She's just a concubine. She ignored her father completely and said to Chu Xun beside her, Later, come with me to walk Takshu a couple more times. It hasn't run around in a long time. Chu Xun glanced at Chun Sheng, who looked embarrassed beside him, and coughed twice. Okay, I'll keep you company later. Upon hearing this, Chun Jilan's previously expressionless face instantly broke into a genuine smile. Then she turned to look at Chun Sheng, who looked anxious. Go ahead and do it. Anyway, she's your wife, so it's none of my business. But don't even think about attending the banquet. Chun Sheng didn't expect his daughter to agree so easily this time. Overjoyed, he said, Don't worry, you can go wherever you want. I don't want you to attend those banquets. There are too many strangers. Stranger. He looked at Chu Xun, who was sitting opposite his daughter, with a strange expression. When did this guy get so close to his daughter? You should know that Ta Shui is my daughter's most precious treasure. He couldn't even ride a couple of laps himself, but Jilan begged him to ride. Why does it feel like his status is more important than mine, his father? Chu Xun naturally noticed Chun Sheng's unusual gaze. I was greatly relieved. You finally discovered it. You'd better control your daughter, or I'll really steal her away. After Chun Sheng left, turning back every few steps, Chun Jilan then warmly invited Chu Xun to walk the horse, but not to ride it. After all, Ta Shui's leg injury hadn't healed yet. He was just holding the reins and walking around the horse farm. A man and a woman, one handsome and the other beautiful. A setting sun and a lone black horse create a scene reminiscent of a talented scholar and a beautiful woman. 6 years ago, my mother passed away from a serious illness. All that was left behind, besides the wedding dress she sewed for me, was Ta Shui. Chun Jilan gazed at the distant sunset, her eyes filled with a hint of reminiscence. I know father is still young, and it is reasonable for him to remarry, but I just don't like that woman. I always feel that she's very deliberate and not as kind as she seems on the surface. Besides, she's the sister of the county magistrate who's against father, so she definitely won't be sincere towards father. In recent years, my father has been busy with government affairs, and Ta Shui has been the one who has spent the most time with me. She suddenly stopped in her tracks, her bright eyes looking directly at Chu Xun. He said sincerely, So, I really thank you for curing Ta Shui, Chu Xun. If it weren't for you, I don't even know who would be by my side in the future. Chu Xun's figure was reflected in Chun Jilan's pupils, shimmering in the sunlight. The last sentence sounds like both a confession and a desire for an answer. Ding 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 ding. The system is practically exploding with noise. It probably wants nothing more than to replace Chu Xun and elope with Chun Jilan. But Chu Xun hesitated slightly. A man can have a harem, but he must see it through to the end. He was determined to marry Yue and Xing'er, but Chun Jilan also had feelings for him. According to the typical wish fulfillment novels featuring a protagonist who is overpowered by his love interest, he should be able to easily win her over, then consummate the relationship. After introducing her to his other women, she will not only not be jealous, but will also consider him her younger sister, and they will live together peacefully. But this isn't a novel. But it's obvious that he is long out yin. Take it. Screw it, a dark room it is. I'll just throw the book away. One idiot. The women Lousy selected were all genuine expressions of emotion. So vulgar. Damn it. Chu Xun slowly moved the reins in his hand, then placed them on Chun Jilan's palm. That one moment was enough to make her blush, making her look absolutely stunning. Chu Xun said seriously, I also really like Ta Shui, but I have family members who are worried about me, so I can't stay in the city for long. You can move into the city. I have a house and money in my name. Chun Jilan blurted out. Chu Xun turned his head to look at her. I have 2 other wives I've arranged to marry in the village. 2. Chun Jilan's eyes widened in surprise. The reason she dared to say such a thing today was naturally because she had considered that Chu Xun might already be married. After all, in the Great Jing dynasty, it was quite common for men to get married at 16 and women at 14. But she never expected that Chu Xun would have 2 wives. This is already up to the 3rd wife. Chun Jilan immediately became a little anxious. He quickly moved closer to Chu Xun and asked, Are they easy to get along with? Are they xenophobic? Or what do they like? Huh? Now it was Chu Xun's turn to be dumbfounded. This girl had actually gotten into the zone. They placed her in a subordinate position and began to ponder the preferences of Yue and Xing'er. This was something Chu Xun hadn't expected. The legitimate daughter of a county magistrate was surprisingly down to earth. But this is good too. Peaceful coexistence is the most important thing, and keeping things at bay is the best policy. Chu Xun then described Yue and Xing'er's personalities to her, saying that they were both gentle and kind, and very accepting of their other sisters. The more Chun Jilan talked, the redder her face became. They were actually twin sisters. Moreover, judging from Dr. Chu's description, they seemed to be quite beautiful, which makes me feel a little threatened. However, she was still confident. After all, she was quite beautiful and also a literate woman. Even if they can't overcome the terrifying advantage of twins, they should still be able to secure a place. Tisk, it's not easy to experience the first stirrings of love. How'd I end up meeting someone who was already married? Chun Jilan glanced at Chu Xun with a wistful look in her eyes. Ah, so handsome. Fine, a 3rd child it is. Tonight, the 2 of them expressed their feelings in a way that was both subtle and explicit. He didn't say a word, yet it seemed like he said everything. Chun Jilan covered her face, almost unable to see where she was going, and stumbled back into the house. I wonder what would happen if I told my father that I had only known Dr. Chu for a few days and already want to get married. Will he be so angry he vomits blood? Chu Xun, on the other hand, returned to the main room feeling refreshed and full of energy. His handsome face attracted many women, and he found himself another wife just a few days after arriving in the city. Good days are earned through hard work, and this saying couldn't be more true for me. I wonder how Yue and Xing'er will react when they find out that I've found them a sister in the city. They probably wish they had one more person to share the firepower. How about we take Jilan back to the village for the birthday banquet in 3 days, so she can see Yue and Xing'er. Birthday banquet. Birthday banquet. Birthday banquet. Chu Xun sat up abruptly, his eyes narrowing. With so many guests gathered at the birthday banquet, wasn't this the perfect moment to launch an attack on Chun Xun? The account book hidden under the bed of the 2nd wife, Qian Lufeng, or the bandits under the command of County Magistrate Qian Wentong, could be evidence and trump cards to destroy the Chun family. I almost forgot about this. It's been too long since I've let my temper get the better of me. Chu Xun then opened the door and made his way into Chun Sheng's study. With a snap, she pushed open his door. Then a woman screamed from inside. Ah, sir, there's a thief. Chapter 105. You didn't cheat on me, did you? Chu Xun stood there speechlessly, dumbfounded. His gaze shifted away from the maid under the table. Okay, you 2 are both quite the troublemakers, aren't you? You both really know how to make a mess of things. Qian Lufeng was stealing in the main room, while you, Chun Sheng, were doing it in the study. They'd rather give a maid a bite to eat than the 2nd mistress. No wonder she drug herself on the very first day. Ah, sir, there's a thief. The maid was so frightened that she scrambled behind the chair in a panic. As for Chun Sheng, he wasn't much better off. I was so scared that I almost lost my ability to move, and I hurriedly got up. The moment the eyes see clearly what is being sought, he then angrily retorted, Chu Xun, what are you doing in the middle of the night? It almost scared Xiao Chun to death. Chu Xun ignored his private affairs. For a man in his 30s, such matters were commonplace. He said calmly, My lord, I have something important to report. Important matters? Chen Sheng was taken aback. His years of experience as an official made it easy for him to tell that Chu Xun was not making things up. After thinking for a moment, she raised her hand and said, Xiao Chui, you can go down now. The maid named Xiao Chui hurriedly dressed and swayed as she came to the door. The moment her round face saw Chu Xun, he became incredibly popular. How can he be so handsome? Chu Xun turned to the side, letting Xiao Chui, whose body was so flat and round it resembled a Snorlax, go out first. In my heart, I gave Chun Sheng a thumbs up. That's awesome. You want to fight Snorlax too? The door closed immediately, leaving only Chu Xun and Chen Sheng. Are you saying that Qian Wentong will frame me at my birthday banquet? After hearing Chu Xun's words, Chen Sheng's face turned extremely ugly. He never imagined that his second wife would have a ledger that recorded all his social interactions. Social interactions in official circles are an essential part of everyone's life. Having secured that position, blending in with the crowd is essential. If you don't take it and I don't take it, how can the people below you work with peace of mind? With his salary as a county magistrate, how could he afford to build such a large Chen mansion? After hearing some of Chu Xun's descriptions, Chun Xing knew that most of what was recorded inside was true. Besides the following, there's the issue of reselling military supplies and colluding with bandits. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't dare commit such a capital offense. No way. I'm gonna find that bitch right now and tear that ledger up. Chun Xing got up angrily, ready to cause trouble for Qian Lufeng. But Chu Xun stopped him, saying, If we tear up the ledger, can't they just make a new one? Chun Xing was taken aback and asked in surprise, Then what do you suggest we do? I can't just sit here and get smeared. Chu Xun pulled him aside and whispered, Since they can forge ledgers, we can naturally forge one too. After that, blah blah blah. Chun Xing looked at Chu Xun with a strange expression. Where did this kid come up with so many crooked ideas? They're actually going to list out all the evidence against Qian Wentong, so they can turn the tables on him later. He frowned and said, But we have no evidence that Qian Wentong accepted bribes. Chu Xun's eyes flashed. Leave it to me. I'll try my best to investigate these next few nights. When his first search failed, he went to the Qian residence 3 times. I refuse to believe that we can't find a single piece of evidence. Seeing his current appearance, Chun Sheng couldn't help but ask, Are you really just an ordinary country bumpkin? How do you know so much? And why are you going to such lengths to help me? The last question is the one Chun Sheng most wants to know the answer to. Chu Xun opened his mouth, but how is he supposed to answer that? Should I just grab Chun Sheng by the shoulder and say that his daughter is actually willing to marry me as his third wife? So now that you're practically my father-in-law, of course I'm going to help you. It's estimated that once he said that, Chun Sheng would be able to put aside his personal grudges. They chased themselves to their deaths first. My daughter, whom I raised with great care, is the daughter of the county magistrate. The woman with the highest status in the entire Yinshui County. Going to be your third wife? Or a concubine? I'm her percent. Lord Chun, you are a good official. I am helping you because I believe that only when you become the magistrate will the people of Yinshui County have a good life. Chu Xun looked at him intently, as if he had high expectations for Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng was also moved by this sincere emotion, and his eyes reddened. What merit or ability do I, Chun Sheng, have to be valued by you so much? He wiped away his tears, then solemnly said, Don't worry, Yinshui County is in my hands. Chu Xun done. Uffed. Second Madam Qian Lufeng, dressed in light gauze, fainted on Chu Xun's bed with a thud. Then Chu Xun gave him another dose of anesthetic, enough to keep him asleep until the next morning. After completing this routine procedure, Chu Xun called her husband in. Lord Chun, it's all resolved. Now we can go through the secret passage to the second madam's room. Chun Sheng looked at the lady on the bed, who was dressed in a thin veil. Then he looked at Chu Xun with a sinister gaze and said, You wouldn't have fallen victim to this before, would you? Chu Xun immediately said, What are you saying, sir? I'm not so easily fooled by Mi Jian. This must be the room the second wife often used to sneak around to steal men. The smell of the sleeping potion hasn't even dissipated yet. Chun Sheng looked at Qian Lufeng, who had fainted on the bed, with a complicated expression. The saying goes, A day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. I was quite loving with my second wife a few years ago. Unexpectedly, it was because of his competition with Qian Wentong for the position of county magistrate. Their relationship had become so distant that she dared to cheat on him with another man at home. They ignored the second wife who had fallen into a coma. The two went down into the secret passage and arrived